on aerospace.
Yo, Sonar,
I
your signal,
really
bro.
not listening to us, but oh, it's a
It's a
now.
problem, man. It's not good.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a little chunky.
Mm. How about now?
Better.
Mm.
It's less chunky
Anyway,
soup.
okay, so check
Yeah.
this out. Uh, let's go to
Sonar, I think you might have to reconnect or come back in a few minutes. Are you if you're driving, just maybe wait till you're out of that area or something.
it's my house, dude. I got bad internet.
Speaking of, you'd think they'd have internet everywhere flawlessly by 2023, especially with all those satellites up there and all the ground communication and all that stuff. But still, this motherfucker can't connect to the internet in full. Like, what?
Yeah, but like that singularity thing, right? Don't try. It's not better. the the about the singularity idea and the Elon Musk whatever Neuralink stuff and just like so and then all the genetical shit that they're working on like uh, are they going to try to create who is not thinking that they could just create synthetic humans and put chips inside them with no real brains or hearts or whatever the fuck, just like
Well,
chat GPT or GPT beings.
you've seen Katy Perry fucking malfunction. You know, her eye, the one eye, just won't stop
Yeah,
closing on its own.
yeah.
Like that kind of shit. I totally believe that they have a way to do some kind of like I don't know, maybe transfer of consciousness temporarily or some kind of thing where they can make a body that lasts just a little bit but breaks down over time. I believe, I don't have any direct proof, but I believe that they can do that.
I would think that even if they can't do it, they can definitely convince some fucking wealthy motherfucker that it's worth him investing in their startup company because they're going to be able to create him a new body and fucking chip up his brain and put him in the
Yeah.
shit or whatever, you know? So
Yeah.
I could see like that's probably reality. But people are pitching this to life extension, all the stuff, right?
Right. Well, they might be able to do it, bro. I don't know.
Yeah, that would be freaky. That'd be some real freaky shit.
It would, and a lot of times science fiction does reflect reality, or vice versa. And they want to call it science fiction. They put the fiction word in there as a psyop, as like a, um, you know, what is like a subconscious sort of controlling word, just like conspiracy theorist or theory. They make you think, oh, well, all the stuff, every bit of the stuff you see on the Sci-Fi Channel is fucking, fake. And look at how fantastical. Ha ha ha. That's no way any of this is possible. It's just a TV show.
well, I'll tell you what. What? Hey, I used to work for space, and I hope they're not listening to me right now because I'll probably end up dead. But they have, everybody talks about directed energy weapons. Um, there's this site at this Air Force, and this stuff isn't classified, but it's called SOR. It's called Starfire. But what it is it's a laser, right? Because that's all directed. But remember in the 19
You're cutting out.
whole defense system from the Russian nukes, and then like, it's like, they just keep one up. So they've already had these ideas. Um, shit, I don't know if you can hear me anymore.
You're breaking up pretty bad.
I'd say like it would be
Uh,
probably
I'm
best if
done.
you limit the amount of words per sentence or something like that. I'm not really sure. Your packets are not hitting, but
Yeah, man.
So, good morning, Fleckapoose.
What's up, gamers?
How you doing?
Hello.
Just leaving the skate park right now. The mist and the fog rolled in, and then the city's like pressure washing the Venice skate park for the 4th of July tomorrow. So I'm dipping to the interior of the city with a cooler and a bunch of Coca-Colas and waters and some ice. And I'm going to go slang some beverages at the Inglewood pump track. If anybody wants to come down there and say hi, you're more than welcome. There's actually a whole group of us skaters we all just left the Venice skate park. We're all going to Inglewood right now. I'm actually going to go pick somebody up in just like a minute here.
Inglewood. Oh, I've heard Dr. Dre rap about South Central Inglewood.
Yeah, you know, it's a nice part of town. It's not too
Right.
bad.
No, that's for sure. That's the first time I heard the word Inglewood was when Dr. Dre said Inglewood.
Yeah, I was like, I moved here about 2 years ago now, and I was like, oh man, like, am I gonna just get beat up or like punched in the back of the head for no reason? But no, I've been it's been fine. I've had no issues.
Cool. Yeah, man.
Yeah,
Skateboarding is like, it's one of those, you have to respect your body because you don't want to fucking break anything or slam the board into your shins a million times more than you already have. You got to respect other people at skate parks. You got to, it's the talent that it takes to stick tricks. Not everybody has, and not everybody's as fit as it takes to fucking bomb a hill or run from the cops on your skateboard or something. So dude, skateboarding it's always going to be my number one favorite sport.
yeah, I love it. Actually, the guy I'm going to pick up right now, he's 56.
That's dope.
Yeah, we've been friends for a while, and he's still skating. He's always an inspiration to people, like other skaters at the park will see that like we came together, and so they'll like walk up to me, they'll be like, "Is that your dad?" I'm like, "Nah," and they're like, "Dude, that's he's still skating." Like, I'm like, "Yeah, dude, that's how we should all be."
Yeah, man, for sure. Like,
Actually,
I hope my daughter picks up some kind of sport. Skateboarding would be cool, but I don't want her to get hurt. I'd love it if she did like something like karate. Anyway, go ahead.
well, I was just saying, actually, the guy I'm going to pick up right now is the guy that told me the Earth was flat. Like, he worked in Hollywood. Yeah, he's got some pretty awesome insider knowledge. Maybe if he wants to, I'll bring him on Discord.
Bro, yes, bring him in.
Yeah, I'm like right outside of his house. I'm walking into the store to buy some more ice because I didn't get enough. But in like 10 minutes, I'll ask him if he's down. I don't want to put him on the spot. But yeah.
Right, for sure, dude.
So, yeah.
But how are you guys doing? What are you guys up to this fabulous Monday?
I'm at work, so I'll be back and forth. I may not respond to everything, but I'm listening to y'all.
Ain't doing much, man. I'm just trying to keep the paddles on this fucking chat before it fucking flatlines again. Just like one person in here. It's been a pretty
Well, as long as we don't start talking about relativity before lunchtime, I think we'll be okay.
It's whatever. It's the holiday weekend, so. And then of course all our French contingent, they're all fucking busy with their 4th of July.
Yeah, Vive la France, right, guys?
Vive la France! Vive la résistance!
Vive la France!
Yeah, dude. Let it out.
You guys ever been to France, man? I went to Paris for a couple nights. It was so fucking dope, dude. It's beautiful.
I really want to go.
The Arc de Triomphe. Yeah, you do. You want to go. The Arc de Triomphe. I'll never say it right, but huge. Absolutely huge.
So, Place de Concorde. The Rue de... blah, blah, blah.
Huh? You were breaking up.
I wasn't.
You sure were.
Yeah, the Arc de Triomphe is really interesting because there's like 3 arches, that they've built now.
Yeah.
All for citing Sirius. I am serious.
Huh. Cool. Do you think it might be like a way to kind of direct energy around the city too? Maybe, I don't know.
Sacre bleu. I think it's all
Am I
part of
breaking
like.
That's how they
Nah,
make
I'm
these croissants, man.
out of join.
Go ahead, Snacks. What up, Clay?
What up, man? Sky.
Oui.
Yeah, this guy.
That is what they say about Paris, that the thing's laid out like a big giant electrical circuit, and the Arc de Triomphe does sit right proudly in the middle. Everything leads to it. So it's an interesting
Yeah.
observation to think about. It definitely looks like a circuit from the sky when you look down at
What
it.
up, Kiwi?
What's up,
Forgot to say
boys?
hello.
What up? What up? I literally just splashed in. No, you did not forget. I just did not say hello. So hello, good day, and hope all is well, fellas.
Likewise.
Everything's good. Likewise, brother.
Spank you, spank you.
Yeah, man, that arc. So arcs, you get like a electrical arc. Yeah, I really think that all that stuff was built. I mean, you're just gonna build that shit for decoration? I just don't think so, man.
Oh, it was built to honor Napoleon Bonaparte. You didn't know it was
Oh,
to
sure
honor
it
the
was.
Mason. You didn't know about that, man? The hand in the
Yeah.
pocket, right?
It's Napoleon Dynamite. And
He was an absolute leader. Go Napoleon, the 4-foot man who
Oh,
conquered.
and he was shorter than anyone else. That sucks.
It's the École de Paris, the French Academy, is what begins the Place de Concorde. It goes through the Pyramid Inversé and all the way down the three arches, the golden arches. No, just kidding.
Nice. And then you got the what's it called? The Eiffel Tower, which again couldn't have been just for decoration. That thing is super conductive. Look at that son of a bitch.
Yeah, that thing is
Eiffel Statue of Liberty.
steel with bolts top to bottom, and again, it's one of the few. I think it's raw steel or coated steel. Obviously, it has to withstand the elements, but that thing is like it's steel top to bottom, man. It's not even like encased in anything.
Yep. It's good shit. It's crazy. And I've been to it too. I went on the you gotta like go up to the almost the middle part of it to up some stairs, and then you go on this like gondola elevator kind of thing. Takes you basically to the top, and you can get up there and see all of beautiful Paris.
The 72 names of the French scientists up there.
Gay party.
You know what's the sad thing? That exactly. See, EMBO says how could they fake the picture he posted in 1970 whatever 1972, right?
They're like,
And
hey man,
then
paint wasn't real.
Then I post like pictures of how they have built all these huge moons and all these different kinds of super wonderful one-to-one moon surfaces. And dude, it's insane how unfortunate. I mean, I don't want to say stupid. He's probably not stupid, but how easy it is to deceive people. That's the unfortunate thing with human beings.
Yeah, for sure. Like Embo could be smart enough to get this, but it's a belligerent unwillingness to admit that you've been duped, that he's been duped, that he's still arguing with us. It's not that he's not smart enough to get it. He doesn't want to get it. He doesn't want to admit it. That's all.
Exactly. Like I provide the evidence of that it can easily be faked during that time. And this is not even a great example of how back in the days they have when you didn't have CGI, how they've built super realistic models of things. Like if you go into Hollywood and in the making of a super precise details city models and stuff like that.
Did you see what I posted, Clay?
There's attention, yeah. the attention to detail of the modeling art skills they had back in the days with these physical props of movie making, it's insane, man. Like they have built so many crazy
Check out
sets.
this one, Clay.
Yeah.
Check out this
I'm
one.
just saying,
So
man.
the one on the right, did you see
Mhm.
it?
Yeah.
That's a city replication, just like you're talking about.
Is it? And my point is,
Yeah.
Yeah, dude, it's super easy. Listen, they could have painted the fucking Earth and said, "Oh, this is it from space," and people would have bought it. That could be what happened.
you
Like
mean like this?
they
You mean
couldn't
like
fake
this?
pictures back then. You get the fuck out of here.
You mean they could have painted it like this with the three men standing in front of it looking at it? No. They would never have the ability to fake it back in the days. The blue marble is a real picture. No one can ever fake this.
It's pretty sad to think that that's what they think. They believe it.
Dude, these people are unhelpable. That's the problem. And then the funny
Well,
thing
they're
is,
not just
the thing is, man, they are fanboys of space. They're fanboys of everything regarding the globe. If you go out into reality of most people that really don't care about the whole topic, that really haven't even thought once about the heliocentric programming they have been going through, right? Most people don't even know how far away is the moon. Some people would claim there are multiple moons around the Earth or whatnot. You know, some people are completely clueless about heliocentrism. If you present to them these things, you know, let's just even start with simpler things about inconsistencies about the roots of NASA. Normal folk will automatically say, "Oh yeah, that's true, man. That is something to think about. Yeah, you're right, man. Like, isn't that strange that the Nazis help with creating NASA and specific people and these individuals and then you have these astronauts contradicting each other and so forth. You know, normal folk they just they don't get like what is it called? They don't get into a
butthurt.
state of being buttered or defensive, right? They don't start showing you pictures, but look at this CGI picture of Earth, you know, or they post
Yeah.
things on Discord. Earth also doesn't even look close, like this guy, right? It is kind of sad, you
Well,
know.
he's decidedly hopeless. It looks like he'll never give up the dream.
Yeah, I'm gonna, leave the dream with him. I mean, it's his choice, you know. If he want to live in a dream world, in the mental state of dreaming, that's okay, man. But leave me alone, you know, because there's nothing that indicates that we live on a curved surface that is curving 360 degrees around me, away from me, in every direction, while spinning, while tilted, while creating seasons and flying from ever expanding universe, while still having the same dark constellations, giving us the perfect determination of the calendar in the sky and the clock in the sky, you know.
Yeah, man, it's way easier to live in the fantasy of unfalsifiability than boring reality, right?
Yeah, and this what is even topping it off is he probably thinks I care about him being in that state of delusion. Literally, everyone in here that is in the state of for me, it's like you can be there. I don't care about you being in that state personally. What I just care about is the truth. If I present the truth to you for what reality is, and you think you want to believe the opposite, quite literally the opposite, then go on. You know, I don't stand in your way. But I'm not gonna repeat myself and or even entertain these people more often, right? It's probably the last time I'm going to send anything to EMBO because he already proved to me that he's a waste of time. No matter what I would talk about, no matter what I would present to him, he would be a time waster, going in spirals, always falling back to the same little neat, unique uh branches, these easy to snap off branches he's hanging himself onto to just keep himself this idea of a spinning tilted wobbling space with flying from ever expanding world of darkness.
Right, but Clay, let's keep in mind the idea of what projection of truth can lead to. When I say projection of truth, I won't even say projection of truth because, let's be honest, we all know finitely that nobody has the absolute, complete, and utter truth. And so we'll state just for, and give me a minute here on this, the observation that you understand it to be one way, this individual chooses to take whatever position he chooses to take, right? But the realization, and I think this is where your energy needs to be kept for yourself, is a realization that you're not going to project your truth onto somebody like that. They're not in a
No.
position where they're willing to receive your truth. They're in a
Yes.
position where they want to antagonize you and antagonize whatever it is you say. So you, being the teacher, taking the higher road, if you will, because you know what you know in your headspace, it's up to you to take whatever it is that person renders as evidence and observations and choose it, take it and flip it on its head, flip the table, if you will, on that individual, flip the burden, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. It's exactly that, you know. I maybe have not quite made myself clear about this, but you actually cleared the point to what I would wanted to make as a point, if that makes sense. Like
100%, man. You know, I mean, for the thing about this entire realm, and I've known, like, you were the first dude that I sat down and interviewed from on my channel and chatted with and whatnot. And the big thing with this is anybody who honors and realizes what this realm is, you sit confidently and calmly in the observation. It's those that come along that have to constantly appeal to authorities and others that have a deeper understanding to them, i.e., how this ball could potentially work of some sort, Einstein, Newton, and so on and so forth, to be able to stonewall or attempt to stonewall their model. And it falls on its face every time because no one in here on a globe model that they honor can actually continue to force or continue to honor their model without appealing to an authority.
I don't even look at it really for being a model, you know. It's like literally like a child, you know. And even people think I might be foolish for doing so. I don't care about what the word thinks. First of all, I think it's just more important to understand what you see in reality is the truth. It, like you don't like when you see or observe the sun moving over your head and going away from you. It is what the sun is doing. I do not need to add some kind of special imaginative story to it to make it sound more sufficient for sophisticated men, you know, that bath in the soup of crazy imaginary stories that make the world much more complicated and sophisticated for their taste of truth. You know, even though at the end of the day they're completely confused and it has nothing to do with the truth anymore. The truth is always simple. So if the Earth is being observed as being stationary and water is observed as always laying out flat when unmanipulated, is quite revealing to a young man's mind. Even a child can understand it. What this Earth literally is you're standing upon. You know, all our lives we will probably only know being on the Earth or in an airplane. That's all.
One of the I'm sorry, Clay, go ahead.
No, go on. I'm finished.
What I was going to say, I got yesterday. I had the opportunity of I dropped over to Demon Stride server, and there was somebody that was streaming, and he was building a vehicle on some 3D rendering program to land on the moon. So it was great. I actually got to use my all-time joke that I love to use, and just honestly ask the guy if he was building a vehicle to go land in the sky, because that's really what it is. right? 100% these guys back in the 50s, maybe 40s, whatever, sat around in an office, looked at each other and like, yo, Bob, I want to build a vehicle to go land in the sky. That's what it is, right? And here I am joking around with a neighbor who's 80 something years old the other day, and this guy's smart as a damn whip, got his wits about him. He ran truck cross border for like 50 years or something. And I'm like, hey, the moon landing. And he looks at me, he's like, that's a fallacy. I'm like, thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Because he was 20 when this entire shit was going down. What an absolute atrocity.
I just bought a new PC, by the way. No one is into flight simming here, right? On this Discord.
Well,
Not really.
I get high on a daily basis, but
But that is different.
yeah.
Yeah, man, part of the Mile High Club, bro.
ASIC just reminded me I need to go clean my pipe. Hey, come on, club, let's go.
You're Clay, you are not that type of a cannabis advocate, right? You're kind of against it, from what I gathered from your statements.
Glad that's on you, buddy.
Against it, I personally, it's hard to say. Like, yeah, I personally, I'm against it. Yes, it wouldn't be for me. You know, I was addicted to it in a very extreme way, and yeah, so I'm probably when it comes to my personal belief, I'm against it. Yeah, not suggesting that I can determine, because I you know, the only one who knows a man's heart, knows someone perfectly, is the father of all things, is Yah, you know, the Most High. So for me to go out there and say that, like, I would start saying like, okay, this guy, you should stop smoking weed because I think this and that is going to happen to you, would be being a hypocrite, so to say, because I don't know that person like the creator does, and the creator reached out to me while I was still being a pothead, and he completely turned my life around, you know, from being a complete utterly fool. And I'm not saying, I'm talking just about me, right? I'm not saying that someone who smokes is a fool or anything like that. Okay, so people don't misunderstand me.
Sure.
He just, you know, I was completely in darkness. I had like I was spiritually dead. You know, I always, you know, felt dead inside. And weed was one of the things where I tried to fill something up, you know, this emptiness, this search of meaning in life. And I only got free from it and set free from it when I found yeah, you know, and his son, his only begotten son, you know, and I was set free and given the Holy Spirit, and now I don't have any addictions anymore, you know. So
And that's key. Like, you know, Clay, I've listened to you tell that story before, and one of the things that I've always talked about is like being aware of what you're engaging with. And I think it's anything, whether it be alcoholism, gambling, marijuana use, drug use, whatever it is. It's the question of, if you're engaged with something, what else are you missing out on? What should you be doing? Have you taken care of your responsibilities? Is everything in check? Is it now leisure time, so to speak, if in fact you're using it for leisure? As an example, of course, there's some people out there who use marijuana for medical purposes and relief and things of that nature. So I think being aware of what it is, and engaging with awareness is key.
Yeah, well, in simple terms, you could say this, right? Because everything else would be hypocritical, right? If I look away with someone who's drinking coffee, or makes the coffee his master in life, right? He wakes up, I need a coffee. Goes to work, I need a coffee. Is at work, I need a coffee. I don't have energy from the Most High, I need the energy from something physical, right? It's the same what I would apply to being a consumer of weed, right? The Bible says you can only serve two masters. And that's the simplest, like the truth is always simple. So if the Bible says you can only serve two masters, what is the master in your life? Is it weed or is it the Most High? Is it coffee or is it the Most High? Is it your spouse or is it the Most High? Is it your car or is it the Most High? Is it money or is it the Most High?
What about you? What about you being the master?
I'm not
No,
the
that doesn't
master.
work. You can't be the
Yeah, it
master.
does. Yeah, I am the master.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
left lane, you're a Satanist. Satanist.
We're not
No,
talking
no, you don't
about
need to call them. We don't need to
masturbators,
call
bro.
people that. So you
No.
do what you want, though, right?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, do without will.
Yeah, but let's not forget we've all fallen short. And the big lie is this, that God doesn't love you, which many people believe, or they are in hatred with the Creator, and that's also a lie, you know. And the wonderful truth of all things is that God loves everyone, but He calls everyone to come to Him and be saved, and then He can work on you if you want. If you let your Father help you, which He wants to do, then He can help you. But you have free will, and because you have free will, you can also say, "Leave me alone, Creator, who made me. I want to be my own master." For example, you know, no offense towards you, Left Lane. You know, I'm just using this as a generalization, and you can do your thing. Where it leads to is like I said, it's up on your free will. It, you know, consequently, at the end of all things, it's the simple truth of this: either you choose life or death. That's all. You can just choose to forever be dead. You know, just be gone forever. Like you have this short, you know, short speck of life that we have right here in the flesh suit. You know, that very short term of a test, in my opinion. And then you just die, and you're gone forever, and like weeds that are being burned by the farmer, you know. Or you can be a fruitful plant that the farmer is going to pick up, and he's going to process. He will make something even greater out of you. It's the two things, you know. It's like a big field, and all the seeds is in the hands of the Creator, and He throws out all the seeds over his big field, and 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 every plant as an individual has the free right to either bear no fruit, so it gets picked up out of the earth and be burned and gone forever, you know, just turn to the dust, so to say. Yeah.
I don't think
So
it's
yeah,
so black and white though. I don't think that, you know, you're saying you have to say leave me alone. Now I don't say leave me alone. I try to be a good person. I like making people happy and doing kind things for people and things like that. So I try to be a good man for the sake of being good, so on and so forth.
for who?
I don't think there's necessarily not a creator. I'm not atheist, but uh, but religion and Christianity and the way that you're speaking of it turned me sour, and studying the Bible on the college level in a classroom setting revealed a bunch of things, and it helped push the switch. So
but
that's just where I'm at.
But you
So
know why
wait,
you want to do good and you do all these things? Because you are a part of His nature, of what He has given to you, the breath of life, and you have this moral compass that leads you to serving your fellow human beings, your brothers and sisters, and that's why you're doing these things you do. But what is just more important is you can do good things, which is a wonderful thing, you know. And I appreciate that determination, but why not do yourself a favor and do that one good step towards your father, so he can guide you into even having a life that is even more rich and full, you know, like how to say it, instead of giving yourself the being the master of the decision, or the ultimate place of authority, you give it over to him who made you in the first place, right? Because if someone made you, right, he probably knows the best for you, right? If he knows every little thing of you, if that makes sense, right?
Well,
I know
look,
I
you
don't
just
know. You
have
hope
to,
so.
yeah, you just have to presuppose that what you're saying is the fact of the matter, and I mean, everybody doesn't think that way necessarily, and you say it frees you to accept him into your life, and it frees you. From my perspective, when I flipped that switch, I felt freed from the scrutiny of you've got to be this way and you've got to be that way, and then you watch the hypocrite that just told you that. He's down at the Elks Lodge Sunday evening drinking a beer. I mean, yeah, a bunch of hypocritical bullshit is what organized religion is.
Yeah,
So
Jesus didn't
that's,
start a religion, big dog. He didn't. He
Exactly.
didn't come down here to start a religion. He didn't build a temple, in
I agree.
physically. He didn't say, "Okay, we're going to be Christians now." And the Bible didn't even exist
You
when
know what?
he did what he did.
You know what the
So
Messiah did?
I think
Christianity is man-made. Yes.
yeah, I think you probably had like I also had a really bad taste left in my mouth for Christianity, bro. That turned me away from God for a very long time. So I
You
know
know what?
exactly what you're talking about. It's just you're trying to understand Christianity by looking at other people, and you're like, oh, these people are all hypocrites. When the way you understand Christianity is you need to turn inward towards God. We
Yes.
all have a connection with God. You don't need a priest. Okay,
Yes.
and once you understand, once you actually say, like, God, I want you to come into my life, I want to understand you, I'm going to read your word, and then you start getting the nods and the winks. I'm not saying you're going to hear a voice from the sky, but you're going to start seeing the signs, and then you're going to want to go to church with all those other sinners, because you're going to understand everybody in there is a sinner. Yeah, they're all fucking hypocrites, but that's why we need to stick together. That's why we remind each other every Sunday why we're here.
See, I always say this. I'm a weak person, okay, and I have once walked the pathway of being completely filled with the lust of serving my flesh, which I made my flesh the master over my life. Right, every little compulsive thought I would engage with and do so. Right, let alone when it comes to drugs and other things you could consume in this world. But everything at the end of the day would have left me empty. And I know I would easily fall back into that state if I would, say goodbye, Father. If that would be even possible, and I would turn my back towards him and just go again, being my own master. And because I'm so, you know, weak and also having these evil um things within me, that's why I need the Messiah. That's why I need Christ in my life, because he's the only one that can keep me in check, if that makes sense, right? See, the thing is, he didn't came to this world to did not came to condemn us, to condemn the world, but he actually came to save sinners. I mean, that's a wonderful message, right? He didn't came to say, I point a finger at you and say, oh, look at you, idiot, being a slave to alcohol, or look at you, idiot, being or look at you, a woman being a whore or whatnot. No, he came to save the world, to save sinners. That's the wonderful message. So everyone, like he is, can come to him, and he wash you clean, give you a new coat, dress you in white, and helps you to have a relationship with the Father, who is also his Father, right? Who is the Father of all things, the creator of all things. He has given us the perfect example of a relationship between Son and the Father. So even if you come out of a broken home, a broken relationship with your fleshly father, the Messiah has given you the opportunity to see what a relationship with the Almighty can be. And that's what he wants to give you through what he did for you.
Wait,
That's
correct me if I'm wrong. Didn't
Yeah.
Jesus at one point in time, when he went to one of the temples, make the statement that he is the law?
No, he said he said he's that temple, so to say. So he said, I'm gonna rebuild this temple in 3 days, right? He made clear that he's basically the people come into a temple to worship the creator, right? So that for them is just like a mediation or a place to feel closer to the creator. But actually, you don't need a temple or a church or a house or anything, because the Messiah himself, he is the truth, the way, and the life, right? So the mediator between an earthly being like we are from earth, we're not from heaven, right? We've came into this world, and he came from above. He is the mediator between God and a human being, that is in a fallen state, right? Since sin entered through the bloodline, through the wrongdoing of Adam and Eve.
Well,
And
sorry about the background noise. Garbage getting picked up. John 14:6. Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man comes to me except through, or comes to the Father, but through me. Just
Yes.
something when I take that in, I start to think to myself, like, if we are trying to be like him, as like him, would we see him as a brother versus a God himself, right? Because Jesus never claimed to be a God, he claimed to be of God, but he never claimed to be a God. Which is why I seem to have this idea floating around in my head that we are all ultimately sons and daughters of him. So we can, in fact, be like Jesus, like Christ, if we choose to make that in our mental mindset, I guess.
Well, that's the thing. We're told to be Christ-like, but nobody's going to like be Christ. We're not going to get the same deal that he got. We're not going to have this fulfill the same role that he fulfilled. That's kind of how I interpret it.
No, the thing about that is, like, I mean, you can choose to believe this or not. I'm not honestly trying to project my truth onto anybody. That's not what I do on this thing. But if in fact the discovery of his blood left in that cave is in fact true, then in fact Jesus had what, one complete pair of shoes, call it, right? And we all have 23 pairs of shoes, i.e., our chromosome count. 23 pairs, 46 total. This blood that was found had one pair and 22 left, or X's, if you will, of chromosome count, which is an interesting thing to look at strictly on its own. Like, how did this blood only have 22 plus 1 versus a complete 23 like the rest of us?
I've actually never heard that before. That's pretty interesting. I don't know what to say about that. If you got any sources, you can send them.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just go through the discoveries of Ron Wyatt. People are attempting to, of course, attack Ron Wyatt and, who is he and so on and so forth. But it's actually just his discoveries, right? Noah's Ark, the crossing at the Red Sea. Ultimately, he went directly to the crucifixion spot of where Christ was crucified. He followed, the path of the blood, because when he was finally crucified at 3 p.m., the earth shook and the rock split, and that blood went down, and it ultimately touched the Ark of the Covenant as it was supposed to, the last sacrifice, blood sacrifice, and that is the blood that was sampled. And I mean, that's kind of where it's at right now. But you can just research anywhere, YouTube, Ron Wyatt, blood of Christ. It's all over the place. Just got to look for it.
Yeah, that's super
Well,
dope. I think there's going to be a point in time, hopefully during my lifetime, where real scientific research can be done to, like what this guy, Ron White, you said his name is?
Yeah, wrong way, wrong way. Sorry, boys.
Yeah, yeah.
Just
No,
turned
you're
on
good.
my.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited to see some hard evidence because it's hard. It's hard sometimes when there are people who it's like they're inquisitive about what you believe, but they want evidence, and I totally understand that. Like, I went through
But
it.
but is it
But
still faith when you believe in the things you have seen instead of the things that are actually unseen? I believe
Yeah,
my faith
guys,
is in the things I haven't seen yet. I haven't seen the Messiah, but I still
okay,
believe that he is the
I'm
one
sorry,
who he is.
but here's the thing, guys. Like, just looking at the tail of the Shroud of Turin, right? The linen cloths that contain the blueprint of a body that was left. Some way, somehow, the imprints of a body were left on cloth measuring thinner, that has a thickness that is thinner than a human hair. Right? And this imprint that was left miraculously on this cloth, they were able to extract a 6'1" figure who was short in the torso, long in the legs, just matches the dimensions of the Vitruvian man, the perfect man dimensionally, to a T. And people still are attempting to speak it down, right? This man received over 150 blows by a three-pronged or three-beaded torture device, right? The Romans didn't break any blood out of the blood sac being the skin. They kept all the blood inside, but this cloth was still able to get all of those imprints on it. That alone is a miracle. Period. We don't even have to look at the blood. Just that, and it literally x-rayed the man's essence onto the cloth. And people are like, oh, it's fake. Okay.
But well, again, the point is that faith does not come through the things that are physical within this realm that you can see, right? Faith is a thing that comes by believing the unseen thing, right? I believe in the unseen creator, and I believe in the son that I haven't seen. I only believe that he is who he claims to be. And for me, it's really nothing really about the essential things in life is really not about actually seeing it or experiencing it. It's just, I don't know. It's weird to explain, but knowing that it's true is the most pleasure I get out of it. Or even if I don't even know, if even the word pleasure sounds wrong. It's just me like being like a little baby laying naked in the hands of the father. That's how it feels like. Like there's this perfect comfort of knowing that he's just always there. Like I don't need to be the strongest. I don't need to be the greatest. I don't need to run there or here or be here to experience better life. I don't need to say these or that things or to do this or that to elevate or change my life or whatnot, right? I just need to trust that what he does through me is right, is the right thing. And if I let him do it, everything always works perfectly out. Every time I go into in between that, and I go into that, I do this, I do that, I want this, and I make this state, it always fails. It always is a dead end. So really, I really understand why he says that we are his temple, his dwelling place. That we're like we have little fingers on our hands that we use to do precise and detailed things. We are like little fingers he can use, right? Either to reach out on people on Discord or to go out into the world and do all kinds of things, right? I think it's just wonderful, man. I'm just saying what a precious life we have been gifted to have, as an experience. for free. You know, no one has asked to come into life. We didn't ask for. We didn't work for it. We didn't say, um, you know, make me be alive or anything like that. He gave it freely. I think that's wonderful, you know. And even if you don't believe in a creator, it's one thing everyone can agree upon. That's a funny thing, you know. It's the funny conclusion of all things. Life is not for granted, right? No one can say tomorrow, I'm 100% going to be alive, right? No one in here can claim that, literally, because you can't. You can't tell me that your heartbeat is still the same or even still there in 2 hours. You just can't predict that. And we see this way too often, you know, and then we ask, okay. No, we should actually ask, okay, if we see people perish at a young age or in general, how much do I actually appreciate this gift of life? And how much do I actually realize that I have nothing in my hands? Nothing. Completely naked. Have no control over what keeps me alive. You know, quintessentially, or in a quintessence essence. And I think that's wonderful. It is only scary and only sad when it's not being put into the hands of the one who made it possible in the first place. Because then it will always end up in a dead end, like quite literally, like the word dead end. Without the creator, without being in peace with the Father, will end up in like being dead. Like we can make the decision. Do I want to live forever in peace? Do I love life that I'm tasting in this very short term within in this fleshly suit as a motherkind on this plane? Or do I want to choose death? You know, and that's okay. You know, I mean, if someone wants to choose death, it's a sad thing, probably especially in the side of a loving father, but he can't force you to have life. I mean, that would go against every nature of free will, everything that he represents or has given to us. Anyways, I love you guys so much. It's unbelievable. God loves you even much more. Imagine the love that you have felt and everyone has felt it through your mother, or the strongest, deepest love you have ever felt in your life. Imagine that just quadruple in trillions, and in a way you can yeah, dude, it's insane. Anyways, he loves you so much, and that's the wonderful thing, you know. And I'm not better than anyone else, you know. The creator is
Appreciate you,
just
Clay. Thanks for
wonderful,
that,
man.
man.
Yeah, I'll be back. You know, I just need to do some things. Thank you very much for being able to spread this message. Much love, guys.
Be well, Clay.
I gotta take the paddles to this thing. Clear. No, it's not working. Try again. Clear. No. Oh well. Beep beep. Is there a pulse? No.
Globe is dead. She's dead. Moment of silence for the globe. Oh no, wait, that's Dead Man Walking. My bad.
Flatline. Flatline. That's sweet. He's dead flat.
Hit the button on the wall. Get the experts in.
Call the globe nurses.
Triage.
The globe is a dead
Oh, man. Dude, there's no amount of King's horses or King's men to put the Humpty Dumpty globe back together again. Never.
Fall down, go
Poor
boom.
guys.
What you were saying. Nope. Wasting this French accent. There's still articles coming out every single day about the Titanic sub, the Titan sub. Every day.
Yeah, man. I mean, yeah. They be finding stuff, and they be showing talking about it. The interesting thing is, that specific capsule. I think it was the 6th or 7th time it went down. And again, the thing I keep on harping on is, why are you going to build something that's going to be exposed to seawater out of carbon fiber? It's a resin. It's a compound. It's created. It's not created under pressure. Well, actually, I don't think. But at the end of the day, it's still a compound and it has a resin to it. So to me, any resin that gets exposed to salinated water is ultimately going to lead to failure at some point in time. And to boot, you're going to go expose it to like 6,000 pounds of pressure. Have you really thought this out? And the guy didn't test it, refused to. He's like, no, we're good. Horrible.
Yeah. I mean, you would just want like a tube of continuous metal for such a thing.
That's what they do, and that's exactly it.
That's how many holes are there in a continuous sheet of metal, right?
Nothing. And you
Right.
can even see it when they were closing it. They were actually. I'll withdraw. Sorry, I'm being long on this, but they actually close it with screws and bolts, right? So you're seeing them actually create that seal as well. And I'm like, carbon fiber is still a contributing compound. It makes no sense. Sorry.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would just have like a differential in like the properties of like where the titanium end caps would go, and then the middle central tube, right? Because they're different materials. They're going to effectively have different, modulus of fucking something. I almost said something intelligent there, but like, why would you make it like that? And literally, you have like a zillion times more like chance for failure here than some steel tube. So.
And I mean, to me, I really actually wonder if the carbon fiber was the reason he didn't get it tested.
But then that was made apparently in Montgomery, Alabama, at a NASA plant because of the contractual openings of NASA to work with private companies. So it's funny that, well, because otherwise we wouldn't have SpaceX or Blue Origin, or maybe other aerospace companies kind of in this thing. So I just wonder if this is not going to lead to a Watergate type situation. We'll call it OceanGate, where this is going to be like looked at and scrutinized more because of the, I don't know, the dangers involved, right? You're putting people at risk and whatnot.
I mean, on its face, NASA knows space. Ha! That rhymes. On its face, NASA knows space. Right? They say on its face. But do they know underwater exploration? I mean, we all know they hang out in the pool, like maybe 20, 30 feet deep. You know, max, I would imagine, depending on what the size of the machines they use to pretend they're up in space, the arms and all that stuff. But like, why would you go to NASA, the masters of space, to build something to go underwater?
To make a rocket fuselage. So there's that. But like, yeah, but the why of it all, I don't really know. Sounds like a bad design right away to me.
Yeah, it was a bad design. NASA and the University of Washington, or Washington University, refuted the claim that they were in on the design of that. They actually stated it was a bad design with the carbon fiber and the titanium being very strong but very brittle. It was not a good design.
Hey, thanks for the backup on that, man. I appreciate that. Now, the question to you then, Lefty, would be,
I keep trying to. I keep. Just give me one second. I
Yeah,
keep
go
trying to stick NASA in here because that's what I read on an article, right? And then it
Yeah.
was supposed to
Yeah, they
take me.
did. There was several of them that said NASA and University of Washington or Washington University was in on the design of it, but they came out with statements that they were not involved in the design of it, and they had actually advised against the design of using carbon fiber and titanium.
So when I clicked on the link that was supposed to take me to the place on OceanGate's website where they have the citation from what I said, that the website's down, right? That shit was not there. So like I can't confirm or deny that, but I can read,
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you can believe me either way. I just think there's so much controversy about it and a bunch of shit flying around, and I could be wrong too. I may be exactly wrong, but I read that.
There's a lot of shit that's flying around with this, which is, yeah, it's, I don't know. Sometimes that's indicative that people trying to hide shit too. When there's like a kind of a lot of different stories kind of going around, but there really shouldn't be that many stories on this because it's sort of cut and dry. So like all these the news story comes out every day. Like, oh, we interviewed this guy. This guy says he was a con man trying to get people on a dangerous sub. Other people are like, no, he wasn't like that at all. But like, we're not actually getting down to carbon fiber tax here, if you will. And it just seems like a lot of runaround, and that usually is indicative of somebody's trying to hide something. So I feel like that's where my laser is pointed at.
And they're trying to distract you with some dumb bullshit too. Every day, something new about it to try to get people to pay attention to some submarine thing that has nothing to do with world events or how to keep our country, from collapsing. Gotta focus on a fucking trip to the ocean that went bad. Super fucking duper. Who gives a shit?
Yeah, I don't focus on it. I heard about it and I've heard people talk about it, but I did look into it to say, what's going on here. But other than that, to me, it was a guy giving tours in a dangerous vessel, and he killed some people, and that's about all I think of it.
Right. Agreed.
Like, I don't know. This would even be like kind of a bad design for like a.
I think there's Leftland, do you think there's life after death? Like not in the sense of like physical life, but like spiritual conscious awareness or something along those lines?
If I had to answer it, absolutely, I would lean towards not. No spiritual after death.
So you don't think like the soul or the spirit exists? Is that what you're implying ultimately?
I mean, I can't. I mean, I'm pretty undecided on it, really. But if I was pressed and I had to give a definitive answer, I would lean towards not. But
have you heard?
I'm not 100% on that.
Have you heard my radio analogy to the spirit or the soul?
Yeah, I've heard it. I can't dictate it. I remember you talking about it.
Yeah. Well, essentially, it's just saying like you've got a broadcasting station which essentially broadcasts a signal which is picked up and received through another radio via the antenna, right? Which transmits and modulates the signal. So the voice you hear coming out of your hand radio isn't in the hand radio, right? There's no signal in the radio, but the radio itself is what modulates and transmits the signal. So it's kind of like the animation of the animated, right? Like you've got a sock puppet and you've got a hand in the sock puppet, and that hand in the sock puppet is analogous to the spirit, which is analogous to the signal in the radio. So it's just this relationship, this consubstantial relationship between the signal and the hand radio, which allows you to have the experience of listening to the radio itself. And I think that's a fair analogy in the sense that there is no spirit in the body, right? There's no like proximal location where the spirit or the soul exists. However, it is within the body, just like the signal is all around you, but there's no definitive point. There's no locus of a Cartesian location where that signal is consistently present. It's everywhere simultaneously, but being modulated through that relationship between the radio and the antenna. So I don't know if that helps drive the point home further, but we all operate off of this signal, and that signal is connected. Just like you can turn the stations and pick up different stations on your radio, all coming through the radio, the one radio. But I don't know. I think it's a fair comparison to the logicalness of spirit and matter. Hopefully it helps you.
I kind of associate it with my lack of thinking that the soul lives on, is that like in the Christianity aspect, if you act this way, you'll get everlasting life, but if you act this way, you're going to burn in hell, sort of a control type situation. And you can't realize this in reality. You can't know this till you die. But I assure you, when you die, you're going to be judged. But you won't know it till you die. So you're going to have to die to know these things. And that's just
I think Christians
right?
kind of doesn't make sense to me.
Other people living
Christians
still
do that
will
a lot.
judge you. The
Yeah,
people
Christians do that a lot, and they're not supposed to. It's literally against the religion.
Oh boy. You're
saying.
literally going to your life's going to be judged by the people that survive you. That's always going to happen.
Yeah.
So there is judgment after death, right? Like somebody evil dies, and everybody going to judge, on his life, like what he did, right?
That's a really good point, dude. I never even thought about that. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't either. But that's going to happen, right? And then, you're going to, and that might mean that like for the rest of history, people are going to, like, every time they speak your name, they'll be putting shit on you. And so in a way, that's kind of like burning in hell, if you like. I don't know if like you actually exist in that or experience that, but yeah. And then there's certain things like, that might, I don't know if it's a bad concept to even think about, even if it's wrong, because it can make people kind of like turn a corner, you know what I mean, if you will, and do something good if they haven't been, right?
Yeah.
Shit.
All right,
But
so
yeah,
my
yeah,
question is, and nobody can answer it. I'm sure it's just a thought experiment. So like with the radio signal analogy, you can tune it into different stations. Is that the same thing as like multiple personality disorder?
No, it's just saying that we're all essentially unique and different, but we're all premised off of this ultimate signal, which is the spirit or the soul, and the spirit of the soul it's not physical. It's not within a certain region of your body, right? But but it's ever so present. Just as the signal's not, it's not in the radio. There's no definitive place where you can locate and isolate the signal so present within the radio. However, it's the animation, right, of that physical thing and the non-physical thing.
So do you think
Having this,
I'm sorry, go ahead. The non-physical thing having this.
go ahead. Consubstantial relationship, and most people are perplexed on that word, consubstantiality. It's just saying that this thing cannot exist without these two things coming within close proximity. That being the radio and the signal. You're not going to get the outcome of hearing the person when you turn on the radio, hearing that station, without these two things close proximity, creating this,
Right. Okay.
you know,
And
this
so I got
third
a
thing.
question then. Yeah. So I got a question is, so the fact that we can neither create nor destroy matter or energy, and the radio signals happen here on Earth, where would the spirit signal be coming from?
Yeah, that's a good question. I don't know if I could answer that because we as human beings, you know, partake in reality through the physical, where this is the antithesis of that, and that's not something that's physically conceived of by, you know, which is the way we as humans conceive things to be as such. So I don't know that it would comport with the explanation physical.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
So and that's the thing that Left Lane was speaking of. Like, you know, you're not going to know until you're not within that realm, until you're dead. You know what I mean? It's
right.
Yeah. Like, yeah.
Yeah. Say the spirit signal was real. Then I would wonder just where it's coming from. Like I said, the radio signal comes from right over there, right? The physical reality. So I want to, if there's that spirit signal thing, like where it's coming from, where it's being quote broadcast from, and if I can go there and help them tweak the signal just a little bit better. I'm just kidding.
Yeah, but yeah, it's seemingly non-directional, right? Like that broadcasting station just kind of throws it out in a wide array. It's not necessarily localized or given a vector.
Yeah, it's kind of like light. You know, they want to try to say, oh, we got the speed of light. Oh, it's the speed of now. There's particles here that get excited, and then unexcited, but those particles are always here to be excited. So there's no speed of that. It's either on or off, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it gets a little deeper, but that's as far as I'm willing to take it.
Yep. Roger that.
I don't know if that made any connections with you, Left Lane, but it definitely resonated with me when I heard it, and I was able to draw some pretty logical, concise connections with that.
I just they look at it like our consciousness is a product of our thought, our without the brain there is no consciousness, kind of thing.
So this is a very subjective based exploration on your end, correct, Dyslow?
How so?
Well, what object if this were to be objective based, what would you be basing your claim on?
I mean, I don't know that I necessarily made a claim. What particular claim are you stating that I made?
Okay, was the parallel of the radio signal, was that just like a parallel type story to help further Left Lane's idea of the beyond?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
you,
I apologize.
you
I
can't.
withdraw on that. I withdraw.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, you can't stretch the analogy too far. You know, it'll definitely break on itself. But it's just a way to showcase that something can exist without having a physical existence.
Well, you've got a thing, and then you've got the user of the thing, right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, and now I'm kind of starting to catch what you're pitching. I always use the idea of the meat suit. This is the thing that we wear, have this experience on a 3D realm, because I look at the soul as very separate to the 3D meat suit that we wear. If it wasn't for the meat suit, we wouldn't be able to experience the senses like touch, and taste, and smell, and all these different things. But when it comes to actually the development of self, which is, I think, is the spirit itself, that's what we're here to really garner, is to learn the lessons of the meat suit. There you go.
Well, it's all about transcendence and liberation, right? Like that's what it all spirituality boils down to, is the concentration and purification to liberation ontology, which is, you know, which is what the religious, you know, people are after, right? And it's that separation of spirit and matter, and yeah. So that's kind of how I take.
What did you say about existence? Something can exist without being physical or something.
Coming through fuzzy. Can you say it again?
Yeah, you said something about existence, that something can exist without being something.
Yeah. Yeah. What about it?
Without being, yeah, without being what? Like without being physical?
Yeah, without being like taking a Cartesian presence, if you will.
So what would you define existence as? Like, what do you mean with the word exist?
Right, and that's what I've been saying for a very long time. Is, you know, this is the topic that we need to really be confounded upon, and in agreement with, is how do we determine existence to be as? And with that being said, what defines a thing?
Yeah, no, I mean, I
right,
think,
as
think
being
you're
a
getting
thing.
You're getting so deep that then words really have meanings, because you can't, like, it's hard to use words at that point, because, like, what is existence? How do you define it? Do those words exist? And it's kind of hard.
Right. No, I agree. It's it's not an easy task or challenge to logically you know, render a concise explanation upon, but again, this is the epitome of what we should all be reaching after, so that we can come to some sort of an agreement upon reality. And without that, we're just going to subjectively be, you know, perceiving it, and never objectively, you know, obtaining what it is.
Now let's take the ego, and how the ego is almost the juxtaposition of love, which resides with truth. Because, like, when I'm just going to be really authentic, almost borderline transparent when I say this, when I learn something that resides with my innate, my heart goes insane. Like, I'm so happy. I think Clay was saying earlier about being in the arms of the Lord, and things of that nature. And that's the feeling that I get on an inside when I'm like, bro, I understand this. Holy crap. And your mind opens. That to me is where the ego doesn't even exist. Right. And I'm only experiencing something from my heart, true love, if you will.
Careful. Now you're getting into the realm of stuff that you can't directly control all the time. That's not good for materialistic Globers believing narratives. Science has it all figured out, okay? And it can't be that it doesn't.
Well, I think current connotative science is far from the original denotative science, which is why we have this this issue to begin with.
I don't think Globers claim that we know everything. At least I don't. But maybe some do, like Kent Hovind or people like that. But most that I know they don't know everything.
Can't know anything. Nothing can be proved by science.
Yeah, science is provisional, yeah, can change.
Knowing is absolute, right? I know something's gonna happen.
Depends again on the definition. If knowledge is justified true belief, then it's not absolute.
I had a question. Maybe somebody in here can help me out. How do we define the word principalities from the philosophical sense?
Like operating principalities, if you will.
Maybe. What do you mean by that?
Well, principalities say a lot. Like we can refer to the Beatitudes, if you will, like the things that the precepts, the 10 Commandments. But the 10 Commandments are more of like, I command you to do these things versus like things that you just do from your, like being righteous. I would say being righteous is where you have this this understanding of these principalities.
Well, I think I was coming at it from more of like what's the word I'm looking for? Like a Socratic method of principle versus attribute, I guess.
Yeah, self-governance, sovereign being type stuff.
No, not from like from that like religious perspective, but principality from the from how we determine things to be as, you know, principle versus attribute. Like a shadow has no principalities, but it has attributes. It's cold, right? When you're in the presence of a shadow, but a shadow is not a thing of itself. It has no properties. It's just it's a privation or the absence of a thing that, but it's not a thing of itself. It's the absence of a thing. So it has attributes, but no principalities. So in the sense of coming from that narrative, how do we define principality?
So I'm thinking from a standpoint of you're looking to maybe remove labels and just observe things for what they are as they are.
Well, how do we define things to be what they are? Like, it's in order for something to be a thing, right? It has to be a thing of itself, by itself, to itself, not necessarily the reaction or result of a thing. Kind of like a wave, right? Like a wave isn't a thing of itself. It's the action of a thing, that being the medium, moving in a wave-like pattern, or my hand waving, right? But my hand certainly isn't a wave. It's only moving in a wave-like pattern. So from that sense, like, how do we define principality, things to be as?
But a thing doesn't need to be a thing of itself. A thing is just something that, like a shadow is something, even though its effect is not directly self-contained or whatever. So you can make an argument that everything that you list, I could then just somehow come up with a way to say, no, that's the cause of something else. So, like, I don't know. I don't think a thing has to be a thing in itself to still be a thing. A thing is something that we define, right? Like, is a car really a thing? Like, because it's made of metal. Like, the metal is a thing, but then what? The car is made of the metal. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I would say a car would be a thing, right? Like the parts of the car that make up the car are things of themselves, sure, but those things in totality is what makes up a car. Like you can't just have a car bumper and say you have a car, right? Like you have to have all the pieces and parts of the puzzle.
Couldn't I make the same argument about a wave of water?
How so?
Because the wave of water is composed of many waters put together, and then they all have to be performing an act. That wave could then be a thing, even if the wave is not a thing in and of itself. It's a, like a thing is something that we describe through our consciousness and perception, right? Like to an ant or a bee, right? When it looks at a car, it probably thinks like, oh, this is like a big buffalo or something, right? Like we impose our own, I guess, idea of what it is on something. That's what makes it a thing.
Yeah, I mean, it has to meet the criteria to have that label as being that specific thing. Like, like how do we determine a thing within the context of a noun, right? Like it has to match that particular criteria and have some sort of a presence that we can associate with, right? Like,
right. The presence doesn't have to be physical, right? Like you could say, oh, words aren't things, but if I say a word, one person can say a word and affect thousands of people. So even though that thing isn't necessarily physical, it's more of an idea. Like it still exists, right? So it almost kind of exists within the mind of man.
well, I like to give the comparison of a unicorn. Like we can all agree a unicorn obviously has a singular horn and it's probably a hoofed animal, but what's the weight of a unicorn? What's the color of a unicorn? Like all this starts turning subjective real quick to where it's like we all know what we mean when we say unicorn. Like we have a conception of it, but there's nowhere in actuality we can point to and localize this unicorn because it doesn't actually exist,
it's a
right?
mental
It's
thing.
just a conception. So that's the right. So that's the difference between a contrivance of something versus something in actuality. Like we can all agree that we've seen a water wave, but there's no actual wave in reality in the sense of it being a thing of itself, because it's just the action of that thing in a wave-like pattern. But to break that down into then saying that light is comprised of this particle wave duality is just showcases how illogical at face value that is, being that a wave can never be a thing of itself. It's only the action of a thing. So
but that's not even that's just grammar. A noun is not a verb. Like an action cannot be a noun. You know what I'm saying? Like
right. Well, we got to take that up with Webster's because they define a wave as a noun, even though we all just agreed that it's not, can never be.
But would that also be that the car is just a collection of metal? So it's not a car isn't a thing. The metal exists.
yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Like
Yeah.
But a car is a thing, right? Like you can get in it and you can drive it.
You can surf
park
a wave.
it. Yeah, you can surf a wave, but it only exists momentarily. Live thing,
So
right?
the
Whereas
car,
the car,
runs away.
yeah,
the wave
but not.
does move a material. Like something has to be moving for it to be a wave. It can't just be nothing, because nothing can't move. Nothing is just not nothing isn't nothing nothing doesn't exist,
But
So
the car exists at rest. That's the difference, right?
Yeah,
A wave will never exist at rest.
Sense. It has to be a wave of something.
But is someone claiming that light is a wave of nothing?
No, they're saying it's duality, meaning it exists in these two different states merely simultaneously, which is illogical.
Well, something can have two different properties at once, but something can't be two different things at once unless those things are descriptors. Like, I could be a politician and a man at the same time, but the politician and the man would be more of a descriptive. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well,
I could
but
be
the thing,
worker
but the point
and
is
I'm
you have to be a
fog.
man. You have to be a man in order to be a politician. If there is no man, there's no politician. Just as space, right? Like space has to be a thing in order for it to have properties. But we all know space is not a thing, it's the absence of a thing. And then to merge space and time to create some physicality as being this gravitational field is show how absurd it is. And that's why I get into like how do we define principality? Because space would have to have properties in order for it to be this fourth dimension. But nobody can answer what are the properties of space. Like, yes, space has attributes, but it has no properties. And in order for something to be a thing, it has to have properties or principality.
Well, we know space has volume. That's a property of it, that it has, I guess.
Is
I think
volume a property? That's no
it,
different than length. Length isn't a thing, it's a convention by which we measure. It's not a thing of itself though. It doesn't actually exist. No different than a unicorn.
sure, but a volume exists, right? If we have say you have a volume as in a gallon, right? You have a gallon of water, and then you have 2 gallons of water. Even though the gallon itself is just a convention, the fact of the matter is, if I have 2 gallons and you have 1 gallon of water, I have more water than you. It doesn't matter if we stop measuring it in gallons, start measuring it in fucking ounces or something. You know, like, I still physically have more water than you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would say that that's one of the properties of space, is that it would have to have some sort of volumetric property to it, as well as the property of being void and absence of physical material objects, I guess.
Well, volume being the void between masses is just the measure of the absence of a thing. It's not a thing of itself. That's the problem. Is they've turned the absence of a thing into a thing to create this fourth dimension, which is absurdly illogical.
What? I don't think they did that. I mean, a liter of water has a volume.
Right, which is a measure.
You know,
And a measure is not a thing.
dimensionality.
It's a convention of magnitude. It's the measure of magnitudes.
But no one's saying that that's like someone's saying that volume in and of itself exists.
Well, that's where we get into space having properties. In order to say space has properties, you would have to conceive of that statement you just made.
Well, sort of.
Well,
Like,
space is not nothing, though, and space would just be considered not nothing, right?
yeah,
Space would be the concept of, I guess, a volume between the things that are. Yeah, it's kind of confusing now that I think about it, because you have nothing, and nothing doesn't even have a volume. Like, nothing is just something that just doesn't exist. Like, but space
that's
has a volume.
incoherent.
Space has volume, so space can't be nothing. It has to be something to have a property. I would have to agree with Dyslow on that.
But I think you run into the same problem still. Like, if you have something in space, where is it?
Well, yeah, but you can't know where something is unless you have reference to something else, right? Like, if I ask, where is Paris, and you say in France, and I have no idea what France is, then you haven't given me any information, right? Like, where something is relative to something else. Or you say, like, I say, where's Paris? You say east of me, northeast at this direction. I'll be, oh, okay. You know what I'm saying? Like something being
Sure.
somewhere is kind of relative to whatever's around
But
you.
I think, yeah, but I think we always, whatever answer you give, you're still going to run into the same problem. Like if, let's say, there's space that is filled with ether or whatever, like a quantum field, where does that exist in? If it exists, it has to have a location where it exists in.
Does it? Or
Yeah.
does existence only take part in two dimensions, being dimensionality and non-dimensionality, rather than the 4 or 11 or however many you guys are up to kind of like hand wave dismiss the fact that you've preferred it against natural order?
Wasn't a dimension
So,
just a measurement? So we say like something
well,
has
that's
three
not
dimensions,
even.
measure it three different ways. But a dimension is just a measurement, I'm pretty sure. That's how they got this whole fourth dimension, because they took a stopwatch. They started measuring things like, I don't know. I can have an object with 6 different dimensions because it's not a fucking simple shape. Like, things have many dimensions, but dimensions are simply just measurement.
I still don't like. What do you mean existence is in 2 dimensions? I don't know what Dice Low meant with that.
Just being dimensional or being non-dimensional.
What does it
And
mean?
you
Being
spoke of
non-dimensional.
no different than when you invoke the quantum field.
So
Define
what do you
the
mean?
quantum field. Define the quantum field, and then we'll be touching on what I mean when I say non-dimensional.
Well, I didn't brought it up as something that I like argue for, but let's say ether. So there is ether, and that's like a substance that it isn't substance, right?
Well, that's again. I mean, you're only going back to the quantum field, which is what I think that you would have the best conception of, being that you're like within that camp. But you do have Jace here. If you wanna reach
Yeah,
out to Jace.
I don't know if he can talk.
Hey, Jace, you there?
I don't know what non-dimensional existence.
You got Kosho. Maybe Kosho can chime in on what finding the quantum.
Why do you need the quantum fields in order for you to explain what you mean with non-dimensionality?
Because I mean, you did invoke it, and they're synonymous. It's a materialistic perception of what I mean when I say non-dimensional. Being that I'm not a materialist, so it would be hard for me to convey what non-dimensionality is to you, being that you might not be able to associate with how I portray it to be.
So then you're giving me an explanation of what you mean in reference to what I accept.
Yeah,
Like
it's literally like the same thing as what you would call the quantum field.
So the quantum fields don't have no dimensions. You're saying that it doesn't have a volume.
I'm not saying it doesn't have a volume. I'm just saying that volume.
You cut out, or I cut out.
Yeah, my alarm clock went off. It's no different than when you say space, right? And trying to identify the properties of space.
So you're saying that a space can't have volume, can't have a container that is empty.
No, no, it's devoid of logic at that point. When you say that space is expanding, you just lost your container.
What? Oh, that's a bottle. Let's say a bottle. Can I create a vacuum inside a bottle?
Okay.
Can I have empty space in a bottle?
No. Emptiness is only a qualifier of something being empty of something else, but ultimately doesn't exist. And that's why I said that when you put your space in a bottle, you lost space, your conception of space from your ultimate narrative to begin with, being that you guys invoke space as ever so expanding. And then I ask you expanding into what? And you guys can't give a logical answer to that because it makes no logical sense. You just say, I don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, it is logical to just say space being the distance between two things. It can have atmosphere in it, or it could have no atmosphere in it. It's just the distance between two things not touching.
I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. But then how do you take that narrative and then create this fourth dimension from that as being physical? We all know that your gravitational field is ever so physical. So how do you get from the privation, the absence of a thing, the distance between two masses, being something that could ever be physical within that understanding? That's the problem. This was the only time that Tesla ever foamed at the mouth, quite literally, was when Einstein invoked space and time as being the fourth dimension, implying space has properties which you can never have.
Didn't Einstein say that time is the fourth dimension?
No,
it's space-time is the fourth.
No, time's not the fourth dimension. It's space-time.
So we have length, width, and depth. Those are three dimensions. Are you saying that then you have those again in the fourth dimension with time?
It's your model. I mean, you should know it.
You said that it's the case. I've only heard that time is the fourth dimension. That you have three spatial dimensions, and then time being the fourth dimension. That's what I've heard.
Is that accurate, Left Lane? Or is space-time the fourth dimension?
No, space-time, the way I understand it's described as, 3D coordinate space, and then with regard to the fourth dimension of time. And it's not describing necessarily a physical fabric or anything like that. It's just illustrated that way. But it's a mathematical construct to describe motion, and that's about all I know about it.
So the gravitational field doesn't actually exist.
In a physical, as a physical thing, like an object, we said, oh. Just like a magnetic field, just isn't like not an object.
And you're breaking up a lot, small man. Like, what were you saying about the magnetic field? What was your question?
I don't think that a magnetic field exists as an object.
Well, that gets back to how do you define a thing? And yeah, there's no physical material within a magnetic field. It's ab extra to the phenomena of being a magnet itself. But again, it's ever so there. Like, we can quantify it. So
just like gravitational fields.
Well, no, because the gravitational field from your materialistic perspective has some sort of a particle interaction involved with it being a thing, physical. So
doesn't the magnetic field also same thing?
No. You're involved in a magnetic field. There's no material involved in a magnetic field.
Judges,
what's the
looks like Mo Man is correct, actually.
Can I read something?
Sure.
This comes from Google. There's a fundamental ontological difference between two kinds of entity, things and objects. Unlike things, objects are not identical to any fusion of particulars. Unlike things, objects do not have neurological parts. While things are ontologically innocent, objects are not. So I kind of got some of that, but if someone else cares to understand what that means, like, go ahead.
I took that as things being like unicorns conceived of, but not necessarily actualized, whereas objects
That's
are
true.
take a
No, it's just-
physical
Yep.
presence.
Yeah, it's like buildings in the sky. I can imagine that shit, but that doesn't mean they're happening.
Well, objects can be
I think it's more like a car is a thing, whereas like my particular car that I'm sitting in right now is an object. The car across the road is a different object, but they're both the same thing. They're a car. You understand what I'm saying?
I think what's meant there is that there's objects like a car or refrigerator, and there's things which cars and refrigerators also are, but also vents are things, um,
ISS.
experiences are things. Well, sure, yeah, but I mean, just there's abstract things as well as physical things, whereas an object is going to be a physical thing.
I agree with Kosho. Like my car that I'm in is an object.
Well,
but
hold
it's the
on.
same as another car across the street. Both a
Well,
car.
Well, hold on. Kosho, can you identify what a physical thing is? Because I think we have some contention on how you determine physical to be as, and you say that physical doesn't have to have mass. Physical doesn't have to have actuality, as in material. It's only perceivable. Have you not said these things? Yes, you have. When we talk about light,
I said, yeah, light. I
is
said
light-
light is physical. I said light is physical. I have said that.
Light is physical. and
Energy,
I have
energy
matter.
is physical. Energy is physical.
you've never, you've never even explained what
Fields,
energy is.
fields
But
are physical to some extent.
what's a field, Kosho?
Description of some
Descriptions are physical.
Some volume of space in which each of the points has a identity, like a vector, scalar, or some
Descriptions are physical,
complex.
Kosho.
Descriptions are not physical.
The description.
Well, he
is not
just said
physical.
that. You just said that.
Well,
I
no,
asked you
I
what a
just
field
told-
was, and you told me a description. That was your first fucking word,
No,
was it not?
I didn't say the field is the description. The field
What is a field,
the spots.
Kosho?
The field is all the different. I said a volume of space. A volume of space where all the little dots, every little location has a physical physical description. Like
We already said
scalar, a
space is not
vector.
physical. So it's like you're
You
stepping
said
all
that.
over yourself in your explanation.
I never said that. You said that.
What are the properties of space, Kosho?
It's got length, width, height.
Those are
volume.
descriptions. Yeah, that's a
Dimension.
measure. That's a quantification of things, but it's not a thing of itself. So what is a
But
principle?
what does
What
that
is
mean?
principality?
But
You
what-
didn't ask
What
me
is
for that.
principality?
What does that mean? What
What is
does it mean that it's not a thing of itself? What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything.
Principality.
You're prohibiting understanding and saying these things.
Principality, which is what I started off this conversation with. Can you define it?
What is like a kingdom or a township? I don't know. I don't know how you.
Yeah, I mean, principality, you can use it in a lot of different ways, religious ways, but I'm saying in the context of the conversation we're having, principle versus attribute is principle.
I don't
i.e.
know. I don't know how
principality.
it fits in. I don't know where it fits in here.
It's defining something to be as versus what you're contriving a convention of. And you're somehow taking these conventions, space and time, and creating this fourth dimension being physical, i.e. your gravitational field. See, I asked you to define a field, and you started off with description. You're talking about a measure at a certain point within a proximal area, which is description in itself. You're not really defining anything. You're only describing something. So I'm trying to get
First
to.
word I used was volume.
He did say that
Yeah.
right off.
And volume is a measure. Volume is not a thing. It's a measure of a thing, or the lack thereof, being space.
That's true. Because I have a gallon of gasoline, I have a gallon of diesel, but I don't just have a gallon of a gallon. You can't have a gallon of a gallon.
Can't have
You
a
can only
gallon of nothing. Nothingness
Yeah,
doesn't
Yeah, but you
exist.
talking about
Nothing is a convention. Emptiness is a concept.
Yeah, you
It's
can have
literally
an
a
empty
concept.
gallon.
So you're invoking physicality upon a concept is what you're doing.
You know what an empty gallon is?
What?
oh, there you go. Space.
gallon of emptiness, yeah, but the gallon is not a gallon of itself.
Yeah, emptiness is not a thing. That's what I just
But that
told you.
doesn't mean
Emptiness is just a
anything.
qualifier. Emptiness is just a qualifier of something being empty of something else, but ultimately doesn't exist.
Only
So when you
volumes.
say,
Listen,
so when
only
you say
volumes can be
space,
empty.
What I said
yeah. So
does
when you
mean
say,
that it meant
go ahead.
something. Maybe it didn't properly communicate to you, but if I say something, I'm not just saying it to blow hot wind out of my face. I'm saying it because I have a specific meaning to it. So if you just say, after I make some words out of my mouth, you just say that has no meaning, that's just kind of insulting. It just kind of like makes me
Well, give me some meaning to what you said.
right. So you can have a gallon of gasoline, a gallon of water, but you can't just have a gallon of a gallon. A gallon is the thing that's used to measure the other.
Can't have a gallon
What's the
of
value in
nothing.
that? But what is the value in saying that? There is no value in that statement.
Okay, that I mean,
Well, that's precisely what we're showcasing here. Is
but that
when you bring it down to a logical deduction, what you're saying, what you believe in ultimately, this fourth dimension of bending and warping of space time, it falls short. It's logically bankrupt.
yeah, you're bending and warping a measurement. That doesn't make any sense. You can't bend and warp a measurement. What? Doesn't make any sense.
So I agree with you, Left Lane. So just now apply that to your worldview, and you'll quickly see, where your position is.
You know what an
But it
interesting
doesn't.
way. Go ahead, sorry.
Go ahead. I was just going to say it doesn't necessarily refute, what space time is and how it's described.
Yeah, I was just
But
gonna say that. Sorry,
Again, we're
was it
going back to descriptions rather than explanations. I can describe unicorn farts to you. Can I explain it? Probably not. Why?
Why
Because an
not?
explanation requires a logical premise. And
Just say
it's
it's how
illogical to
unicorns
invoke
fart.
unicorn farts can be quantified, bro. Like, are you starting to catch up?
Dude, that would be easy to explain, man. You just say it's the farts that come out of unicorns. It's just like regular farts, guys. So if you know regular farts, we're to start there, and then it comes out of a unicorn.
Okay. And we all know farts are physical and unicorns are not. So shows you right there how false your explanation was.
cut it off with the head, man.
All right.
Unicorn
I was. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying Daiso beautifully refuted that.
Okay, guys. Well, I'm just gonna try this one, okay? Because we're talking about space time, and actually, this is the way I always use it. It's like if, because this is the way I think, because I'm like a developer. I'm using the code. So if I was making code in a smartwatch or something, and I was setting the parameters that are recording, right? I would probably be, let's say I had a rectangular warehouse. Um, I would be recording the X, Y, and Z position and the time of this recording, and those would be my four sets of this is basically my four axes, so my four data points, and every point in time I can have an idea. I have a matching three positions, their X, Y, Z coordinate, right? Um, there's a relationship between them. They're tied together, right? If I were to put this in like a blender or something like that, this entire recording, and I did something not to the coordinates, but to the actual coordinate system directly. Like I just did something funky, like you know, spread out like the fifth and sixth coordinate further than the rest of them, like the axes. I mean, like for example, I just spread them away farther. It would spread the entire recording, but I'm only actually doing something to the actual what do you call that? I forget what you call it, but not the positions itself, but to the construct. That's what I'm looking for. I'm only affecting the construct of what I'm using, like the time in axes. Does that make sense?
So what? You just perverted things against your natural order, and now all of a sudden you have warp space time, which you're trying to imply.
Why is that perverted?
Because natural order can only be one way. When you're saying you warp and skew the axioms of that to now perceptually, have the results come out to your outcome. Now all of a sudden you're invoking something to exist that didn't already exist. It's just
Okay, but
your analogies.
What choice do I have but to describe what is being observed?
Hold on,
Right?
Kosha,
It's
can
not
you
that
get to your
no
mic
one's perversing. Oh, sorry. Is that better?
a little?
This mic sucks up a little bit.
I can hear Coach very loud there. I don't know about anything else.
Well, no, this
I
mic
can't. It's
sucks.
weird.
Sounds fine to me.
Okay,
All good. Go ahead.
regardless. No, yeah, this mic does suck. I'll be honest with him, and he might have turned me down because my other mic was really loud. But
Coach, hearing your voice.
what was that last thing I said, real quick? Doesn't matter. That's probably the end of my point.
You're talking about space time and how you created a coordinate system and then you stretched one axis and it stretched everything else. Or
That was
something.
that was a while ago, though. I feel like
That was like 30
it's
seconds.
all good. It's all right. It's all right. Let's just end. Let's end. It'll come to me.
Hey Jace, are you there now?
For a second.
Can you briefly give us a synopsis of what the quantum field is described as?
Yeah, I can. I wrote it in the chat, right? So usually it's thought of as the objects that elementary particles interact, exchange energy through it, preserves locality and causality. In that process, it's the object that preserves locality, causality in that process, and it can take on values of either a scalar, vector, spinor, or tensor.
Okay.
Wait,
Does,
what's a
does it have a?
spinner?
It's like electrons are spinor fields.
It's not your mom, Kosho. She's too big for that. But
Fuck you, dude.
but so let me ask you, Jace. Does the quantum field have a physical material presence?
In what way? Physical?
Does it partake in? Yeah, I understand.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I understand you believe that, but I'm just saying, like, does it have a Cartesianal location, if you will? I don't think that was the original word I was going to use.
Well, I don't get what you mean, right? Like it's an internal.
Oh, that's what it was. That's what it was. So, yeah, does it partake in dimensionality?
Does it partake in dimension? It has dimensions. Think we need to define what we mean by dimensions, which are just coordinates, right? So if you have a direction x, that's one dimension. If you add a second direction y, that's two dimensions. If you add a third direction z, that's three dimensions. Typically, we group those into the three spatial dimensions, right? Then you can add a dimension, a temporal dimension called time, and make it a four-dimensional object.
Okay. Is it material? Is the quantum field materially existent? Is it material?
What do you mean by material?
Can it be acted upon?
Yeah, indeed, it can be acted upon.
Because if it's a background medium, I mean, as you guys kind of describe it vaguely, shouldn't be able to be acted upon. It should be what acts upon material. So that's why I'm asking you, like, is it materially existent, or is it what supports, or is it material or what supports material, as you put it, composing?
Yeah, it's more of the composer, right? The particles are just, local fluctuations of energy of these fields. That's what composes everything.
So it's what supports existence, but not necessarily existence itself. It's what it sounds like you're saying.
Sure, I mean, that doesn't really mean much to me, but if it
No,
does,
that's fine. This wasn't for you. This was for Mole Man and asking what I mean by non-dimensional versus dimensional. I'm hoping he's listening, because that's the relation that I was making when I said what I said. But anyhow, not to tie up the mic.
Like Jay Ace is saying that the quantum field is metaphysical, not physical.
Yeah, exactly, and that's why that's what I'm essentially implying when I say there's ultimately only two dimensions in reality, being dimensional and non-dimensional. We don't have all
but
these like
the things
extra pseudo dimensions.
Finish. Sorry.
What were you saying?
I was just saying we don't. Yeah, go ahead, man.
The things around us aren't metaphysical, and those are made from the quantum field. So I wouldn't say they're metaphysical. That's kind of not the correct.
Well, that gets back to existence and how we define things to be as, because, you know, from the materialistic perceptions of reality, like everything's based upon particle interactions, and as we're saying that, you know, there's this field that ultimately is what everything's premised off. So we're kind of saying one and the same thing, but I guess we're defining things to be different. And that's why I say, like, we really need to get back to like how we determine existence and things to be as, rather than conventions being warped and manipulated to make up these pseudo fields that have mathematics be able to predict things off of and contrive this whole religion off. Because that's essentially what's happened. Science has turned into a circle jerk of consensus rather than what it originally denotatively was.
What experience do you have?
How the fuck is that protection?
What papers have you published to know that it's just a circle jerk?
Yeah, now you're just saying
Whatever.
bullshit. You said that's
So was did Socrates have to publish or peer review anything?
You don't. It wasn't the formal process we have today, but you don't think his peers reviewed his work? Of course they did.
Really? What degree did he get?
They didn't have the system that we have today, so he didn't have degrees in the sense that.
Oh, so we can just
in the modern
that is gibberish. I got.
Obviously, he's not going to have something that wasn't invented yet, Dice. It's like silly.
So then why did you ask me those qualifications when it's only a convention that currently exists? It's not the denotative original science that was used long ago.
Yep.
The phenotative science? What does that
Yeah. The original science versus the current conceptual consensus of what science is today, never explaining, only describing, using mathematics and asserting that all reality is premised off your mathematical interpretations of it rather than the logical implications using natural order?
It explains many things. It's just you don't like those explanations because they don't involve the supernatural.
What is an explanation? What's an explanation premised off of?
An explanation premised off of
Logic.
Go ahead, tell me.
Logic. And when it has no logic or rationale, is it an explanation? No.
There's
it's a description.
Logic.
It's a script. That's a good. I like. Well,
it's the peanut gallery chiming in.
Well, I'm just saying, current science only describes things and then concedes through consensus upon reality, rather than ever getting onto the actuality and essence thereof. And this is a big problem, and that's why I ask you, what are the properties of space? What is principality? How do we define existence?
Yeah, you're just like muddying the waters with these philosophical
Yeah.
concepts that don't.
You can never
At the end of the
separate.
day,
You can
they
never
don't
separate.
have importance.
You can never separate philosophy from science. They're two sides of the same coin that can never be separated.
Yeah, but that
So,
doesn't
what are
mean
you really saying?
obfuscating philosophical things you're talking about have anything to do with science.
What is he
Sure,
obfuscating
you
from?
can't
What is
separate
he
the
pulling
two.
up? You can't just
Doesn't
claim
mean
opposite.
that
What is
Now
he
quit
every
flipping,
single
man.
What is he
philosophical thing
He's
has to
just
do
using
with science. That's not what that means.
he's literally just using keywords saying obfuscating. What is he obfuscating from then? What is the main topic of debate that he's obfuscating from? Please explain, or you're just spewing bullshit.
Yeah, so these ideas in science have come from experimental results, whereas he's trying to talk about like what is really real, what is existence, how do we define this, how do we define that. That's not what these ideas have. They're not coming from that. They're not meant for that.
And that's the problem, because without that, you can just say unicorns exist because it's unfalsifiable.
So you think unicorns exist because it's unfalsifiable?
No, I'm analogizing that towards your worldview of reality, based on the fact that it's unfalsifiable and only describes reality, never explains it. That's how you guys have created your spell and placed it upon the world.
There's been countless theories that are hypotheses that have been falsified. So this notion that we're just making unfalsifiable things is just incorrect. Maxwell was a big one. Newton was the first big one. Maxwell, Einstein, Planck and Einstein, Schrodinger, Paul Dirac, all those guys falsified prior hypotheses.
They all conceived of an ether too. So what are you really saying?
Yeah, but the ether they are conceiving, at least from the 1900s on, is not the same kind of ether that you're conceiving.
I mean, you could only say that if you could define what the dielectric field is or isn't, and I don't think you can do that. So your ideations of what the ether is are contrary to what the current conceptions of them are.
Well, not Paul Dirac was very specific about what he thought the ether was. So was Einstein. So was many other physicists and chemists that have used that principle before, and it's different than what you're trying to make it out to be.
Yeah, it is slightly different. That's why there's over like 200 ideations as to what the ether was, and only one of them is actually logical. So, for example, like Maxwell had a cellulose matrix that supported the ether as being a material existence, and later found out that it didn't work and refuted it. So, point is that you would again have to understand what the dielectric field is in order to understand what the current conception of what the ether is based on logical, rational, Hellenic understanding. So you can't what I'm saying to you, Jace, is you can't just refute something that you can't explain or describe. That's just falls short.
It's hard to falsify something that you can't demonstrate in physical reality.
Isn't that
That's a nice attempt, Leflane, but it has been explained and showcased. You just
Explained and
refuse to accept
showcased. It's not been shown, manipulated, demonstrated, blah blah blah. None of that stuff.
like
Sure,
gravity?
The very criteria that you hold science accountable for, neither does ether meet those
When did
criteria.
gravity?
What was that? No, you broke up.
You manipulate yeah, this guy just said like you have to manipulate it or something, but I've never heard of anyone manipulating gravity except in comic books.
Well, the cavendish
Bending and warping space-time.
Does eliminate the downward vector by setting up in a horizontal fashion.
That's not manipulating gravity though.
Yeah, it's
Or is it?
eliminating. That's controlling. It is controlling for it. Yes, it is.
So if I take a magnet, am I not manipulating electromagnetics, and I could just claim that I'm manipulating the ether, therefore it exists, just like gravity does?
No, that's not the same thing. You can say it's the
Wait,
same thing, but it's not.
you can do a bunch of balls in a room and say you're manipulating gravity, but I can't take a bunch of magnets in a room and say I'm manipulating the ether. How is
Man,
it?
that's
How is
actually a
it?
good point.
How is
That's
it
actually a really
fundamental?
good point. Yeah,
Well,
because
I
they
didn't
never even
really.
define magnetism. That's
Yeah.
another thing. No.
How are those two situations? I'm in a room manipulating a bunch of magnets, saying I'm manipulating the ether. You're in a room manipulating a bunch of masses, saying you're manipulating gravity. How are
Not
those two?
manipulating.
How are
I,
those
I
two?
don't want to say manipulating. We're controlling for it.
Okay, so I'm in a room with a bunch of magnets controlling for it. You're in a room with a bunch of masses controlling for it. You say you're manipulating gravity. I say I'm manipulating ether. What's fundamentally different?
Well, the fact that we do have the Cavendish experiment that you can observe and see the results of. You haven't
All
shown
of
me
math.
anything. You just say I manipulate magnets. You know, that's
We
all
have
you're doing.
You can
we have all of Faraday's, Maxwell's, Steinmetz, basically everyone before Einstein's experiments to show and manipulate ether.
you can further, experiment and figure out like the source, and then like also by saying that you're manipulating the ether, you're putting severe limitations now on what the ether is. Right? That's
So I'm just doing the same thing you do
gonna
with gravity.
come and bite you right in the butt. That's why
I'm
you
doing
guys
the exact same thing
avoid doing
with
that.
gravity.
Actually,
You the mirror, and you guys are getting mad at the reflection.
no, I'm just pointing out like someone else can come and elucidate the actual source of these electric and magnetic effects, but also on top of that, you're severely handicapping what the ether can be by saying that.
I'd agree with that last statement you made, but that's the same way you're
I didn't,
severely
I didn't hear.
gravity.
Well, yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I
what
didn't
we
hear it.
do in science. We figure out the source of things. Most of the time, right? You see an effect, you want to figure out what's causing that effect, so you have to start narrowing it down to specific things.
So, what's the source of gravity?
I would say it's mass.
So, mass is the source of gravity.
Yeah, the coupling of
I would say,
things.
and I would say, charge is the source of ether.
Yeah, that's it. Ether is caused by charge. I mean, you can't attribute it to all these other
No,
things. You
no,
want
no.
to attribute it
Ether,
to.
ether is there
Yeah,
before
see,
the
as
charge, buddy.
Dyslow is demonstrating, right? You don't want to narrow, you don't want to box the ether into that small.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see if you guys are being like internally consistent with your definition of gravity, because like basically you guys are kind of shooting shots across the bow at Dyslow's position, but at the same time, like part of your position is on that side, and it's just kind of weird to me, you know?
Yeah, but we're okay with having 4 fundamental informations that are uniquely distinct from each other. With this whole ether thing, you guys aren't okay with breaking it down into a very specific thing.
You guys just overcomplicate things unnecessarily and pervert natural order against logic and rationale to support your materialistic understanding, which is invalid and unfalsifiable.
You know what the funny thing of all this is? Both of you guys believe in something that doesn't exist, and both of you bring stuff out of the immaterial in the material. In other words, you're arguing about something that doesn't exist, but at the same time saying it's the same thing. It's quite, I don't know, fascinating, I must say.
What we're saying is the same thing. What on earth are you talking about?
Well, you guys got quantum foam, right? And they have non-space, counter space.
Quantum foam.
Yeah.
What is
Ask any
quantum
human
foam?
being on the planet? What's quantum foam and what's counter space? And they're going to look at you like, what? What did you just say?
Yeah, what is quantum foam?
Well, that's your fantasy. You should be the one to explain it, right?
Oh, dude, I was dreaming about it last night. That's why I'm asking you. What is it? What the hell are you talking about?
You're talking
Do you
about let me explain it to you since you're playing like dumb here.
He
In
is
your
kind of, isn't he?
in your model, do you have particles in a vacuum coming in and out of nowhere?
Not really, no. Maybe in like
That's a lie.
simplified
So he just said
That's
version.
outright lie
Answer-
right there. That's a lie.
His answer to the yes or no question was no. What were you gonna say after that, SC?
Yeah, it's no.
Then it's the same. Then it's
Not in the actual model. In the
Yeah,
like,
that's
simplified
a lie.
version, yes.
notice how
Things
they
things
simplified
blip
version.
into things blip into and out of existence in your model. And if
Yeah.
you're going to deny that, I think you need to go back and read some more.
And I can even tell them how they interact with the God particle field. It's all fields,
What?
and when one field interact, bro, we know you're bullshit, bro. Don't try to say no. It's not.
Tell me all about it, man. I'd love to hear.
Yeah, listen, dude. Try those games with something else, whether you like it or not. Your quantum foam is the exact same thing as the ether guys are saying. There's just different
Have you
explanations for it.
Have you
And
asked
you know what
Jay
I
for
call
some of
that?
the posters?
You know what I call that? I call that you're in God territory. You're in the Creator's territory. Neither one of you knows what's going on here. I admire that you're trying to figure it out, but you're in God territory.
This just sounds like the tu quoque, right? You're trying to project your little god stuff onto me. I don't even know what you're talking about. Quantum foam and all this other stuff. That's not the model that I know and work with. I'm sorry to tell you, man.
Jace,
Tell us, what is it?
wait, real quick, Jace. Since well, I'm not gonna say we. You're claiming someone or multiple someone's in this room don't know your model. So how about you explain to us what exactly is your model of things that when things go from existing to not, like which parts of your model exist in physical reality, which parts are metaphysical, which parts don't exist at all? How about we start there?
Yeah.
Since we don't
Specifically, what's in a vacuum? Specifically, a vacuum, please.
What do you mean? What's in a vacuum?
They want to know if it's just
Yeah,
a vacuum with nothing in it.
am I not speaking clear English today?
Jace, I take a fucking here's the scenario. I have a box. We have a little fucking nothing can get in or out of the box, and I suck all of the oxygen, nitrogen, all the atoms out of the box. Now there's a box with like a 1x1 volume. Now, from your perspective in your model that you said we don't know, in that box with no atoms inside, it's just a box, everything's sealed in, nothing can go in or out. What exists within the box, physically, metaphysically, and what doesn't exist at all in the box? Please explain.
You said what's in the what was in the box to begin with?
He said let me translate, Jace. He wants to tell you that he's got a box there with nothing in it. There's a vacuum, zero pressure, absolute zero. He wants to know about if there are fields that can be passing through that box. Can that interact with other fields and then create matter? I think that's what he's asking.
Yeah, sure.
The whole thing about fields and vacuums, they're confused about.
It's renormalization is the renormalization and perturbation theory and lattice QCD. Right, those are the three terms. If you really want to understand the model of like the standard model of particle physics, those are the three places to start.
Those three, please. Just for me.
Renormalization, perturbation theory, and lattice QCD.
What's perturbation theory?
It's a method say it simply?
How
It's a
about this? What's
way.
perturbation? What's perturbation? Just
They
simplify it.
love that word perturbation. They love it.
It's a way where you're taking specific variables or specific parameters and perturbing them away from the normal that they would be in, and then you can determine specific things.
So can you give us
You're letting
can
him-
you give us an example of that like in a layman's
Well, it's not a layman's thing. Man. That's
okay, well it actually
What was the
is. It
thing?
actually is. And this is where I say that you guys are willingly overcomplicating things. So yeah, a perturbation
I
is
was
just
perturbed last
essentially
night when my son came home, and I came home last night. My son drank all the
thanks,
Muddy
Zanuck.
Bellas.
Yeah, we really
Let it-
needed that, bro.
Let him
shut
go,
the fuck-
Zanuck.
Zanuck, shut the fuck up for a second. Jace, what was the third one?
It's perturbation theory, renormalization, and quantum chromodynamics. I would suggest the lattice version of that, or the effective version of that. But an example of perturbation theory is QED, quantum electrodynamics, is a perturbation type of theory.
All right, look what's happening here now. You let him get away with the question. You're letting him play teacher. We're not talking about. I asked you a specific question. In a vacuum, in your model, is it all empty? In the vacuum of space in your model, is it empty? Try to answer the question that I asked, please.
No,
Is this a question for
it's
Jace or
not
just in
all
general?
empty.
So what happens in your model?
What happens where, SC?
They said a
Okay.
field.
Stop giggling, and try to answer this. In your model, do things pop in and out of existence? Yes or no?
In
I think
what
it's a
sense?
premature
In the
it's a premature
virtual-
question.
In the
It's a
virtual
prematurely asked question. We'd have to define existence, SE, in order to get the answer you're asking for.
He said yes in the middle of you.
I didn't say yes.
I don't know
I
why
would
he's not
say
saying
not
yes.
in the virtual particle.
Can you guys
sense.
please not interrupt me or him giving the answer just for 30 seconds? Can you please do that? Jace, in your model, in a vacuum, do things pop in and out of existence? Yes or no?
I would say no in the virtual particle sense.
You just said virtual particle. You just explained what
'cause
happened.
I know what you're getting at. See,
What's a virtual particle?
it's one of the ways that Feynman tried to convey the concept of renormalization in a more simpler way.
Right, that's your fancy way of trying to trick the people out there of saying, even in a vacuum, there's always something there. Right, Jace?
Sure.
Sure. All right, I rest my case.
Can I answer that? Can I respond to that? Jace, you can't simultaneously say virtual particles are just a mathematical trick and then also say they really exist.
That's not what I said, though.
That's what you're implicitly saying. I'm familiar with this, by the way. As a Glober and a huge Feynman fan, and someone who's actually read quite a bit of quantum field theory, either you believe that virtual particles are real, as in they're actually physically there, or you believe it's just a math trick to get the theory to work. You can't. Both those views don't coexist.
You can't have your cake and eat it too, Jace, is what he's telling.
Yeah, but that's not what I was. No.
You are. You're trying to skate. You're
All right,
just
so
trying to.
The obvious question is this: do you believe that virtual particles are real, transient, disturbances in a real field?
No.
Okay, well then you're wrong. This is wrong.
You're free to say that.
I mean, it's not an interpretation. According to the theory, you were wrong, right? The theory says virtual particles are basically short disturbances in a field that don't manifest themselves as an actual particle because they're just transient disturbances.
Somebody with honesty, thank you. They pop in and out of existence in a split second.
Well, it depends on what you mean by existence, right? The way that I would have answered the question you posed to him, right, is that what's real are the fields, right? And when the fields are disturbed in just the right way, you experience that as a particle, right? But the disturbances are always there.
That's
Well, but the
the
problem is
explanation,
they
yes.
don't.
Yeah, I
The
agree
problem
with
is
That
that
is
they
the
don't
official
actually.
explanation, yes.
The
I
problem
agree
is
with
they
that.
don't actually have a field. Their ideation of a
Who's
field
they?
is quantum relativists like Jace,
Like
because
me.
like you maybe their
Yeah.
definement
No,
of
the
a
field is
field.
real.
So their definement of a field is just a value of measure within a proximity,
No. That's
which
the
is literally a
representation of what we call a
description.
field, right?
So then, what is
There's
a field? What's an explanation of a field, please? Go.
right where I'm telling you that the way that we represent it is a mathematical object, right? But obviously, the mathematical object isn't the same thing as a field, right? Like if you ask me what is a door, and I showed you a picture of the door, I obviously don't mean the picture of the door is the door, right? It's what it's representing that's real.
So give us a concise explanation as
I
to what
told
a
you
field
the way
is.
in which I would describe a door to you is by showing you a picture of a door. In much the same way in which the way I'm describing to you a field is the mathematical description of the field, right? To me the equivalent is like, okay, well, you're showing me a picture of the door, show me an actual door. Well, I'm over the internet. I can't physically bring you a door to show you.
No, but you can explain it. You can explain a door, right?
Sure,
And if you're
and I
just
can
gonna
explain a
if you're
field
just
as
gonna
well.
give me if you're just gonna give me the descriptions and values of something,
Uh-huh.
you're not giving an explanation of anything.
Yeah, I can give you a layman's explanation of a field, right? But you can't then scrutinize it because it's a layman's explanation, right? If you don't understand the math that I'm giving you, then you can't scrutinize the simple definition. The simple definition is a field is something which has an attribute in all places in space. That is what a field is.
Yeah, but attributes aren't necessarily things. Just like I told you,
I
a
don't know what you mean
shadow.
by that.
A shadow is not a thing, right? A shadow has attributes.
I guess
but
it
a
depends on
shadow
your
is not a
definition of
thing.
thing, but that's just like we're just.
Well,
Like,
this is
I don't want to play that game. Like
this
that's
is
dumb.
where he
Everybody
changes the
knows.
scale for you.
Everybody would understand what somebody means when they say a shadow is or isn't a thing. Everybody here would understand what what the individual person would be meaning when you say that. Either of those things.
So I applaud you on what you said in how we define existence and how we define things, because these are the things that we need to be really confounded on and in agreement of, and from a logical premise. And because if we're just going to give mathematical descriptions in lieu of a concise explanation and say that we understand what it is, do we really? Because math does not explain things.
That's what we mean when we say we understand.
Charlie,
something.
You're interrupting. So science, the epitome of science is to get to an explanation, a concise, logical explanation. And when we're just leaving off with vague descriptions to support our narrative, we're not necessarily doing science. There's a bias there.
I agree, but a mathematical description isn't a vague description. In fact, it is the most descriptive description that you can give something.
And I don't agree with that. Once it goes against
because you don't know
order,
math. Of course,
he also doesn't know words. He says we need to be confounded of these things. Confounded means confused. You know that, don't you, Tesla?
Yeah, non-confounded. I'm sorry, but yeah, I'm not a highly educated person here, but I do know bullshit when I hear it, and I'm just pointing out the inconsistencies and hypocrisies that science is confounded on.
Oh, it's Deisler who's saying this.
Yep.
What a surprise.
Deisler.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree that you don't need to be educated in a subject to know when the subject is bullshit. I agree with that broadly. But the problem is, you also don't know when you're wrong when you say that.
Well, and this is why I point to principle versus attribute, right? And how we determine something to be as or not to be as. Like and I gave the example of a shadow not being a thing, rather the absence of a thing, while still having attributes.
Both statements are equally valid, right? It just depends on what you mean by it being a thing.
Again,
right. And again, this is why I point to like.
But you're just playing word games at that point. Like that's not interesting to do.
No, it's not word games. This is how we determine and define reality.
Do shadows exist, Deisler?
Do shadows exist? Dude, are you asking me if shadows exist?
Can you have an effect of a shadow? If I put something in a shadow, is there an effect on? Hold on.
Yes.
You got to
it has
down.
attributes.
We all want to kind of play here and have fun, right? Just relax.
Shadow. I have an answer. A shadow.
No, let Zenny
Shut the
finish real
fuck
quick.
up! I have an answer.
I haven't been able to finish my question or statement.
A shadow. You asked the question, "What is a shadow?" You did say that out of your mouth.
I said, do
So
shadows
I'm going
exist?
to answer the question now to what a shadow is.
Okay.
A shadow is a thing, but it is not an object, and that's how we would define it.
No, that's not a definition. That's not what the word definition means.
Yeah.
Because
Right?
I
No,
can
it's
give
not
you.
a definition. It's not a
Oh,
definition.
that's how
But
you
Well,
define.
then it doesn't define it.
it's a direct. Yeah, sorry, it's not a definition. I'm incorrect. It's not a definition, but it's a direct answer,
Right.
and it clarifies the entire argument we're having.
Not a direct answer, though.
Yeah. Yes, you asked what is a shadow, and I said it is a thing, but not an object.
No, that's
And
not how you define
It's
something.
it's not a thing.
Say, like, what is a father?
That would clarify the entire argument we've been
Father
having
is
the
not a
entire
pig,
time.
but it
Unless you
is
haven't
something.
been listening since the beginning. You're just
He's
hopping
not.
in.
He's not
a
claiming for
shadow.
it to be a definition anymore. He's just saying it is a necessary component of what a shadow is.
It's not a thing in of itself, man. It's not a thing in of itself. It exists, but it's not. It's not a thing as we define a thing to be. It's
What's
the
the thing that
absence
define a
of a
thing?
thing, while it still has attributes. Like you can stand in the shadow and it's cold, but it has no properties. There's no principality there.
There is properties, certainly. There's opposite properties.
Cold.
Here's the problem with that, Dicelo.
There
Is
we
that what if all of us, everything that you perceive is the absence of something, and so you think you're attributing the I guess the name of thing onto everything, when everything that you look at is just like the absence of something. Then there would be no things whatsoever. So like that's
Come
the issue.
on.
No, that's the implications of what he's
You're
saying,
really
right?
stretching it.
If the shadow is not a thing, then
What is a thing?
On Xanic.
Anything is up to the scrutiny of not being a thing.
I don't agree with that. Like there are things, and then there's absence of things, and when you have the absence of a thing, right? That's not a thing of itself. That's a privation of a thing. A thing being like you contrive through your definition an object versus a thing, like a conception, right? Versus something that actually has presence, physical presence.
Isn't it context also? Like I had a thing with this girl like last year. It was awesome. It was real.
Not Xanic, Dicelo. So that's now under that definition, cold would not be a thing. It'd be the privation of heat, right? And I guess smallness would be the privation of bigness, or like I guess if you had an empty area, it would be the privation of having something in that area. But then we know that cold and small are different from each other because they're definitely not the same. They're the absence of two different things, right? Like something being small and something being cold, those are two different things. So how can I make a determination between both things if they're both essentially non-existent? They have some existence, and their existence would be the private. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
you just
well, those, yes. What you're saying is the attributes. You're describing attributes of a thing being either small or cold, but we're not touching on the principles of that thing in the context of a noun, right? Having some sort of a physicality presence, i.e., an object.
That's what I'm saying, though. These principles. What if you boil down and there's only like 5 principles? Then you could say that there's only 5 real things in existence, and everything other than that 5 things is some sort of scale of how much those 5 things exist. So you would essentially deem everything but those 5 principles not things, which makes no sense because we refer to cars as things, right? And if the car is actually only in reality 5 principles interacting with each other, then the car doesn't essentially exist in like from the implications of what you're saying.
Why can't we communicate and use words that we all understand and use them in the context? I can't. I've tried 4 times to interject, and every time I get run over.
Let's let Xanic complete his point. Yeah, because I agree with you, Noah. But go ahead.
Why can't we use these terms in words?
Ocho understood what I said.
Again, it's almost impossible, right, Noah?
Fuck up, Jesus.
Okay, I'm done.
Why can't we use these words in the context for which they're using them, for which they're known? Why can't we do that? I mean, is it that much of a stretch to use a word like
because
Again,
if we break it down like that, Zanuck, then you get away with saying that space is a thing, waves are things,
Check this out, though, dude.
negative charge is a thing. Like
what is
you
so
guys,
what?
you guys can get carried
You're
away.
parroting Witsit's points.
No, this isn't parroting Witsit's
Dicelo,
points.
Dicelo,
Sorry, bro. I've been saying this long before Witsit ever said this. So thank you very much, Charlie. You just
yeah,
haven't been
well,
around.
I can heal you from that right now, dude. A very simple logic, actually.
The
logical. Yeah, I will heal you.
Oh wow, he said heal.
Yeah, because check this out, dude.
You got a lot of hubris, kid. A lot of hubris.
If I said go to space, if I said let's go to space, if I said where's the space, if I said any of these sentences, what part of speech would the word space be? It would be a verb, an adjective, a noun. It would be a noun. Okay, so let's go to space. That's a lot of space. That's all a noun. Okay,
Space doesn't have a Cartesian location. It's the absence of it.
Oh my god!
What makes you think that
the
things
case
that
where
are
let's go to
things need
space
to
is the
have
place,
a
but
coordinate?
regardless, the thing, space is a thing. All those types of words, those
That's how we
those
define
those
things,
are nouns.
Charlie.
Those are things.
No, it's not. It's how you define
No,
things.
sorry, bud. Space is the absence of a thing. It's a privation. It's just the volume between masses, which is a convention, not necessarily a thing of itself. So again, what is a thing?
That's nice.
So you're saying a thing has to have
conventions,
coordinates. Is that what you're saying, Dicelo? If we ever mention the word
in order for
thing,
something to be a thing, in order for something to be something other than just a concept,
you
an
can't help
actual
yourself.
thing.
I'm really trying to be cool and not interrupt too. And I start talking, you just blow over everybody.
All right, I don't want to hear the whining.
It's not whining.
dude.
We're saying if you're going to use the word thing, you have a definition. Specifically, it says it has to have Cartesian coordinates. Is that what you're saying to us? Otherwise, it's not a thing?
There has to be a physical presence there, a quantification. That's even how you guys perceive a thing to be.
And
it has to have some sort of a value to it that can be
I'm
measured
writing this
or
down, by
perceived.
the way. So now it has to have a Cartesian coordinate. It has to have material, composition. It has to. I mean, you have like a list of 5 things that define a thing. We're not all subscribing to that, by the way.
Right, and this is the problem. You guys can just make up any falsifiable. You can make up any unfalsifiable statement and invoke actuality, and that's a problem.
Why do you think we're invoking some type of unfalsifiable definition?
Because that's what you guys have done. That's how you created your 4th dimensional pseudo-Romanian space-time gravitational nonsense
bro, you don't know
through
enough
the
math
bending
to be
and
able to
warping of
talk to us
space
about
and
that.
time.
Yeah,
you don't need to know math.
Outside of your box
math
here.
doesn't explain anything.
You're outside of
Math's
your
only
space.
descriptive.
Math doesn't explain anything?
Math has
Really?
never once in the history of science ever explained a single thing and never will, because that's not the purpose of math.
Has. It
Math does not
absolutely
explain.
has.
Math does not
Is
explain.
an extension of logic, meaning you can give it premises, right? And then the math will tell you necessarily what must also be true if these things are true. That
math does not speak.
You don't think
Numbers
that's
don't talk.
explanatory? I don't know what the fuck you think explanation even means.
Math does not speak. It doesn't talk. It's just a value. It's a placeholder for something. That's all you got, bud. Descriptions are not explanations. Sorry. Math's a great tool for describing, but it's never explained a single thing.
So math is a language. Math is a language just like Spanish. Spanish isn't reality. But
Oh, really?
Does.
2, 3, 1, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. What did I just say?
Exactly.
I'm talking numbers. You said I can talk
I'm
numbers.
with you.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Those are gibberish. It's like when little babies talk a blue streak.
Yeah, just like how you can say words that are gibberish, it's still in a language, dude.
So were you both told to say the word gibberish at the same time in your DMs or what? Yikes, kids.
No, it just happened to be obvious, I think, for both of us at the same time.
Do you believe that math has made a prediction?
I don't know. I was actually trying to get to the bottom of things with Dicelo, but these two guys are just basically fucking having some sort of emotional game right now. So it's just kind of like
The people have opinions.
No, I don't think that's true, Noah.
I have a different opinion than Dicelo, and I was trying to understand his opinion, and then you just come in and fucking insult me and say I don't have a fucking opinion. You guys need to shut the fuck up sometimes. That has no value to the conversation.
I said other people have opinions too.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, what's the difference between a description and an explanation?
Opinion, they're just attacking him.
You got to ask Dicelo. He's got that down.
I just did.
Yeah, I'm being kind of rhetorical.
Let me answer Bob. Let's calm down, guys.
Okay, let him answer it.
Math, right, can describe a table. It's this foot high, this wide, right? And you can describe it. But
No,
you
it doesn't.
You can't describe a table by math?
No,
My question was
describe its
not
dimensions.
My question was, what is the difference between a description and an explanation?
Yeah.
I can answer that if you'd like.
I'm
Yeah,
trying to-
explanations are premised in logic and rationale, where descriptions don't necessarily have to fit within that. Like I can describe to you unicorn farts, but I can never explain unicorn farts because unicorn farts are illogical and unreal. They're only vague descriptions of a convention that we agree on when talking about things that can be perceived, but never in the concrete essence of reality.
You just used the term description when defining explanation. I want to know the difference between a description and an explanation.
An explanation is based in logic, rationale, and goes with natural order.
I don't know why you guys keep playing this game.
Where
with
a
dice, though.
description does not. Like I can make up any old thing and describe it to you, but it doesn't actually exist. Therefore, I can never actually explain it because an explanation, right, is has to do with things in reality, not things in convention
Pause for 1
or
second,
conception.
please. Pause. So the description doesn't really matter. It's just kind of made up. The explanation is based on logical rationale and goes with natural order. You've had
Right.
several definitions in the last 5 minutes. Which one do you want to go with?
Touches on the essence of what it is we're explaining.
And touches with the essence. So you're going to stay with that's your final definition, your final answer.
No, I mean I'm sure I
Is
can.
the logical rationale and goes with national order. And what was the last thing you said?
Yeah. So in order to have an explanation, it has to meet that criteria, right?
How about we look at a description as a characteristics as a list of characteristics of an object, and an explanation is what those characteristics mean.
Right. Like I could agree with that only to a certain point in which that.
What do you disagree
again,
with?
I can describe things that don't actually exist, like unicorns. Like we can all describe a unicorn, but to explain a unicorn would mean that a unicorn would have to actually exist to have an actual explanation behind it to support.
I can't explain to you that it is a mythological animal with these characteristics.
Again, yeah, that's an explanation. You're saying what something is
No,
not,
a description
right? You're
is
not
the
saying what something
characteristics.
is. It's not a positive claim.
No, the characteristics is the description, and the fact that it is a mythological animal is the explanation.
Right. And I would agree with that. So we can agree that they don't actually exist. That's the explanation, but we can describe them, right? And
But
agree
they
on
have
a
certain
description.
characteristics, though.
Right.
You know, it was so
right.
funny.
It has a single horn. It's got hooves. What color it is and how much it weighs is subjective to a large degree.
Yeah, the bottom line is you're both talking about unicorns. That's the bottom line. This quantum foam and this ether, both unicorns.
You know what's funny is that he gave us his explanation, but it was a definition for his explanation. I think that's kind of funny.
An explanation of an explanation. That's what you wanted, Xanax?
Definition of an explanation. Your definition of the explanation was logical and rational, and goes with natural order. That was your definition.
I was giving the criteria in order to have an explanation.
That's not the definition of explanation.
No, I don't have I'm not a fucking dictionary. I'm giving you the criteria to meet the standard.
Give us a definition of that. You're using the word. We're asking you to define it. You're not able to. And then when you do define it, you say, I don't really know what that means. I'm not a dictionary, but I just want to move on to saying
it's the essence of something.
Now it's the essence. So it's
there
the
you
essence
go.
of something.
Now
logical
it's the
rationale,
essence.
and it goes with the natural order. Okay?
Xanax, do I need to mute you? Are you going to be Are you going to sit here and be negative, dude? Because I'm not going to play that game.
I don't want to be
Pointing
negative.
out that you're
No,
moving your
absolutely
goalposts left and right. That's what he's doing.
I'm not moving the goalpost at all.
You absolutely
At all.
are.
not. I don't want
In
to be
what way?
negative. I don't want to be negative. I promise.
You notice how quickly he brought out the mute?
No, because he's saying that now it's this and now it's that.
No,
when I've
you're the
already
one who's
touched
saying
on
that.
these- I've touched on these parameters.
You didn't
I've already
like it,
touched
so
on
you
these
wanted to
parameters.
mute it. You didn't
It
like
has nothing
it, so
to do with
you're
not
going to use your
liking.
power
It
to
has
mute.
to, it has to do with lying. I'm not going to deal with the dishonesty and the lying tactics here.
No. Hey, you're accusing me of something I'm not doing. I'm really being
All
clear.
right. Hey, tell you what. I'll back out. You guys have fun with your conversation.
No, don't back out. We just we play fair. Just play fair. I really want to know.
I lost. You
Because this
guys
comes
won.
out a lot. So this comes up a lot.
The bending and warping of space time and duality. Yeah, I'll let you guys have fun with it.
All right, things accelerating, not having forces on them. Paradox. I mean, there's all sorts of things.
A force of what, Zanuck? Force of what?
Gravity.
A force.
Unfalsifiability.
A force causing an acceleration.
A force of what?
A force of the effects of the bending and warping of space time.
Oh, now it's an effect. So is a force a thing or an effect?
It's both.
It's both.
Yes.
So a force of what, by what, and to what? Please explain.
You keep on saying that. It makes me laugh. But you know what I mean by that. I mean,
I don't. I fucking don't. A force is never a thing. It's the action thereof.
I use thereof. What you talk like? What's that? Thereof.
They like trying to sound like
poet.
Attack what I say, not the person.
Come on.
Attack the words, not the person. But
we have English. No, dude, I love you, brother. I really do. I really think this is interesting to talk about that things. And I love your objections and your questions. They're all very solid. But you have to allow us to talk and explain things in terms that we understand things, and maybe you can understand them in those terms as well.
I'm game for that. Let's just be honest. That's all, man. That's all I ask for.
You made a little jab. Oh yeah, you and your magical, mystical, pseudoscience, bending and warping of space time, right? This thing that's not a thing that we can actually, put in a box and touch. You like going there?
That's all.
You're breaking up, Jace, but it sounds like you're saying that's all we can actually go after.
And then the force of what, to what, by what, that whole thing. What is that all about? Why do you have to constantly?
Zanuck, you said it yourself, Zanuck. How many forces do we actually have? You said infinite forces. So what is actually a force, Zanuck?
Something that causes an acceleration in mass.
Uh-huh.
And acceleration is what? Change of velocity. What is velocity? Change of position with respect to time. I mean, all these things we have clear definitions of what these things actually mean. Oh, but you're saying that it might not be a change in some other reference frame. Well, that's true also, because that's how reference frames are defined. So, I mean, you know what we're saying, but you just don't want to accept it. And then you call us idiots because we're just double speaking, but we're not. We're being very clear.
No, I agree. I agree that inertia and acceleration are set in reference to space and time. I got no problem with that.
What do you mean by
again,
that? What do you mean by that? What do you mean inertia?
And the opposite, the antithesis of acceleration being at rest.
No.
Not at all.
That's not what that is at all.
Yeah.
Nope. You can have inertia.
Can I have
while being at rest?
Can I have an inertia? Yeah. Can an object have inertia?
That's
Can
where magic comes in.
Can an object have inertia sitting on my table? Can this ball have inertia?
Nonsense. You're either moving or you're not moving.
This might help.
I'm curious what he would think.
That's the problem, because to invoke you can have inertia while we have motion is implying that your relativistic perceptions in all reality. Hey, Zanuck, I'm not done speaking. You guys don't want to be interrupted, and I would ask for the same thing. I don't need your help, so I'll tell you. Inertia and acceleration, as I've already stated, are set in reference to essentially the eraser of space and formlessness, and the ether, or which homeostasis and counter space, which is pure potential energy. So centripetal convergence to or as non-Cartesian, unmanifest
Hey, I'm going to start muting people. I swear.
Yeah, you guys are being very rude, man. I let you speak. I'm just trying to answer your question that you asked me, and you're being rude. So just let me finish. So the motion towards charge, the ether and potential, or as Russell put it, motion is the expression of power, and no expression of anything is that which expresses it. So the motion towards charge or recharge is increasing inertia and acceleration. I'm done.
That was an interesting string of completely unrelated words you put together. Nicely done.
Yeah, it's a word salad.
Not at all.
And that's not a rebuttal, guys. You can do better than that.
I think there's a problem. You said that we have some unfalsifiable things. How can you falsify ether or any of your basic beliefs or ideas?
Before we go there, can I ask a quick question, Dicelo? I hate to, I don't like interrupting. I'm trying to be really good about not doing that, by the way. But I had a question.
Man.
You mentioned inertia, and I said, can a ball on a table have inertia?
And I said, from your relativistic perception, there is nothing that's at rest from your model. But that's unfalsifiable.
Well, no, I'm asking if it has inertia, and we all know what inertia means. But can that value of inertia, and it has units of measure, will it change if I push on the ball or if I roll the ball? Will that ball have different values of inertia? Yet I didn't change any of your values of electrostatic, homeostasis, whatever you said. I'm just saying a ball, and then how I'm moving it is different now. I'm rolling it versus I'm pushing it. Would the value of inertia be different for that same exact ball?
Well, inertia has no value because in your model, for anything to have value, has to have a physical presence. And when something like energy is at a complete state of rest, it's non-quantifiable. So anytime you have something in motion, inertia is no longer present.
No, the inertia is a value of that object, and it's resistance to being moved. That's what inertia means. It's the resistance to acceleration. That's
why they come up with these words. Try movement and non-movement. Moving and non-moving. Try using those two words in the conversation. See how it goes.
It's that simple.
Okay.
Yeah, it's that simple.
So
you guys
a
like to
non-moving
overcomplicate
object,
it, but it's literally that simple.
And how about how it moves? If it's rolling, or slipping, or sliding? I mean, that's movement. Going from point A to point B in a straight path or a circular path. I mean, these all are movement definitions, right? All we're saying is that value of inertia is on a stationary object. It's resistance to acceleration. That's what inertia means.
I bet you can't make the argument without using the word inertia. Use the words movement and non-movement. See how you do.
So
See how ridiculous
if I take a
you sound.
non-moving ball and try to roll it, it would take more force than if I tried to push it on a
Okay, so how about a rolling ball? How about a moving ball? Could it be also unmoving?
Relative
Try
to
that
what?
one.
It might be relative to something else.
See what I mean?
I can have a ball that's moving and have it non-moving to something else.
You see? This is how you do
you're
it,
asking me
guys.
to use those
You
words.
just bring it down to simplicity, right? Listen to
It
the
is simple,
nonsense what he just said. He just said a ball could be moving and not moving at the same time. See what happens when you take the word
That's not what he said.
inertia out of there? Yeah.
That's not what he said. You're lying.
What did he say?
What you're basically doing is saying, if I can constrain my opponent to use only words that I want him to use, and if I mute other people to help him, then I'm right.
No, where did you hear mute and where did you hear constrain? I just said, can he do it?
No, I didn't hear it. You did it, right? You muted me because you didn't like what I was saying.
I muted you? I did not mute you.
You're right. I don't know if it was you. Somebody did.
It wasn't me, so don't be accusing me of
I assume
muting.
it was you because you said, we should mute him. And then I was subsequently muted.
I didn't say we should mute him. No, again, you
you did.
mistaken me for somebody else, sir.
No, that was you. That I do remember.
No, I said if you guys interrupt, I'm going to start musing, I swear. That's what I said.
You're going to start using, I swear?
Sorry?
What is he using? Okay, I'll stop talking about this. This is not interesting.
Yeah, stop talking about it because it was when they were interrupting somebody that I said, don't interrupt, guys, because I'm going to start muting, I swear. And I meant everybody. Yeah.
Sure thing. So I think it's pretty clear that if you just substitute every time he says inertia, he just substitute that substitute that to mean, resistance to movement, his argument still holds.
No, it doesn't. What I said was, can you substitute inertia and non-inertia with moving and not moving? And he tried.
No, you can't
And
do that
right
because they
away
don't
he
mean the
got
same
caught up.
thing,
And
right?
you tried to come in and, white knight for him. That's what happened.
So what you could do is substitute inertia for resistance for movement and non-inertia for non-resistance to movement, right? And that, because they're definitions, his argument would hold just as well, right? It's a simple substitution.
Do you
for what it
realize?
actually means.
Do you realize what you're implying though when you say that? What you're saying is that everything seeks to move, which is contrary to natural order, being that everything seeks equilibrium, a state of homeostasis, or at rest, being inertial state of rest.
Sorry, I don't have my salad dressing out. Also, SC Montreal.
It's no salad dressing. I mean, I hate these underhanded disses, bro. It's like, be mature, man.
Hold on, guys. If you're talking, if you want to allude to what Dyslow just said as being word salad, which word did you not understand, or which two words placed next to one another do you think are not applicable in that statement?
I think you should let Charlie answer that because that's a good question.
Yeah, everything seeks equilibrium, or a state of homeostasis, or an inertial state of rest, all being one and the same thing. So what you implied, Charlie, is everything is seeking motion.
I was answering Naples' question. Why do you guys keep muting me? You guys can't answer me. Too much energy here.
Well, no, it's I think it's what you're doing and how you're like.
You mean pointing out that you're just word salading? That?
Yeah, that.
That's not a proper response.
It absolutely is. Okay, you tell me, Napalm. You tell me. When I believe that my opponent is word salading, what is the appropriate response?
From the opponent, if you say, do you have salad dressing, is probably to disengage because you're not actually wanting to have a conversation. If you actually wanted to have a conversation and legitimately understand what he's saying, if you do not comprehend what he's saying, then you would probably ask legitimate questions instead of alluding to him just mishmashing words together that either he nor you comprehend.
But I am doing exactly that, right? And if he responds in a word salad, the only thing I can do is point out that's a word salad.
No. What you should have done was
which portion of that salad do you think isn't congruent or does not go with the other words?
The whole thing is a word. The whole thing is a word salad, right? Like
okay, let's break it down.
With specific words.
Break down every word. Break down every word.
I remember that it was
Charlie,
a word salad.
Homeostasis, inertial state of rest. I mean, he did. I mean, I have to be on Charlie's side here. It did sound like a word salad to me. Now, we didn't mean that in a bad way. I don't understand what you mean by that, guys. So you said it a lot.
You don't understand what inertial state of rest means. What? So inertial.
Your lack of understanding.
It's not the individual terms that I don't understand. I understand them perfectly well. What I don't understand is what they mean when they're strung together in that way, right? If I take like 100 words from the dictionary, all at random, and I just recite them, I understand individually probably what each individual word means, right? But together they make no sense.
Yeah, but don't you think the logical thing to do was, Charlie, is to just say, hey, dude, I didn't understand what you said. Maybe you can explain it to me instead of going with the antagonistic way?
Yes.
Get what I'm saying?
If I suspected that, if I had detected that I actually didn't understand a concept, then yes, I would have asked that, like, hey, what do you mean by this? But when the entire thing is clearly just an attempt to sound smart or to divert the argument away, no, I'm going to accuse him of word salading, which is what Dyslow is, because I know for a fact that he has done it in the past. Past predictor, past behavior is the best predictor of future behavior.
All right, cool. So we don't need to add ham. So Dyslow, do you have crayons available where you can lay it out for Charlie in a way that he might be able to understand your previous statement when you talked about? All right, go ahead.
Yes, I
want him to steal man his statements. First of all, let him show us that he understands, because he claims he understands, and it's word salad, right? He understands the words.
Understand what?
Steal man his argument. I bet you can't do it. Go ahead, Charlie.
I can't do it because it's a word salad. How do I steal man a word salad?
That's not what he said.
What the fuck does that mean?
He didn't say it, SC. He said he understands the individual words. He doesn't understand the meaning of all the words strung together in the way they were strung together.
Well, all he has to do is break it down. Say, look, man, I don't understand what you said. Can you please explain it to me?
So to simplify it, Charlie, what you expressed, right, was alluding to the fact that everything seeks motion when it's contrary to that. Everything seeks a state of rest.
How did
And
I
all
say
those
that?
other words, all those other words that I supposedly strung along together actually coincide with what I was saying, being homeostasis, equilibrium, and an inertial state of rest. Those are all three one and the same thing.
Hold on. When did I say that everything tends towards motion?
That's what your logical implication as to what you were saying was.
What
Okay,
was
when
I
you're
saying
talking about
that implies
when
it?
you were talking about acceleration is the resistance, right? Or
No, I never
inertia.
said
Sorry,
that.
inertia is the resistance. All right, is
Resistance of what?
resistance of motion.
Yeah, sure. When I say
So
inertia is resistance of motion, that to you means everything has a tendency to move?
that's what you would be implying, right? When I told you that everything seeks a state of rest, and you're saying that
No.
everything seeks a state of motion. That's
No,
what
that's
you're
not. That's
logically
not.
implying.
Jesus Christ. Okay, resistance to change in motion doesn't mean that everything tends to motion.
So Charlie, is there anything at a state of rest from your worldview?
Sure.
Can you show me one thing that's at a pure inertial state of rest from your worldview?
My eyeballs, from my
Your
view,
eyeballs,
are at a state. Yeah, at a state of
your
rest.
eyeballs are not moving. So there's no
Not from
Coriolis
my point of
effect.
view. No.
I'm not talking about your
You
subjective
literally asked me from my
interpretation.
worldview. From my point of view,
I'm
my eyeballs are not
oh
moving.
boy. So we're talking about overall objective reality. We're not boiling it down to your
That's a good one, Charlie.
There's
subjective
no such thing as
perception
an
of reality.
absolute reference frame, and you know this, Dicelo.
So with that being said, implying that everything is always seeking motion, and there's an impedance to that, i.e., resistance, when it's actually contrary and the other way around.
Nope, you're wrong. You're misinterpreting my point, right? You clearly stating that there is such a thing as an absolute reference frame, which there is not.
I'm not asking for.
Yeah. That's
And
not
for
good.
his
You got
eyeball
him, guys.
reference frame in his brain, in his head, those eyes are not moving to him. Because that's why motion, when you say motion ever, it always has to be followed with parentheses relative.
Yeah, I'm not asking for subjective interpretations of reality, Zanuck. We're talking about the objective
it's objective.
reality.
Objectively, okay, when I say something moves from one point to another and there's a distance, and I cover that distance in a certain amount of time, would you agree that would be motion and speed? And probably velocity as well.
Is that object never not moving, Zanuck?
With relative to something else, yes.
We're not talking about relativity. I don't adhere to relativity. I'm talking about in all reality.
But that's what motion is. Motion is relative.
Here we go.
Why is that funny? Motion is relative. It has to be.
We're not going to ever get a concession here. Ever. Like even
not,
Charlie just now was. I mean, it's just that Charlie, like in your worldview, is there anything that's at a state of rest? And he said, my eyeballs, and then went on a joke. No concession. No, just like really standing your ground on what you believe.
That's a great example.
How is that not a concession?
Because again, Charlie, you're talking about subjective ideations. We're talking about objective reality.
I want to hear what No Tanks' interpretation to what I said is, because he says I'm not conceding anything. How is that not a concession?
With your personal
because
perspective
you
through your eyes. Yeah,
I can't hear you both talking at the same time. Go ahead, No Tanks.
Go ahead, Dicelo.
I was just saying it was a straw man attempt. That's all, and that's what he was pointing out.
How is it a straw man?
Because we're talking about objective reality, and you're talking about your subjective reality.
What is the person that I am turning into a straw man?
Your eyeballs, from your perspective.
My eyeballs. I am straw manning my eyeballs. Is that what you're saying?
Into your understanding, which is being imposed onto.
I don't think
what
you know
we're
what
supposed
straw
to
manning
adhere
means.
to, being relativistic. Yeah.
Straw balls.
Yeah, you're not addressing the argument. You're
That's
creating
not what
a diversion
straw manning
tactic.
is.
Okay.
Straw
So
manning
again,
would imply that I am mischaracterizing an argument, or I'm mischaracterizing your position. How am I mischaracterizing your position?
Clearly, by bringing it to subjective reference frames.
That's what reference frames mean. I'm telling you that in my worldview. I'm telling you that in my worldview, okay, all reference frames are relative. How is that straw manning?
Because we're talking about Ultimate reality, Charlie.
What makes you think that reference frames can't be real?
Are they not subjective?
Of course they are, but that doesn't mean they're not real.
Are they objective?
I don't know what you mean by objective. If by objective you mean real, then yes, they are objective. If by objective you mean subjective, or excuse me, wow, fuck. Holy fucking shit. You're triggering me so fucking hard.
No, your double speaking is folding back in on itself. That's
Go
the
ahead,
problem.
re-ask your question.
Why did you block? Why did you take about the science guy out of here? He was actually being really polite.
I mean, this Discord in particular has been turning really authoritative lately. They've been doing a lot more muting, a lot more like banishing
So
people
now
who
that
can't
you
fucking
can't
handle.
formulate your argument, you're tripping over your words, and your double speak is folding back in on itself.
I
Now
asked
we
very
need to
clearly
somehow
to
talk
restate the
about
question.
moderation and what the server is doing as far as moderation is concerned. I find that interesting.
I asked very clearly to restate the question.
That's pretty lame, bro. That's pretty lame and below the belt.
Can
You know, you guys get away with murder here.
Are you going to restate the question or are you going to keep whining?
You're the one whining. I'm just giving you a taste of your own medicine.
All right,
Don't
so
do
your
it.
rebuttal to that is no, you.
You're not going to get away with this stuff, bro. I'm just telling
Messi,
you.
can you tell me the question? Because I want to hear it. I forgot what it was already.
Yeah, I mean, I want to restate the question. All right, he won't. Anyway, this is Dice Low's thing. Just word salad.
Listen, dude, don't have the opinion that you're going to come in here and run the show, right? Because that's what you're doing now. And understand it ain't going to happen no matter how much you whine about moderation. Okay, it's not going to work. So come back to earth and act like a normal human being. Cool?
Let's keep the conversation going, guys. It's actually pretty cool. We're all talking from different perspectives and different sides of this this topic. But I don't think we have to be angry and insultive. I don't think.
Exactly. Chill and let's get back to reality.
Can you bring back Bob? Because Bob was actually adding some value for us. I mean, he was being pretty polite.
Oh, piddle poddle Bob.
Can I ask my question again?
He's part of our family. Come
There's
on.
a complaint. There's a complaint section. File your ticket there, Zanuck. Let's move on.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Can I ask my question again quickly? If Dyslo is still here.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, you said that like we have some unfalsifiable claims, but how can you falsify your idea of ether?
By showing what it's comprised of and explaining it with logical conciseness.
How does that falsify?
That doesn't falsify it.
Yeah, but you've constructed it in a way that we can't show what it's composed of, and you've purposely done that.
Well,
You've made
so
it some kind of
this is a good
non-substantive thing.
Yeah, correct. And this is a very, very valid point you're addressing, right? And I commend that. And that's why I said we need to get back to coming to an agreement on what things are and what we deem existence to be as, right? Like that's kind of the whole premise of this argument to begin with. It's how we conceive of existence being a thing or not. Because if we're going to try to quantify the unquantifiable, we would all agree it's a futile attempt to try and falsify the falsifiability of the ether.
So can you falsify, or is there a way to falsify ether?
I'm not sure.
So then you can't complain that we have something unfalsifiable if you don't know how to falsify things that you believe.
Well, I mean, I'm being honest in saying that, like I don't necessarily have a way to substantiate other than using logic to deduce what something is or is not, right?
The problem is, right, the QFT, or at least the model I've subscribed to, makes very definitive quantitative predictions that can be falsified. You can show that those predictions are wrong via certain experiments. So it's easy to falsify QFT. The problem you're having is that it hasn't yet been falsified. The predictions keep panning out so that it's not being falsified.
I think the problem here is that he doesn't accept enough physics to get to the point where he will agree upon the fundamentals needed going into an experiment, right? Like he does, like QFT makes certain predictions, like what is it, the angular momentum of like a fucking electron, right? Or not the angular momentum, what's it called?
The anomalous magnetic moment.
Yeah. Like it makes certain predictions about that, right? He doesn't know enough physics to be able to get to the point of like, okay, let's run the experiment, and if the experiment goes like this, then it must mean that QFT is wrong, right? He doesn't even accept enough physics to get to that point.
I mean, I don't think that's fair for you to say what I accept and don't accept, Charlie.
Why?
I mean, because you're just making a very broad, bold
Okay.
brush statement
Do you
and trying
accept
to
quantum
demonize
mechanics?
my character.
Do you accept
Trying to
quantum mechanics?
demonize my. So you're just going to talk over me, Charlie, and call this a conversation?
Do you accept quantum mechanics?
Are you going to answer my question after you boldly interrupted me?
Do you accept quantum mechanics? It's a simple yes or no answer. If you don't, then it's clear that I'm correct in that you don't accept the necessary pre-qualifying physics in order to be able to get to the point where it's falsifiable.
So what? Let me ask you this, Charlie. If I'm going to accept quantum physics, what does quantum denote in reality?
I don't know what that question means.
When you say quantum, what are you saying?
It means like discrete.
Uh-huh. And is there something discrete in reality?
Sure, there are plenty of things that are discrete in reality.
Such as?
I have discrete amount of apples on my fruit bowl right now.
So the amount of something is a definement of what something is.
It's not just
We're going to
amount.
go back to.
It's that it's
Are we going to go
discrete,
back to?
that it's integer
We're going to
valued.
go back to math being an explanation rather a description.
Okay, like, god damn.
So again, Charlie, like when you're talking about.
Sure,
quantum,
you got me. The concept of an integer number of apples isn't real. Sure.
What are you really saying? Like to impose quantum exists
means
like,
amount.
There's nowhere. Sorry, go ahead, man.
Real quick, I'm just wondering if discrete means amount. Why are you saying amount? A discrete amount? So you're saying amount?
No. Discrete means more than just an amount. Discrete implies integer valued. I know you guys don't know what that word means, but that doesn't mean I didn't say it, right? You should inquire, what do you mean by integer? Like 1, 2, 3.
It's the amount,
the
amount of something.
No, I mean, you could have
So
fractional numbers
number?
of things. But what I'm trying to say about discrete is that it's integer valued.
Again, Charlie, like we have to define what things are, because if you're going to say a thing can exist in a portion of itself and still be considered of that thing, like for example, can I chop my car in half and still say I have a car? No.
Sure. Do you accept
No.
that quantum mechanics is real?
No, it's not. Again, I'm telling you, Charlie. When you denote,
why
don't interrupt. I'm not listening. You asked the question.
QFT not being
You
falsifiable.
this is how you get muted.
If you don't
this is how you get muted,
the
Charlie.
necessary prerequisites for it to be falsifiable.
Yeah, this is how you get yourself muted, Charlie, by continuously interrupting.
Okay.
You ask questions, and then you just rudely interrupt before I can even answer your question, and then claim victory. Like that's not an honest conversation, Charlie. Do you agree with that? Are we going to agree on the terms of conduct here, Charlie, or are we just going to throw
the only way
shit
in
at
which
the
you can handle conversations is by muting me. That's the only way in which you think you can win.
I never muted
you
you,
and your
Charlie.
friends, whatever the fuck.
Charlie, we're not going to complain about moderation. All right.
I'll bitch about it as long as I want.
Okay,
Charlie, why are you so emotional, dude?
I'm not emotional. I'm just intense.
No, I'm like within the confines of this conversation. I've been listening to you speak for like the last 20 minutes, and really, hold on, no, you're not going to cut me off, right? I'm going to state this firmly in the observation of the fact that you whine and you complain, and to boot, you go to blows with moderation when things don't go your way. This is a horrible thing to witness from a standpoint of a man attempting to have a public discussion about the realm that we live in. Grow up and pull up your pants, son.
You're better than this, Charlie. I've seen better from you. You are better than this.
That's great. Awesome.
Better.
Can we get back to the discussion?
I mean,
Yeah,
are you
do
going to
that,
call
of
that a
course.
discussion, Charlie? Is that really a
You wanna talk
discussion?
about
Like we have,
gravity?
we have to be able
Ironic that
to.
you're accusing him of doing something that you're doing to him.
To answer you directly, Stoic, I fucking
And the
love
models that we
arguing,
have.
and I'm very passionate about the things that I love. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, any of the
And
models
you don't
that we
have
have
to
for things.
publicly
Sorry, I
display
can't
that
hear
on a
two people talking at the
continual
same time.
basis.
That's just not possible.
It's so cool. I know I apologize for walking. I'm just going to state this. You don't have to be publicly so emotional about the things that you love. You can be still in your nature, still observing these things with the invocation of this emotion you exhibit.
Yeah, well, I don't have to be, but I want to be. Is that a problem? I like to be passionate about things that I care about.
All right.
Who are you to
Fine.
tell me otherwise?
No one's going to change that. Hey, no one's going to change that. Let's just move on.
Yeah, I agree. Let's.
Yeah, but what we can do is try to conduct ourselves in a formable way to where we can actually have a discussion, Charlie. Like we can't just throw shit at each other and call that a discussion.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. You can't just word salad and call it a discussion.
Well, you would have to define what you mean by word salad, Charlie, and
I
give an
think we all know what
example,
word
not
salad
just
is.
make bold claims. You're just making bold claims and slapping labels on things and people where it doesn't necessarily apply because you have no way to specify that other than making the label
Yeah,
on it. Once again, Charlie.
The only way to argue against a word salad is by pointing out that it's a word salad, right? There's no.
Yeah, but you have to do
there's
it
no
at the
breaking
time
down.
of.
There's no discussing with the content of the things that you said if the things that you said make absolutely no sense. And I don't know
But
if
you
you're
have to
doing it
have a.
intentionally or not. But you
You have to
guys
have a
are
valid.
like out
You
of
have to have
all
a
of the
valid
people on the
example,
server
Charlie.
are the king of that.
You have to have a valid example, Charlie. You can't just throw labels on things from past experiences that can never be reconciled, right? Or specified. Like
Cool.
I can just throw bold claims at anything, Charlie, but we have to have some substantiation behind the claims that we're labeling things to be a.
Cool. Stoic, did you want to talk about gravity?
So you want to push me out of the conversation, Charlie? That's fine. I'll step back.
Go ahead.
Dude, I was putting forth, you said to discuss something else to move on, and I'm more than willing to put anything on the floor for discussion points. But please, I mean, Dice Low or whoever, whatever it is, let's move on with it.
Yeah. Charlie?
I don't know. Anybody want to open up with make an opening claim?
What do you want to talk about, Charlie?
Whatever you want.
I don't care, Charlie. We can talk about reality, or we can talk about conventions and conceptions of reality. I don't know. I like to stick to objective facts pertaining to reality rather than just subjective inequities that are loosely interpreted.
Or describing objective
I don't
observation.
think you know enough to be able to discern what is fact or not.
Well, that's fine.
And you're going to judge his mental state.
I'm not judging his mental state. I'm judging.
You literally just said, I don't think you know enough.
Right. That doesn't mean I'm judging his mental state. Right. It's a question about knowledge that he has.
Apologies. Fairly stated. You're judging his mental awareness on the subject that you're attempting to engage in.
Yes.
And again, a personal thing, not something to talk about. Do you have a subject, bro? You have a topic, something not personal, maybe? How about that?
The problem about, and I've heard this argument made several times, right? Like, oh, I'm ad hominem, right? I'm doing a personal attack. The problem is when you make a statement that depends on attributes which you share personally, which you do not have, me pointing them out is necessarily going to be an ad hominem. And just because it's an ad hominem doesn't mean that it isn't true or not relevant. That's called a fallacy.
Then you can't have a constructive conversation is basically what you're saying, Charlie.
No, that's the fallacy.
No, you shouldn't be here.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, build up.
Maybe you should take a break. I don't know. Something's up with you today. Maybe you should take a break, step back for a while.
Bro, I'm beating the fuck out of you guys, huh?
Hold on. Remember earlier, folks, you got to calm down. Earlier, remember, folks, Charlie said he's passionate about debating. He's not passionate about the facts of his position, just debating.
Well, I think it's funny that Charlie said that I don't know enough, right, to actually state facts when Charlie's openly admitted to be a solipsist. How do you know anything for that matter,
that's
Charlie?
A personal
to define
attack.
what I know.
That's a personal attack, isn't it?
To define what I know or don't know. Like, how can you make that determination if you've already admitted you don't know anything? That makes no sense, Charlie. Do you see? It falls flat on its face, Charlie.
are affirming the consequent also.
Isn't that
How so?
exactly what you? Isn't that what you just said? Isn't okay to do, Dice Law? You said that we can't pick up things from the past. Talk about them.
Well, no,
I
I mean
think it's
this isn't from the past. Charlie openly wears this label proudly on his shirt collar, so
Sure, and
I can
you
definitely
probably
mention that.
sure, and you
See,
probably say
I
that you
don't
don't believe
consider.
in quantum mechanics.
Well, believe in what are you actually denoting when you invoke quantum mechanics? There's nothing in reality that you point to and say quantum is here or there. It's just the amount of
There you
something.
go.
So, do I believe in
And
the
you don't
amount of
agree with it.
something? Do I believe in the amount of something? What are you really asking?
Do you believe in the quantum mechanics? Accept it.
If I
You know
I do
what
believe there are
he's
amounts of
asking.
things.
Quantum
you have any
mechanics
brain
is
cells?
the field of physics.
It's just dishonest now.
Quantum mechanics, the field of physics that deals with elementary particles and atoms and molecules and stuff like that. You have a base idea of what he's asking. That's something.
So it's
I
it's
believe
the
that we can
mechanic.
count
Hold on.
things.
So it's the mechanics of a bunch of made up shit.
Yeah, you gave a sufficient answer, Dice. So you said, I believe you're quantifying something. Like, if you want me to believe fully in the atom, like just because you're using it as a convention, that the atom must exist because you're using it as a convention, that's another question. Yeah, it's
Right.
weird that they're like avoiding your truthful answer and what
Right.
it really implies.
No, it's okay. It's okay if he redefines quantum mechanics, then okay. And it's okay. Charlie can redefine hard solipsism. No problem then.
It's in the definition. It's in the name, quantum mechanics. So kind of gives you like a hint.
What's the definition for quantum mechanics?
Gives you a hint.
Could you give me back permissions to fucking type on the chat?
Charlie, I think you got to conduct yourself a little better in order to get those privileges back.
You don't decide that.
Please ask Dice Low.
That's a polite way to ask. Can you fucking give me permissions, please? No,
Is
not
that,
even
is that what I
please. Can you-
said?
yeah.
Is that what I said?
That's-
Did I
you're
say, can
something
you
else,
fucking
dude.
give me back my permissions?
You're really full of yourself, aren't you? You gotta like humble yourself a bit, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe just be a little less flamboyant. It'd be okay.
Whoa, homophobe much? The fuck?
Not easy now. Don't spiral too hard. And this is what I was referring to about you engaging with a little less emotion. Maybe if you had less emotion behind your tone, you would be able to type right now instead of being put in the corner.
Oh,
you want to be a little bit less patronizing there?
It was cool
Not
that
at
the
all,
one
my
guy
friend.
said
That was strictly observation based, 100%. The entire chat and the recorded live stream can back me up. Thanks.
I have never heard a more patronizing statement in my life.
it's weird that you and your friend both said, like, do you believe in quantum mechanics? Like, knowing that you have to believe and you can't just show, right? Isn't that it's kind of cool that you kind of understand that.
Well, that's
again
why I
putting
always
words
said.
into people's mouths. It's lies.
Well, you asked you did ask, small man. Do I believe? Yeah, you did ask if I believe, small man. And
they
for
were
the record, I don't assert
using
myself
a
on.
term.
Okay, go ahead, James.
The technology which
Boy,
you
but
use right now to
finish,
communicate
Dice,
with
so
us
finish.
necessitates the predictions which quantum mechanics makes to be true.
I got a quantum heating device in my kitchen. It's called a microwave. You see how easily I can invoke the word quantum upon anything and have some overly complicated device that's like mysterious. I mean, what are you really saying, Charlie?
What I'm saying is that the devices which you use right now to communicate with us use the predictions that quantum mechanics make. So if quantum mechanics isn't predictive, then it wouldn't be making the predictions that it did that enable
you
you to communicate
demonstrate
with us
that.
right now.
Now, the ultimate purpose of science isn't to predict, Charlie. Once again,
It absolutely is.
no, it's
Yes,
a
it
nice
is.
feature. It's a nice
Accurate-
feature.
Only accurate information has practical application.
Yeah, you're like
Something
it's like what
isn't
you're saying right now is
accurate,
if a
it's
compass
not
works, the Earth must be a globe because a compass works, the Earth is a globe. It's weird, like what you're saying.
No, what I'm saying is that
but do you
the
understand what
things that the compass models must be correct because the compass is accurate. Or it's likely that it's correct because it's accurate. But that's not what science or physics says. That's more of a statement of philosophy, right? Physics, all it cares about is about making accurate predictions.
You can never separate science from philosophy, Charlie. I
I
hope
never
you
claimed that they were
understand.
separated. I said they're distinct.
Once again, Charlie, if you're gonna invoke physics, you're invoking philosophy automatically, but they're inseparable.
I know. I never said
Let's
that they're
stay on
not
the
the same.
subject, though.
Jesus Christ. Two things can be connected and not be the same thing. You understand this, right?
There's distinct differences between the head versus the tail sides of the coin, but in all reality, it's just the silverage of the coin. Right?
It's-
There's no distinct difference between the heads or the tails other than your description of it, but in all actual essence, it's the silverage of the coin that we're speaking about, Charlie, i.e. the connection between philosophy and science to derive a concise explanation behind the subject we're speaking upon.
I don't know how to explain to you that physics and science are not literally the same thing, although they're related. I don't know how else I can explain
Charlie,
it clearly. to you.
Charlie, I already explained it,
they're
and
like
it's
cousins.
okay. They're just
I
two
feel like
sides of the
they're-
same coin.
I feel like there might be some real subject around
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
I'm trying to
That's
see
what I'm
which subject it is, but
So
I don't see
you're
anything.
saying-
I just see
It's
this. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, that's the problem, Bacon.
So if you're
is
saying
because
Yeah,
physics
Dysel, you say something
and
about
science-
philosophy. Now you guys are talking about philosophy. Just-
Well, no.
Yeah.
That's the problem. Is science is subdivided all these different fields into branches of science when they should
get
all
back to
literally
the-
be one and the same thing.
Talking about something
They should
a
all
second
be
ago.
physics.
You're talking about quantum a second ago, right?
Yeah, he doesn't believe in quantum, right? I think that's
Again, I don't assert myself upon beliefs. I don't assert myself upon feelings, thoughts, and beliefs rather than facts, logic, and wisdom. Well,
That's how the subject disappears. That's exactly how it disappears.
Can
It's
I
just
see
a
if we can
freaking
find some?
phrase, man. It's a phrase of speech. He's not asking you.
No,
to
it's quite
literally have
literal.
faith in quantum
Quite literal.
mechanics. He's
No,
asking
it's quite
you
literal.
to understand the principles and concepts that quantum mechanics puts forward.
Again, it's quite literal. It's based upon a convention of perception rather than, actual
Yeah, but
evidential reality.
Yeah, your best proof of quantum mechanics is the double slit experiment, which is
No, it's not.
done by the quantum eraser, which is right. So like your best proof of it is what?
Well, all of quantum is premised
can I
off the
challenge that?
interaction of
But
how
what
light
Charlie had
works.
said,
All of
what
quantum.
Charlie had said about the predictive ability, like the use of it and the predictive ability of that model, that's the reason why it's known as the best tested model, or the most accurate tested model, because it makes predictions that are accurately tested, and the utility behind that is if you could predict the lottery, that would be extremely useful, right? You just predict it, on any day of the week, any day there's a lottery. These things are actually kind of useful. So if you can predict something about the structure of the universe, and it's true and it's accurate, then that tells you that that model that you're using to predict it is accurate. So there is reason to have credence with that model with quantum mechanics.
Okay, so when it comes to the electric universe, predicting the southern pole that was facing away from the sun being hot because the electromagnetic universe, does that mean that that's true?
That's what's to the D. If it's true that it actually made that prediction, then sure, it is evidence for it.
So you guys are electric universe proponents now?
No, that's not how it works, right? Like there are plenty of theories that aren't quote unquote true that make correct predictions, right? It's all about which one makes the most correct predictions.
Oh, there's something
Have you ever
from
heard
the
of the
paper.
phrase "a broken clock is a broken clock is right twice a day"?
Okay. I want to read just a paragraph from the thing I just posted from Michael Brenner. It says, if making predictions is the only goal you have, you don't have and you don't need science, because science means knowledge and mathematical imaging does not provide such. If you treat nature as a black box where the only thing you do is trying to find an algorithm that transforms an input signal into an output signal, then you will be able to make predictions. But nature will forever remain a black box to you. You will forever remain without knowledge, which is exactly and actually what happened when the standard model defined nature as being 97% black. That is, the standard model set the default setting of knowledge at about nature to very close to absolute zero. One could, of course, retreat to the position of being satisfied with making predictions. Okay, But if you end up with two mathematical imaging models, which are based on mutually exclusive premises, then you better wake up and think about what you're doing here.
Are those your
I would
words, your
disagree with the
perspective,
first
or is
part.
that a
I would
quote?
disagree with
I
the first
agree with
part
that.
because hello.
Let's let Jeremy get in there.
I would disagree with the first part because when you do science, you like one of the first things you do is make a prediction. You know what I'm saying? You make your natural observed phenomena, and then the next step is make a prediction. That's your hypothesis.
I think he's talking about original science.
He's talking about using an input and an output signal in a black box that's making predictions with 97% of it being, you know, black or dark matter or whatever it is that they want to fill in. So everything is going to be, you know, just according to that model that's in this set parameters that makes it unfalsifiable. You know,
What he's saying is when you set up an experiment in a biased way to perceive the outcome, you're not really doing science, and that's exactly what they've done pertaining to light, right? Being considered a photon. Go ahead.
Noise.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Jeremy, I don't agree with you because the prediction is to predict the cost of it. Their prediction is to predict that this is going to happen 99% of the time. Yeah, the outcome.
Yeah, the value.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're looking for the causal mechanism, the causal link.
Yeah, a scientific prediction. A science, you know, if you're doing science, you want to make a prediction that's science. You do it's a hypothesis. Yeah, they're out here making science fiction predictions. I feel you.
So that's because you got two different schools of science. You got the original science and the current science, and that's where we need to draw the distinction between setting up experiments using, you know, following natural order and natural science versus, you know, the conceived conception based on consensus science, which we have today, as everything being a component of particle interactions going against natural order.
Is chemistry natural science, Dicel?
Well, that's a good question. I'm not a huge chemist guy. But I think once you start isolating things and using your periodic table, you're following the current convention of science rather than the original periodic table that Walter Russell put out as being all elements being a harmonic compound of hydrogen and partaking within this spherical geometry as being harmonics to separate and differentiate these elements rather than just being particles. So,
respect.
How did you get spherical geometry?
Well, just
well, there's a formula for it that I'm sure you.
If you think chemistry is a real science, chemistry is just applied quantum mechanics. So you are agreeing with the principles of quantum mechanics puts forward.
I don't think anybody cares about
I wouldn't group any single category. I wouldn't group any single category into doing real science because, I mean, as long as you're making a hypothesis, you know, you're observing something, you make a hypothesis. The hypothesis includes the cause and effect. You go and test the hypothesis, then you're good.
So I could absorb porn and test it? Or you mean a natural phenomena? Be clear on that.
Natural phenomena, dude. That's
yeah, we're doing natural science. Natural observed phenomena.
Yeah, you ain't doing nothing natural. No, I agree.
Not to your mom, at least.
Bro, you ain't doing nothing. They call me Con Edison. I'll put your lights out.
I agree with you, dude. I agree with you a little bit. Yeah, right. I was gonna say, somebody said it's not to make these predictions, but you can say the goal in science is like theories and laws, or really models. So the purpose is to construct these models to answer these fundamental questions we had, and they describe these things, these systems or whatever, or objects. Anyways, it's these models that we, use their predictive ability to assess the world. So I would say that that's the purpose of science, is to build those models.
Can we have
to predict
contradictions?
things.
Can we have contradictions in science and still have
Yeah, but
a
that's an
valid
indication of
explanation.
something's that's an indication something's incorrect, though.
Paradoxes are contradictions.
Right. It should be an indication that there's a weak link within the gear or the chain, right? Something's something went
Nobody
wrong
claims that we're
somewhere.
God or anything. That anyone's God. That we have all the answers. They're still searching.
Well,
for
no,
the
I'm
answers.
not. I know you guys always want to turn to that, but that's not what I'm invoking. I'm just saying, like, when the basis of quantum mechanics is based upon their understanding of light, right? And they're clearly stating a duality within the understanding of light. I mean, you can clearly see there's an inconsistent hypocrisy with how they're defining quantum mechanics, being that it's all premised off something they don't know anything about.
Jace and Charlie could speak more on it, but I can just tell you that light is not the only. Like you said, this duality. Just like they say, oh, it behaves like a particle and a wave. All the quantum particles behave like particles and like waves. Like they all have the Boyer wavelengths.
Yeah,
And they behave
again, it's all premised off their understanding of light is how you contrive this confused misapprehension of what things are and are not. Like, you guys need to go back to square one and start perceiving reality more concisely rather than portraying everything to be a particle interaction. Otherwise, you're just going to be lost in the sauce and never defining what things are and what existence is, and dark matter, quantum foam, as SE put it, dark energy, magnetism, fields. You guys only have vague descriptions. Energy. Yeah, we're not
Virtual
getting there.
particles.
Virtual particles, negative charge, shadows. I mean, these are all things that are not actual things, but yeah, you guys will ideate that they are.
Sure, dude. Electron, for example, is a very fundamental actual thing. It actually is a thing because you can introduce it to a system and that system will be changed. So, if you can do that, I mean, that's obviously not only a thing, but a physical thing. It's a real
I
thing.
mean, if you say that electron is charged, sure, but to invoke a charge carrying particle just seems like you're trying to place it within your scope of understanding rather than what it actually is, and that's the problem.
It's the charge carrying entity. It is indeed an entity that has identifiable properties that separate it
Physical,
from other entities. Yeah.
physical,
Physical, indeed. Yeah.
material.
I wouldn't go as far to say that.
Okay. So
There's
how do we
something
define physical? That's
there's something that happens, Dyslo, in chemical reactions that moves charge around. Then we can do other experiments where we can have detections of this charge. And so when you put 2 and 2 together, you get the charge carrying particle with the properties. You define the properties that you observe.
I mean, I think you guys are just loosely slapping labels on phenomena rather than actually, falsifying or isolating what you speak of. And the J.J. Thomson, the discoverer of this electron, called it 1 unit line of dielectric induction. Never did he associate some physical or material existence of its composure. Same thing with Tesla. He said it's inconceivable. Also, Charles Proteus Steinmetz, in his books on electrical waves and impulses, stated that the electron is nothing more than a dielectric, induction. But you guys keep trying to place this physical mechanism because you're materialist, and you're going against natural order and logic.
Well, these things are very, right, you started off saying something that's not true. They're very precisely defined. And, right, all those people can have all the fancy pants quotes in the world that they want to have. How do their quotes intertwine with what's observed in, like, chemical reactions and detections and stuff? Like, they can say whatever they want to say. Anyone can. But how does that
I would say,
compare with reality?
I mean, I know you want to bring it to the chemistry sector because that's your forte, but things like the AC generator, you know, that was invented by people that totally refuted the electron, yet we still use today, you know, would beg to differ. But pertaining to chemistry, all of that is involved with what's called the Lamar precession or Lamar frequency. Something I challenge you to look into, because that would explain
I know what
a
the
charge
Lamar.
disparity within a chemical reaction.
I think you need to look into what that is, because the Lamar frequency is something that's used in NMR, sure, but that's not chemical reactions. That's one way it's a method we can use to detect certain things.
Okay, well, that's what I'm deferring to in
You
your
use
question towards
you use the
energy within
magnetic
chemistry.
field to detect chemicals.
Yes, NMR uses magnetic fields.
Cool.
I don't see. Right, like it's a cool word that most people aren't going to be familiar with, Lamar frequency and precession. I mean, I just don't see what it has to do with actual chemical reactions.
You just said that you use the magnetic field to measure chemical reactions, or I guess the reaction of a magnetic field.
Maybe I wasn't clear enough. NMR is used to determine the molecular structure of a molecule, so how the atoms are connected together, but it's not used as like the chemical reaction itself. It's a method for determining what molecule you have in your solution or your crystal or your gas, whatever phase you're using.
It's just convention after convention stacked upon each other.
Nothing wrong with that.
You said this has something to do with chemical reactions. That's what I'm trying to elucidate. How does the Lamar frequency have anything to do with chemical reactions? That's
Again, that's what's exhibiting the charge within a chemical reaction is the Lamar precession or Lamar frequency within that phenomenon. Which follows back to what energy is and so on and so forth.
You may have to tell me what you mean by Lamar frequency, because technically it's Larmor, not Lamar, but it's easy to say Lamar. But we may be using different utilizations of that word.
Well, it's just explaining whether it be in a chemical reaction or any phenomena for that matter. There's always this magnetic component having a field presence involved, and what supports energy to begin with.
Yeah, that was interesting, like how you kind of tied it around, Diaslow, how you were first referencing Walter Russell, describing these reactions as just vibration, and then you got Jace there, kind of championing the idea of the Lamar precession or frequency, which is measuring the level of vibration to determine chemicals. It's
It's
pretty
just
cool.
the energetic field state following this precise incremental wave geometry that's just interconnected with everything, having this conjugate dynamic field state following, these specifics and the interactions between those two conjugate fields, where they start drawing their values and attributing, the false presumption of particle interaction being the inputs, and outputs of this function is having some material association, because everything in their religious view is based on material interactions, physical interactions. This is why I say, like, we really need to be, considerate of how we determine physical to be and what it is and isn't.
Yeah, well, to be fair, like it's really difficult for me or anybody, I would think, a lot of people, right? Like to start imagining things that are not physical. Like even people are like, I pray to God, and then they put a face to God, like then the statue, right? They can't even like just have it without some kind of physical. It's hard to
What's
imagine.
not what is it that's not physical?
Air.
What do you
I
mean
don't
when
know.
you say physical? What's physical?
What do you mean when you say that's what I'm asking you, dude? That's what I'm asking you. You guys
Well,
make
I said
comments
it.
on
I should have
physical.
said
I'm asking you what are you
material.
guys claiming is not physical.
I did say it, so I should have said material. It's really difficult to imagine something that's not material. Yeah.
Can I tell you something Jace told me once? I don't believe everything Jay says, but I do believe most of it. But he made a distinction to me once about material and, let's say, quantum particles. Like material would be what do you call that? It's I can't think of the word. Oh, it's emergent, right? It's an emergent thing.
Emergent
It's not. It
property.
doesn't exist.
What
It
he would
doesn't
say.
exist as these particles, these quantum particles on their own. But you get enough of quantum particles together, and you get atoms. You get enough of those together, you get molecules. You get material. After the fact, it's like an emergent property.
So, and what you're saying is you're
It's an
implying that
emergent thing. I mean, sorry.
nothing can act upon something.
Huh? I didn't say that. Something. So
That's
these
what
things.
you're
So
implying.
let me make these words distinct. Thing, material, physical, and tangible. These are four different words. They mean four different things. A thing, a quantum particle is a thing. Okay, it is physical. I don't believe that it's material. It's probably not tangible. Okay.
So this gets into existence. Like, how do we define existence? Right, something to exist in actuality rather than in just conception through mathematical interpretations.
Can I get in on that?
Because you guys use math to invoke the existence of things rather than the actuality thereof. So that's why I say, like, how do we define existence to be
Let me give you
rather than just
if any of those four words are in the description. So if something is either a thing, or if it's material, or if it's tangible, or if it's physical, if it's any of those things, then it certainly exists. Okay? If it's any of those things at all, it certainly exists. Okay? That's not always true for things, but
I just wanted to, just real fast, I wanted to get in just for a second because you guys are talking about something that my son is writing a book about. So the emergent entity is a really interesting concept, right? Because they say that we're just like a lump of atoms, right? But really, the dirt walks around and it calls itself Larry, right? It's a really interesting concept, right? That my body is made of dirt, but there's this emergent entity that is the real me, that even if I lost my body, it would still not be there. Now, go back to what you guys are talking about. Like, you guys are talking about the emergent properties or the emergent entities of, the electron and other particles and fields and whatnot. And it's really interesting to think about, could it be that this atom is not a physical thing, or are these electrons with a Schwinger effect that are popping into existence are not physical? They never were
precisely,
physical.
precisely,
They never would
Larry.
be physical.
What they are harmonic vibrations, right? When we talk about the atom, it's not a material physical thing rather than a vibrational disturbance, which ultimately is what we call hard light.
I always had this problem with my definition of physical, but to me, if something is physical, then it has some interaction with other things in the natural world, meaning it has a cause and effect, or a relationship. A reactive. There's a reactive process when it exists in the natural world. Anything that does this is indeed physical. So that makes energy physical, light, quantum particles, all that type of stuff. It's all physical because it all interacts with other things in the natural world.
I just think I think it's extremely real. Like when you notice, like a puppy, right? The dog gets pregnant,
the DNA in the womb and the seed all together start writing like a little meat suit for the puppy, and the puppy then becomes a dog, and eventually, like, it's not just a puppy. Like, you start to notice like patterns of personality, right? And then it's no longer a puppy, now it's Bosco, right? And Bosco acts a certain way, different from all the other puppies, and this emergent entity that is Bosco is not a physical thing. Like, you can't put your finger on it and say that's Bosco. And if you think that, you know, when you bury the dog 20 years later that you're burying Bosco, no, you're burying Bosco's body, right? And I kind of think
Well,
that's
yeah, you're talking about the persona non grata rather than the psychophysical rather than the corporeal. That's
I
precisely.
think it's really interesting.
Right. No, it is. I mean, this has been an ancient thing. This is what the ancient metaphysicians talked about, and why modern Buddhism is most famous for what it never originally taught, being that there is no soul. Original Buddhism never made those those claims. So, yeah, I mean, this is a very complex, deep thing that's been around for a very long time and highly misunderstood. And boils down to true wisdom and liberation ontology being self proximity, seeing self in what is not self, essentially.
And it's really interesting because my son is not a Christian, and in no kind of way have I like pushed any of this stuff on him, right? I've given him the complete freedom to research, say, think what he wants. You know, he can call me an asshole or whatever he wants to do. Like, there's no restriction on his ability to, you know, come up with what he wants. And, you know, from an agnostic position, he's talking about this thing that I would relate to be like the soul, the real you. And one day he asked me, "Who are you?" I was like, Larry? He's like, "No, like, who are you?" He's like, your dad? He's like Larry's what they call you. And the father figure is an archetype. Like, who are you really? And after a while, like, I thought about it, and I was like, well, I guess I'm the I that I say I am coming, but I don't mean I'm bringing my meat suit. I mean, like, I'm bringing my consciousness to the area that you're pointing me to. It's like, I am,
I
I
mean,
am, I am, I
whether
am.
it's the
And he was like, exactly.
consciousness,
I'd slap my son
whether
if
it's
he asked me that. But yeah, that is cool that you can have that talk with him.
and whether it's consciousness, spirit, the soul, whatever word you want to place on it. Like earlier when I came on, I gave the analogy of the hand radio, where the signal would be analogous to the spirit or the consciousness or the soul. The animator, which, you know, animates the material, but not the material. So when you defer to the hand radio analogy, there's no component within that hand radio that contains the signal. Signal isn't physical, it's not material, but it's there, right? The broadcasting station which broadcasts the signal is received and transmitted and modulated through the hand radio, but that's not to say that the voice coming out of your radio is within the radio. It's only consubstantially manifesting that to be perceived as, and that's, you know, analogous to consciousness being a consubstantial relationship between spirit and matter.
Did somebody just say that they would strike their son if they asked them that question? Was that a joke?
Like in the back of the head, lightly, you know.
It's weird, man.
So yeah, there's no point in the body where you can localize the spirit or consciousness. All right, it's only expression. It's only an expression of something being broadcasted and received and modulated.
Yeah, the mind-body problem is a well-known phenomenon. They don't really have an answer for consciousness when it comes to science.
I would tell you that water would be the dipole antenna of consciousness to be received and modulated. Having this precise geometry of 108, 36, 36 between the nuclei of the atoms within the molecule, and that precisely being this geometry, which is the most perfect geometry.
Oh, did you just say 108?
And that is, yes, 108, 36, 36 is the geometry of the water molecule, contrary to current science having it, measured at the outer wall rather than the dead center nexus of the atom itself. But nevertheless, point being, this archetype, right, is what allows the logos, if you will, to manifest materially, physically, in reality, and that being a dielectric archetype, which is interesting, because if you look at like an antenna per se, like it has this precise geometry, so it's a qualitative thing rather than a quantitative thing, meaning if you disrupt that antenna, you change its shape, it's no longer going to receive that signal properly. Like its gain will be changed in such a way that where it's not going to modulate clearly to where you're going to pick up that signal clearly and make sense of it. It's just going to be static. So water is this dipole antenna for consciousness to live, to have manifestation in the living format. And that's why anything living partakes of water. So consciousness is within the qualitative mechanism of water. And this is the difference between qualitative versus quantitative in regards to physicality.
What are you quantifying with this 108? Like, what is the 1? Like 1 this, 0 of this, and 8 of this? What does it mean?
It's just the angular relationship between those atoms within that molecule and that geometry. In triplicate is what makes up the Pythagorean pentagram that's been misconstrued, and by occultists. But that geometry is a precise geometry which follows incremental geometry and the golden ratio, however you want to word that. But most people can't explain what the golden ratio is, and it's due to the incremental nature that resides within that geometry, and follows this a logarithmic pattern of 1/5 to the power of -3, which boils down to 0.23608, which is intrinsic within all innate matter and consciousness, the God's thumbprint, if you will.
And what is that, Romans 1?
It's principle in comparison to attribute. That's the first two sequences within the Fibonacci sequence, the 1 to the 1, illumination to light, principle versus attribute. We all perceive illumination, not light. No one's ever seen light. But yeah, that's why I asked early on in conversation to define principality, i.e. principle versus attribute.
So they say they got it all figured out. The electron flows from the negative to the positive. And I always thought that, how do you prove that? Like, all you're witnessing is like a current, right? And when you create the circuit, the current flows. Like, if we're talking about something that, isn't physical, like tangible, like an object, how could you measure this flow? Because it appears to me like it's a field, right? Not really.
Well, that's
something
what
you
energy
can
is
measure the
ultimately.
direction of flow.
Use a
Energy is just a field.
Yeah, use a Crookes tube there, Larry.
So this is going to tell me which way the electrons are going?
Talking about the Crookes radiometer?
No, the X-ray tube. The cathode ray tube.
Yeah, can you explain cold cathode, hot anode?
Give me some context.
Or the Leyden jar experiment, where the charge isn't stored within the metal of within the jar, or the rod rather than within the medium itself,
Why don't we
elucidating capacitance.
Why don't we pick one instead of just Gesh galloping? How's that?
Whichever you prefer. What are you most aware of?
What's that?
What are you most pervy to?
I don't know what pervy means. I don't even know if I.
What are you most aware of?
What are you best at?
Oh, privy. Oh, well, okay. Let's talk about the cathode ray tube because that's what was initially brought up. Yeah, you can take a glass tube and seal it off at the ends and with electrodes in there and pump all the air out, and then you'll find out that no electric current will flow through there. But if you heat the electrode on one end, then you'll find that electrons will be boiled off that, and you can get electrons to flow in the opposite direction, away from the hot end, but not towards the end. Those electrons will go faster depending on the electric field that you put across the tube, and when they hit the target, then they cause heat and glowing and stuff like that.
What about the reverse end of that circuit being the cathode turning cold? Well, can you explain that?
I'm not sure what you're talking about. Can you elaborate?
You've never heard of the hot and cold cathode and anode? I mean, there's got to be a million different websites and videos on the topic. Gotta have heard of that.
You mean like the plate in a vacuum tube rectifier?
One end gets hot, the other gets cold. Can you explain the phenomena?
Well, what's heating the one end?
What I'm asking you to explain.
Well, you haven't shown me what apparatus we're looking at. A lot of different things cause different heatings and for a lot of different reasons. I don't know what you're thinking about.
I mean, you precisely want to focus on one end of the circuit rather than the totality of it being both retrospectives of each other, hot and cold, one freezing, one heating. You just want to keep pointing at the hot end, but not look at the entirety of what's happening. Should I pull up a video?
Or you could just answer the question.
The question that I'm asking him? If he's so understood on the topic?
The question that he
I don't
asked
know, man.
you. He asked you for the apparatus, and you gave this long answer of why it doesn't matter,
We're
or
talking
why he's
about the
asking that.
cathode ray tube.
Or
and then
you could just have answered how it's getting heat up, or just post the videos you just suggested. That would also answer the question.
Yeah, the apparatus was the one he wanted to focus on that has an anode and cathode in it.
I mean, I specified that several times. I'll just pull up a video and post it.
Perfect.
Copy. I'm just popping. I'm gonna lag here. Text. Send. On a sec.
Do you know the difference between a hot cathode tube and a cold cathode tube? Just curious, Dyslow.
Hey, like I said, I posted the first video. I don't even know if I'm coming through clearly.
Yeah, I started the video and it revealed you have a great deficit of understanding on the topic. I was just curious if you knew why a cold cathode tube worked.
That's what I'm asking you.
Okay.
I don't know why you keep trying to reverse the the question onto me, but anyhow.
Okay, so a cold cathode tube is like a neon lamp. It has a gas in there, right? A low pressure gas like neon, or it could be different gases to get different colors. And that gas allows its electrons to be ripped out of its molecule or its atoms, which creates an electric current flow even though you have no hot cathode, right? If you were to pump all that air out of there, or all that gas out of there so there was nothing, then it would be like a radio tube and no current would flow unless you heated the cathode. And then the current flows, electrons flow away from the cathode, but not to the cathode. Unless you heat both cathodes, then you could get current going either way, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, I heard what you said. Whether I agree with it or not is irrelevant, but I don't even remember how we got onto this topic to begin with, to be honest with you.
Larry had asked how you would tell the electrons were what were carrying the current, or something like that.
No, I asked how we know they're going from negative to positive.
Oh, fair enough. Yes, this is how you know that they're going from negative to positive.
Gotcha.
Because you have to find some way, when there's no gas in there, you have to find some way to get the electrons ejected from the cathode, and then they'll flow towards the positive. But if you reverse the voltage, then they don't flow the other way, because the cold cathode, or what is now then a cold cathode, is not emitting any electrons, so it's not a cathode. It's just an electrode that's not emitting any electrons. But when you do have the cold cathode is more negative, and the current is flowing from the negative towards the positive electrode, then these electrons actually carry like almost kinetic energy. When they hit the target, if they're going fast enough, they cause it to be heated, or if it's a phosphorescent surface, then they cause it to glow. That's how cathode ray tubes work, and so on and so forth. And these electrons have a velocity inside this tube also, and hence a direction.
And what's governing that?
It's just the way it is. I don't know what governs it.
Well, you're saying it's got a precise vector and velocity. I'm wondering, like, what laws, relevant to that you claim.
Well, and you can steer the electron beam with the magnets or with electric fields too. So
how do you separate the two? Like, how do you ever have an electric field without a magnetic component simultaneously being involved to support its existence? Sounds counterintuitive.
I'm not sure I understand what you're asking.
What's the difference between the magnetic field and the electric field if there's always a magnetic field in conjunction with the electric field, meaning the phi times psi equals Q in Planck of electrification, essentially stating that you can never have an electric field without a magnetic component to support its existence. Therefore, you should be understood that that magnetism is the main component involved here, not your electric field, which you're trying to portray as the result of electrons.
Wouldn't it be more accurate to say that you couldn't have an electric flow without a corresponding magnetic field? Because I don't think there's no measurable magnetic field when you have a non-flowing static electric field. Static means non-moving, right?
Right. So in the Leyden jar experiment that I brought up earlier, where's your electric field within the Leyden jar experiment?
In the jar.
Again, it's not in the metal rod. So where would it be?
No, it's in the glass jar. I just said it's in the jar.
It's in the medium, right?
It's in the jar, the glass jar.
Right. Which is a medium.
Yeah, see, glass is an insulator, which means if you put an excess of electrons on one side of a sheet of glass, they don't immediately propagate to the other side. So you can literally have a charge difference stored on an insulator. That's how capacitors work.
Bro, you got to stop eating on the mic. I'm sorry.
It's grossing me out.
It's a bit rough on the ears, bro. Yeah. So I don't know if you want to finish your food, and then we can kind of further that. But
Yeah, I'm taking off as soon as I'm done eating. But I've given you a good starting point. You can go do a whole lot of reading about X-ray tubes. They were used heavily before liquid crystal displays came out, and there's tons of data on them.
yeah, I'm very familiar with Dennis Gabber's pseudo laser. But I'm talking about capacitance, right? Being the threshold of a medium which it's able to absorb of units of dielectric induction before discharge, where it's been proven that there's no charge whatsoever in the metal jar rather than in the glass medium, which is in simplex a reflective medium mostly, like most metals or dielectric reflectors, whereas clear mediums such as like glass, oil, air, etc., are dielectric capacitors. So, and this goes back to Hertz's explanation upon the photoelectric effect, contrary to Einstein's.
Could you define dielectric for anybody who doesn't know?
Yeah, I'm not talking about the insulator. I'm talking about the dielectric field, which is what supports the magnetic field, and the magnetic field being which supports your electric field, and how they're all intertwined and essentially just different modalities of the ether, analogous to ice, water, and steam all being water, yet different modalities due to the temperature and pressure and differences, creating that manifestation of that particular thing to have particular characteristics. So,
Can I say something real quick before I go back to eating?
yeah.
About the Leyden jar, I got a challenge for you. They're super fun and simple to build. Build yourself one, charge it up, remove the metal plates, go dunk the glass jar in water, dry it all off, and put it back together and see if it's still charged. I'll bet you it won't be. Anyway, thanks a lot.
What does that mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
How ridiculous. Was he trying to state that the field should hold itself in place once you remove the insulator, if it's dielectric without insulation? Yeah.
I got no clue, but just to simplify it, the dielectric is just the ether under torsion, whereas the magnetic is ether under polarization, which is ultimately the true field holography that which gives mass and magnitude to all things. So dielectric and the magnetic are the dimensionalities and the conjugate pair of the total expression of all fields. The versors or the metrical intermediaries of the conjugate fields, which are time and space, or respectively measure, lag, torsion, and volume. Yeah.
Is Jeremy still here?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah. Do you get a a satisfying response about why more pressure wouldn't imply a bigger value being measured by scale?
If you change locations, no. Maybe,
No,
I don't know.
Changing the pressure, like I increase the pressure, you're trying to argue that I should pick up a higher value on the scale.
Depending on what
Because there's
scale you
more.
use, yeah. It depends on what type of scale you would use, yeah.
What kind of scale would pick up
exposed. You need to have the whole bottom, the whole top is exposed, right? You would need the whole bottom exposed, so there's an equal amount of pressure pressing on it.
Well, I think you might be not picturing how the sensor works. Because depending on how you're picturing it, what you're saying would actually make sense. Because after we talked about it, I was trying to understand how you would get a higher pressure, and it boiled down to how the pressure works. And so I look it up, and it actually doesn't work out the way it would give you a higher value. So maybe we should explain how the sensor works then.
It recognizes the downward pressure. It senses the downward pressure.
No, it measures a displacement on something like a bar that is placed horizontally, and it's supported in one side, and the plate of the scale is on the other end of it. So as you place something on top of that bar, there's a down displacement that ends up happening, and that's what gets measured.
Okay.
So yeah, so if you take a look at it, because it's this horizontal bar, you have air below and on top of it, and you have the same amount of air above and on top of it. And the area that is covered below it goes all the way down to, you can go all the way down to the bottom of the scale. And there's always like a one-to-one correspondence of air pressure above and on top of it. So you don't get any effect of the pressure directly increasing the value. Maybe a drawing would help to understand why.
So if you take something into a vacuum, it's not going to weigh different.
It will weigh different, but it's the other thing that you would be expecting. So, and the vacuum would get a higher value because you're getting less buoyancy. So it's not that the pressure is affecting the scale, but the pressure is affecting the object is being weighed by the scale. So, for example, if you put an object that has big volume on a vacuum chamber, as you remove the air, you would take off the buoyancy of the object, so you would be heavier.
So the amount of air matters. So the amount of air pressure matters for the weight.
Yeah, this is actually been demonstrated on YouTube. Like there are people who measured things on what's the name
So
of that?
a change in the amount of air affects the weight.
Yeah, that is not news. That's
okay. Air pressure affects the weight. Different air pressures will affect the weight. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, how much is very predictable.
Well, I didn't see that in any of the calculations for weight change with latitude change. That's all.
Well, you can do for one.
Like 6 or 7,
I actually.
There's like 6 or 7 different variables associated with weight. So, in order to accurately say what weight is or what weight is not, you would have to.
What it is.
Well, that's what Jeremy's saying. If you've got variables that are affecting weight, then how are you making a concise explanation as to what weight is or not? You know.
Yeah.
And you guys like to say weight is a force.
I did work out how much pressure plus temperature plus humidity could make of a difference on the scale.
Okay, so what do you got? 3 variables? You got 3?
No, that's for the buoyancy. The buoyancy, like for the buoyancy, all you need is the density. So considering the density of the air, which you get from the pressure, temperature, and humidity, you can get the density from those 3 variables. Then you can work out how much difference in buoyancy you can get from one place to the other. So I used extremely different values, the hottest temperatures to the coldest temperatures, align with the higher pressures to the lowest pressures. And it was the higher change you could make was like 1/10 of what my scale could measure. So my scale couldn't pick up a difference as light as what air pressure causes. It's much the difference is much less significant than what we are trying to measure by moving to different latitudes. It's like an order of magnitude different. That's why no
Okay,
one.
so if we move to different latitudes and the weight doesn't correlate, then what would you say?
I wouldn't conclude. I wouldn't have the same conclusion. I would say that's confirming Earth's rotation.
No, I said if we go to different latitudes and the weight doesn't do what you think it's going to do, then what would you think then?
Well, I'll try to investigate more.
Because we already know
wouldn't
that.
you have to define what weight is? When you have to define what weight is in order to determine if there's a change in it?
We're talking about what the scale would measure. That's what we're talking about.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I think I said it before. This is just another like you know, the proof of the Earth rotating is the stars moving in the sky, and the proof of weight change at latitudes is the angle to the sun in the sky, which is, I mean, it's just another. You're just switching out one for the other, and saying it's the cause of whatever centrifugal force of or something from a spinning planet.
Well, it's kind of like that.
Not really.
It's kind of like that. Oh God, what do you call that thing that spins? Gyroscope, where they attach a gyroscope to a large rod, and they weigh themselves with the large rod and gyroscope. And let's just say it weighs 40 pounds, right? And then you spin it up, and then you stand on the scale. It no longer weighs 40 pounds on the scale.
It no longer weighs 40 pounds. Yeah, like when you spin it up.
Yeah, when you spin it up, yeah, like so you could try to pick this thing up with one arm while it's not spinning, and it's like you can't pick it up, right? And then you spin this thing up, and then all of a sudden you can pick it up over your head and shit. Like it virtually.
I agree, but it doesn't have a name yet. Like, does it? I don't think it has a name.
It's called the Jabinikoff effect, or you could tennis racket theorem.
Yeah. I mean, it's just as simple as like if I want to throw a human being across the room, I'm not going to just try to like shot put him. I'm going to spin him in circles and throw him.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Spin them up, and then you can change the vector.
Yeah.
You know, following the right hand
like
rule.
A sphere, dude.
It's always following the right hand rule, though. So, yeah. And when you look at like a lot of these craft that have been videotaped and stuff, they have this. I don't want to call it an aura, but it's got this field array around it, and when you change the polar axis of that field, it changes its vector instantaneously.
You know what that one's called? So there's another. Like I tried looking into it, I couldn't even find what it would be called. So spinning like a object, like a top on a table, you generate an electric field, and it's been shown that you can generate a magnetic electric field, whatever, around a spinning object. So,
yeah, it's a vortex. You're setting up a vortexual displacement.
Well, it has to be spinning in a field. So if you have like a changing magnetic field, it creates an electric current.
It's called a rotational magnetic field, which Tesla said was his greatest discovery, even greater than that of the AC generator, because the implications of it are limitless.
You sure that was Tesla who discovered that?
Tesla said his greatest discovery was rotational magnetic fields.
Well, I just thought that was I thought that was one of Maxwell's equations. Isn't it? That changing electric field or magnetic field creates an electric field.
No, it's they got it backwards. Like I said, you can never separate the magnetic field from the electric field.
You say so.
Yeah. There's always a magnetic component involved. Which should tell you something. But you guys never want to
dive any further into magnetism.
What should it tell us?
First.
That there's nothing in the universe that's not magnetoreactive. Therefore, it should be the epitome of your investigations. It should be at the forefront. What?
How were they able to put him in that prison then?
Well, they didn't, did they? They only momentarily did it until he was ready to give up his 3 hots and a cot. Then he escaped.
No, he had to have somebody put iron in their blood. That iron had to show up because he was playing chess with Xavier and stuff, and it wasn't magnetoreactive.
Well, iron's always in your blood. That's what carries the oxygen. So without it, you would suffocate, quite literally.
Yeah, but
it's not
what's her
metallic,
name?
so
What's her name was hot even after she got Stamos.
Yeah, Rebecca remains Stamos. Yeah.
But she was hot even after getting Stamos. She was still.
Oh yeah,
she was his
Rebecca
ex.
remain. Yeah.
I don't know. They kind of nerfed her boobs compared to the comic book, but I guess that's the art basis for another art.
Who cares? She's Mystique, dude. She can have any size boobs she wants, literally.
Dude, you know that magnet point was good, and it makes sense, and it's important, especially when everyone just obfuscates off to the topic.
But saying magnetism and electricity are inextricably linked doesn't lead to nothing in the universe. It isn't one of those two.
I'm not implying that. What I'm simply telling you is that you guys should be pretty well understood as to what magnetism is at this point, being that it's a key component within all phenomena.
All right.
Is it?
Well, the third of Maxwell's equations is the one that says Faraday's law that a changing magnetic field produces an electric field. So this before
Well, if
Tesla,
we're going to appeal,
if they didn't give the credit to Tesla, it's because he was a baby probably when they came up with that.
if we're gonna appeal to Maxwell's equations, then I guess we can do away with quantum mechanics, being that it's not involved in any of it.
But Tesla was grown.
Is.
Tesla was born a full-grown man anyway.
Well, he probably with a beard and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, but quantum mechanics is a result of Maxwell's equations.
None of Maxwell's 4 equations are involved in UFD, bro.
Yes, they are.
No, it's
no, it's not.
Indeed,
no.
is.
No.
The mathematics, though, I think that comes from a no ether, or Emmy no ether, that is. Or some people say nother because they can't read, but
Noder is a person too, though.
I know, but yeah. No, I mean that's who Einstein credits it with, right? This is one of the most important mathematicians in the 20th century, and without her work, they couldn't do quantum.
Yeah. No third, no ether. That's funny.
Well, it's meant to be no ether, right? Like other people that would say no there are like they're not reading correctly because there's no one with that last name.
That's funny.
Because it's also like it's a chosen name as well because the real name is Brown.
Yeah. Okay. I've never thought of that before. No ether. It's funny.
But then she's the underpinning for the mathematics that also fucking assassinates the ether, right? So that's interesting shit.
I agree.
All right. It's almost like it was like it's an inside joke, almost, right? Or am I reading too much into this?
It's funny. I never read that much. There's like I never noticed in that movie Tenet that they flew a plane into that Pentagon building.
Rotas? Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, I never realized that was.
Yeah, don't spoil.
That's not a spoiler, dude. That's actually a cool part in the movie, but it's not a spoiler.
It's somewhat of a spoiler. Don't worry about it.
Oh, I don't know.
It's like you ever seen Casino Royale?
Stick to the
Casino
fucking
Royale is also a
topic.
good movie. They flew a
I
plane.
don't want
to try to.
I know you're on pot, but try to stay on topic.
Oh yeah, I'm on topic. Noter, which is not relevant, but Maxwell's equations. Yeah, they are the precursors to. They're the reasons why quantum mechanics. They're the reason why the ether was assumed, and they're also the reason why quantum mechanics and relativity came about as well. Because the idea of the constant speed of light, all that kind of stuff, and also the unification of those two forces. But quantum electrodynamics is definitely based around Maxwell's equations. Just, a product of them.
All right, I just had to get a.
Defined by that.
What are you talking about?
QED is defined, right? Like the electron field is defined by Maxwell's equations.
Can you turn up the treble on your signal just slightly? Just kidding. It's highly trebly. If you got to, yeah, it's all right. Don't worry about it.
Well, Dyslow died instantly.
I have a question. It's a hard one.
I've been given the duty of drying off my dog. Give me a minute.
Do you guys know what the relic that's being sought after is in the new Indiana Jones movie?
Destiny based on the Dial of Destiny. What's it based on?
They give the name in the movie. I just watched it today.
Mm-hmm.
They just dropped the mechanism from the back end of the term. Maybe that'll give you guys a clue.
Yeah.
It was found underwater.
Called Dark.
The Titanic.
No.
The Higgs.
No.
Higgs mechanism.
Has to do with the sky clock.
Indiana Jones and the Bose-Higgs particle.
Pretty, yeah. Has to do with the sky clock.
Celestial.
Yeah. What other sky clock is there, Kosha?
Mantic-Ethereum mechanism.
Ding, 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 ding.
It's for Kosho. It's the
Wow.
Mantic-Ethereum.
Antikythera. Is that just they call it?
They call it
Well,
the
it must be
Antikythera.
real if Indiana Jones is looking for it.
Yep. It looks totally different. Looks totally different in the movie, and it serves a different purpose. But you'll figure that out when you watch the movie. But yeah.
Where'd you watch it
Do
at?
you want the address of the movie theater? You want to come hang out?
It's your mom's bedroom, bro.
Cool?
It is cool. Reclining chairs and everything, Kosha.
Was it one?
Is
Was
there
one
air
of the ones that has like you order food?
No.
Uh,
Maybe you can. I don't know. I mean, I'll cut a hole in the bottom of my popcorn if you want me to. It's fine.
France, you can order a beer, and I ain't talking about no paper cup. I'm talking about a glass of beer.
Oh yeah, you can definitely get
That's from
drinks
Pulp
there.
Fiction.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, the movie theaters here. I don't go to regular movie theaters, but I go to drive-ins. Those are fun, and then also, let's not get away from the subject, but yeah, the restaurant ones. My parents used to take me.
Antikythera mechanism.
Yeah.
Interesting. Why are they?
I just found it was interesting.
Do
Yeah,
you think
that was
are they obfuscating it, or are they bringing it to attention?
They a little bit of both.
Sounds like they just used the name or something. Didn't even have anything to do with it.
It does. Yeah, it does. But yeah,
It's based on it.
Yeah.
Is it a good Indiana Jones at least? Just give us that review.
I've heard it's good.
It is a classic Indiana Jones movie. Yep, they're
Is it
all
better than
pretty
Crystal
much.
Skull? That was a good one.
That was terrible. It's the worst one. It's the worst of all of them. You couldn't make it worse if you tried. Tarzan monkeys swinging on the vines? No. Trial of the Buff? No. All of it? None.
Is that the nuclear
Mr. Jones,
refrigerator?
you bad man.
He flew out of that nuke in the refrigerator. It's like the 9/11 surfer. It's like the guy who
Jones,
struck down
you bad man. You bad man, Mr. Jones.
No time for love now, Dr. Jones.
Mr. Jones. Sorry,
I'll
I'm
see
sorry. Yeah, those movies are really funly bad, right? They're hilariously bad.
Yeah, this one's kind of the same. It's a classic Indiana Jones movie. It's not horrible.
It shows being an archaeologist is one of the cool because any of these sciences like that go back in time and try to figure out where things came from, whether it's like where the people came from, where the civilizations, where material came from. I mean, all that kind of stuff it's cool. It'd be cool if there was like a quantum physics movie like Indiana Jones, like he's going back to search for like the origins of the Big Bang, and he's got Nazis after him and stuff.
We're going back to the Big Bang.
Will that really solidify the propaganda for you to make it even more real? If there's a good movie. Okay.
Yeah.
Even though if we went back in time, he wouldn't exist at the Big Bang. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Those are actually pornos.
It's all the same thing though.
It's just propaganda, Kosha. It's propaganda, bro.
But it's all dudes today trying to solve a mystery. It's like the detectives today trying to solve a murder from years ago. It's like dudes today trying to solve these mysteries of the past. It's definitely interesting.
You guys see the show about the giant called I'm a Virgo?
There are no mysteries, Kosho. No, we know everything about the past and we know everything about the future. Haven't you learned we're at the apex of science where we know everything? Come on.
Damn.
Forgotten about doublethink.
That sucks.
We're at the apex of current. It's like when you're climbing up. If you look at like the ultimate of knowledge, we're at the heights that we've ever been to before, but you can see we're still climbing. So it's like we're gaining knowledge all the time. It's just we don't even have knowledge of how much knowledge is left.
What is knowledge, Kosha?
There's stars, Kosha.
Come on.
This guy spoke up a second ago and said something about a show called what did you say it was called? Virgo?
Yeah, I am Virgo. I'm a Virgo.
It's the Kosho.
That was a good one.
Which is short for kosher propaganda. Go ahead.
Okay, Dad. So you're back now. You're bibbity back. And Jason's come back as well. And we were talking about what we were talking about. Maxwell's equations, the origin of quantum electrodynamics, Tesla being responsible. We're talking about
how many field equations did he have?
I think there were 20 of them, and they narrowed them down to 4 or something like that.
Yeah, you can narrow it down to just 1 or 2 days.
And now you're trying to say QFD is supported by Maxwell's field equations.
Yes, you can turn Maxwell's equations into a Lagrangian, and it's called the Maxwell Lagrangian, and that's the definition of the electron field.
Can you make a Lagrangian without the Hamiltonian? And
So
to
you
have
guys
the Hamiltonian, can I please ask this question? To make the Lagrangian, do you not require a Hamiltonian? And to have a Hamiltonian, don't you have to have the quantity of all matter?
The Hamiltonian? No, you don't have to have a Hamiltonian for a Lagrangian. Specifically, a Hamiltonian is just the term given to like the total energy.
You're like the most thrilled, like the signal. I don't even know how it's possible. It literally hurts my ears to hear you sometimes, and not just because of your answers. That's so weird.
Can we switch to internal mechanics a little bit?
You want to talk about an arbitrary concept which has no connection to the fabric of reality, and still think we're going to have a conversation? Okay.
Oh, you don't have to be part of it if you don't want to.
You want to move from quantum mechanics? Is that what you said, Bacon?
No, towards. Like, I have a question, but it's like...
Ask Jace, dude. He's the guy.
In like 10 minutes, ask me though. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Snooze, you lose, Bacon.
Okay, I'll ask you then.
I would. Well, okay, man. I'm a poor man's Jace. Oh.
points about it's just like, you know, there's the obliqueness of the Earth due to the rotation.
What's
And
up with
if
the
you
rotation?
yeah, the rotation is why it's oblate.
Oh.
So yeah, so you end up with the net force in the surface is always a normal. You know, the up the local gravity is always aligned with the normal of the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which of course doesn't point towards the center because it's oblate,
Right,
so
right.
it's
Yeah, it's the
shifted.
center of mass. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you turn off the rotation, and then there's no centrifugal force anymore, it would shift towards the center again, right? Well, not exactly the center.
You talking about the Earth, first of all?
Yeah.
I think that you're forgetting that although there's still fluidity to the Earth, a lot of that centrifugal, like a lot of that centrifugal effect that created the oblateness, a lot of that was when our planet was forming. Like even I think that you're right. Like if it stopped rotating, it would sort of come to more of a spherical shape. But I
No,
think
that
that
wasn't what I said. I wasn't
okay,
saying like if the Earth would stop rotating, it would become more spherical. Like if you manage to stop the rotation and not change its shape, I'm talking then about the direction of downward
oh,
in
I
each point on the
understand. I
surface.
understand. I understand. Okay,
That
sorry.
would shift back towards close to the center because you don't have
Excuse
the
me. Yes.
centrifugal force anymore. But it wouldn't be exactly towards the center because the Earth isn't it wouldn't be spherical. So it would still be slightly shifted away from the center, right, towards somewhere else.
Right, I understand you now.
Okay, I wanted to know how much of a difference that is. Do you have any idea of how to work that out?
A quantum mechanics thing, dude.
Yeah, it's not a quantum mechanics. That's why I said that if I could shift to Newtonian mechanics for a little bit.
I thought that you said shift to quantum mechanics. Okay, my bad.
No, I said Newtonian. Did I
All
say
right, fair.
quantum
I
mechanics?
don't know. You said. I
Yeah,
thought
you
you said.
did. You did say. No, he did. That's why I was a
Me
little
or him?
confused.
Okay.
I'm agreeing with Kosho. Yeah, he said quantum.
Yeah, there we go.
Go ahead.
Me and Dice are on the same team on this one.
Okay, I misspoke.
Yeah, sorry, Bacon. But I will have to say, I don't know the math, Bacon. I could try to figure it out with you though. But yeah, because I guess that's the reason why it's there. There's two components to why it's not pointed at the center. And which component are you trying to identify? The one that's responsible for, or the one where the centrifugal force is responsible for, or the one where the oblateness is responsible for?
Yeah, the blades. It's not just the blades; it's also the distribution of mass.
Yeah,
Because
right.
I don't think the oblateness is the same, every layer. Like probably the
Yeah.
core is less oblate than the rest of the Earth.
There's a
And
website
it's
that
where you have a go ahead.
there's a website you can type in the latitude and it will tell you the radius from that latitude. But be careful because I found there's one that does that and there's one that does that mathematically, but there's one that does that with actual numbers, and you can kind of use that a bit. Actually, I don't know how you would use that, but something tells me you could use it. You know what?
Are you gonna link me then?
Here's my recommendation. Use the one that is mathematical. There's one that has the oblateness and it's like so it's like if you use the same, if you put in the same latitude north or south, it'll give you the same radius. Okay. Um, Having said that, you could use that though to come up with a pretty good description of what your angle, where your center of gravity was, depending on your latitude, because it would depend on your
But
latitude, right?
but I like to derive that, not just to find what the values are. How do I derive those values?
Okay, here's how you derive it. You'd have to use the average what's it called, radius at the equator and the average radius at the poles. So the radius of the poles, the radius of the equators. and use that to construct your own oblate spheroid, and then use that to figure out where your center of mass is pointed to, depending on your latitude.
How am I constructing an oblate spheroid like that? Because that would be an ellipsoid, right? Because if I'm only working with those two values, then I have an ellipsoid.
Exactly.
Yeah,
That's what I
but
was thinking. That's why I just said ellipsoid.
Right. But an ellipsoid that has even distribution of mass wouldn't be the same answer as one that has most of its mass in the center, where it's less oblique, right?
If you want to get specific and precise and all this kind of crap, dude, then it's gonna get dirty, man.
Yeah.
You're gonna use the changing densities in the Earth and also the different densities around the Earth.
I don't know. I was like, maybe separating the Earth in 2 or 3 layers might be enough to get a decent
core,
mantle.
inner core, outer core, mantle, something like that.
Yeah, stuff like that. Yeah. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's a huge difference though. That I was. Yeah, that's right. Well, can you link me the calculators?
But hold on, though. Hold on. Let's think about this for a second. If it's oblate, okay, is it oblate? Is the core oblate? I don't think so. Is the outer core oblate? I also don't think so.
Well, it has to be somewhat oblate because it also spins.
I guess you're right. But how much?
I don't know.
Exactly. Well, you do know that there is, like, this is because what's it brought this up? We're talking about how the poles, like the difference, the north to south creation of the core and the east to west creation of the core, that grow at different rates. So it's actually not shaped like a perfect sphere at first. Do you ever hear about this?
No.
It's to do with the crystalline structure of how it's formed. I had to pull the article back up, but yeah, I might create some issues for you. This is sort of the reason. This is the mechanism for why the north and the south magnetic pole aren't perfectly antipodal.
That's why we don't live on a model. A model would be much simpler than.
But it's not simple, so you got your work cut out for you. So.
Hey, Kosha, why don't you finish screwing on the cap to your vibrator there or whatever you're doing, bro?
It's not me, dude. That's Bacon and his sex toy. Stop getting me out of it.
G now. What's the G for?
Sorry, I couldn't help you, Bacon. It sounds like you're working on like a project, though. Huh?
No, I'm not.
Sounds like he's replacing AA batteries.
It's actually a very old question. I would like to know the answer. I talked about this with Gummy Bear. So that's old because it's like ages since Gummy Bear was here. And what he said was that because of the core, the difference isn't that significant.
Well, sure.
It wouldn't be that different.
What are you imagining? Let's say you're vertical, you're plumb, like you're vertical. You know what I mean? Like, let's say like the deviation or the direction isn't directly. Let's say you're comparing it to somebody else's, right? You would expect somebody who's, one.
I think your mom's calling, Kosha.
Yeah, you shut the fuck up. You'd expect somebody who's 69 miles away to be 1 degree slanted from you, but if there's a deviation from the center of mass, then there would be some deviation in your plumbs, right, Bacon? Like this is how you would measure it, and like what do you
that's
imagine?
Centrifugal. That's much more like centrifugal wise.
Okay, but it's both components. Let's rule out centrifugal for a second, okay? Let's just use your component. But yeah, but based on that, how much? Like, what do you think how much do you think that deviation is? Like, if you had a guess.
For guess,
it's probably extremely minuscule, right?
I think so. Well, yeah. If we have no centrifugal, then I think it would be minuscule.
Well, the distance is something like 4,000. It's like 4,000 on one side of the triangle and like 69 on the other side of the triangle, and then the difference, between that being slightly shifted or something.
That's funny. I was gonna say 69 degrees per nanometer. I don't know why. Don't know why I wanted
69 degrees per degree. 69 degrees. No, 69 miles per degree. Here you go.
Bro, you better tell your mom to settle down. I'll be over there to change her bowl in a minute.
Jesus Christ. Anyways, that's an interesting question, but I'm curious of what the magnitude is as well. The magnitude of that angle.
I think I know how to derive, not exactly an equation. I know how to derive at least an answer for each latitude, but only for a evenly distributed mass.
Yeah, but I don't think that the oblateness of the inside has much impact. Maybe it does,
Right.
but
well, the smaller
there would be a difference. There would be a difference. So if you're really curious what the difference is, then I guess you'd calculate that. But
Mhm. Well, I'll do this. I'll do the following then. I'll do what I said I could do. So I'll calculate what would be the difference on an ellipsoid that has evenly distributed mass, and I know the answer is smaller than that. So I'm gonna get a top like a.
dude, I got you.
Yeah, I know it must be smaller than that. So if that is a tiny value, then I know it's even tinier than that.
Here's
I
what
want
you
to know
should
how
do,
much.
Calculate it.
What?
So only pretend you're at the core. Pretend you're on the surface of the core, and calculate it from there. Calculate the.
Isn't that an oxymoron?
The surface of the core? No, it's not.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So just imagine you're on the surface of the core at different latitudes, and figure out the angle, like the difference in the angle, right? And then figure out on a homogeneous outer core, the surface of that, then figure out that angle, and then do a homogeneous surface of the
Wait,
Earth, and then figure out that
but
angle, and then take that, and then create that into a curve.
But I don't know. I don't know how the densities change from one to the next, and how the eccentricity changes going from the core towards the outer layers. I don't know what's the change in eccentricity. All I know the surface eccentricity. I know what's the eccentricity of the core.
Do some fucking math, dude.
I have no idea how to do math for that. That's why I'm asking for help.
You know what you should do? Check this out. Here, I got you, dude. How much longer is the what's the radius at the poles?
I don't know the average one from the top of my head.
Come on, my God.
Polar radius.
Honestly, though, if you give me the differences, I got you on this
one. Okay, so the polar radius is 6,357 kilometers, and the equatorial radius.
You're using fucking. Whatever.
Oh, you want miles? Okay.
No, that's 6,000. This is good. This works out. This is better.
Well, okay, 6,357, or how you'd say it, 6,357, right? And the equatorial one is 6,378. So 78 to 57 is different. 21
I'm gonna
kilometers.
Okay, so now I just gotta do some quick math. This is gonna take me about 45 seconds, so. But I think I have the answer for you, sir. Hold on. Why don't you just tell me, what's the centrifugal formula?
The centrifugal formula? What do you mean? V squared over m for the acceleration? Sorry, V squared over r?
Vm squared. Yeah, Vm squared. Isn't it Vm squared over r?
Oh, V squared over r gives you the acceleration. So if you want to work out force.
So it's m. That's what it is. Mvr squared. Mvr squared over r.
Yeah, but I
and
mean,
v squared over r.
it's easier to deal with acceleration, right? Because you don't have to use reference masses or anything. Because this is what it is. Like, it's not an actual force; it's an acceleration. It's only a force once you have it applied to a mass, so you can calculate what force is. But it's actually just an acceleration.
And
Right.
for gravity, it's gm squared over r, or it's gm over r squared, right?
Well, my girlfriend moved to my city. Now we live in the same city, finally.
That's what's up, dude. That's just one. You're one step closer. That aside, give me a second. I had this figured out for you, dude. Now it's scatterbrained. Hold on. Okay, 303. Hold on.
That's sucking.
It's 21 times 21, 441.
Sorry, what? Do you ask me a calculation?
21 times 21 is
441, buddy. 441.
21 squared? Right.
Yeah, dude. Thanks,
441.
Bacon. Zanuck had to come and jump in and just fucking help you out. But
Well, okay.
thanks a lot, bro.
Look, if you don't have the answers, don't say anything.
I was trying to understand the question.
Hey, why don't you ask Zanuck that question that you?
Oh, shame on you. Not either of you guys answered the Koshus challenge correctly.
Hey, man.
I want to hear it.
No, you already did my challenge. You did my challenge a long time ago, Zanuck. But listen to Bacon's new thing and see if you get the answer to it. Don't you tell him, Bacon?
Okay.
Oh, for me to tell Zanuck?
I'll just tell you. I'll take it, Zanuck. He wants to know. You know how, like, if you're standing on the ground, your plumb is going to be not your downward is not pointed at exactly the center of the Earth, but actually the center of mass, and also slightly tilted because of the centrifugal force. So these two things are going to tilt it slightly away from the center of Earth, and he's trying to figure out how to calculate the difference in angle. So forget about the centrifugal, change. Just the difference in the center of mass, and how the oblateness of the core, the outer core, and the mantle are going to influence uh, how different your angle is from the center of Earth to the center of mass. That makes sense.
Oh boy, it's almost as bad as incorporating the what's that term called, where you get a little bit of curvature too, because as you go higher, the gravitational plane is changes slightly as well. Yeah, I don't want to go into that one. That's gonna hurt my head. I might get a aneurysm by thinking about that one.
Well, I maybe just had knowing like an idea of what's the magnitude of the difference. It's already gonna make me happy.
I mean, if you were to find out that it was minuscule or negligible, would that satisfy you?
Yes. Well, not as much as being able to derive the answer, but I think I've given up at this point. You mentioned so many details.
Hey, man, I'm in the middle of solving it for you.
All right, I'll be happy with that as well.
Jesus, dude.
Anyway, I gotta go for a couple minutes.
Can I just leave you with something, Bacon?
Hmm?
Can I leave you with something? You said
Sure.
you had to leave?
Yeah.
Okay, well then listen, I got something to leave you with. The difference in the oblateness. So the oblateness of the different regions, the core, the outer core, and the mantle, that difference is going to be somewhat related to also the centrifugal formula. So both problems are going to be related. Does that make sense? Like
Yeah, because it's what gives
yeah,
them their shape.
exactly. So I think that might help you in solving that problem is maybe
Yeah,
somehow
that's actually
putting those together.
how I know. Yeah, that's how. Remember when I said like if it's an evenly distributed mass, I know how to solve that. It's exactly like that. It's I know what the centrifugal force at each point on the surface is. So I need to know how much I have to tilt that the vertical. So when I add the centrifugal to that force, I end up with a force that is normal to the surface, that is perpendicular to the surface. So that's how I can know find out exactly how much tilted it is. But that's only for evenly distributed an ellipsoid.
I was going to see if you can derive. That's what I'm working on right now. Seeing if you can derive the difference between the polar radius and the equatorial radius. See if you can derive that difference from the centrifugal force in relationship to the gravitational force on Earth. But I'm confusing
I think
myself
so.
with the stuff I wrote down, so I don't know.
No. Well, actually, I don't think I could derive that. No, I mean, I could derive that from. Let me think. Oh, I don't know. I probably that's related to the ratio between the rotational speed and the density. I don't know.
Oh yeah, the density. See, I don't see. There's actually so many considerations that would have to come into play that it's not even like the malleability. Like
Too
how do you
messy.
even fucking work that in? You know what I mean? Like you're gonna work out the malleability of the core and the outer core and the mantle. It's too much.
Oh yeah, there's that. Yeah. Well, but I think like given enough time, it doesn't really matter how malleable it is, right? Like, for example, you said that the shape of the Earth is oblate not as to how much it's rotating right now, but how much it used to be.
Right.
I think that might be true just for the rocky parts because the water doesn't care, right?
Right. The multi. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, anyway, I gotta go.
Yeah, go ahead, Bacon. Go ahead, man. I'll think about
Well,
this
thanks
some more.
for the help with the insights on this problem. Yeah.
And Jace, just to make it clear, he actually misspoke. He wasn't asking about anything to do with quantum mechanics. He wanted to move away from quantum mechanics. So
Yeah, I thought I'd heard him say, "Can we talk about Newtonian mechanics?" And then you said something about quantum mechanics and asked me, and
fair enough.
It unfolded how it unfolded.
It's like, yeah, I'm just as good as Jace. Coach was like, I probably know more than Jace, but I don't want to say it out loud.
I didn't say that.
I don't know why you said that, Jace. It's so
I'm a
weird.
poor man's.
I know it sounds like I'm lying now, but I'm not.
There's plenty of people that know more about certain things than me, so.
Kind of what makes this community cool is there's a lot of moving parts and a lot of I mean on both sides there's a lot of people who are knowledgeable in things that other people aren't. So we collaborate and end up learning stuff in the process.
Yeah, I'd love to talk to Charlie about certain things sometime, but without boring everyone. So I guess somewhere private.
Charlie's one that has to grow on you because I remember back in the day.
Oh, I can't stand him, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's different personalities,
Yeah. The whole I'm right thing is just it's off-putting.
Can we ask Zanuck a question if he's in here still? Bust out. Okay, he's still here. If you're still here, Zanuck, I have a personal question for you. I don't know if you feel like answering it.
Well, what was that? I was trying to figure out that term. It's diverting vectors, and I can't remember the term for
diverting
space-time.
vectors. That is angles. I don't know.
No, it has to do with general relativity and curved space-time. What happens with these paths, like two things falling from a building, why the path actually has a divergence to the center of mass. And I can't remember the term. I'm trying to figure out what
Do you
it
mind,
was.
James, if I ask you?
It has to do with the geodesic, but no, it has to do with why they angle away from each other. Not the actual plumb lines, but their paths.
Lines that start out parallel.
Let me think about it for a second. I can't even formulate the actual thought because I can't remember.
Well, I'm trying to ask you a question.
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'll put that on the shelf for a second.
It's a little bit personal, though. It's kind of personal. Well, I'll just say it like this.
Boy.
There's a movie that just came out. And there's a whisper in the amongst people that you might be in this movie that just came out, and I'm just curious if there's any truth to that.
Certainly possible.
What an asshole, dude. All right, fair enough.
I don't want the crazies to hunt me down.
All right, and I feel no. That's why. Okay, this is what I've been afraid of. This is what I've said. I've said that it's kind of doxing, but people are like, "Oh, it's not doxing because he makes it known." Because it's like, anyways, I respect your privacy, dude. So let's keep it at that.
Yeah, I don't. Respect mine. My first name's Sean. Everybody, hi.
Hey, Sean.
That's a common name, dude.
I'm Zanuck.
Well, that's kind of why I can fucking say it.
You spell it.
I bet you're not gonna say your first name, Kosho. What's your first name, bud?
Everyone knows my first name is Jeremy.
Smith.
Is it Jeremy?
Yeah.
All right. What about you, Zanuck?
It's also Jeremy.
No, come on.
Get out
of here.
John Smith.
Y'all are some bitches.
My name.
My name's Sean too. Shit. What the fuck?
It is?
No,
My name's
not.
Bubba.
It's really.
So it was funny.
God,
when Jeremy,
you got me twice.
Sorry, buddy.
People thought that because people thought me and Jeremy sounded alike in 24/7, and so they thought we were the same person. And it just so happens that we also have the same first name. So I was actually trying to work that up a little bit. Like they told us to sing at the same time, and Jeremy's like, "Okay, let's sing together." I'm like, "I'm not gonna sing with you, dude. If they're crazy enough to think we're the same person, then just let them think that."
When I first got onto Discord, I had trouble telling your voices apart. I always thought, like, I would second guess it for a second, and then I'd have to look and I'd be like, "Oh yeah, that's Go, or yeah, that's Jeremy." Like you guys do sound a little bit alike at first.
Crazy thing is, I'll say something sometimes, and somebody will be like, "Yeah, Jeremy says this or whatever," and I know they're talking about Jeremy, but they said my name, and because my name's Jeremy, it's like I don't correct them because it's
I mean, it's fine. Kosho's mom can't tell us apart either.
Okay, that's gross for a couple.
I don't even know. Yeah, that was a lot darker than it intended to be, I believe.
Insinuating he bangs my mom, and also I do,
and that you do too. Yeah.
Okay, you guys took it to a weird place. I just meant she can't tell our voices apart.
Okay, fair enough.
I like where your head's at, though, guys.
Where were we?
We're about to dox Zanuck.
Well, yeah, I know I don't want to because I've been saying that for a long time. That I've known because Zanuck has told me things like he's like, keep this personal. So it's like I know that he doesn't want his stuff all out there. So I think that just because
did you see the show?
Stuff,
there's two shows. Did you see them both?
I've started watching the show, but I've seen your original appearance, dude, and everybody agrees that was one of the best appearances on the show, dude. Like a lot of people say that.
Moves or like for real, like you almost could have. Did you play football?
I did. Then I transitioned in college.
He scored 4 touchdowns at Polk High. Zanuck, you scored 4 touchdowns at Polk High, you said?
At Polk High?
Polk. Dude, the fucking high school Bundy went to. You guys suck, man.
It was Bundy.
Al Bundy.
Oh, Al Bundy. I was like, how do you know? I didn't know what school.
Bro, Al Bundy. Remember, he always had the story. Remember, he always had a story about how he scored 4 touchdowns at Polk High. Come on, guys, really?
Fair enough, dude. We're not watching reruns of Married with Children.
Just rubbing your nose in it. Come on, did you remember that? Who hadn't watched that episode? Actually, multiple episodes.
Still, though, dude. I mean, it goes without saying that incredible athleticism.
I think you got lucky for a lot of parts because I watched it and
Oh
I was
my
like,
God.
it looked like you got lucky a little bit.
Dude,
Blazer and Blazer was probably out partying.
I was the only one that could run up the moving sidewalk, and the guy that I was competed against at the end, that guy got a pass. He couldn't make it up. Usually you're done. If you're in a competition and you freaking run out of gas, oh, well, he's just tired, so we'll give him the I'm freaking hauling ass, passed him up, and he gets the walk up the side. He doesn't even get to do the event. I'm still pissed. I'll take it to my grave. I'm
Do you
pissed
think
off
they're
about that.
fixing it? The show was fixed, do you think?
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I think
that didn't seem cool.
In historical in a historical context, we weren't there for the actual match or whatever, but people watch your performance and they're impressed. So it's like they said, so one of the best performances. So whether or not you won the thing or not,
Tell you the truth, I believe I actually saw that one in real time when I was on the original broadcast. I think I actually did see it.
That's a long time ago.
For real, bro. I was like 12 years old, and Zanuck was in his third. Damn, how old are you, Zanuck?
I'm pretty old.
I mean, I was like 10 when that happened. Yeah. You were in your like 30s. You were in your mid 30s back then.
I was the old guy there. In fact, I named this other cat. He was a wrestler from actually the Bay Area too. He's fucking great. He was like such a walking, talking oxymoron. He was a thespian. He probably even took ballet and stuff, but he was a wrestler and he was a badass and he looked like a little pretty boy. And he kicked ass. It was so fun. So I named him. He was the youngest guy in the whole thing. I named him Young James. Well, here to compound this oxymoron of who he was, he also became an MMA fighter, real bad. His name was I named him Young James. Then he would call me Fossil and try to get me back.
Fossil.
But he was Young James, and that stuck. And he became Young James, the educator, in his MMA career out of Sacramento.
Wow.
He was an animal. That guy, I don't know how those guys can do it. Take those kind of shots in the face day after day. Just wow.
But I mean, they wear pads.
Young James.
When they train.
So we cheer him on. Young James, go Young James, and that was his name through the rest of his MMA career, Young James.
Hey, so I started watching the show with my girl, and she keeps going back and forth with whether or not it's boring or not boring. But I think
I know,
it's
right? It's kind of
well, no, but that's the way she is, dude. That's my girlfriend. But I think
a lot
it's
of people that
interesting.
way.
Yeah, but I want to see, like, is it like how they're planning it out, like in the show, like they're making it seem like it was like behind the scenes, it was like they were like partiers and like it was like intense mayhem.
No, I think the more fun was like after. I think the Contenders had more of a story that they could have focused on, because we were having. I mean, everyone was having such a ball. And all these people came from all over the country with all these crazy backgrounds. They were all These people were the biggest characters I've ever run into in my life. They came from everywhere. They were so bizarre. They were so crazy, nuts. The berserk. It was funny as hell. The Gladiators, I don't think there's that much drama. There's no like locker rooms and syringes in there, and people doping up, and I just didn't.
They probably did do that, though. And they
Might have been in the early seasons, right? Well, what's his name? Danny Clark, Nitro. He actually had a serious drug problem with steroids, and he actually wrote a book about roid rage and all that stuff. But the other guys didn't seem to have some of those issues. But he,
I think any of them did steroids ever?
Me?
No, them.
Oh, they took steroids. I wasn't going to take steroids. I would have taken them probably because I was trying to be a decathlete. If I would have got like Jenner, if I would have gotten the top 10 in the world, I would have probably then taken the extra kick to get over.
Did you say Jenner?
Yeah, Bruce.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. That's
Caitlin. I don't know who Caitlin is, but I remember Bruce.
Okay, dude. No, but I've always said this, dude.
I used to train with his best friend.
Say what?
I called his best friend after this whole thing was going down early on, before we really knew what was going on. And I said, his name is Vince Stryker. And I said, Vince, what the hell with your boy, man? Is this all true? You live with, all these crazy women and all these rumors. Don't believe everything you hear. And then like 5 years later, when he starts getting the sex change, I called him again. I said, now what do you say? He goes, you know what? You live with 7 crazy women for that many years, the screws are going to come loose. That's all
That's
he
what
said.
Joe Rogan says too, man. Joe Rogan says the same shit.
What if it was Vince that was responsible for his change, dude?
Oh, maybe that was his boyfriend back in the day, right?
For it.
Yeah, he was like trying to place
Vince
the blame on other things to draw the light away from himself.
Vince is such a great guy, man. He's one of my favorite people. I haven't seen the guy in years, but he was such a.
No, but here's my point though, dude. I said this the other day, or yesterday, and the day before. But the Cathletes, in my opinion, are the epitome of the Olympiad, in my opinion. And if you were to have like a Hunger Games event and put like every Olympiad gold medalist like in a island, and like the top person wins because they kill each other or something, I think that the Cathlete has the best chance because the Cathlete is the most well-rounded athlete. But you probably agree, Zanuck. But
They do a lot of different stuff for sure. Yeah. There's some decathletes that do real well in other sports and some that don't. But generally, yeah, most of them are. Like Jenner was a great athlete in a lot of other. He great motorcycle rider or skier, and he rolls into auto racing. Did great in that. Basketball, a lot of guys can play great hoops. I mean, there's a lot of good athletes in the decathletes. But then it's not really a glory sport. You only do it a couple three times a year, and it's thankless. There's no money in it, so there's not really a lot of draw for other
it's
people
always
to do
been
it.
strange. It's like the 100-meter dash is like the star athlete, the gold medalist 100-meter dasher. But I think the Cathlete is a better athlete than a 100-meter dash person.
Well, nowadays, I mean, look at Austin Eaton. So that guy's my hero. I actually coached by his coach and know him real well. That guy is off the chart amazing. The guy, and you look at him, you'd never know. You would bet against on certain events or certain types of activities, like, oh, he's a skinny little guy compared to like the football player type guy. He couldn't do this, that, or the other. He could throw the shot 54 feet. Have you seen the guys, how big they have to be in college to throw a 54-foot shot? Yeah. This guy was like, 185 pounds. Pole vaulted like 17.6, ran a 10.2 100 meters. It's basically world class 100 meters, world class in the hurdles, world class in the long jump. Could high jump 7 feet. I mean, just run a quarter in 45 seconds. I mean, the guy was just ridiculous. I mean, this is
Zanuck would be his baby mama if he could.
I used to do the 100 meters back in the high school days.
Is that you were, Jace?
Yeah.
Ah, no shit.
Yeah, sprint.
Yeah,
my sister was she was Junior Olympics for 100-meter dash.
Yeah, I played basketball and baseball and did track.
Were you American Gladiator?
Talking about like 4th grade or something?
No, high school, man.
Were you power forward or center, Jason?
Of the guard.
I love getting a hold of the
Point
baseball
guard.
players.
Point guard
I
specifically.
figured. I was gonna say.
And then that speed comes in handy on the basketball. Even though it's like 30 yards, you still that speed kills, right? Those breakaways, boom. You're a 100-meter guy, boom, you take off.
Yeah, my best 100-meter, it was a split. Like so in a relay, I had like a 10, just below 10.1, but for like just a regular flat solo 100-meter, it was probably I think like 10.3, 10.4.
No, yeah, because a relay you get a running start, right?
Yeah. A relay you may not end up running the full 100 meters in a relay because you get the baton later.
Or you start running beforehand, yeah.
Yeah, you start running, right? You have a hash mark that you start at, and then there's like a transfer zone where you have to, transfer the baton. And I usually ran the last leg, and so I ended up running short a lot.
So 10.1 is impressive. 10.3 by yourself is impressive.
Yeah, I was like all state and stuff.
Shit, dude.
You ran a 10, like a legitimate like 10.40 something 100 meters.
No, on the block, I was like, it was 10.2 to 10.4 range depending on the day.
God damn.
Hand time, like with a hand timer.
I want to see you and Zanuck go at it.
Electric.
So you had like a
Electric.
legitimate out of the blocks a 10 forehand time.
Yeah,
Really?
sometimes smaller. Yeah.
Can you get your high school and you run under 10.3 or anything around 10? Can you give me some proof of that? I mean, I'd be very impressed.
Yeah,
If that was actually
you
the
ran
case.
sub tens, bro. Like I ran 400 and I ran 400 meter in middle school and high school, as well as I mean I played soccer, college soccer, semi pro. I ran the 400. I just did that to kind of like stay in shape, right? Keep my fitness up. I ran around a minute, just under sub minute.
That's not bad though. I mean, I just understand.
It was
Like, I used to see
normal.
this fast chick, like 55.
What's that?
The 400's
What?
hard, right?
So brutal.
Our sprinting coach used to make us do 400s in practice, just for like some endurance.
Yeah, I was
training,
fairly
and I
decent at endurance, right? So like even
hated it.
even in college soccer, right? So at university, during our two-a-days, they would start the second practice, or in the second practice, sorry, with a 3-mile run, and if you could run the 3 miles in like sub 20 minutes, then you didn't have to run the next day. So I would just easily do that on the first day, and I was a goalkeeper, so like that was inspiration for the coaches. They're like, "Why the fuck is the goalie running better than all you guys? What the fuck?" Like,
He's getting out of the workout.
I was fairly decent in somewhat.
The soccer players are amazing that they can sprint, jog for over 2.5 hours. In fact, I've told you this before. My nephew plays for the MLS, and they have those little things, those meters on them. Sometimes he runs 10 miles in a soccer match. He's a starter in Colorado. 10 miles. Can you imagine running 10 miles, like playing soccer and actually covering 10 miles of ground? It's crazy, right?
I probably just watched it. I just watched the Colorado St. Louis game the other day. So.
Oh, did you?
Yeah. I wasn't at the game, but I was watching it on television. Yeah.
Oh,
I'm
cool.
involved. I mean, I played ball with quite a few guys that played in the MLS, and I know people and whatever. But anyways,
look for number 26 next time you're out there.
Don't ever play two-hand touch against a soccer player who can actually catch a football. Dude, I was embarrassed. I was nasty at football. Like on we had like intramural football, right? Like flag football at Temple. And we breezed through everybody, got to the championship. And these soccer players, bro, they destroyed us. We could not get a single hand on a flag. Like they just completely destroyed us. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life.
Zanuck and Kosho are champions at two-hand touch in dark rooms.
Yes, we are. That's right.
I was pretty good.
We play flag. We play flag, right, Kosho? We play flag football.
Yeah, when we used to mess
you
around.
added an L. You added an L in there that didn't belong.
Yes. You just play smear the Glober.
Smear the Glober. I want to hear Jay's 10-3. I not that I doubt, but I'm thinking. Sure, wasn't it like 11-3 or 11-4?
Yeah, you might not doubt it. I 100% doubt it. He said he ran sub that too, sub 10s. Come on, bro. You're getting college scholarships for that.
No, I didn't say sub 10. I did not say sub 10.
10-3 or 10.
I said in a relay. In a relay, I ran in between 10-1 and 10-2.
That makes
and then
sense.
Off the
that makes
blocks,
sense, dude.
off the
You're
blocks,
always running from shit.
Hell, I can toss a pigskin a quarter mile. Shit.
It
was
was
running from the answer too.
So there's about a
10-2
second
to
difference.
10-4 off the blocks, and that wasn't even like close to the top in the state. We had
Well, then it
people
sounds
that were, they eventually competed in the Olympics.
It sounds like that might have been because when you run a relay, and you get half a second to a second difference. Always, you can't even. You can do the acceleration math and figure out what it would be if you're running an inverse acceleration by the forces you can put on the ground. So I would say if you're running
I
a
was
10
last leg.
Yeah, I was too. But if you
That's why he got disqualified, because he had a third leg.
But I've run last leg, and I had my time for the relay, and you can actually judge the 100-meter time by starting the clock at the middle of that zone. There's actually a mark there. You can see where that is. But if you run a 10-1 or 10-2 relay, like that's freaking flying. But it means
Jace
if you
was
ran
faster than Zanik.
hold on,
Jace
if
was
you ran,
faster than Zanik.
hold on, what?
I said
If you
Jace
ran,
was faster than Zanik.
oh well, yeah. If you ran if he ran a legitimate 10-3 or 10-4, yeah, he would definitely be faster than me. But I don't think he did. And he may think it, but he says he ran a 10-1, 10-2 relay, which means he should be 11 flat on out of the blocks.
Well, I would
Nobody's
say
calling
I
each
would
other
say
out for
when it
proof.
Well,
when
yeah,
it yeah
this
when it
is what you
comes
do in
when it
track.
comes
What
to
do you do in
proof
track? Always.
Hang on, hang
when it
on.
comes to proof or
Zanik, what do
answers,
you
I think
mean?
Zanik
If
runs
you
away
run a
fast.
10, if you run a 10-1, 10-2 in a relay, that doesn't mean you're going to run 11 flat off the
Yeah,
blocks.
pretty much. Pretty much.
What? Say what?
You
How
know how much
so?
time it takes? Because it takes time for a mass to accelerate. And so you have to accelerate up to speed out of the blocks where you're already at speed. So that's a huge amount of time. I can run even now. I can
Yeah,
run 4.5, 4.6 40-yard dash, but that's with the running start now. I used to be able to do that out of the blocks, which means, and I'm a lot slower than I was when I was younger.
so the people run. You think people running like 9.5s, 9.6s in a relay are still going to be in the high 10s off the blocks?
Yes, yeah, out of the blocks.
No
My
way.
best
No
my
way.
best hunter. Oh, I was on ESPN. You can watch me. I ran a 9.7 relay leg, anchored. Took third place. Ran against Daryl Green, one of the world's fastest football players. So it's legit. He's there. You can see
Yeah,
Daryl
but
Green,
does that really
and
count?
I'm keeping
Is that
pace with hold on, and I'm keeping pace with Daryl Green. You can see it. And I've raced 100 meters thousands of times, and I've never been faster than electric a 10.55.
does that
10.57.
really count, Zanik, when you're putting yourself in the woman's class? Identifying
Daryl
as a
Green's a woman. I
There's a
expose you.
lot of factors that go into it, right? It depends on where you get the baton. If you get the baton right at the beginning of the transfer zone, that's going to hurt your split, right? But if you get it towards the end, that's going to help your split because you're running a longer or shorter distance than a
No,
real
I said
100 meter.
yeah. I said that. I said you start the clock when the baton crosses the 100-meter mark. Especially, it's easier in the anchor because usually there's a 100-meter mark, 100-meter line that will cross the mid zone. The mid zone is the 100 meters. So anything mid zone will be 100 meters. And the only place you can do it on a track, there's two places: the 200-meter start and the 100-meter start have lines, and you can actually start your clock
Zanik
there.
always takes the baton in the midway of the split.
I love what you're throwing. But
I'm
I'm saying if
just,
you
I
that's a
don't
pretty
think you
accurate.
can make
Go ahead.
this correlation, right? Because of the. Go ahead, Tanner. Finish.
Sure. Well, so our workouts, we will do that. We'll have the guys, and I used to do too. We'll run flying hundreds. We wouldn't be all out at the start of the 100-meter, but we'd be, even if you hold your own clock and as you step on the line, you start your clock and then you finish as you step on the finish line. You're always going to run about a half a second to a second faster than you ever would in a race out of the blocks. It's impossible physics
That's
wise.
only relevant to the
Hold
reference
on.
range.
I'll just make one statement. It's impossible for someone to run a 10-2, all things being equal, run a 10-2 100 meters relay and then think you could run a 10-4 100 meters out of the block. That's physically impossible. Mathematically.
It's not
You have to be at least 60 years old. Is that right?
impossible, Zanik.
It is.
It all depends on the reference
did
frame.
it, right? Like in this, I find
Zanik, you don't sound 60.
or decreased really from the beginning of the season to the end. So, I mean, there could be huge variances. And when you're talking about like a split done by a hand timer on a baton handoff, of course it's going to be different than off the blocks. And I'm giving you just one of the fastest splits that I had, which has variables of where I received the baton, right? So that's going to influence compared to just coming off the blocks.
Well, I mean, you're then I would say you got at the very end of the zone just before you got disqualified. If that's the case, then that would make sense. Why it would be? Oh, no, it would be the opposite then, because you have to have a half a second to a second difference between a true relay sprint of just covering 100 meters versus out of the blocks, because you have a reaction time and then you also have the acceleration period. Those two things together are going to be at least minimum half a second, minimum.
Danik, did
So
you
if you're
run against Daryl Green in a 100?
in the relay, I ran against him in the relay. He ran the
Just
open
in the relay?
100, actually, just the relay. He
I
ain't
think you're comparing.
Go ahead, my bad.
Sanic, you're comparing the trends of like Olympic athletes, right? Like, yeah, they aren't going to have those big variances, but we're talking about like this was my first or second season in
That's
high
what makes me
school
think
in
that.
track, right?
So
So
I
like
would
my
not. I would be.
times were drastically changing
Probably
because my form was
no,
getting better.
I believe you ran. I believe you probably had a really good relay split. And then relay, like you said, the relay split will depend on where you get the baton. If it's further back, further out into the end of the zone, you'd have at different times. I agree. But just anything in that range of this 10 something seconds. So obviously you have very high speed. Anything in that zone to run 10-1, you're still very fast. But when you tell me, then you tell me the God timing thing, the real world. Here's what I did. I'm Jace. I was in a track meet. I was out of the blocks off a gun, fully automatic timing, and I ran a 10. That's a bold claim for anybody. I mean, I don't believe it.
Damn,
And
Jace.
I'd love it. I'd be very impressed if you did.
With how
I would
winded
love
you get walking your dog, Jace.
Right, that was the fastest I ever ran. What?
Yeah, you think you're roboting,
Why
bro.
don't you? Well, can you tell me? Can you private message me the high school? And because you said some of the guys
He
were way
wants to
faster
smell
than
your
you.
gym trunks, bro.
No,
That's
I'm
the
just
only way he's
saying.
gonna
Jace,
believe
you
you.
be running out of breath.
I'm a
Jace, you
track
be
guy.
running out of breath. Jace, you be running out of breath walking your dog. So I don't know how fast.
Zanuck, do you know
Could ask
Danny
me then
Sullivan?
too.
Oh my god, this was years ago.
I know, but you're
Jim.
saying a lot of guys were
And right,
faster. In high school, not that many people run 10-2 or 3. I mean, in the country, not that many people run 10-2 or 3. Usually, when it's
Zanuck, you know Danny Sullivan?
Danny Sullivan, yes.
He was a race car driver too, right? And he ran track.
Yes. Yeah, but he wasn't that great in track.
Yeah, I just saw him get blown out by Herschel Walker and Daryl Green.
Yeah, he wasn't very fast at all. Herschel Walker was pretty fast.
Yeah,
That
he
was like
beat Daryl Green once.
Yeah, he did.
That's crazy. I saw him get beat by Daryl Green too, but
Daryl was hurt. Daryl had a problem that day. Joe's running a lot faster than Herschel Walker.
Yeah, Herschel blew him out in one of the 100, so I figured there was something wrong with him.
He was hurt. He was limping.
Gotcha.
He was hurt. But he's still fast. I mean, he was legit, for a football player that size, that strength to run, 10-2-ish, 10-3-ish.
He's a monster. It's like the greatest college running back of all time.
Unbelievable, yeah. Herschel Walker was amazing. But anyway, high school kids running 10-2 or 10-3 are very, very between. These days, it's a little more common, but back in the day, there was very few.
I have to disagree. There was lots in my state.
10-2-0? I mean,
Yeah, in
electric time, not
between.
like hand time.
Yeah, electric time.
Are you from Texas?
Oh no, I'm not from
What
Texas.
state was? Give me this. I don't want to dox you either, but what was your state that
The
you were in?
Northeast, man. Northeast.
Yeah, there are very few sprinters in the Northeast that run 10-2. In high school, high school.
My guess would
Bro,
be
if he doesn't,
Philadelphia.
if he doesn't want to tell you his personal information, don't.
I
don't
know.
try to protect it.
Maybe
Yeah.
do me a favor. Just go back and find one of your clippings and make sure. I have a feeling it was 11-2. That's how far off I think you are, but I could be. I would be more than happy to be wrong. I'd be very impressed if you did.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find. I think the school kept track of stuff like that. So I see. I mean, this was quite a bit ago. So, but I'm not going to send it to you, but I'll verify what the numbers were at least.
Just send it to me. I'm just a tracker. When I hear things like that, I always, I'm worried. Especially the way you're talking makes me think that you didn't do it. Just my own intuition, but I could be wrong. Usually I'm not, but when people like when I talk to people
I
about
don't know,
the
man.
they say certain.
Just
I have
quit.
certain
Just quit
people-
beating around the bush, Danik. Tell them what you really want, dude. You want a freaking Anthony Weiner freaking dick pic or something going on.
It's cool, Zanuck.
Oh,
I don't believe Jay. I
I'd go out to-
don't
I'd go
believe a
out
lot of
dinner
the
with
stuff,
Jace.
Jace. Zanuck, it's cool. I
give Jace a
don't
hug.
believe a
I'd
lot
give
of the
Jace a hug.
stuff
Is that what you
Jay
hear?
said.
How gay I
Zanuck,
am?
can you hear me?
I'd give
You
Jace
don't
a hug
have to
and take him
believe
to
me.
dinner.
It's like talking together.
You don't have to believe
Mic
me.
check.
Hi, Jeremy. What's up? You trying to say some shit?
Zanuck don't give a fuck. I know.
I don't get why.
I don't even know what I was
like,
saying.
why would I lie about that? Like, I didn't compete in college. I didn't go to the Olympics or anything. It was just a thing I did in high school that I was pretty good at.
Well,
Yeah, why would he lie?
kind of-
Why would he lie,
because-
Zanuck? Answer that question specifically.
You asked the question, I'll answer. A lot of people that are speaking like you do about it, and I'm just being overgeneralizing. You can say that for
You're
sure.
uneducated.
When they speak like you are about these times that are very, very like almost monumental at high school, I think they tend to be 99% of the time they tend to be mistaken on their memory. Oh yeah, that was 100 meters, not 100 yards.
Oh,
Could have been 100 yards he's talking about. Maybe it's 100
How the fuck
yards.
do you
Does that
know?
make sense?
You didn't go to his high school,
100
bitch.
yards in high schools in it. There was for outdoor, it was the 100 meters was the
I know.
shortest one you could do, and for indoor, you could do like the 55 or the 60, I think it was.
60-meter dash, yeah. No, I'm saying when I was in college, in high school, they had the 100 yards. It transitioned. I realized that you were younger than me, so you ran for sure ran the 100.
College or
no
high
doubt
school?
about
Are you even here? Are you even talking?
Zanuck was a
Zanuck,
dodgeball
everyone's
pro.
younger than you.
When he
Zanuck,
talks about,
everyone's
I
younger
just
than
kinda
you.
did it for fun. Can I please have one last sentence? Because you said you did it for fun, you weren't really into it. You kind of did it for a couple of years. You didn't go to college.
Well, I
and you
was
ran that
into
fast.
it. I
Yeah,
took
but
it very seriously. I didn't. That wasn't the career path I
but
was
you're
going to go
very
down.
well. You're very modest, by the way, because that is an amazing. I mean, off the chart. There are not that many people that ran faster than 10.3 electric in college in the entire country. Even recently, there's only a handful, and anyone that did,
You don't
got
believe
full
him.
rides
You
to
think he's
colleges.
bullshitting you, right? You
I think he
he's
doesn't
bullshitting you?
remember. My position, and I don't think he's trying to lie. Like you guys would, if I had a flat Earth mentality with Jason, I'd be, oh, you're a liar. You're trying to deceive. No, I just think maybe he mistaken. He might not be, and if he isn't, I am amazingly impressed. I'll be bowing and paying homage to the Northeast.
Yeah. Okay, we get
As soon
it.
as you verify it,
He's basically just saying
Are you
you're
gonna?
not a liar. You're just a little crazy. That's all, Jace. Just
you
accept
could
it,
be.
bro.
Hey,
I know.
you know,
I feel
If Jace is
I
right,
I've been wrong
sympathize
before.
now.
if
So
Jace
there's
is
guys
right,
that
you're
say
gonna
I
bow
can
down.
clean 300 pounds.
Jesus
You can't clean
Christ,
300
man.
pounds. And I go, oh yeah, you can't. And then
Zanuck,
find out it turns out this guy's an
relax,
Olympic.
bro.
Can I just make a? There's people
I
I've
mean,
challenged to do things.
I know
quick,
you're all
like clean.
excited, but
Okay, forget it. Every time I talk to you, you're talking over me. That's your style.
well, I was trying to
At
get something out.
least,
You went and Jay.
go ahead, Jeremy. Go
There's
ahead.
people.
You're like lagging, Jeremy.
Speak.
I'm not lagging. Every time you say you didn't interrupt or I'm lagging, I go back and replay the YouTube, and it's not happening. You literally lie all the time. That's why I don't blame Zanuck for not believing what you're saying.
You gotta
It's
say it
the
with your chest.
It's the first time I've ever said that Jeremy is lagging. So that's a ridiculous statement.
And the other day you said you didn't interrupt, but you did because I went back and played it. Every time you say something and I go back and replay the YouTube tape, it's not what you said.
When? Can you be specific?
Yeah, last time you said you didn't interrupt a week ago, I went back and played the tape back and you did interrupt. You're like, nobody
When? Can you
interrupted in
be?
your condescending bitch voice, and then I went back and you did interrupt.
I doubt that. Send me the clip. Let's see the proof.
That's what I'm going to waste my time with. I know.
Oh no, I think you just don't like me, and so you're making shit up.
No, I don't like you. I definitely don't like you, but that doesn't mean I'm going to make shit up about you just because I don't like you.
Appears to be what you're doing.
Nope, not
Can we
making
get
shit
back
up.
to
You
Zanuck?
definitely, every time I go back and check. No, how about let's move on to something real here. I'm tired of hearing you guys jerk each other off about your stories about
I
how
don't know. I
fast
like
you maybe
Zanuck
did or
calling him
didn't ran.
crazy, bro.
That shit was rad, bro. Glover versus Glover. I'm down to listen to more of that.
Yeah, dude. I here the only reason was it seemed like I wanted to point out what Zanuck was trying to do was saying he was lying to us without any evidence at all that he didn't experience those things in high school. Okay, he's just relaying a memory of his. You cannot discount that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I admitted that I could be mistaken about the exact numbers, though I don't think I am, but there's certainly the possibility that I am. And I will go and see if I can find the school's records of those meets and look at what the numbers were.
Awesome. Go check. We'll be here waiting. I can't wait. Okay, what else we got, guys?
Sure.
The Earth is a spinning ball.
What you want to talk about, Jeremy?
I don't know. Does anyone have anything? Or if not, I could surely bring something up.
Please do.
Does anyone else have anything? Nothing, you guys? Nothing?
I don't know, bro.
Okay, who
What do you
knows?
want to talk about?
I don't know. What do you want to talk about?
Is there any word on
So
crypto?
at least a
Anybody got
real
any crypto?
topic. You guys talking about? There we go. Let's talk about crypto.
Yeah, I was just wondering if there's any
No, it's good.
latest and
Crypto.
greatest.
I don't know.
My boss keeps telling me to invest into crypto.
Smart man, bro. Should listen. I think it's a good investment.
I was listening to Good White. I was listening to Good White earlier, and I mean, once again, he was wrong about the finances evolving. Crypto. I think crypto is evolving finances as we know them. Things are going to start to be tokenized, and we're evolving financially.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's no stopping it, right? Like, you can't have something that's like far more efficient and transparent and robust and not use it for its practical use case scenario without being, considered stifling innovation. So, the cat's out of the bag. It's like, what are you going to do with it? 'Cause you can't put it back in the. You can put it in a cage, but the whole crypto industry is just going to step around you and find other networks. And America's already kind of got their back against the wall with the whole BRICS thing growing. So, the only thing we can do at this point is to regulate it, have some formal, perceivable way on how to adjudicate practical law and create some guardrails on how to utilize it proficiently. So
It's almost like it was
they're trying to
part of the
stifle
plan
that.
to
They're
begin with.
trying to stop that. Right? Yeah. It's so funny how all the cards are falling at the proper locations at the proper timing, as if it was pre-planned.
This is almost like fiat currency 2.0.
Right.
No way, man. It's going to be a whole overhaul of the whole fucking financial system, bro. Overnight, everything's going to get better, bro.
It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse. It's going to be more control is what it's going to be.
No way, bro.
Definitely.
Crypto's going to save the funny. Well, anyway.
Nah, crypto's not going to save you or the world, but it might give you a head start at getting towards the right direction and having some financial security to make that happen.
Yeah, get some gold
at the proper time.
Get gold. That's what I'm saying. Get gold and silver because they're always going to go back to that. But you got to have real shit. You can't have gold-backed ideas. You have to go get physical shit.
I would definitely advise to go get a little bit of gold, a little bit of silver. They sell gold's wild expensive. You get an ounce of silver cheap, but you can get little $5 gold.
I mean, diversification
shit.
Yeah, diversification in your assets is always a good way to kind of hedge yourself against any unperceivable outcomes. But at the same time, like, what are you really saying? Like, you're just an uneducated investor at that point. So I think it's far more safer to put your pennies next to the billionaire dollars and do what they're doing, not what they're saying. If we look at precious metals, it's been heavily manipulated. The price of silver is like the only thing that's like traded sideways or downwards comparative to like all other precious metals, like historically speaking. So, like, do you really want to invest in something that's that manipulated versus something that has the potential to do a 1,000, if not a 10,000x on your investment returns? I mean, I don't know,
Wait,
bro.
what?
Yeah, yeah, that's what crypto does, bro. It's the stock market on steroids, dude. You could fucking make
What do you call the?
generational wealth.
Here comes the best trader in the world. I just heard some crap you guys were talking about. The best trader is gonna step in and tell you what's really up.
Yeah, exactly. So
No, I'm
Who's
just
that
kidding.
best trader?
Hey, but
Who is that?
thing, you're kind of right. If you're if you don't know what's actually gonna go up, and you're just saying, "Hey, I'll be diversified. I'll put a little bit of this and that." That means you're just an uninformed, uneducated trader. Like
And that's
for
okay, dude.
me,
That's not a bad thing. It's a safe hedge, but you have to be in all honesty that you're only doing that because you
well,
can't perceive the near future where these people, the 1% that are in the know that are manipulating all assets and currencies and how they transact already have the outcome laid out and addressed. That's why, he was
I
just saying that. Oh, go ahead.
no go. I'm sorry, dude. I clipped it, man. Fuck.
Well, I was just saying that that's why somebody was kind of like highlighting the fact that it's like, almost like intentionally done, right? Like, yeah, we all know that like the fiat
There's no
system was.
almost.
You're right,
There's no
right.
almost.
No, I know, but that's what I'm trying to say is that it's there's no coincidence here. Like this is all set up by design, and they're just implementing the plan. You're just not aware of the plan. That's essentially what I'm saying.
I agree, dude. I can prove that the markets are 100% rigged every day. I know exactly where they're going to go every day, like to script. And
How many millions do you have in the bank, Good White? Like liquid millions.
I can't tell you how much. I mean, I could show you what I have in Flex, but I don't want to do that, man. Like, I mean,
I'm just
even
saying.
though my personality is like a flexing type personality, but like
You
I
don't
said, like
you don't want to flex
it's
that bank
still
account, right?
just because you know where the market's going to go every day doesn't mean it's easy to actually like trade it, dude. It's a hard thing to do, man. Like you got money on the line, you got to be up at certain times. There's many factors, dude. Like having your money at risk when say the world's, the way the world is right now. Like
But if you know all that, it's not a risk, man. You just what are you too lazy to wake up at 2:45 in the
you
morning to make a mill?
you don't understand what I just said. Being that the way the world is right now, and the way the world reacts to news, just because you thought the market was going to go up doesn't mean everybody else does too. So there could, like I'm saying, there could be a black swan event, and there's so many nowadays. Like it's not even funny. Back in the day, there was only like a year, but now they're just rolling them out like hotcakes, dude. Like I don't know if you guys see that, but yeah,
I
it
thought
was
those were
never
the things you could predict, man, because that's where you make the money is on those events. I thought that's what we were talking about.
that's something different, man. Like these black swan events, they really fuck with the market. Dollar, games with, with this and with that, then you're misunderstood. You don't understand.
Yeah, I'm sure I don't understand. You're probably right.
Where the market is going to be. Anyway.
Keep breaking up for anyone else.
Yeah, I was gonna ask the same. Is that just that's on his end, I guess.
Yeah, that's a good white thing.
Darn it! He was just starting to break up when
care.
we were going to get all the insider trading.
Anything
Why
you
would
want to
I tell
know
you
about the
how
whole
I-
market, just watch Trading Places. Just watch Trading Places. Aaron Russo's fucking brilliant director, and then you'll learn everything, and you'll be fine.
There's good white in here.
Hey, why would I tell him how I do it when he's being, a condescending cunt?
Ooh, any other words for me?
No, not really. But why would I tell you how I do it?
It's okay. I'm
No,
sure your
come-
secrets are safe with you.
Come pretty much
Some
sums it up.
verbs? Is that who that is? You guys saying good whites in here? Has a different name?
Yeah, different name.
Is that Sonar?
Yeah.
It's not financial advice, however, good white, technically financial advice.
He's bad luck, bad white. Anyway.
No, man. I mean, just what you guys were saying. Dice low. It's kind of like throw a dart, put as many balloons up there so you at least hit one. I mean, it's like a shotgun strategy, like turkey shooting. It's a big deal. Like, what's the skill in that, or what's the knowledge in that?
Well, you don't throw darts in dark rooms at truck stops like Xanax.
In the bathroom at 3 a.m. No.
Just try to get it through this hole, honey.
Anyway, I think me and Snacks were talking earlier about how I was saying that something big's gonna come again. Obviously, everybody knows that, but nobody knows what to predict. Some people are thinking water shortage or water poisoning.
I'm only talking to you because I didn't know who you are, but I would totally not have talked to you if I knew who you were. So please disregard
Why is
me
that?
conversating because
Why
I
is
don't
that?
because I like you
You're
that
so
much.
good.
I like you that much.
What did I ever do to
Just
you?
talk. Just
Personally?
talk. I just see how you act with the people, and I'd just rather not be part of and parcel to anything you're a part of. Thanks.
Oh, like you're so great, huh? Oh, I'm so holier than thou. I can't talk to him. I'm so superior than him. You gotta inferior.
No, that's all true, but like I just didn't know that you were because like the names changed and stuff. That's all.
You're a fucking pothead loser. So
You got any other compliments for me?
So you've engaged with 2 people so far, good white, and you've name called both of them. Just to let you know that is against server rules, so that'll be your warning.
Yeah, fire!
That's fucking lousy, bro. Why did you do that?
You're drunk as shit. How the fuck do you know?
I ain't got a fucking clue. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
That's what I'm saying. What's up, P-Mac?
Not a lot, Dak.
Alrighty.
It's so much skill, man.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, did good white leave?
Oh, hey, babies. Oh. Yeah, well, this is what we've boiled down to now. We're insulting each other, and now we're doing Beavis and Butthead impersonations. Can we find some globe evidence already, folks? Or, oh man, I like you guys.
I got some globe evidence. I think since
Oh
we have
boy.
kind of a dead period here, we could talk about it now.
Well, as long as it doesn't have to do with general fucking everything's relative, bro. I don't want to hear about that.
I just posted in the chat.
Okay.
So I finally,
Super.
a month ago or so, we were talking about this, and I actually went through the numbers, and then we never really had a chance to talk about it again. So I just posted in the chat. I think Napalm had actually gone through the numbers.
What's that?
And was going through calculations and missed a couple obvious errors in his calculations, but he was actually on the right track because he was using the trick correctly and had the right arguments. I just
What was
didn't have
that?
the numbers in.
Oh, are you bringing up the? Yeah, I still have to go back into that.
I said, yeah. About a month ago, we were talking about a picture and some angles, and we were using some trig, and you were doing a really good job using it, and your argument was really formulated quite well. I wasn't able to break it down accurately enough just in discussion, so I actually spent a little bit of time and broke it down on a graphic that I put in the chat, and that is some really strong evidence for a globe Earth, and it follows all the things that you were contending or contesting to in our last discussion about it about a month ago.
Yeah, I thought the claim was the peak, not the side peak. So that's where my calculation was incorrect. I mean, my calculation was correct, but incorrect about my initial statement. Because I thought that you were referring to the regular peak, not the side peak.
Actually, it is the top. The side peak is the spot where the Mount Rainier lines up with the side of the peak.
Right. It's the side, not the peak of St. Helens.
Right.
Yeah.
So I filled in
Which
all the
the only
blanks.
reason I went into that is because I was listening and you were talking about it, and I was like, wait a minute, let me just throw this math in real quick. So I looked up the peak of St. Helens and then the peak of Rainier and did the math. I was like, this doesn't fucking add up.
Yeah, because
I didn't realize the argument was the side peak. But either way, I mean, I don't think we see in standard trig to begin with. I was just saying, even if we use standard trig and we use the peak of St. Helens and the other one, it calculations aren't.
So Mount Rainier would be at 14,500 feet, and its angle should be 1.39 degrees. Yet we see it far below at the side peak, which is we estimate what the degree measurement is if we can figure that out. But the top of Mount St. Helens is 1.55 degrees, and you actually validate that too. So actually, if we look at Mount Rainier and the geometry and the observation point, the 1.45 is very close to 1.39, and they should be pretty much lined up with each other, identical.
Yeah, if we saw in perfect trig, but everybody knows we don't. So I don't know why you guys keep bringing these arguments. Kind of funny, actually.
Everybody doesn't know that. Why would Mount Rainier be below Mount St. by the way we see things? What contributes to us seeing things that would be lower in the distance? It makes no sense.
It's a picture, bro.
Oh, so you don't think things get lower with distance? Is what you're saying?
They do, of course. That's what trigonometry does. That definitely follows laws of trigonometry, and perspective is trigonometry in that respect.
It can, but there's a ton of different factors that come into play as far as observations are
one of
concerned.
them that you can bring up. What would you say that would contribute?
I mean,
to Mount Rainier?
did you take that picture, Zanuck?
No, but I've been there many times, and I've seen
What's
that.
the zoom on that picture, bro?
And Zanuck, did you take that picture?
No, I didn't take the picture, but I've been there many times and seen this exact.
Shut the fuck up, bro.
It's a very common
Many
scene for anybody who's
times,
ever gone
dude,
to this
it
park.
doesn't-
Can I finish the
that
sentence?
Very rarely
It's a very
happens.
common picture for anybody who's ever. Can I finish the sentence? It's a very common picture for anybody who's ever gone to that park to see this scenario, this scene. It's very common. Everyone knows it. Everyone's seen it. There's no question by anybody.
So
it's always lower.
Your point is?
The point is, it can't be lower if it's 14,000 feet, and Mount St. Helens is 7,500. What'd you say? What, 7,500 feet?
It can't be if we see in perfect trigonometry. If everything we see optically is perfect trigonometry, sure. I'll give you
So
that.
what
But
you said?
prove that we see imperfect trig first, and then try to apply that to your observation.
How do you think we see? Because I'm seeing quite some straight lines right now.
Sure, but optically over distance, you're telling me that things are always going to remain at a perfect calculated trig. They're never going to increase or decrease elevation based on atmospheric conditions or anything like that.
But I don't think that's what he's saying. He's not saying that there isn't other effects. He's saying with these other effects,
He just said it.
Factored in.
He just said it. He said we see
Danik,
imperfect
is that
trig all
what
the
you're
time.
saying? Danik, is that what you're saying?
We see imperfect trig
all the time.
aside from the fact that some things can be altered very slightly due to refraction, but we know how refraction works, and this isn't one of the situations that refraction would actually help your case at all. In fact, it'd make this problem much, much worse for anybody challenging why Mount Rainier. Can I finish the sentence? Mount Rainier is much lower than the peak top of Mount St. Helens, and we know that's the numbers are there. We just didn't do the conversion of the meters, but it's 8,300 feet minus the 1,000 feet for the observer height. So we know that that peak would be at 1.45 degrees right in your field of view. Mount Rainier should also be around 1.4 degrees, yet it is well below 1.45 degrees in the picture. It's more like, I don't know, 1.2 degrees, 1.1 degrees, 0.3 degrees. I don't know, something in that range, but it's much lower.
Yeah, it's not that much.
No, it's a lot. Look, it's below the snow line as far as the crows, as the straight line goes. The snow top of Mount Rainier, which is 14,000 feet, is right at the point where the snow line stops. That doesn't make any sense either, because we know the snow line for both mountains will be the same because they're only 50 miles apart. They're all going to be at something in the 5,000 or 6,000 foot range. And by the way, it's 6,500 feet.
So you're trying to hang on.
Right there. That's fine.
The hell. So you're
Just
trying to
apply
measure
whatever sinking refraction you need to make it work. That's all you have to do.
But we can't have upward refraction to make this thing work. It doesn't work that way because light doesn't
Sinking
bend
refraction is
to a
not
less
upward
dense.
refraction.
You're using mountains.
Refraction is the only way. Upward refraction would be the only way that this could happen in reality.
Sinking refraction is not upward refraction, and it causes things to go downward.
Upward
If you
refraction
disagree with that, then you
causes
can
sinking.
take that up with the subject matter experts.
That would be me.
He's close to you,
Upward
San Diego
refraction
State
means
University.
things sink.
Go visit Andrew Thomas Young and see what he has to say about
Yes,
it.
and upward refraction means things sink.
I didn't say anything about upward refraction. I said sinking refraction.
That's all, and you challenged me on that.
Can you give
Downward
me a reference that
refraction,
sinking refraction is caused by upward refraction? Can you give me a...
No, downward movement of objects in your view is caused by upward refraction.
Can you give
Downward
me a
refraction causes.
citation that
Why,
says that
Napalm? Is it
sinking... Why
possible
are
for
you
me to finish the
talking over
sentence?
me, dude?
No, I was in the middle
Why
of
are
a
you
sentence.
talking over me? I'm asking you, can you give me a citation that sinking refraction, that specific type of refraction, is due to upward refraction? Can you reference that anywhere?
Malformed state, but I know what you mean. The sinking effect is caused by upward
That's
refraction.
not what I'm talking about, so don't straw man me.
It
before you go
is
any
actually.
further. I'm talking about sinking refraction
What does that mean?
specifically.
Can you describe what that means?
Nope.
What is sinking refraction?
Maybe if you go look into it, you'll figure it out.
I know what it is.
No, you don't. Then
Yes,
you would give me a
the effect of
citation.
sinking. The effect of sinking is caused by upward refraction.
Was I
Refraction
talking
moving
about the effect
light
of
up.
sinking? Or the
Every
sinking
time I'm
effect?
talking, I don't think you're noticing. You're not very. You're blind spot.
You're straw manning the fuck
You
out of me,
don't.
dude.
You don't hear yourself.
This is why I
Your
don't
blind
talk
spot
to
is that you
you.
don't hear yourself.
Nobody
talking.
talks to Sonic. Unless they,
No, I'm
unless
trying to finish. I haven't been able to
unless they
complete a
have
sentence.
to.
Talking over, just so you know.
More.
So downward refraction causes things to loom up. Upward refraction causes things to sink. Now, if you want a citation for that, I can provide one. And you quoting Andrew Thomas Young isn't helping the position any.
Yeah, he said something about sinking refraction. I don't know what I'd like for him to elaborate on that.
Yeah,
No,
he did say that.
I'm
That's
good.
why I was challenging it.
No, because there's no point in me telling you guys, because you guys will continue to try to come back and say the same BS every time I bring this up, because you guys never actually go look into it. So I'm not going to try to
It's
tell you what
common
it is.
sense.
Oh, cool.
It's common sense that when a light bends downward, the object in your field of view would rise up. That's just common sense.
Well, then go tell the subject matter experts to start using common sense and start putting out other information than they do.
Why don't you back up your contention?
No.
What we're saying in the
I've
chat.
already given you guys the reference. Fucking look it up.
I have looked, dude. I know the topic. It's not a big deal. The
Sonic,
obvious. You know what you're talking about.
Sonic, just stick to the basics, bro. It's common sense that the world is made up of 70% water. So therefore, the Earth must be a globe. I mean, it's common sense, bro. Logically. Water always finds a level. Whatever, bro. Listen, you can it's through all the mathematics and trigonometry you want, but the fact remains that logically you're talking shit. Just galloping, blah, 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 blah. Mountains, photos, shit.
I agree with PMAC.
It's not hard to work out, bro. You will sit here forever for the next 1,000 years if you could fucking live that long and talk shit.
Do you guys think that Zenik only gets paid when he talks about flat Earth?
I'm just
Excuse
saying,
me?
in order for your Mount Rainier thing to hold true, you'd have to show us which way the light is bending over that distance. Right now, you could show us something in a fish tank and extrapolate it out. You may have a scaling error, you may not. We'll never know because you're not actually measuring it in reality.
Also, I just applied 2 figures from Andrew Thomas Young to the live stream voice text. You can look at just the figures yourself. If you want to go read the text, if you want to inquire with Andrew Thomas Young about it, you can do so. But those are 2 figures directly from Andrew Thomas Young regarding standard atmospheric refraction and sinking refraction.
Yes. And so it shows very clearly that when light bends downward, things loom up.
Oh, do you want to see without?
Pardon me?
So you want me to give you the figure that has the exact same target in the graph, but it deals with looming? Do you want to see that? Do you want to see if you're gonna say that it's the exact same thing? That what you're seeing there with sinking
I'm
and
misunderstanding what you're.
standard refraction is going to be the same as looming. Going to give you the same target. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
When something's
Right.
loomed
You
up.
see-
Oh, that's
Right.
weird. Because in that picture, what is that little black and white peak? Does that look higher than the black and white peak in the standard and sinking? Or does it look lower? To me, it looks higher.
because you have that.
Yeah,
Because you have light bent.
that's
You see?
looming.
Yes, that's looming. Look at the line. Look at the lines of vision are doing. You see how the one has. You see, this is where you look at the 0 line. Where's the 0 line?
Show me the up.
See the
Show
0
me
line?
the light ray that's bending
Hold on.
upwards in
You're
the
just.
sinking
This is
refraction.
a common case of mistaken identity. Now, this is where I have to correct you real quick so you understand what's going on. Look at the you're not looking at the graph and not understanding what you're actually looking at, and that's common. Not that hard.
No,
It's not that big
I know
a deal.
exactly
We
what
can
I'm
figure that.
looking
We
at.
can fix. Let me fix. Look at the
Before
0
you gaslight
line.
the fuck out of me,
Let me.
Xanax.
I'm not. I'm looking at your sinking. The 0 line is much higher. It has the -1 and the -2, which are peaking, which are pointing at the peak. Now the looming has a 0 and a -1. Where's the -2? Well, the -2 is actually below the horizon, and -3 is even further below. So you're just not. It's one of these cases, Napalm, where you're just not understanding what you're looking at. Thank you.
What are you talking about? I said sinking refraction does not deal with upward refraction. and I just provided that to you.
Yes.
Now you're trying to gaslight me. Not only
No,
gaslight
that's
me,
what it
but
does.
then
It,
strawman me into
God,
saying I
seriously?
talked about something that had to deal with looming and how that was downward refraction. I said none of that. Your claim was that
I
sinking
said it.
refraction
So
only takes place when light bends upward. I provided you figures where
it's
light is
bending
not bending
upward
upward during
compared to
sinking refraction.
compared to normal. It's bending upward. It's bending upward. You're just not
I don't
seeing
think
it. You're not
you're
understanding the
using the
graph.
term normal
Now, if you want to put a
properly.
bet, we'll call up Andrew Thomas Young and have a little discussion. You are wrong, and I'm
Compared to
correct because I
so
understand what
show
looming
draw
means.
draw the normal line in my sinking refraction and show me where it's bending upwards from the
Do
normal
you
line.
not see the -2 at the top of that
Can you
peak, which is represented by the? Let me finish the
can
sentence
you
because
do
this is
that?
key. Wait. Just let me finish the sentence, please. The -2 line in your sinking is hitting the top of that peak. The last graph you posted about looming, hold on, has the -1 line hitting the peak. That is the difference between sinking and looming, and that is the difference between upward and downward refraction. You are confused, Napalm, and you're not going to admit it because you're so
Okay.
stubborn.
So you're telling me that standard atmospheric refraction is upward refraction then? Thank you.
Refraction is downward refraction.
No,
Loom
so
stays up.
go back. Hold on. Go back to the two figures that I posted first. One is for standard atmospheric refraction. The other is for sinking. And you tell me the difference in those ray tracings as to which one is upward and which one is downward, because you're claiming one's upward and one's downward. Can you draw the normal line on both of those for me? You fucking can't. So either Andrew Thomas Young thinks standard refraction is upward refraction, if
He
that's what
didn't
you're
say
trying to
standard
claim the
refraction. He
sinking
said
is.
standard atmosphere. Standard atmosphere reference case. And both of those
Yes,
have to do with standard
standard
atmosphere.
atmospheric refraction.
No, it's not standard atmospheric refraction.
So the standard atmosphere is sinking refraction?
Standard atmosphere
Close to
means
it?
a standard atmosphere. It means what it means 29.92 barometer reading at the surface going down precisely as you go upward, like exponentially. That's what that means. Your refraction, your sinking effects. Why do you think they have the two graphs? What do you think they're doing? What do you think they're doing with the two graphs? Can you see?
They're
Can you see any
doing
clues?
ray tracing, which I don't even think is actually what is taking place there. But
But
they're doing
that's
ray
what causes
tracing from an
refraction.
orthographic. Dude, I'm not going to talk to you if you're just going to talk over me, man. Why don't you go read up on
You
this
might as
stuff
well
and then we
sign
can have a
off.
conversation later?
I
How's
don't
that
have to
sound?
read up on it.
Right, but I don't sit
I
here
already understand it.
I don't feel like, dude, I'm off work. I don't feel like having some BS conversation with you where you've already gaslit me and you've already strawmanned me. Like, no
Because
offense,
we
dude. We had
know
a decent
we can
conversation
see.
the other
Okay,
day. We were talking about none of this kind of stuff. Don't want to engage, bro. That's all I'm saying.
yeah, I got it. So the bottom line
All
is
right. What else do we got?
I missed the point that
Yeah,
the
next topic.
looming showed. God, looming showed the -3 and -2 line going into the surface, whereas the sinking showed the #2 and #1 line above, and only the 3 and 4 were hitting. So obviously the lines are shifted upward for sinking, and the upward refraction causes things to sink. The downward refraction, i.e. the second graph down below, where the 2 and the 3 are both hidden, show the object looming. That makes sense because the light is bending downward. You're not understanding. This is common. Look at physics. If you just look at a picture, think you understand it, a lot of times you're going to be wrong. And in this case, you are wrong.
Well, despite all that, like I just
didn't
stated
just look at
clearly
the picture.
earlier,
I read. Go ahead.
you haven't. All right, go ahead, Napalm. I thought you were done, but go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, it's just he's going to try to pull me back into the conversation because he's going to say some stuff like, oh, this is a common mistake because all you did was look at the picture. No, I told you, go read the information about it. All I'm going to do is supply you two fucking graphs, okay? Just actually go read the information. Maybe inquire with Andrew Thomas Young. He'll probably reply back to you. Just figure it out yourself, bro.
Despite what that graph says or what Andrew Thomas Young says, they've never actually measured the light bending. They've taken temperature and pressure and humidity readings and all that, but they've never actually measured which way the light was bending. So until you want to make a claim about which way the light's bending, you're going to need to show me a measurement of the light bending, not of something else, and then tell me, oh, it's bending because of that. No, I want to see the light bending at this. No, I don't care if you keep coming up with funky ass shit like every single day. Like, you need to take that measurement. Until then, you really got nothing. You got
Take a little something for the
extrapolation.
G's and make a few ends as I breeze through. 2 in the morning and the party's still jumping because my mama ain't home. I got bitches in the living room getting it on, and they ain't leaving till 6 in the morning. Sorry,
6 in the morning.
I had to finish
6
that.
o'clock
for
in
you.
the morning.
So
I
you
got
know
a
what I'm
pocket
saying?
full
Like,
of
if you want
rubbers
to
and
make
my
a claim
homeboys
that
do
something,
too.
I'm heavily
yes,
offended
if you want to
right
make
now.
if you want to make a claim about something betting in reality, we're gonna need to take a measurement of that thing, not something else. So Andrew Thomas Young never made that measurement. Zanuck didn't. Nobody has that I've ever seen. If you actually have a measurement of the light bending, I'd love to see it. Until then, it's straight up speculation. You got a whole bunch of presuppositions going on.
Y'all gonna keep fucking around with
What do
me
you
and
say,
turn me
Zan?
back to the old me.
Let's go,
What do you
motherfucker.
say, Zanuck?
Let's just go listen to
say
rap.
that on your mind.
I read everything on the topic from Andrew Thomas Young, and I think we are in an impasse because we're both interpreting what we have read completely differently. And the logic tells us that when light bends downward, that's just logic. It's just simple, brain dead, easy to understand logic. It's like if I see around lights bending around a corner, I will see things that I couldn't see because they were obscure before. It means they'd have to be, in other words, loomed up because of that light being bent. And that's just common sense. If you deny that, then there's a problem. We can't really communicate about the topic if you can't understand how. It's common misconception, by the way.
Well, Jeremy is saying that you need a direct measurement for light bending. I don't know how.
Yeah, if you're gonna,
how you would propose.
I don't know
to
how
do
either. But if
such
you're
a
gonna
thing.
claim,
yeah,
that's not my problem. I'm not the one making a claim on which way the light's bending. You guys are. If you want to say something's bending in reality, let's see a measurement of how much it's bending, not a measurement of some other goofball shit that may or may not have to do with the thing we're talking about. Or there may be other variables. So just show us the thing bending, measure it. I don't care how you do it. It's not my problem. Don't make claims you can't back up. That's your problem.
But right,
Well,
the claim is just a standard thing, and but you're saying that it's not true. It works differently in this case, which puts the burden on the one going against the standard.
I know.
The other
I'm
thing
not
is,
making
Jeremy,
any claims. You guys are claiming that the light is bending this much in this direction. Show me the measurement of that happening, or guess what? Not my problem. You're just making
I have an
claims that
answer
you
for
can't.
you.
You're just making claims that you can't back up.
No, I have an answer for you.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Can I give you the answer?
Like I'm saying something.
Can I give you the answer? So the answer lies in an area of math called calculus, and this technique is called differential measurements. So you can actually take measurements of things over multiple days or even the same day and change one of the variables. For example, height. And I've mentioned this many times. People have all understood that this is a way to actually narrow down and predict what the refraction value is and actually which direction it's actually moving in your measurement. And when you do that, you'll realize that light does bend downward for the most part on these loomed situations like the oil rigs, the Black Swan, for example. Everyone looks at these and is so enamored with, wow, look at this heavily distorted, crazy day of atmospheric conditions. And we're going to take one measurement and say, we know what's going on. But all you have to do is take a couple more on that same day, and the answer becomes very clear. But no one wants to do that. And it's the most logical thing to do in science and physics, to measure things. Differential measurement is not, I didn't make it up. It's what scientists and physicists do. when they can't directly measure
All right,
something,
calm down.
they can do something called they can do differential measurements. Thank
So
you.
do observations.
Okay, so we agree.
prove
So we agree
road?
you can't measure the. So we agree you can't measure the light actually bending, and you can't measure
I just
which
told you
way
how
it's
you
bending
could.
and by how much. You
I
just
just
said we
got done
couldn't take
telling
a
you how you.
direct measurement of it.
That is a of an indirect measurement, or it's a series of direct measurements that create a graph, a mathematical model of what that variable has value at any measurement.
Okay, show one measurement of the light bending.
I've already
Zanuck,
shown
Just,
do you think
just
we're
show one
fucking
measurement of the light
retards?
bending.
I care to withhold my judgment of your mental capacity at this point.
Yep, just show one measurement of the light bending. That's all. That's all we need.
Okay.
All right. You're obviously not going to do it with anything optical because it's subject to refraction. So you're going to have to use something non-optical.
Well, because that doesn't matter what the value is. All you're saying is it bending? And I'm going to say, yeah,
Gosh,
it's
that's
bending.
a problem, huh?
We're
No,
not
it's not
only
a problem
saying
at
is
all.
it bending, you're making a claim as that we all know the light's bending. You're making a claim as to which direction and by how much. That's the measurement we
Okay,
want.
which way is this? If this observer in this picture is 1 foot off the ground, which way is the light bending?
I could presuppose a globe and say it's bending up or down, and then I could presuppose a flat Earth and say it's bending up or down. Either way, you don't have a measurement of the light bending unless you do. If you do, let's see it. If you don't, let's
Well,
move
if the
on.
light isn't bending, well, let's do. Your logic is flawed. Here's if you want to say that you want to know whether the light is bending or not. Well, then that's easy to show because we know if the Earth is flat, mean light and things are not bending, then everything at the same height of the observer should be in line. And because it's not, regardless whether it's higher or lower, means the light has to bend. So there we do know that light bends. There's
So
the
it
easy answer.
bends
That
more
wasn't a
in higher humidity or clearer days.
I wasn't disputing the fact that light bends.
It's not a clear day or humidity factor. Temperature and humidity are usually in the so it's a very small factor.
Okay, we're
It's
not
more of a
disputing, but
density and a differential density, which determines and the angle of incidence. Those three things have to be understood and known before you can actually calculate.
Well, here in Florida, we see way further when it's clear out versus when it's humid out. So it definitely has an effect for sure.
Humidity? No.
But yeah, you have to just take reality into consideration and go outside and look at it. And in Florida, we have super high humidity in the summer, and we can't see near as far as in the winter time when it's cool and less humid.
Why do you think that is?
Because of the humidity.
Why? What does humidity do for your limited vision?
It causes turbulence in the atmosphere. It makes the atmosphere thicker.
Really?
Yeah, you don't think so? You don't
In
think the
actuality, it doesn't.
atmosphere is
No, I
thicker
know
with
so.
humidity?
I know it doesn't. The atmosphere is less dense when there's high humidity. 100% humidity, that air is less dense than zero humidity. So you're wrong.
Well, maybe I am
Did you
wrong.
just
I
say
just
that?
go
Wait,
outside.
are we gonna let him get away with saying that? That's fucking ridiculous.
Yeah,
Are you
no,
serious?
I
To
go
the layman, it's
outside
ridiculous.
and
Yes.
I look at reality, Zanuck, and that's not the case, dude. On a clearer day, I see way further than on a humid day.
Well,
I
there's
check
things
the
in this picture,
humidity readings and then I take an observation, and they're
and I
different
hate using this,
dependent on the humidity readings.
and I hate using this saying, but sometimes correlation doesn't constitute causation. And I don't usually like to say it because a lot of times my argument is based on some types of correlation, and that's not the
Except,
But
I
what I'm saying
understand.
to you is,
I
hold on.
understand
I'm
that.
saying,
Zanuck.
hold on.
Hold
Can I finish my sentence? I'll let you finish.
No, I don't need you to finish.
I let you finish.
No.
Let me finish. Let me finish. I'm almost done. So the answer is that we can see days where it's high humidity, and it happens to have other factors that cause you to have your vision limited. But in
The
actuality,
distance that I
fraction,
see.
how far you can I finish the sentence? Is it possible? The reality is high
In the
humidity does
paragraph?
not impede. If high humidity does not
guys,
impede
let Zanuck.
your vision. High humidity does not impede your vision because high humidity is less dense of air, and through less density air, you can see theoretically.
That's incorrect, Zanuck. I go out and I check and I can see similar distances dependent on the humidity. So if we have 98% humidity day after day after day, I see the same distance. Then in wintertime, it goes down to 40, 50% humidity and I see further. So I don't care what your science is saying. It's not conforming to my reality. What is changing? I live in this, I'm doing it at the same exact spot in the same climate in a subtropic environment. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Zanuck,
Talking
I
about
think
basic physics.
water vapor, isn't it more dense than just plain air? So if you have more water vapor, more humidity, more water vapor in the air, it's going to be more refraction. You have to be able
The
to
lesson
see.
here is if he can concede to that or not.
No, high humidity is a
Jesus
less dense air. When you have 100% humidity, air is less
So
dense
fucking dishonest,
than
man.
dry air.
So,
Why are you
so
here?
That is a fact.
Jace, you said there's more refraction when it's humid out, which is interesting because I see further than expected on the clear, less humid days. What's going on there?
Yeah, right. Because I could be wrong about this, but I would think that water vapor is more dense than the air. So the more
Correct.
humidity, the more water vapor. It's more dense. Hopefully, I said more dense and not less dense.
Yeah,
It's more
it's
dense
not,
than the
Jace.
air.
Just do
So
a quick
there's
search on that. You'll
more
find out. It's right.
refraction in a humid day, on a humid day.
Yeah, so you
Causing
have a
me
more.
to see less far. Causing me to see less far. So why do you guys,
No,
when
you
we
said
say
you
we
see
see too
further.
far, that you say that's refraction?
Didn't
What
you
the
say
hell's
you
going
see
on here?
further? Hang. Let me finish the thought because you cut me off. I thought you had said that you see further, right? And so that would make sense to me if
On a
water
clear day,
vapor.
I see further than a humid day. Let me just clarify so you don't go on
Okay, I
about
thought
something.
you
Zanuck,
said the other way
Zanuck's
around.
actually right though, but it's because the water replaces the air, making the air less dense. But that doesn't mean the overall viewing is
Water
less
vapor
dense
is
on
less
there.
dense because it's H2O. Most
No,
of the air that we have is mostly nitrogen.
when
Only
it's humid,
400
the
parts
water
per million of
replaces.
CO2 and then 20% oxygen. That shows that the air, all gaseous form, will be more dense when it's dry air because it's mostly nitrogen.
Yes, I
That's
agree with
always
you.
a lot of people, and Jace says he could be wrong, and he just hasn't looked.
I agree
That's
with you,
just
Zanuck.
look it up and figure it out. And when you find out that
He's right. He's right.
water
Water
vapor is
vapor
less
is
dense,
less dense.
so when water
Zanuck's
vapor is
right, but it's because it
less
replaces
dense, we say, why do we
the
see
air.
further? Well, other things could be happening. And I'm not doubting that's what you see. I'm not saying, no, you're not seeing further when it's clear or a dry day. It probably is true. It most likely is true. Other things happen when you have a lot of humidity in the air. You have clouds that form, you have fog that form, and you could be seeing some of the water vapor that's condensed into
Talk
fog.
faster.
And that
Let's
could be
do more
some of the reasons.
faster damage
So you just
control.
can't
Come
talk
on,
over
you
it.
can do it. Yeah, faster damage control. Go on.
It's not damage control. It's
I
saying
wasn't asking.
that's
Let's
not the
hear it.
reason you see further, and that's not. It's not. He's trying to make it sound like we are double speaking. That we say we have more refraction when there's more density differentials, and because this is the way it is, then we should see farther, and we don't. That's
So
flawed
listen,
logic.
more
We
stuff in the
see
air.
clear on clear days
More
because
stuff in the air means you can see further when there's more stuff in the air than when there's not. You can see further because of
no,
that
it
distortion.
has to do with the density gradient, and
So
also
no.
what's in the
So
air. You
no,
have
right?
water
More
that's
dense
condensed,
air,
it's fog.
less
That's going to
visibility.
be an
More dense,
impediment to your
sir.
vision.
Sir,
And so
you
if it's
talk way
foggy,
too much.
there's no
Let me ask a
refraction.
simple
Just let me
question.
finish the thought, please.
No, shut your mouth. Let me ask a
Okay.
question. Is it
Guys,
No,
that
let me
you have
finish the
higher
thought.
density air and lower visibility than in lower density air?
You see, all things being equal, you'll see further in less dense air.
There you go. Thank you.
Just as an absolute value, but it's almost insignificant. What we really care about is the refraction, things that are
Oh, here
actually
we go.
physically in our way, blocking our view, blocking our vision. And water vapor, when it's condensing, turns into fog or clouds, and you can't see through clouds very well. And pollution also. And some of those high humidity days has pollution and things in the air, dust, smog, whatever, and that can impede your vision. We're talking about refraction. If you have a high refraction, which is a high density differential, and an angle of incidence, you will see further because of the fact that light will now be bending downward and loom things up over the horizon. But I'm not talking about looming. I forget about anything having to do with having loomed. It could be an airplane that is far away, or a mountain that's far away, or it doesn't matter where you're conflating the Earth curve with the refraction and how far you see. Can you hear me? I think I blanked out.
No, yeah, a little bit. My God.
Said a connection problems.
What you just
Yeah,
said.
there's many factors here. We have your vision being impeded by things in the air. We also have Earth curve, and we also have, well, just those two alone to keep the argument going. But don't conflate the two.
Everybody in this room is dumber for hearing it. May God have mercy on your soul.
For example, I might see an oil well that I don't normally see, so you might say I'm seeing farther, but yet the mountain range in the background I can't see because it's foggy, because I got clouds covering it. But other days it's clear. I might not see the oil rig, but I can see way farther than that island, maybe the island behind it. So they're two different. Don't conflate the two scenarios because it's very confusing and it's disingenuous for the argument.
I'm going off reality, dude. I'm going off what I'm seeing. First of all, I don't think there's any Earth curve obstruction because no one has proved any Earth curvature ever. So I don't know why you would take that assumption all of a sudden. And Jeremy's point is valid. If you guys want to claim that this light is bending, you have to measure that and show us the light bending and it's bending at this rate and all that. It's a very valid point. I don't know why you guys would say that's a reversing of the burden of proof. That is not at all. You're the one making the claim.
Have people measured the bending of the light?
Yeah, fuck bending, fuck measuring light, bro. Just fucking measure the Earth curve, please.
But like the available measurements are all forgeries, though, right?
Yeah. Test mic check.
I heard you.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
I mean, how long are we going to sit here and talk about measuring lights and mathematics and bandy light refraction things? And then, when we can all see, it's obvious that it's not a spinning ball.
Well, we can't all see that, right?
Well, we can't. Oh, okay, all right, I take that back. I mean, we can sit here for like 1,000 years and argue bullshit. I know. Let's make an experiment. let's get a spinning ball, put water on it, spin it, and see how much of the water holds to the surface. Can you do that?
Would that be a good measurement to determine the?
No,
though?
it would be good scientific experiment to determine if it's bullshit or not.
What size of a ball would you need?
Any size.
So,
It can be like minute, like if you get a microscope, make it really really tiny. Same thing, and then you can make it really big too if you could.
so real quick.
So the size wouldn't be of any problem in that experiment.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. No.
So I just looked up an experiment with humidity and how it affects the refractive index. And while Zanuck is right, more humidity displaces the air, making the air less dense. However, because the refractive index has temperature gradient, air density, and humidity all involved, they did an experiment which showed that I'll read it real quick, just a sentence. As can be seen by increasing the water in the cell, the humidity is increased, and as a result, one can see that the refractive index for the dry air is the minimum amount, while the case of adding water, the humidity is increased, and as a result, the humidity has increased the refractive index of the air. So, yes, he's right about the air being less dense when there's more humidity. However, the overall refractive index is higher when there's humidity.
So yeah, we're not conflating things at all or being disingenuous. He just read a whole freaking article about it. It's a true life experiment. You should go out and test it yourself.
In the meantime,
I just posted
though, did we
the
find a
source if
measurement of
anyone wants to read it.
Yeah. In the meantime, though, we don't actually have a measurement of the light bending. Oh, I mean, we could be arguing about this forever.
Now, what do you mean, like a measurement, Jeremy?
Like a measurement, like you guys are claiming the light's bending, so you get the actual position. You get the actual position of the object, and then you say, "Ooh, look, it's higher by this much, or it's lower by this much." A measurement, right? Does that make sense?
Kind of.
Here's what makes a little more sense. So water vapor, while usually a small contributor to the atmospheric refractive index for astronomical observations at IR wavelengths, it is highly dispersive and can introduce optical path errors affecting high precision interferometry observing modes. Refractive index of atmospheric water vapor can be computed from a summation over the various IR resonances, and we present values over a range of 1.2 to 13.5 nanometers. The dispersion of water vapor induces a phase error across the instrument passband and produces excess noise in interferometer group delay, residual errors in co-phasing using different source wavelengths, and coherence loss broadly optical bandwidths. Quantify these effects through the J and N bands and discuss the mean parallelism of keeps on going on. But here the point is, it's a small contributor to the atmospheric refraction index. Small, very small. That's the bottom line. If you want the equation for that, I can give you that as well.
But the point is,
when addressing with that salad, bro.
No, the bottom line is,
we just want to see a measurement
water vapor
of how much
by scientists, and all in agreement.
Dan, you just went. My turn.
There's a whole paper of the effects of
Okay.
atmospheric water refraction on refraction.
That's neat, but now we're still sitting here without a measurement of how much the light's bending and in what direction.
And Zanuck, the only reason I brought that up is because you were acting like because it makes the air less dense that it doesn't increase refraction. So that's why I brought up that paper and cited it, because
it's not a matter. See, you're confusing. I was just going to say you're confusing atmospheric refraction with the refractive index. They're not the same. And even still, the effect of atmospheric, the refractive index,
the thing you read had that in it.
Is almost not. Hold on, let me finish. Almost nothing. Refraction is caused by the angle of incidence and the index of refraction and the density gradient.
Yeah, no crap. All that other stuff
you are so lost.
And then the refractive index I mean, for any observation, you're not talking about angle of incidence. It's going to be the same for every observation that you do. The thing that's going to change is the refractive index each day that you do that same observation. So that's what we're talking about right now. We're not talking about the stuff that was just brought up by you as far as the angle of incidence.
But how do you know how much it's refracting when you don't have a baseline at all? You have no baseline.
Take multiple measurements, differential measurement.
Yeah, but you
That's
don't
my
have a
point.
baseline. Just taking multiple measurements doesn't
need
mean
a
you now
baseline.
have a baseline. You need a
You don't
baseline.
need a
If you're going to say something's higher or lower than your baseline, you got to have a baseline there to know if it's higher or lower than.
No, you don't. You do that by the differential measurements. You see the changes that occur in your measurements, and that determines what is happening. I know you're denying this, but
Hey,
it's the way you do
this
it.
is what's happening. Okay, this is what's happening for the audience. They're trying to tell you they know something's higher or lower than its actual position, and they don't have its actual position.
Yep.
Yeah, it's because light's not actualized; it's realized through the illumination of the interaction between the medium and the light in question. So, being the byproduct of light, which is induced having refractions and compressions along its coaxial geometry.
That's straight out the Ken Wheeler book of light.
Colors
Saying, bro.
have different colors have different refractive qualities, like they function differently.
Regis, did you post your what you read? I heard you talk about it. I didn't catch all of it.
Who?
Regis.
What? Yeah, I posted it.
Did you post that, what you were reading?
Yes.
Where did you post it?
Where do you think I posted it?
Well, give me the timestamp.
Fucking YouTube.
It's the last thing I posted. Uh, 56 after the hour.
Thanks.
Yep.
It's all right.
Oh,
I'll be out in a minute.
Was it in the abstract or someplace else?
The part I read was
Well, while he's looking for that, hey Zanuck, does light propagate in all directions?
Yes.
so down where the bolded headline says experimental results. It's down in the second paragraph under that, near the bottom, right above where that first graph is under that heading.
After the conclusion or discussion?
No, where it says experimental results in bold. Just keep scrolling until you see that, and then, but it's above where you just were reading. It says experimental results. There's a long paragraph. Then there's a second paragraph that starts figure 3, and it's at the end of that long paragraph, like the
I heard
last
it. I
3
see it.
sentences or so.
Yeah, given the path when light path is in a flow cell in liquid, signal output is referred to as the wet signal. Light path in the air is called the dry signal. That one? In the case for that there is a minor water vapor in the air is referred to as humid air signal. For the case of the dry signal, the normal is trending. That one? Yeah.
I don't know where you're reading, but
You said
the
experimental
paragraph
results.
that starts with the blue figure 3, you see that paragraph? If you
I
go
have a
to
hard
the
time.
bottom, huh?
Figure 3 above
So
3.
go to the bottom. No, keep going down, and then
Beyond figure
start.
3. Okay, now where?
Now, do you see refractive index in blue and refractive index in blue 2 times in like 5 sentences or 5 lines? It's the beginning of
Yeah,
that sentence. So, as can be seen by increasing the water.
experimental results. It's the second paragraph. Figure 3, you said.
Yeah, but it's
There's
like towards
dry,
the bottom
humid
of that
air
one.
and a wet output signals for the air refractive index is about 1. For the water liquid with the refractive index of 1.3, to change the percentage humidity, that one right there, right?
It's the
That's what you're
bottom of
reading?
that paragraph, but yeah, it's that paragraph, but it's the bottom of the paragraph.
Refractive index for the dry air is at the minimum amount, while the case for adding water, humidity is increased. The result, humidity is increased. Refractive index of the air in the fiber to fiber path length. On the other hand, when the gap is filled with water liquid, the power output is at maximum value. So I don't know what you're getting the conclusion.
Yeah, you're reading the right
what you
part.
read before to make your point.
All right. As can be seen by increasing the water in the cell, the humidity is increased, and as a result,
Let me find it. Hold on. Where's that?
it's like right where it says refractive index in blue the first time, it's the beginning of that
Yeah.
sentence. As can be seen by increasing the water in the cell, the humidity is increased, and as a result, one can see that the refractive index for the dry air is the minimum amount.
I can't. You're really quiet, so I want to read it because I can't really hear you that well. I see the refractive index
sounds
in
fine, bro.
blue, and I see the refractive index. It says about 1 the second time, and then there's refractive index third time for dry air.
Can you just read it?
Yeah, so that go to the beginning of that sentence where it says refractive index for dry air. Go to the beginning of that sentence.
For the case
Starts
of
with
dry
as.
signal for the nominal refractive index,
What?
I see. Look, I'm looking at experimental results. I have refractive index in blue
Holy shit.
4 times in those 2 paragraphs. Which one?
Yeah, the paragraph that starts figure 3, and then you see refractive index in blue, refractive index in blue, refractive index in blue. Go to the second refractive index in blue, and then start at the beginning of that sentence.
As can be seen by increasing the water in the cell humidity. That one?
Yes.
Okay. So read. I'll read along with you. Go ahead, make your point. You're reading it.
It says, as can be seen by increasing the water in the cell, the humidity is increased, and as a result, one can see that the refractive index for the dry air is the minimum amount, while for the case of adding water, the humidity is increased, and as a result, the humidity has increased the refractive index of the air in the fiber to fiber path length. So it's saying right there that that is how humidity will affect the refractive index. So while you were correct in saying that as humidity increases, it knocks the air molecules down, so they appear less dense. It's still that increase in humidity is overall going to increase the refractive index. So I don't care by how much or by how little, but it's not. You were saying earlier that the air gets less dense, kind of insinuating that that humidity is actually lessening refraction, which this shows that it does not.
Awkward silence. Zanuck, do you have anything to say?
Increase the fiber refractive index of the air in the fiber to path length. On the other hand,
Here's where we'll get some crazy excuse why I'm wrong.
well, yeah, this is a very technical period. Another factor is I'm just trying to read into it because we know the refractive index of air, dry air, is going to be greater than humid air. For some reason, they're saying the refractive index is increasing, and I want to know why. I'm trying to figure out why.
Because it's a
Because you're
refractive
talking about
index. It's not
the air in the fiber to fiber path length.
Because
you're right about
refraction
the
has to
density.
do with the medium, not necessarily just the angle of incidence, Zanuck. And that's why I asked you if light propagates in all directions, because that would logically imply that this is concise what he's telling you.
Well, remember, we're talking about the refractive index. That is not.
Well, you were talking
That's
about
the index
air
of refraction, and
first.
he says he's rightfully read the sentence in this particular test that says by increasing the water in the cell, the humidity increased. And as a result, the refractive index for that dry air is at the minimum amount, while for the case for adding water, humidity increased, and as a result of the humidity increase, refractive index of that air in the fiber-to-fiber pathway.
Yes. So that's talking about the overall refractive index when humidity is introduced, not just
Well,
the air density.
without
Because
even
you were right about the
without
air
even thinking
density.
twice, without even thinking for a second, I can give you a refractive index for dry air and a refractive index for humid air, and I know the air will be. For some reason, they're saying the index increasing. I'm trying to figure out why that is.
Because it does. The air density
Well, if that's the
decreases.
case, I wouldn't be able to regurgitate refractive index of a less dense medium.
What do you mean?
What I
You were
mean is
saying earlier
refractive
was
index
about
for
the air density.
water vapor air versus dry air is
That's
actually
only
different.
one
They're
component
saying
of,
here.
of, the
There's a reason for it.
refractive index. The refractive index is made up of a few different things, bud. So, yeah, humidity
What two things is it made
decreases
up of?
the density of the air, but that doesn't decrease the overall refractive index, which is the point.
Yeah, it does actually.
No, it doesn't.
Really?
Yeah.
Show me glass versus diamond, and the refractive index being less for the glass than the diamond when the diamond is actually denser.
For what?
What exactly? When you have a refractive index, usually it follows the density. I'm figuring out why that's wrong. I mean, water is 1.33.
Because refractive index isn't all about air density, bro. There's other contributing factors.
Well, you can change the refractive index, and I wonder how they changed it. What they did here, the power
They added
source,
humidity.
sending current. I'm just trying to figure out what they're saying. This is the problem in science. When you just read one little paragraph, and you could be right. I'm not saying
I
you're
read
not.
the whole thing,
I'm just saying.
Zanuck. I've read
Problem
this
here
whole
is they,
thing.
what much you with the
You
experiment.
guys are
What is the
fucking flipping
experiment?
each other.
How is the
How do you
power
think I got the
factor?
source
What is
so
this?
fast?
What is this 700 nanowatt? What is it? What is a
Zach,
774
you guys-
nanowatt?
Dude, I can
It's the
724
power
confirm.
output.
I can
Zanuck,
confirm
What are
with
they?
my actual observations that what he's saying isn't completely accurate. So why wouldn't we just go outside, check the humidity, see if you could see further, or then check the humidity on a clear day, see if you see further that day, and if it's less humid, see if you see further that day. Just go out there and do it, Zanuck. You're going to be
But
amazed.
the refractive index is not what causes. It's not the only cause for why refraction occurs. Refractive index is one factor. You have two others that are more important than even the refractive index.
Zanuck, it's the only thing that matters when you're going out and doing the same observation over a couple different days, right? All those other things are going to be the same. The thing that changes is a refractive index, which is what we're talking about, bud.
That's not true.
Well, if
Okay.
the
You
Earth
change
was a
the density,
square, could
the
refraction
gradient
prove it
changes.
wasn't a square?
That's part of the refractive index, Zanuck. The
No,
gradient.
it's not.
Yes, it
You can have the same
is.
refractive index. No, you can
Look
have
up
this.
refractive index, Zanuck.
I
Jesus.
know what refractive index is.
Well,
It's just,
apparently you
I'm
don't.
telling you right now, what you need to have refraction is the index and two other things. You know what two other things are?
Angle of whatever incident and
Angle of incidence and what else?
whatever you're about to make up.
And the differential density. Those
That's
are most
part of the
important, by the way.
index.
So you haven't even addressed
density?
those.
What differential density are you talking about?
The change in density that with respect to the
The
angle that
density
you're looking at.
gradient?
The gradient.
Yeah, that is
With a change in the medium.
Given the same angle of incident, that is dictated by the refractive index. It's included in there.
No.
Yeah, dude. Look up refractive index, bro.
No, you could have two. You're going through two. You're going through two different mediums, or a succession of different mediums, all with different refractive indexes. That's why there is this bending of light.
Oh my
Coupled with
god,
the fact
bro.
that you have an
But
angle.
Zanuck.
You're just
Zanuck,
cherry picking
Zanuck,
ideas and
You're
making
bringing up
false
different
conclusions.
things now, Zanuck.
This is fucking super annoying. But also, like, the colors themselves have different refractive indexes too, right? Because of their wavelengths, they refract differently. So
Well,
everything's
they don't have
like
different refractive indexes. The index of refraction and the angle of incidence and the differential density will affect the wavelength differently. Red will those wavelengths, the longer wavelengths, will be affected less, very slightly less by.
Can you give an example of differential in density? Would that be like if it's more humid out?
No, it's like
If
there's
it's less
a
humid out?
pressure gradient. No, it's not an example of.
The observation that I take is from shoreline to shoreline, so I'm not looking up in altitude. I'm doing it at sea level, and I'm looking 14 miles across to the other shoreline. There's no obstruction. But then when it's humid out, there is obstruction.
It could be fog, could be clouds. I mean, the point is, even when we're looking straight across something, there can be a differential density, which is the gradient of air above the surface. And if that differential density coupled with the curvature of the Earth, that will provide a constant change in direction or a differential. This is how they use differential.
So you're
refraction
saying
to
like
evaluate
if I drive the boat across, I'll feel like different temperatures across the water that whole time? Like it'll be continually changing?
No, because you're not going the speed of light and you're not traveling around this curved path. Actually, what you're seeing at any given point in time is your path is perpendicular to vertical, and everything around you is diverting as you move. The light now is traveling path, going through multiple layers of density, which tends to bend it in a direction toward the denser medium. Regis has shown a great example of just cherry picking, thinking that what is said, because it's in print, which is correct, is suddenly representation of all other situations which may not be true.
What? Dude,
You don't even
the
understand
only
this
thing I'm
experiment.
pointing out is that humidity affects the refractive index. Doesn't matter what you're talking about. All right. It
Right, so
is part of the
so I can
same
give you
ratio of light moving through a vacuum. Okay. And compared to other mediums, right? Humidity is going to affect it in increasing the refractive index. It's not going to
water
decrease.
vapor, while usually a small contributor to the atmospheric refractive index, are astronomical
Yes.
observations at IR wavelengths. It's
Never
highly
said it was.
dispersive and can introduce optical path errors affecting high precision interferometer observing modes. We already have also validated and peer-reviewed papers that say that it's a non-issue. You found one cherry-picked sentence. I don't know how you found this, but that's fine. We can go into it and find out why they are seeing an index increase for a higher humidity in that particular cell, where they increase water, which increased the water vapor. I mean, they didn't talk about pressure, anything. We don't know what. You're not digging into it. You said you read the whole thing, and I don't think you know what the experiment's even doing.
I read the whole thing. I know about
Okay,
this paper.
what is the main point of Kristen
Listen, Zanik,
Elliott's conclusion?
listen,
Go ahead. I'll wait.
listen. So
Do you
when
know?
you're
Do you know what they're
talking
doing?
about, when you read the other paper that you're reading, how does what I am claiming, how does that differ from what you're saying? What am I saying that's wrong? There's nothing in what you read that disproves or refutes what I'm saying in any way. I don't care if it's a small change. You were saying it was the opposite, or that's at least what you
It
were
is the
insinuating
opposite.
when you said that.
It is. No,
Okay,
the refraction for dry air is going to be greater than wet air.
all
But
right,
they're
man.
finding the reaction. See, there's a refraction value
The
for all sorts of different types.
density is, you're right, but not the refractive index, bro.
Yes.
No.
Show me a substance with a besides what you quoted here chart. Show
Oh,
me a
I'll
refractive
go
index
find
that's
another one.
greater for something that's not as dense. Go ahead.
All right, you're right, Zanik. I'm wrong. Good job. Congrats, bro.
You couldn't have just accepted the information, Zanik? You had to like move the goalpost and shit.
No, because I'm reading things about the actual discussion and conclusion that would add color to his conclusion. He's cherry picked a sentence. Said, see here it says it became increased. But if you understand why it increased, you understand why there's this is interferometer of filter shifts due to refractive index change due to the porous structure, water vapor absorption, and such sensor light transmission for this 650 nanometer wavelength at various humidity levels, 5 to 90%. It's measured with high-speed sensing with an absorption time of 200 milliseconds. And that transmission of 30% is reported at 85% in RH change. I mean, there's so many things going on here that you're not even considering. You find out one sentence and you're hanging your head on that. Read the
Well,
conclusion.
you would have to, yeah, but you would have to understand what that sentence is saying, Zanik.
I know what
Looks
he's
like you're
saying.
just like, I don't know. Well, you're trying. What it sounds like you're doing is just the quintessential version of it's too complex for you to understand,
It's
basically.
not. They even have it. Did you read, Regis? Did you read the conclusion?
He read the second part of the conclusion to you.
No, no, he didn't read the conclusion at all. Read the conclusion. The effects of humidity on the air refractive index were investigated by the fiber-to-fiber optical method. Those fiber optical methods are important, and the useful information for different situations is given here and shows that intensity modulation can be used to study refractive index variation in a precise way. So this may not be anywhere near the representation of what we see out in the atmosphere. This is a small scale test that showed that the humidity increased, changed the refractive index of the air for this particular test. It doesn't mean overall the refractive index for air is different humid air, as you said. It means in this particular test they found this change. That's what I'm saying.
And they decided that that was an appropriate way to measure the humidity and how it affects the refractive index. If it disagreed with other studies, if it disagreed with other findings, then they would have said, no, this isn't an appropriate way to accurately measure it, is it?
Do you see why there's
So-
no point in bringing them the
Yeah,
information?
I knew he was going to do it. I
You
knew
know?
it immediately. That's why I
Yeah,
don't feel like
yeah, I
talking
see
about
that.
it now. He just keeps going until he's right. So I'm just going to let him have it now. Meanwhile, no one else in the room feels that way, so I'm okay with it.
I'm sure we can find 1,000 more articles that agree with it anyways.
you
It doesn't
can't.
even
You
matter.
won't. It's really about
Because it's
optical
common
communications,
sense, Anna.
fiber
It's common
optics.
sense, dude, and you're making
Not
it more
common sense.
complicated than it has to be. It is common
It
sense.
is.
If
It
everyone
is
makes
common
the
sense, Alex.
observation.
It's not actually very complex. And this is a investigation of humidity effect
No,
on
it's
the
not.
air refractive
It's
index
not complex,
using
Alex.
an optical fiber design. It's a little different than looking across a lake.
I'm looking across a river.
Well, that's why I told you, Zanik. Refraction is a part of illumination, which is a byproduct of light, which requires either a medium or an object to induce. So one's either going to have a different rate than the other of induction. You know, it's not that hard to understand that. You know, one medium versus an object is going to have a different density value. And then with your analogy within the diamond versus the glass, you know, we'd have to understand the Millen index in order to answer that.
You carry on, Sonic. You keep trying to convince us of your like how we are wrong.
Well, he's doing what he does best, running a 10.4 dash away from the answer. So fast to run.
Humidity is Xanax kryptonite, dude.
Like it's a really weak force. It's not even stronger than gravity. And humidity. It's like a strong refraction, and that somehow proves that the Earth is a ball.
How could you even discuss perspective with someone who goes to the beach, looks at the horizon, and thinks that's Earth curvature?
How can you discuss perspective with someone who doesn't?
You've never even seen
Found
the
another
Earth
article.
as a whole, and you think it curves. You don't even see it curve anywhere, and then you think it curves in front of you, but not left to right ever. Come on, bro.
I found another article that says that humidity is negligible as far as the refraction effect that it has with visible light, and with the infrared, it's a huge fluctuation due to increase in humidity. So it's another article. I'm gonna keep looking until you decide I'm right, I guess.
They're strange people. The world is made up of 70% water, and it's bending. But every time you try and put water, it needs a container. Okay. 3 miles left, 3 miles right. Humidity. Humidity. Refraction.
Have you been interacting with some containers?
And they think that we are dumb. Like we are fucking. Somehow we're retarded. There's something wrong with us, so we can't see how humidity, refraction, bends, globes to their.
Regis, he's still in the chat.
Yeah, Zenny's still here.
He's still here.
Uh-oh. Zanuck, it sounds like you need to reconnect or unsubscribe from public internet. I mean, well, your mic doesn't sound great. You might want to reconnect.
You looking at the chat there, Regis?
You know, stop. Go out. Come
Zanuck,
back.
your mic sucks. Your mic is buzzing. So just like I said, come back when you don't have that going on. There he goes.
Try again. Try again.
Okay, is that better?
Yeah, that's great. Now start again. Try and explain to us how refraction and what's the other one?
Okay. So I put a U.S. standard atmosphere plus water vapor
Oh my God.
chart, and in that chart shows the contribution to refractivity. Density is the number one contributor to refraction, not humidity.
Right.
What, more density or less?
Zanuck, did I ever say that? Or are you straw manning me?
Yeah, which
Did I ever
density
say
makes
that density was less important to refraction than humidity, or did I say that it consists of many different things? Refractive index is at least 3 different components. Humidity is one. The increase of humidity increases refractive index. End of story. I got 3 different articles now that say it. Anytime you want to admit that I at least found info that says what I'm saying is right, I'd at least take that. But I willingly guess you're not going to do that.
No, did I post something that showed the relationship between density and humidity to?
I don't know. I'm not looking. I'm looking for other stuff. Let me see.
Well, I gave you something from the U.S. Geological System.
Oh, this cute little graph.
That's the contribution, yes. Of
So humidity
atmospheric
is the
refraction
fact.
via density is the most important.
So humidity is on that same curve that density is on. So humidity does affect it. You're admitting that now. Just you're going to strawman it and say that I said that it affects it more than density.
No, because if you
And so this
increase
is a win for you.
because as common sense will tell you, if you increase the humidity, the density of the air, all things being equal, will go down. More dense air is less humid.
That's not what your chart here even says, guy.
Yes, it
So,
does.
no, it doesn't.
Yeah. So you can't
Contribution
read the
to
chart.
reflectivity. It's the
Why don't you
same.
read it what it
Same
says?
curve.
Why don't you read it?
Bro, you're joking right now, right?
No, read it.
Okay, Zanuck. We are where we thought we'd be. You win. Good job.
As long as you understand that we have something that's called a refractive index, and the refractive. Let's just go find a chart for refractive index. Would that solve your problem? I think that's what you need. Let me find that for you.
No, because my claim was that humidity adds to the refractive index pound for pound, not decreases, which was your point. So
Which
let's
is
not get
incorrect.
that
You
conflated.
you
Let's
found
not
an article
forget
that said
what
that,
the
but that's
original
not
claims
what
were.
reality shows.
Oh, okay. Even in the thing you posted, in a real atmosphere, humidity is more variable than density and therefore is of more interest when studying how the atmosphere affects RF propagation.
I'm sorry, in a real atmosphere? A real atmosphere. What is a real atmosphere?
As although density is shown as more important, the density effects do not vary much. It's like, dude,
Right.
you're like
Well,
fighting my argument.
Why don't you go find out what the refractive index changes for those changes? See, you're just laughing and not reading what you're even reading, not thinking.
Just read it aloud for everyone. I'm
You're
pretty
not
comfortable
understanding
with
what
what
you
it
read.
says, Anna.
Yes, the densities don't change much, but the humidity
Oh
does
my
change a lot.
God.
So it's interesting to study
Yeah,
the
it
effects of.
does.
Stop
So if
talking
densities
over me.
don't change much,
Stop
then why
talking
is there
over
a
me.
huge
Or I
change
will
in
just
refraction?
disengage. So
Guys,
you
one
have
at
a
a time,
density.
please.
You have a density that is changing. That does not change much. Humidity does. So it's more interesting to look at the effects of refractivity via that density change. It doesn't necessarily say that refractivity will go up. The refractive index goes up with increased humidity. It doesn't say that.
So if density is more constant, right, but refraction is super variable, and they're saying that humidity is the one that's more of a variable, then, I wonder, are you serious right now, dude?
You're not thinking this through. You're arguing. You're not
Right,
thinking this
right. I'm not thinking it through. I'm just using
You're not.
like plain logic and
Go find.
the
You know what?
stuff I
Give me a
read.
chart for
You're using your
refractive
ego
index
because
and
you thought
humidity.
you
Humid
knew how it
air.
worked, but you don't.
Okay, forget it. Man,
Thanks.
Guys, can we go one at a time?
A nice discussion. You're just not wanting to engage.
Okay, can we go one at a time, guys? Is it possible?
Would you agree, Regis, that humid air is less dense than dry air?
Yes, for the 8th time.
Would you agree that the density of the medium is paramount importance for the refractive index?
Apparently not. It's more important,
No,
but
I didn't
it's
ask
more
you to apparently
constant.
nothing.
So
I just want to know
we're
your
talking
answer.
about. Hold on. We're talking
Zanuck.
about the change of the refraction, the refractive index, aren't we? We're talking about why it varies so much. Correct?
No, I don't care why it varies.
Yeah.
I don't care about what it
What are you
affects.
talking about? It's
I don't care
100% what
why
we're
it
talking about.
varies. All I care about is what happens to
We're talking
the
about
light.
humidity and how it affects the refractive index.
Right. And so I'm telling you that the refractive index,
Yeah.
generally, you might find some outlying tests and scenarios like you found and are hanging your hat on, but generally, humid air has less of a refractive index than dry air.
No,
Even though you found a paper that shows something different.
no. The density is
The same. I
so.
know.
Like
No,
I
it's
said,
not.
I'll give you that humid air lowers air density, but I'm not giving it to you that it lowers refractive index because it doesn't.
Can
The
you
refractive index
I think
is
this will give you the
a
answer.
combination.
Regis, can the humidity change and the density not change? How about that?
What density? air density
Density of the
or
air
the
density.
refractive index?
Let's say I'm sitting there on the water and I measure the air density, and then suddenly this fog bank rolls in and the humidity goes way up.
Then the air
Is it
density is
possible
going
that the density? Come on, it doesn't take much just to be quiet for a
to.
second.
Yeah. Oh,
If
well, I was
if I'm
just answering
sitting,
you. I was giving you your answer.
Dave, are you kidding me right now?
Johnny.
I'm trying to give you a real simple thing that is showing you where you might be thinking. So if we have measured the density of the air and it doesn't change, but I did measure a humidity change, that would be a reason why the refractive index could change.
You just said humidity changes air density. Now you're arguing against it?
Right? Well, there's
What
a
are you
reason why the
doing?
density can stay there's a reason why the density can stay constant and the humidity goes up. They're only related in a
No.
container. In the
Is
atmosphere, they
this like
change.
your
You're
is this
using
like your
density.
standard? Is this your cope, Zanuck? Because you do this a lot when somebody kind of comes in and shows you might be incorrect.
I'm not incorrect.
You kind of just start acting like you're teaching them something, but you almost teach back to them exactly what they had argued
No, because
against
you listen to
you.
what I'm saying.
It's kind of awkward.
I'm saying that if the density didn't change,
That's correct,
but
Nate.
the humidity went up, what could happen to there? We all know that dense air,
We don't all know.
denser air is going to be drier than humid air. But
Zanuck,
sometimes density can still go up and humidity go up too. But how is that possible? What happens
Zanuck, you
because the
just
atmosphere itself,
said.
please, the barometric
Well, you
pressure.
keep pausing, and I'm waiting to answer your damn question. Jesus.
It's a two-part answer and description, and it's important that you hear the last part. So it's very easy for the barometric pressure of whatever you're measuring to change without humidity going up. That we know happens, and it can simultaneously happen with water vapor being added as well. It doesn't have to be less dense if the pressure around you has gone up. That's what I'm saying.
So you're now arguing for a combination of things affecting the refractive index. Because when you say density, you're not talking density. Because we know that an increase in humidity lowers air density. You were arguing that at the beginning, which I agreed with you that you were right. However, now you're starting to see, just because that is true does not mean that the refractive index is going to go down with increased humidity. Air density
Only at the
and
density.
refractive index. No, I'm talking air density and refractive index are two different things. Air density is a component of the refractive index. So yeah, like you're saying, it's possible for humidity to be increased, but the pressure to keep the density the same. Yeah, that's because it's a combination of things that makes up the refractive index. So now you're seeing what you were doing wrong earlier, but I am pretty
I'm
sure
not.
you. Okay.
I'm just
Well, I tried.
trying to let you know that we all see. I'm trying to walk you through it, and you won't even hold my hand and walk. Hold my hand. Let's walk through it.
I'm
We
holding your
all
hand.
know that air density relating to humid versus dry. The drier air will be more dense than the humid air. We all know that. For a
We don't all know.
For a given mole, yes, for a mole of either one of those two, the density will be greater. For dry air, we know this. There are situations where that density can be remain constant of the air of some sample, and you can interject humidity to it.
Yes, when other things change, right?
Other things can be, well, you can have more air above you, which gives you more air pressure.
Okay.
We already know
So
barometric
when
pressure.
other things
I can
change,
have barometric pressure when it's raining go up. Sometimes that
Zanuck,
happens, depending on the air mass
you
that's
don't
coming over you.
realize it, or you're being dishonest, but you are arguing my point now. I have agreed with you from the beginning that when humidity is introduced, that air density goes down. Okay. I've agreed with that from the beginning. The
And
problem
generally, the
we're
refractive index will go
incurring,
down.
hold on,
Generally.
I'm talking. The problem we're incurring right now is that when we're considering the refractive index, okay, it is more than just air and humidity that we're talking about. The other things can change and change the overall refractive index. We're talking about specifically how humidity affects it when everything else is the same, granted, right? Pound for pound, everything else equal, okay? Humidity is introduced. Yes, the air density goes down, but the refractive index goes up. And I've cited 3 sources now that show that.
That's not
And
generally
you're
what
going to
happens.
disagree with it, but then you're going to explain it in the way that I just explained it.
Yeah, generally that's not the way it always happens. Generally, when we have an air mass that has a lot of humidity, the air density goes down, and we know this because we fly planes and have to factor in the humidity. And if
So you started by
hold on,
saying what I agree with.
I was
So
quiet
keep
for
going.
you.
Go ahead.
I was quiet for you. Now you respect me and be quiet as well.
Yeah, I
Because
would, but
didn't
you're
say a word.
saying the
I
same
didn't
thing
say
I
a
said,
fucking word.
Yannick.
Now you're talking all over
Jesus.
me. Just shut up.
Well, you're talking to him. He's trying to understand what you're saying.
I'll say it again. I'm hoping you will not interrupt because I'm losing my voice when I talk to you.
Hold on. So you guys are both kind of talking over each other. So everybody kind of let each other finish. The problem is, Zanuck, don't start with basically like not a straw man, but you're starting off.
We've lost you in the ether. Yeah, no, you're roboting, bro. Goodness me.
If you just listen to what I say, it'll all make sense. And it's contradictory to what he's stumbled upon.
He just
Yes,
doesn't listen. It's unreal.
Oh,
Can't help yourself. Just
hey.
let me finish the sentence.
Sure,
Aviator
start off
goes
with what I said. That's
Please, let me finish the sentence. Napalm just got done asking you to be quiet, and you can't help yourself. So we have a situation where we know when we have humid air as an aviator that air will be less dense. That's just a fact of nature. Okay? And because it's less dense, it will have a lower refractive index than dry air. You found a couple of situations where that is inverted, and there's reasons for that. But that's not what we see in reality.
Are you done?
Yeah, my quitting
Okay.
to talk is signed.
So you started off saying the same thing I've agreed with you from the beginning, and then saying that's just how it is, as if I'm disagreeing with that. Where I've now said 10 times that you are correct, that the air density goes down as humidity goes up. Okay. But that's with everything else being equal. Okay. In the source, the first source that I cited, everything else was equal. Okay. They introduced one thing, humidity, and that increased the refractive index, which is how it works. You're trying to say that because humidity lowers air density, that the overall refractive index is going to be lower, which is not true. So, if you were listening, can you please directly refute that part instead of just saying what I agree with and then changing the conclusion at the end?
No, you said everything correct until your conclusion, as usual. Listen, I get what you're saying. You're saying you understand that air density can be lower when there's more humidity. But they're saying all things being equal, meaning the density stays the same, introduce humidity, then your refractive index goes up. That's true also in your experiment. But in air, in our atmosphere, that's not the case. When we see things that are more humid, that air generally is more dense. Is less dense. And the refractive index for that less dense air will always be less. And that's where you're wrong. All you have to do is find the chart on refractive index for different gases, and it'll pop right up. I think I've posted it many times here, actually, over the years. Find it. Just do refractive index chart search and see what you comes up with. Found it. Okay, you ready? Regis? Regis. Regis. Regis?
I don't think people want to talk to you, man. Sorry.
Well, he's made some claims and he's been fighting me for the last hour about this. And I've just found a chart that he needed to find that shows refractive index for air versus humid air.
No,
Is
that's not the
completely
problem
different.
within the conversation. That's not the problem within the conversation, bro. You completely missed it.
I didn't miss it. He said when we have situations where we add water vapor to air, the refractive index goes up, and that's patently false. Can happen occasionally, but it doesn't happen in the atmosphere because water vapor has a less refractive index in air. Let me post a chart for you. If you don't believe me, God, it's not that complicated.
Oh, for
Kind of
fuck's
silly,
sake.
actually, silly argument.
Yes, Alec.
Here, I'm gonna post this, and you tell me what the problem is with your logic, okay?
Yeah,
Air.
because
Refractive
Oh,
index
wow.
1.000293, Refractive index for water vapor, 1.00249.
So you proved the thing that we agree on. Well done.
Nice one.
No, water vapor has less refractive index.
Dana, can you repeat back what you guys have a disagreement on? Can you steel man Regis?
Yeah, he says we have all things being kept equal. I heard this before. All things being kept equal, we have a density of air. We introduce water vapor, and that refractive index of that humidity in the air creates a higher refractive index, as shown by the article he supports that idea with. My contention is that he found one anomalous type of situation regarding fiber optics and gaps between fiber optics, which is not representative of atmospheric conditions. So then I also showed that the gas, oxygen and nitrogen, both have 1.30s and a 2.7 or a 2.9. That's oxygen and nitrogen. And for water vapor, it's 3 zeros and a 2.5. So the refractive index of water vapor is less than our air.
So, do you think that gas
As a
can just?
medium,
Do you think that gas can just float about willy-nilly without containers?
I'm sorry, I missed what you just said.
Do you think that gas, any gas, air or whatever, molecules and shit, can just float about without containers?
Are we changing topics?
The only containment needed for gases is their bias for velocity, which tends to
What?
be toward the Earth.
Just
That's
answer the question, Zanny.
I just got done telling you don't need containment with a container. It can be contained by a force. Containment just requires a force. It can come from a structure, a Boolean structure, or a
Right.
Gaussian structure, or
Right. No. Oh
its
my
weight.
God. Okay. Now show me a container. Show me a gas that doesn't need the container.
Hey PMAC, when I let a gas go, it instantaneously seeks a nostril usually.
Are you saying like a fart or something, or
Just trying to lighten up the room a little bit.
Lighten the mood.
Just trying to lighten the mood.
Yeah.
And what's the refractive index of this nostril gas?
It's 3.4 to the power of pi.
And is it your own nostril or someone else's?
Okay, I'm going to shut up now. But I was just wondering, Zanig is talking about gases and air and refractive indexes and shit. And I still don't think he believes that gas. I think that gases can just fly about willy-nilly. Just like a thing. Zanig, what do you think you're living in? Well,
You
does
see
that
the refractive index, gentlemen?
What?
All the gases, the refractive index is lower for water vapor. Period.
Okay.
If you think those tables are wrong, you're free to contend. Go to the National Science Institute and go complain. Submit your complaint to them, not to me.
So you're saying Regis is right? All right, cool.
He's wrong. No, of course he's wrong.
We get it. We get it.
Said it's higher. There's water and the refractive index goes up because he found a sentence that says that. He didn't read the article, didn't know what it's even talking about. So, he's cherry picking a little.
But why do you always try to make
it's an
somebody?
assumption.
Why do you always try to make somebody stupid that's arguing with you?
I don't
I
have to
notice
try
that
to do that. That's easy.
you do that all the time, bro. You think you think, right, because we believe that the Earth is not what you believe it is, that we're stupid. You think like we're morons or something. I know you don't, right? But you come across as that, and it's very offensive.
No, I don't come. You guys aren't morons, and I was really smart here actually. The problem is people tend to be a little short-sighted or jump to conclusions, and that's why I like the argument, because it's a better argument to say someone's like with Jace earlier. I mean, I knew he was mistaken, but he was, people remember things certain ways, and I knew I didn't have to insult him until he was an idiot. I knew he didn't remember, and he figured it out. He remembered. Oh, yeah,
Well, but every
yeah,
time you make these little inflections, bro, I mean, it's not like we see it. You think we're stupid? We see this little. Well, it's not my fault. You're dumb. You know, you
Well,
just
I
do
think,
these little things, bro.
yeah, I
But
get it.
we're not, right?
Yeah, well, the whole idea was, because I know the fundamental foundation of why Rich is saying is he's thinking that we have refraction due to the water vapor, and that's what's causing things to the loom up lower or sink, and that's not exactly what's happening, because we know that the water vapor refractive index is actually lower than air, so that's a poor
Yeah. Okay.
argument.
You just rein it in a little bit, and don't look at somebody who's opposite view to you as somebody who is stupider than you, because we're not. Okay. We could be correct. The possibility. Would you entertain the idea that we might be right, you might be wrong?
The real problem, Xanac, is when it's more humid, I get that weird miraging effect, which is indicates there's refraction being happening. And when it's clear out, I get just a clear view, perfectly clear.
But you're really seeing the effects of other things, not so much the humidity. It's the density. The more dominant factor, as the charts I've shown provide to you, is density
Xanac.
variations and angle of incidence. And that's why we
We're,
get these crazy miraging effects on very hot day, warm days, when there's these crazy differential temperatures at the surface and
we're
above the
not
surface, etc.
we're not little children. We understand what you're trying to say.
All right, get over this whole criticism of how
We're
I
not
think.
stupid,
I'm
bro.
not trying to be condescending at all. If I am, I apologize. That's not my intent.
You just talk shit by default.
And if I'm talking shit, please tell me where I'm talking shit.
You know what you're doing. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Moving
How much time have you got?
on. 1 billion years.
Yeah, hear that.
It's the ice cream man.
Memento of silence here. Got all wasted on refraction, bro. I'm fucking hungover.
No, actually, you're hung under. Let me give you a chart to tell you why.
Yeah,
you shouldn't drink.
you're way more dense when you're drinking.
Smoke weed instead.
I shouldn't have drunk all this atmosphere. The humidity's crushing me.
More humid than humid.
Better living through Xanax Street. Better living through sophistry. There we go. That one's better. That'll meet the stamp that one. Did you get it all out of your system there? What's your face now? Azkaban? Prisoner Azkaban? Riding hard into chat.
We got people chat skanking. Is that what's going on? I love how sometimes, I mean, most of the time, it's like the tale of two different worlds between the chat and the VC.
Yeah, it's weird. Like one doesn't really follow the other most of the time.
No,
Weird.
no. Like when I do have an opportunity to possibly look at the chat, I'm like, I don't see anything y'all are talking about in here. I just see a bunch of people going back and forth about some other shit.
I got a lot of people fucking just blocked and muted and stuff, and I'm like, this is totally lot less noisy to read this, you know? Because it's like,
oh,
that's fine. I don't care. I mean, I'm not a mod or anything, but it's easier to do it because I don't know. It's just a lot of bickering back and forth. Nobody's really saying shit, you know? Wasting
yeah.
text.
That's why I'm not in the chat. Not in chat that often. If I am in the chat, I'm usually just dropping some, trying to get some color commentary with some memes based on the conversation that's happening in VC. That's my jam.
That's fun. Hell yeah. I dropped the odd article. Sometimes pertinent information to the conversations, but it's like I'm waiting for I mean, like sometimes people notice, and I'm like, that's cool. A lot of times nobody picks it up. Whatever, I'll deal with it somehow.
Your therapist will help you work through it. Don't worry.
Yeah. Just talk it out. It's easy, you know. Just gotta get the just like uncover all this trauma.
How does that make you feel?
Right?
How does that make you feel, Snacks?
How does it make me feel? I don't know. Like, well, it makes me think back to. No, I'm just joking. But it's a little. I can see how like people do get like kind of fucked up on the whole thing because it's like they come back and just like say the same things every day. You know, just being like, "Well, I've been here and it's a globe, so like, you know, you guys never say anything." You know, it's like I've not got any proof of anything from anybody, and I'm like, are you like, could you possibly listen to the live stream? That's really where more shit goes down.
Imagine a reality where our world is misrepresented, but it's not flat. That would help explain these eternal arguments.
Oh, you're getting
never
muted right
end.
now. I'm getting it's a
Flat
weird.
earthers know it's
You're
not
not talking
curving
to me.
down, and
You're not
globers
talking to me.
know there is curvature. So
You're
what's
not
the
talking to me.
solution? Curving up.
I'm muting you now.
Curving up is the solution.
My wife was watching TED, I think it is, the other day. I was walking through, and he said this
So
phrase. He was like,
we're gonna skip over the convo
I guess
shape of the earth, and you're gonna talk about your wife.
Yep.
That's very respectful.
Say it again. You cut out for a second.
Yeah. So she was watching to the last one. I guess he's in England, and he was talking. And he's like, "Yeah, I like my water like Kyrie likes his earth flat. Thank you." I like my water like Kyrie Irving likes his earth flat. Found that interesting.
Wait, who said that?
Caught my ear. Ted Lasso, that
Ted
television
Lasso.
show or Netflix or whatever it is.
Right. I don't watch the show, but I didn't hear you say that. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Worked its way into.
Yeah.
Yeah.
People
you
sort of
could-
don't know the whole Kyrie thing. Like he never said like, "Oh, I didn't believe that," and that I like retract that. He never said that. He apologized for making it difficult on teachers that they'd have to explain some things. That's what he actually apologized for, and that's really scrubbed. I mean, I watched him say it. You know, it's like whatever. Scrubbed. Whatever.
So there's this dual pole flat Earth model going around that allegedly solves a lot of the issues on the mainstream model or the lack of a model. A lot of issues.
Dual pole, like
it
two
solves
poles, like globe has.
like impossible southern stars, fixes distances.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Flight paths.
Napalm, that's unusual for you.
Wind
Usually you have pretty
patterns,
pristine audio.
ocean currents,
Yeah, I'm in the
tsunami,
garden.
the entire southern hemisphere,
Gotcha.
the southern axis of rotation we observe within the sky.
Don't you have to account for
Yeah, I'm in the-
Coriolis for that?
It fixes the vernal equinox sun, which travels straight east to west. Fixes vernal equinox shadows.
Oh boy.
What is?
I mean, that's that
Yeah,
already is a lot of easy to find issues with the mainstream model that turns a lot of people off. Perhaps if these people were shown a second model instead, one that's far superior.
Yeah, do you have a link to it?
Maybe yes.
The
Maybe there
link
would
to
be
what?
more flat earthers. I'm gonna link it in the chat.
Link to this bipole model that
Posted it.
I'm assuming it's all the glory. My phone is in my pocket, so I can't tell. Out here
you're
pulling
correct.
weeds, man. Slaving away. Slaving away.
Sheesh.
Pulling the weeds.
You're in the weeds.
Funny, this isn't my job within the household either. It's not my job to pull the weeds. I'm out here doing it.
Need a goat.
Have bunny rabbits, dude. But the problem is they eat the fucking grass and not the weeds. They need to get up in the flower beds and start eating the weeds. Be a lot better.
I thought somebody was saying you
Actually,
were
it's
the
not.
goat.
Yeah.
Like you're the greatest of all time.
Yeah. Oh.
But no, I guess you're just eating weeds.
Depends on what you're talking about. No, I'm not the greatest of all time. Even though the chat earlier was about glory days. I had my opportunity that I squandered to be great at a few things. But that's life.
Me too, man. Me too. Regrets. Damn it.
Yeah. I mean, what is what it is. I was still really good at a lot of things, but yeah, I squandered some other opportunities.
In your athletic prime.
Yeah. Yep. Athletic, academic, all that shit. You know. Tis what it is.
Yeah, you really only have a chance when you're like young to kind of like do something. It's really weird.
Oh yeah. 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 Well, your body just can't keep up at a certain point. In most sports, at least, or athletic shit. And it's like if you don't hit the places you need to hit at the times you need to hit, it's really hard to walk back up that hill.
Right.
I mean, I still got blessed with being able to utilize my athletic prowess to continue to get a free education even years after being out of the game, but it certainly doesn't make it easy, that's for sure. But anyways, what?
I had people scouting me for music when I was in elementary school.
Nice.
I had high schools coming by. Like, why don't you come to our high school?
That's
Funny
awesome.
shit. It's stupid, but I didn't really like capitalize on that. You know, I should have made them pay. I'm just joking. I'm just joking. But
actually, out of like, honestly, all the things that I kind of squandered, totally like putting down a camera is probably one of my biggest regrets. I mean, I could still get back into it, something that doesn't require the athleticism, but yeah.
Yeah, taking pictures is something you can always do.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm just mad I got out of the routine a bit so many years ago. Shit. I just got some. I gifted some plants that I'm trying to get into the garden.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Plant people are cool like that, constantly giving each other shit.
Yeah, I just about killed this little, little plant that I grew. I was trying it with a ultrasonic humidifier setup, and that doesn't work too well. I'm not too sold on the concept of it. So I tried to put it in dirt. I don't know if it's going to take, but it seems to be happier now. Like the leaves went up and stuff, so maybe that's good. But
yeah,
it's severely not a good. It's not a good plant. Like I don't know. I'll keep it growing because like, I don't want to kill it. I already almost killed it, just by trying to keep it alive. So I don't know. Maybe I'll end up killing it anyway. But shit.
Yeah, most plants will tell you. They'll tell you whether they're happy or not, and trial and error. If it sounds like it's perking up, it's liking whatever you're currently doing better than what you did previously. That's for sure.
Yeah, it's amazing how they're kind of like alive, and the way that I had grown it, like I kind of had it going through a sponge, so I could see all the roots and stuff, and it's like, roots look kind of gross when they come out. They're like almost like a snail part or something like that. It's weird.
Yeah.
You find that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or like if you watch like I've seen some time lapse with it, and it's really weird, like how it's like they kind of like a goop almost, like it just kind of starts moving around like a little tentacle of some sort. How do they do that? Like it's weird.
Push through the ends, right? So it's laying the pipe as it goes, pushing it through the end. So I have some orchids that they're pretty much solely epiphytic, meaning they don't need soil. So you get to see all their roots and their root structures, and it looks really cool. When I walk over there, I can snap a pic and show you. The type of orchid is called a vanda, that really just kind of has bare roots. I mean, I find that that's how they're typically sold, but I find that they perform better when those roots are just starting to grow up a little tree, or have at least some sort of medium that they're attached to. They can retain a little bit more moisture.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. But I got these huge elephant ears that I need to plant. That were gifted to me. They're ginormous. Like on this one, I would say the ears are probably 2+ feet. Pretty cool.
That's big. You're just gonna throw it outside, huh? Well, you're in Florida. Guess it works out for you.
Yeah. Actually, elephant ears, even in climates where you have like a full-on winter, you can dig their bulbs up and just take their bulbs inside and then go back, replant them in the spring, and they'll come back for you in the northern climates. But you have to remember to pull the bulb out, store it, replant it.
Do you grow anything to eat, like vegetables or anything like that?
Yeah, I have some tomatoes, eggplants, dragon fruit, pineapple, getting ready to put in some papaya. Well, start some seed, some papaya, which I've grown in the past. I'm not growing it now. And I might put in a full-on at least get it started.
Okay.
Yeah, I've got like 7 or 8 pineapples, something like that, right now. Getting close to close to ripeness.
Wow, that must be amazing. Like having your own fresh pineapple.
Yeah, so the good thing about it is pineapples is depicted as yellow, but you usually buy them in the grocery store and they're kind of green, and they don't really yellow too much before you eat them. When you grow them at home, you can literally basically that best day to pull that sucker off of there, and you can let them get bright yellow, and they smell so great, dude, and they're so delicious. Doesn't even compare to the grocery store one.
There's a lot of people in here.
Is there?
2, 4.
Why isn't anybody talking? We talk about, do we need to get an argument going so that people start chiming in? They're wrong, Snacks.
22, 24, 26, 20. There's 30 people in here. Oh, yeah. Sweet conflict. Yeah, I was watching this thing on I guess they're called like barefoot shoes.
Yeah.
And but the was the interesting part is that they got into like the Nike sneaker and how basically that changed the way that people ran because of the incline and stuff. So you're sort of stretching your stride out differently to hit. But then it puts all this compression and shit on your heel, and it's kind of an unnatural way to run. So it causes a lot of
I mean,
injuries.
we just straight up don't. We just straight up don't walk good as humans. If you ever seen Lloyd Pye, everything you know is wrong. Like, we don't walk good. It doesn't look like we evolved to walk correctly. The way our gait is, you know.
But wouldn't the general idea of evolution be that we are progressing in our gait? Shouldn't our gait be getting better? Or is no?
It's not. It's sloppy though. It's very sloppy. We're like throwing ourselves. We're always having, feet and hip problems and shit. I'm telling you, Lloyd Pye, everything you know is wrong. I learned so much stuff from watching that 2-hour fucking that 2-hour lecture. It was awesome. I know it's not 5 hours, but it still counts.
Wait, 5 hours or it doesn't count? What are you talking about?
5 hours or it don't count, but this thing's only 2 hours, so
Get out of town.
we can't all be Karl Monk, you know.
Just watch it 2.5 times.
What's up?
What if we slow down the rate?
What?
Does that count?
No.
It doesn't count.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, my
All
bad.
right.
What's up? I wasn't talking to you
That was
guys.
a legit. That
Oh,
was a
no.
legit no. Jeremy's like, no.
No.
What?
No. I was talking to somebody else.
What? No.
Like, damn, say it with your chest, Jeremy. Shit.
Let's talk to somebody else.
Shoot me down.
Watch. I don't know. What did you say, Napalm? I was distracted.
Said if it's not 5 hours, right? It's 2.5 hours. It's not 5 hours. It doesn't count. But what if we just slow it down? We watch it at a slower frame rate. Is that all right? Does that count? Slow it down.
You could do half speed. Half speed.
Speed. We get 5 hours and it counts.
But seriously though, you guys should check that out. I mean, it went through so much stuff. It was awesome. Lloyd Pye lost it at the end when he started going off about Zachariah Sitchin. He went off the rails completely at that point. But nonetheless, it was a solid 2 good hours of some good shit.
You know, I was just like looking at the ringing rocks. You ever heard about them, Jeremy? I mean, a lot of people talk about it from the Michael Caesarian stuff in South Africa, like the rings of rocks that are I forget what the term is. They're like yeah, they ring when you hit them.
Oh, ringing. Okay. I thought you were talking about didn't Mike Intelliger find a bunch of like rock formations? Intelliger, yeah, didn't he find like rock formations all over like South Africa and stuff like that?
Yeah,
he was trying to relate to something.
They tried to say they were. They tried to say they were for cattle or something at first, but the shape of them doesn't make sense. Yeah, they found so many rock formations down there. It's great.
I think the word is like lithophonic. That they're the type of rock that if you hit them, they make a ringing sound.
Nice.
And yeah, but they occur in the United States, in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and I think it's not maybe Montana or something like that.
All right, we're not counting Jersey. Jersey's out. All right.
Shut up.
Yeah, can we?
Yeah, nobody can hear you talk shit about Jersey right now. It's inaudible.
I can pick up the slack for you though. Jersey is an all-out cesspool. I mean, point blank.
You.
What are they made out of?
Ain't you got New York City? I mean, how's that work?
Dude, we don't. New York City's dragging us down, bro. For real. If it wasn't for New York City, New York would be, it'd be awesome.
Well, I could say the same, right? Because we wouldn't have all this industrial bullshit up there, right? If it wasn't so close to the city, because
No, that doesn't. It's incoherent.
If
You got Jersey City, Newark. Isn't it the most densely state per capita? Hold on. What happens with these rocks exactly? They're made out of certain material.
They're yeah, they're made out of a certain material, and nobody's really exactly sure why they ring, because there's never really been like hardcore scientific study for why that happens.
a bit like the moon.
Eh?
Well, the moon goes ping too when you send a certain wavelength. It goes ping.
I can't hit you from here. You're
Okay.
all the way.
Yeah, well, it's the moon, bro.
Oh, Bugs Bunny slap you.
And that's the only rock. That's the only rocks that ring like that, or?
Yeah, as far as I know, there's only like 3 locations, but there may be thousands of locations where they're at. I don't know. They're just not cataloged very well.
Ringing rocks. I'm gonna have to look that up. You got a 5-hour documentary on it?
I wish. You could read the Wikipedia article real slow though. Like
You would think if rocks were ringing, people would fucking know about it.
At least 2.5. We could play it at half speed. I mean, come on, Snack.
Not 5 hours, bro. Come on.
Wait, if you play it at half speed, it'll change the note of the ring of the rock. I was trying to be as ridiculous.
What type of rocks are they?
Did it work? Huh?
I'm a
what type of rock? What type of rocks are they, Snakes? You know, or
It's supposed to be just like a. It's just like it's a rock that the Earth's crust is made from. Is what it says.
Like ordinary rocks?
what the fuck?
What? Aren't all
What
rocks
is the
Earth's?
Earth's crust made of?
The fuck?
Bedrock? Come on, somebody's lagging and somebody's hot mic laughing.
No, you're lagging, Jeremy. I promise.
I'm on the best Wi-Fi in the world right now. I'm on Verizon Wi-Fi, my guy.
Oh, okay.
Bars.
Well, sorry. Never mind then. You
This
were
is
like
most
Jeremy never
expensive.
has delays, guys.
listen, you were responding just a little bit late to everybody's stuff, and that's okay. Just letting you know.
I'm going back to check the YouTube right now.
Okay.
Your YouTube might be lagging too, so that might be part of it. If you hear it's not lagging, maybe that's why.
God, lag is such a stupid bitch, isn't it? Lag is just this fucking bitch. We can't fix it, right?
I know.
How many satellites we got, kids? Can't fix the fucking.
That would be solve huge issues if you just fix the lag.
Yeah.
Australia in here too. Bell Rock Range from Western Australia. From ultramorphic periodotite. Yeah, intrusion in the Musgrave Block of Western Australia. That's easy to say.
I'm guessing if we got rid of Australia and Jersey, that would probably fix the lag. Sorry, what were you saying?
Get my car and fix your wagon, dude.
What were you saying next? It's in Australia too, the Ringing Rock.
Yeah, there's a Ringing Rock there. Bell's Rock.
You know, it's funny you should say that. There's a couple of places in Ireland where the farmers there's a big rock in the middle of the farm and they won't touch it. It's crazy.
But then you guys be kissing rocks.
The Blarney Stone.
You guys be kissing a rock.
Y'all are hard up.
You guys be getting wasted. You guys are lit over.
Oh, just come over here, love. Come on, give me a little smooch.
You've no fucking idea. Hey, we're not fucking Scottish.
Come over here, lad. Yay!
Ireland and Scotland. I don't know if you know this, but to Americans, it's basically the same place.
What do you see, you fucking funny bastards?
Do you guys have more or less sheep than Scotland?
No, there's more sheep than people. Absolutely. Sorry, da.
Sounds like a place Jeremy would want to go for sure.
I mean, I like lamb. Lamb's good meat right there. I don't know about what is the sheep a lamb or I don't know.
Oh, a sheep is definitely not a lamb.
Is a lamb like a baby sheep or I don't know?
Yes.
Oh,
I'll do some lamb chops in.
Dude, lamb chops. I'll tell you what. I don't care what y'all say about how they treat them animals before or after. I don't even believe it in the first place. I think it's a delicious meat, and I think that if it was treated poorly, the meat wouldn't be as good. That's just my opinion.
I would eat all foods that begin with L. Go ahead, Coach. What's up?
Nice.
Lobsters and lamb all day.
Limp dick.
Liver.
No liver.
that,
No. We're not doing liver. Or limp.
What, labia?
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to say limp. I was going to say large instead of limp.
Okay, that's fair. Hey, you want to hear something? A fun fact I heard from a YouTube video earlier was that did you know that lobster and macaroni and cheese, like today, lobster seems like an expensive meal, and
They used to
macaroni
feed
and
it to
cheese-
slaves. It's basically like lobsters are like just like bugs of the ocean, basically, like the
Cockroach, yeah,
bottom
but yeah,
feeders.
of course, they're bottom feeders. It's not kosher. That's not the point, though. Back in the
It's not
day,
kosher.
Let me
it's
finish
not
the
kosher, dude.
Who
It's
gives a
not
shit?
kosher.
Who cares? What? Eat it.
Let him
Bottom
finish
Get
feeders.
some protein, bro.
Nobody
Anyway.
even knows what kosher means.
Don't worry, guys. Everybody knows to separate his milk plate from his meat. Sure. Never
Napalm,
mind.
your robot.
You guys don't know what kosher is.
Halil, for you Muhammad lovers out there. But
Did
regardless,
you just say Lael?
Halil.
Is Lael here?
Haley Joel Osment.
Point is that lobster, it was because like in New England and stuff like that, like they would just eat whatever they could find, and so like they would eat, like lobsters and crabs and that kind of shit. So it was kind of like cheap people food. And macaroni and cheese back in the day, like you had to actually import pasta from Italy, and cheese was expensive to produce. You know, all that kind of stuff. So macaroni and cheese was only like the richest people's meal. So
Hold
it's
on,
so funny, like it's just
Nobody was making pasta except for Italians.
That's what they say, dude. Even though they're the biggest idiots in the world, the dumbest people in the world, they are the ones that made pasta. Yeah,
You're telling me no one else could figure out the recipe and just do it at their own house?
that's what I'm telling you.
Because I mean, I could do that shit in my house right now.
Are you Italian?
No, I don't. It doesn't matter. You could be German, fucking Irish, or
I don't think
Scottish,
so.
or wherever that other guy's from. What's up?
I don't think that's true. I think you got to be If you're Italian, you can do it, but if you're not Italian, it's actually hard to
Okay, can I make a taco if I'm not fucking whatever taco people are from? Mexico or
do. Wow, there you. That's my point. Prove my point, man. Prove my
can I
point.
not make
How dumb.
rice?
Prove my point. How dumb
Italian.
Italians are.
That's not a mad Italian though. Taco people. Come on.
Taco people.
That's
Come
racist.
on, dude.
Whoever makes tacos, whoever invented fucking tacos, can you not make a taco if you're not those people? You're not making sense. Can we all not make pasta?
No, man.
Jeremy.
That doesn't make sense.
That's how it is. Tacos and the pasta are not the same thing, dude. Tacos, by the way, made by all sorts of Hispanic people. You racist. Yeah, Italians. Yeah, Italians are the ones that can make pasta, man. Believe it or not.
Okay, can Alaskans not make tacos?
If they're Italian.
I said tacos.
Yeah, I know. Oh, if they're Mexican.
So when I do tacos at my house, my wife actually is.
Mexican
Oh,
not
shit.
Mexican, but
Colombian,
she's
no?
Latin. She's from a Latin descent. Anyway, it's not important.
She's Colombian,
What the
no?
fuck are you talking about? You can't make pasta unless you're Italian.
How do you not remember your wife's Colombian and I remember that?
She's not Colombian.
Costa
She's not
Rican?
Colombian. You're close.
Costa Rican?
Yeah.
How do you not remember your wife's Costa Rican, man?
Hold on a sec.
Because you're
Colombia's-
obsessed.
There we go.
Coach, that's funny, bro.
That was his wife, man. But this is what happens when you smoke weed and you work. You're probably working and smoking weed at the same time, dude.
In my life. It's your wife.
I'm on different hours. I'm out of work now.
Fair enough. Well, hopefully your wife didn't just fucking hear you forget where she comes from.
You're in trouble, bro.
I knew where she came from. I didn't want to give it out because I've already given out so much information to you guys. So.
Were you here when Zanuck was doxing himself a little bit?
Did he?
He didn't dox him. Like I said,
He's trying to get.
Go ahead. Napalm.
My robot.
No, you're not anymore.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh, okay. No, I was saying he's trying to get Jason to dox himself. That's all I was gonna say. Fuck.
I feel bad because you're not really a robot, dude. But I feel bad because I got a big mouth sometimes, and I just know people like their privacy, so I don't want to give away his privacy. But
They got a big mouse.
Don't worry about it.
You got a pretty mouse. You got a pretty mouse, son.
You got a big mouth, huh?
You'd laugh if you saw how small my mouse was.
All
I know
right,
this is
okay,
important.
okay. Right, bring it back. Bring it back. Calm down.
That's my butter pecan Rican. Listen, it don't have nothing to do with Italians making pasta, bro. That shit don't even make sense. Chinese people can make pasta.
Really? Have you ever seen them do that?
I could get a Chinese person, I could get one of them dudes, and I could give them the stuff, and they could just make some pasta.
Right, and how is the fuck does that prove flat Earth, bro?
Here you go, P-Mac.
What's
Yeah,
up?
P-Mac's from South Africa, dude.
Are you?
Yeah. Kind of was.
Yeah, tell them the truth, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
Say building.
Building.
You didn't really pass the test. This napalm's test, dude.
What the fuck are you doing in that fucking building? Hey, sorry.
You're real bad.
P-Mac, have you ever been not drunk?
That's fucked up, dude.
Yes. And
I don't
it or
believe
not,
you. I'm gonna need a citation.
I swear to God, I will get signed affidavits from all the people I know.
That's funny. Even though he sounds Scottish, he's really Irish
I know.
and South African.
Yeah, it's crazy. This is what happens.
P-Mac, have you ever made pasta?
Yes, of course I can. I'm fucking Chinese.
Jesus Christ.
You ever made pasta from scratch, though, P-Mac? Pasta from scratch?
Make a noodle.
No.
Like
pasta
make the
from
noodle.
scratch.
The noodle.
If a Chinese guy makes a noodle, it's called lo mein. Okay? It's not called pasta. Nobody's ever seen a Chinese guy make pasta.
You're asking too much, bro.
I could get a Chinese guy to make some lovely angel hair pasta. I bet you that's happening right now somewhere on Earth. There's a Chinese guy making the noodle.
Quick question, guys.
Like an Italian. Go ahead.
Quick question, guys. Have you guys ever heard of noodles?
Noodles? Like the
Yeah, what
gangster
do you-
dude, or?
No. Like the stuff that goes in Chinese food.
Yeah.
What do you think noodles are made of?
Pasta.
The same shit pasta's made out of.
Right.
I know. Kosho's over here trying to mind fuck me.
So when you guys are like, I wonder if Chinese people can make pasta. Yeah, they can.
Italians got the idea, no?
Can you, come on now.
But doing that's funny. Pasta.
I'm sorry. Was that napalm?
Napalm, you roboted hard.
Son of a bitch.
About that Jesus coin.
So do I have to say pasta?
Pasta.
Because in the UK, a pastor is like a priest.
Oh, pastor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the duchy to the left.
Outside.
Pasta Chinese noodle recipe.
DNA on Funk Flex Freestyles had the dopest pasta bar I ever heard. Somebody pull that up on a big screen. Where's Timo and Ian?
Like a salad bar.
On the big screen.
Word salad bars.
This is the fun fact of life. Today, you can get mac and cheese from Chef Boyardee or from, I don't know, Kellogg's, whoever makes a Kraft, makes a mac and cheese. Here's the deal, though. Back in the day, only Italians made it. So it was a very prestigious meal. That's it.
Yeah, but why would you go all the way to Italy to get the noodles when you could just make the noodles? I don't doubt that only Italians made that at one point. Sure.
Oh, Jeremy.
Dude, it's not the
Jeremy.
case anymore, dude. It's not the case that mac and cheese is still rich people food. Obviously, it changed.
I don't know if you heard about imports.
Yeah, but no, they did say I did see a thing too where lobster. They said lobster was fed to the slaves because it was just like considered like an insect of the ocean, basically. But they're delicious. I don't think they knew about dipping it in butter or something. So
Listen, I just
Was
had
it
some.
very-
I
was
ordered,
they fucking brought the butter out?
yeah, I ordered
Shit.
some mac and cheese, and I'm gonna be, even though I love mac and cheese, I'm gonna eat it and being like, "Yo, what? It doesn't have lobster. This kind of sucks right now."
Are you okay, bro?
That's that bubonic chronic. Let's go.
I have to admit, I'm a wee bit hungry.
You don't cough, you don't get off.
I mean, weed's legal in New York now. I don't even know why there's. I don't know. Big Pharma lobbied it for fucking decades, dude. They were the top 5 spenders when it came to lobbying to keep it illegal, and come to find out it has major, major health benefits. That's not suspicious at all.
It's a very big antidepressant.
I don't know, for for Kostro's mom, it's like an aphrodisiac. She always gets wild when we puff.
Dude, you're like obsessed with Kosho's mom. It's unbelievable.
Well, actually, Kosha's mom
Actually,
short cream is some young guy.
Kosho's your mom hot?
I was gonna say, like, you haven't met that prime piece. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding, guys. You got to be respectful. Jeez.
She
None
might
of
be
your
my
fucking business, bro.
Maybe I can date her. Kosho, fix me up with your mom.
She takes
Kosho,
crypto, I'm just
That's
saying.
why you're so pretty, Kosho, because your mom's pretty. Is that what's going on? Oh, we're talking shit, Kosho. Where you at?
It's where you guys must have.
Then Zanuck can officially be your daddy, Kosha.
Oh, he left, I think.
Kosho, what's the difference between a dick and a joke?
People still think that Jeremy or Kosho aren't brothers.
Hold on, real quick. This is a joke. Kosho, what's the difference between a dick and a joke?
Kosho's gone.
Zeke, real nice, guy, slow. Real nice.
My bad, bro.
See what you've done.
I guess the punchline.
Hey, hang on. I guess he's his mom is hot. He took it personally and bounced the fuck out. What's the punchline, Jeremy?
Jeremy, is it something to do with her not getting the joke?
I'm not burning this joke until Kosho comes back.
Oh, fair enough.
Damn.
Okay, I'm back. What is
Hey, bro, I know Kosho don't sound like that because I sound like Kosho. So.
Hello, my name's Kosho. I'm back. What's the punchline?
Yo, sometimes I hear Kosho. Sometimes I hear Kosho talking. I'm like, yo, I didn't say that. I feel like somebody AI'd my voice.
Kosho's like you after a fight. That's what it would sound like. Or like you that just needs Jeremy that needs to take a nap, a long nap. That's what Kosho sounds like.
He always sounds like he's constipated, but I don't know. It could just be me.
Jeremy talks way more smoother.
Smoother than Michael before the fake nose. All right, listen, you guys should be glad that we got Kosho. Otherwise, you might have to deal with somebody like Zanuck all day or something crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Someone say reference frame?
Please, God, no.
See what I mean?
No, God, no. Make it stop.
Kosho's not bad.
Oh, you
Oh,
said
here we
I
go.
wasn't
He's back.
serious? No, I'm actually serious.
He's back.
Just
He's
so I
back.
know.
Stop talking shit about him.
Hey, about
Stop talking
I
shit
like
about him.
him. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Oh shit.
I
don't
like
like
him so
him.
damn much. Fucking weirdo.
Kosha, are you there? Come in, little buddy. Over.
Xanac wants. Xanac.
They probably slow botting.
You're roboting.
Napalm, your shit's fucked up today, bro. Like, can't we just fix this and get reception everywhere? Come on, man. We went to the moon 50, 60 years ago now. You can't get rid of the lag? Get your reception up? Get your bars up?
Yeah, use
Oh
the
man,
regular
listen.
Discord app.
Listen, it's the technology is such that the further you are away from the target, the better the signal gets. It's crazy.
Yeah, that checks out.
Yeah, man. So instead of using
How about
ground towers and local wiring and such, that'll work way better than having it so far away. We're going to put everything tens of miles away, hundreds of miles away, so that it works better. This is science.
Yo, real quick. Oh, I heard something neat. Speaking of underwater shit. Just to try to link this in. Whales can you know they make that crazy whale noise? Somebody make a whale noise.
Yeah.
All right, that's good. That's good. So they do that crazy whale noise. So they do the crazy whale noise. I heard. Okay, relax with the whale noise. That was good. Nice work. All right. So I heard they can go 10,000 miles. Is that true?
Yeah, what's
That's a lot of bouncing.
No.
So it bounces off the surface of the water, right? Is that what happens?
What's told me that a year ago?
From under?
Do they go 10,000 miles?
From cheese from under.
No, it's about 900,000 max.
Subaquatic sphere.
Turns out there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, that's a lot of miles. Jeremy, what's the implication here?
Well, that has severe implications. If it's
I agree.
10,000 miles, I don't know what the mileage is, though. I don't know if that's correct or what, but
It's about right.
it's about right.
Mileage
Yeah,
may
go-
vary.
I'll show your mic's
We'd
off.
have to we'd have to have somebody, perform science on that, and then we could get the numbers. The figures.
If it is 10,000 miles, that has serious implications.
Did we ever get the joke from you, Jeremy? You said you were waiting.
What is the punchline, Jeremy?
Oh, my bad. I almost forgot. Kosha, what's the
Kosha's
difference
here.
between Kosha, what's the difference between a dick and a joke?
My mom can't take a joke.
Like,
That's pretty good, bro.
that's a good one. That's not what I was gonna say, but all right.
That's pretty good.
We're cool with that.
I was gonna say what.
We'll,
Fine. All
we'll
right.
allow you to make your mom out of the joke.
Jeremy,
So,
write it
10,000
down and bring it up in like a month.
10,000 miles, and you think that's normal for us being on a globe?
Yeah, I do.
That's like almost half the thing. You're only 2,000 short of half the globe right there.
Who cares?
I mean, bro, there's a lot of curvature in between the whale and then wherever the signals they're receiving the signal at.
Learn something, dude.
There's a saying, all's whale that ends whale.
That was whale said.
Well, somebody had to say it.
Whale said.
God damn it! I'm cutting my arm. My girlfriend.
Well, fuck me.
I think that was put well.
Let me try to make a joke as well. These jokes
So-
are really bad.
All right, did everyone get one out, or we good? Does anyone have any more
Well,
whale
while
puns?
everybody else is doing it, I might as well.
All right. So what's the we got calculations for this and stuff?
Well, that was a fucking disappointment.
So yeah, we need to know the distance. Then we can do the calculations
10,000
on
miles.
how many miles the signal would have to bounce between each bounce, like from the whale to the top of the water the first time, then down to the how's it bouncing? We need to see the exact bounce.
What kind of whale are we talking about?
I don't
here?
know. I don't know if that's exactly what they're saying is happening. Though it might be just a combination of diffraction, possibly with
Oh, they
refraction.
think that sound refracts. Oh
humping
my
bass.
God, they do. Yeah, they think
Well,
sound
it
refracts.
diffracts. It does diffract.
I see. And so then they're going to call that Earth's curvature, aren't they?
Like when if you're in the kitchen and then your wife's in the living room and it's like around a little corner or all in between you or something, you could say something and she could hear you.
Well, for sure, you can say that with any kind of obstruction. But if you give us the numbers for the globe math, and then you give, at least we can call someone a liar, right?
I mean, we're talking about 10,000 miles worth of Earth curve, not exactly, from your wife to the kitchen.
Yeah, but if you put it on a big enough scale, you just don't understand scale, Jeremy.
Do we understand refraction versus diffraction?
Well, what's going on with the 10,000 mile whale sounds?
On Zanuck, real quick, were you there, Zanuck, when Witcher brought us up half a year ago? We kind of gotten into this whole thing.
Yeah, I think I remember that. About sound underwater and how things, the surface and the curvature there. I vaguely remember that conversation.
Yeah, there was something about the refraction flux, like there was like a weird refractive fluctuation thing, like where there was like the density of the water changed for two different reasons or something like that. I just can't.
Temperature and pressure is always going to be
That's what I thought
the
it
key
was.
factor.
Temperature and pressure, and those were like making it like go up and down or something, but I can't remember.
Got it.
Yeah, but you need your shit to go down. There's 10,000 miles of Earth curve in a way. I mean, it's pretty big.
No, basically, because of this refractive effect, it was causing this column to be like a level column. Like it basically it went up and down, but it followed this column that was level the entire way around.
If it's level, then why isn't it going farther than 10,000 miles?
It ran out of fucking fuel, dude.
Got him.
What do you think it's gonna go?
Ran out of fuel.
What are you crazy?
What's up?
Yeah, dude. It's a sound. It's not a fucking Jesus. It's gonna stop, man.
Where does it stop?
10,000 miles.
You talking about why? The attenuation of sound?
Yeah. That's it.
That's it.
So sound 10,000 miles is the furthest sound can travel.
No,
Posho, you gotta turn your mic up. Hold on. Posho, you gotta turn your mic. I had my shit all the way up and die slow.
Dude, I'm supposed to be working.
Yeah, he's grounded,
Put your
bro.
ass to work then. Do something. What do you
Not even
even
supposed to be
do?
I don't want to talk about it. Hold on.
He's supposed to be rubbing his mom's
He's like an
feet.
addict hitting a pipe. I'm not supposed to do it, but I'm doing it.
What do you do for work?
Doing that too. I'm doing
How much faster is this? How much faster is the sound going underwater than it would be in the air?
That's a good question. That's a good question.
Thanks.
They say it's definitely going faster because the more dense the medium is, the faster sound travels.
The speed of sound in water is about 1,500 meters per second, where in air it's about 340 meters per second. So you're talking about 5 times faster.
Right. Okay. Now what? Now what's X? Where are we going with that?
That means Earth's flat. No, that's bad logic. I'm not really sure where I was going with that. I was just kind of wondering how that factors into the refraction of the thing, whatever Kosha was talking about. Where are we going with this, Jeremy? How you like it?
The factor.
Take it away,
you
bro.
You got refraction and diffraction going on. And then it just stops at 10,000.
What do they say, Jeremy? That it's like bouncing off the surface of the water and shit.
No, I don't think
Yeah.
that's what they said.
Well, if it's going to be
Yeah.
bouncing around, it's going
Has to.
longer than 10,000 miles, right? If it's going up and down and up and down.
It just
It would-
magically
it would have
conforms to the curve. It magically conforms to the curve.
Is that what sound does? Does sound bounce off the surface of water?
Yeah, that's the what they claim, dude. It bounces off and.
Yeah, but is that actually? Can we actually show that happening in a fish tank or something?
I'm
Or a
sure we
pool?
can. Well, that'd be great. Yeah, super ideal.
Is there a way to check?
I think the situation gets increasingly complex because you got the initial sound signal, and then you got a first reflection maybe of the seafloor and the surface, and this also creates new reflections which interact with the original signal, etc. Right?
Yeah, well,
Yes.
yeah. I mean, a perfect example is let's say blue whales crying out underwater. You're going to hear that from miles away, but above the surface of the water, you barely hear any sound. That's because the vast majority of the sound is being reflected back from the surface of the water from underneath, back down.
Well, that's the assumption, right? To deal with the curvature of the supposed ocean.
Where else would the sound be going if there's very little escaping and going through the surface? Sound waves have to go somewhere, so they must be being reflected back down if they're not escaping through the surface.
So you're saying there's a skip zone? There's like a middle point where you wouldn't hear it?
What?
Like a skip zone, like when shit bounces off the ionosphere, there's a zone in the middle where nobody can hear it, but then you go farther and you can hear it.
I'm not sure. I was just on about how the sound has to. If there's very little sound escaping and going through the surface, so that means most of it must be reflecting from underneath, going back down.
So what ASIC said is that if you had it hitting off of a surface, you would create like secondary and tertiary sounds from it. And then the other thing is what Jeremy said about being a skip zone. It means that like it would be totally long shot, no pun intended maybe. To actually hit another whale to like communicate something. So like why even do it?
It's either direct line of sight or it's bouncing off the surface, adhering to the curvature of the ocean.
A perfect example is recently the Titan sub. When they got recordings of it collapsing, you could hear, originally people thought it was like banging, but it was the original implosion echoing off the surface of the water. That's why you could hear it multiple times.
What whales do, they just hear each other multiple times and they're like, oh, that sounds fine.
I'm not a clue. If you want to go to one and ask about it or talk to a marine biologist, then go for it. But,
How would they know? I should go to the whale. Just one of the.
I mean, I could talk about how the sound behaves. I don't know how the whales interpret the sound, but yeah.
You can talk about how it behaves, but you don't really know how it's working.
They would have to.
Very well
they would have to account for the Coriolis effect, so that they could hone in on each other's location.
Well, they would have to get the skip right in order to ping the other whale. Otherwise, the whale wouldn't hear it. So that don't make no fucking sense. Also, like the projection of the sound is different, right? There, right? It's not a radial like an explosion like you talked about there, other guy, right? It's not going out in all directions. It's a focused fucking beam, right?
It's no different than
That's what I heard.
the archer fish. It's no different than the archer fish, trying to hit a target outside of water and crunching mathematical equations and refraction index in order to be precise with the proper angle.
It's amazing that we can only recreate in fish tanks the phenomena that snipers are supposed to be accounting for.
No. Just stick to the topic. Whale songs, therefore flat Earth. Globe Earth.
Okay,
Whale
so
songs.
can sound travel in any other way than in straight lines?
Yes, it can diffract.
Does that mean bounce or does that mean bend?
It can do both. Given
It can bend.
Yeah, any
You can
wave
bend sound.
can
Can you
bend.
cite a time when somebody bent sound and put it on a little piece of paper? Said, "Here's what I did."
Let's say you're someone's in a
Is that a yes
corridor.
or no?
I'm
Citation.
explaining.
and bend.
I'm
No
explaining.
explanations. I need to know if someone has done it for real or not.
Yes.
Yes, I've done it.
Great. Where's your info from that day?
You've never
I'm talking to you about
bent
it.
a unicorn grill?
Someone's in a corridor. You're in a room off that corridor. Someone's talking down the corridor. You can hear them.
That doesn't mean you've bent the sound. It just bounced around. Try again.
Well, from one, yeah, from
Look, now you're being incredulous. There is a difference between bouncing of things, which is more reflection, and actual bending. A true bending of the progress of that sound around a corner, for example, around an edge of something.
Yeah,
diffraction works as a bending of that light or sound.
How
Reflection
did
is-
you
How did you prove that it was bending? How did you prove it was a bend and not reflecting off of surfaces?
So simple test.
How'd you do that?
Use a sound that bender meter.
I mean, it sounded like he was pausing to actually go get a citation. God forbid. Can we have that?
Yep.
Awesome. Because I'm an audio engineer, and this is the first I've heard of bendy sound.
I really hope you're not an audio engineer if you don't know sound diffracts.
No,
Bending
bendy.
is a-
Talking about bendy.
It's not
Yeah,
bending.
diffraction isn't bending, bro. I'm also qualified in sound, so
Is that called Doppler?
Oh, sound cannot diffract.
that's
No, it cannot
definitely
bend. It cannot
That's a
bend.
claim.
yeah. That's
Can-
also not what I said.
You can't ban sound though.
Yeah, you're not very good at this.
Diffraction. Is it the same as reflection?
Fuck off. It's a different term than bending, isn't
It's
it?
just completely different.
Well, I think
Yep.
I think we have to first define bending. I think people think.
I think we fucking know what bending means.
What does it mean?
We're talking about sound.
I know. What does bending anything mean? What does it mean by bent? Like, what does bent sound mean to you?
Like you're bent.
The other
when an
guy
ambulance
claimed it
passes
bent.
you by and it
okay?
goes, "Woo!"
Hey, we're not. I
Hold
don't
on.
think he's saying it, nor am I. That
Here's
sound actually has
here's
kind
what
of
it is.
curve.
Here's what it would be. If the Earth were a globe, we would have sound bending around the curve of the Earth. That's one way.
Yes.
We kind of do.
Great. So since we're still arguing that, we can't really go any further unless you can show us either the curvature of the Earth or a bendy sound wave, something.
I mean, I've sent a link that explains it quite well.
Awesome.
There's
Gosh, I can't wait.
differential. There's a differential diffraction. There's a differential refraction. I mean, if you're a sound engineer, there should be common knowledge and common speak. So it's not that sound actually can kind of curve path, but it progressively gets progressively has its direction changed by the differential by an actual physical medium, not medium, by a physical object. By
So the
diffraction.
sound, the sound is sound affected. Is the propagation of sound affected in free fall? Meaning, does gravity have an effect on sound? Does gravity have a direct effect on sound or an indirect effect on sound?
Indirect.
Zanik, you're breaking up.
No, gravity affects indirectly because we know that gravity is a cause of a pressure gradient, and we know that the speed of sound based on temperature, based on the atmosphere, which is caused by the gravity, which gives the air weight, which causes the gradient. So this hydrostatic properties of the air are indirectly responsible for the characteristics of speed of sound.
Okay, so my first question is applicable. You care to address it?
What's your first question?
You don't remember?
No, I was too busy to explain to you how indirectly sound is affected by gravity.
Prove gravity.
Wait, what?
Drop a ball.
So what I asked you was, is the propagation of sound affected in free fall? And you stumbled and said, what? And then I asked you if gravity has an indirect effect on sound, and you agreed to it. So that's why I'm doubling back to my first question to see what you would say.
Is sound affected by something falling? Is that what you said?
No. Does the propagation of sound affected in a free fall environment, like a weightless, non, an area that's not affected,
as opposed to, as in contrast to, is not a free fall.
Right, like is sound going to propagate differently depending on whether it's in free fall or not?
Well, there wouldn't be a pressure gradient inside of.
Yeah, I was going to say as long as the medium you're in is being affected equally, like if gravity or the free fall is acting equally like across the whole medium that you're trying to propagate sound through, then it's going to behave the same. If there's any difference, yeah.
So then can sound be bent in a free fall weightless environment?
It can change directions if physical objects get in certain patterns. I'm butchering this. I know Zanik's a lot more acute with the description of it than I am. But if
can you bend sound?
Changing the frequency up or down, right?
Well, the point is if they're going to say that you can bend sound, right? Then we're setting up the situation in a way to where the bending of the sound due to the indirect effect of gravity upon the environment shouldn't have effect in a noticeable, quantifiable result that we can determine in that environment. And if that's the case, then they should have been able to do that and showcase it.
Yes, you can change the direction of sound in free fall. Again, as long as the medium is being equally affected. Is constant.
Has anyone here ever tried the styrofoam cups?
Nope.
Yeah, you should do that. Take 2 styrofoam cups, tie a string to each of them, but make it a long string. Me and my sister tested this out when we were kids.
I think Zanik performed that. He was the first one to perform that
upstairs room all the way to the basement, and we could hear each other whisper.
Zanik's cousin came up with that. He discovered that.
What did you come up with?
No, this was a known thing back or whatever.
Well,
we didn't know how it worked. We all tried to figure out how the it worked, but we couldn't.
Well, we know that diffraction.
The sound traveling through a medium.
We know that this fraction is
I
not
done
going
that.
to change. Can you guys hear me?
No, shut up, Zanik.
Okay.
Nope, we can't.
Diffraction is when
I'm
we
just
don't.
kidding.
The speed of refraction changes the speed. The wavelength is altered, but we don't have that happen with fraction light even.
Yeah, you
And the
guys
same
suck
happens
because it's always the same
Same thing
conversation.
happens with sound.
Oh yeah.
speed, rate that doesn't
Okay,
change.
so
It just
Oh
bends.
really?
See, fuck you. You know what?
Uh huh. I do know what.
what's happening, Danny?
No, he's a constant over
I'm
talker.
just calling you out for
Hey
being
guys,
boring. That's all.
P Mac.
No, I mean, I started talking. He starts blabbing over me. I don't have time for shit. I don't got time for that. You think I got time for that? I ain't got time for that.
Hold on, Zanuck. P Mac, we gotta get you to
I
behave.
just don't think the room wanted to go down that avenue right now, Zanuck. And you
The
went for
avenue
like the
of-
full court press.
The avenue of what diffraction and refraction are. Yeah, of course, no one wants to know because if they don't know, they can continue to argue from ignorance. That's right. Right. Exactly.
When you play, you can play a guitar note, and then it hits a wall, and then the note changes. Is that what you're saying? Change the frequency. Is that what you're
That wouldn't
saying?
be diffraction. That'd be refraction.
Refraction. It's just reflecting off a fucking surface.
Then it won't change the frequency.
No shit. So what were you even trying to say?
Oh my God! Wake up.
Sound works in some kind of other way. It refraction and diffraction are basically the same for fucking sound,
Okay,
right? It's like either going to absorb or be
all right.
bounced off some shit.
So real quick,
Let's let Zanuck give a full explanation. Go ahead, man.
there is refraction, there's diffraction, and then there's reflection. What are you talking about? And diffraction can be a type of reflection. But there's three types. So you be clear about what you're talking about, and then we'll discuss that particular effect or principle.
I think there's also deflection, and it's kind of what you're doing right now.
Pretty good. I don't agree, but that was pretty good.
Good timing.
Refraction.
So I guess the old question was, if a tree falls in the woods and there's no one there to hear it, did the tree fall?
Yes.
And I guess the proper answer would probably be, was it in a free fall environment, first off?
In relation to what? Which reference frame are we talking about?
Right. It's always dependent.
With respect to what?
Yeah, the ground fell onto the tree.
Listen to this guy. What's up, Fundy? Long time no see.
That's right.
Technically, the
How you doing,
ground
man?
would be flying up to the tree. Yeah, you're right. You're correct.
I don't know. You guys think that's so funny or something, but all motion is relative. So if you're a skydiver and you're watching the video from the camera of the skydiver, everything is moving up towards the skydiver. This is plain simple. And if you're to ground, the skydiver is certainly moving towards the ground. This is plain simple. Just depends on where you put the camera. Wherever you put the camera is going to determine what's happening.
Can gravity bend a thought?
A thought, like a chick, or what do you mean? Spell thought.
Like a chick. What?
Just like a concept. Can gravity bend a concept?
Like that whole.
Depends how hard you think about it.
Yes.
Just curious. Seems like it can do like all this shit. I'm wondering like where do we draw the line?
I said it earlier, dude, and I was impressed by my own explanation, but I could be biased. But I used I use XYZ coordinates. The napalm. Napalm's probably good. Just go ahead, napalm.
You want me to go? I was just going to say that that Dyslow, that thought was the independent variable in the Eddington experiment. So, yeah.
All right. I always let people go. I'm always regretful for letting people go. Okay. But let me just tell you, in my explanation earlier, Dysla, I said XYZ coordinates in time. I have a smartwatch. I'm programming the parameters on the smartwatch in a warehouse. There's XYZ coordinates, XYZ time, 4 coordinates for every moment. Now, if I recorded all the movements over the course of a year, I would have every instance would be defined by those four axes, those 4 dimensions, and each of those would represent the coordinate. Okay, or each of those together. So if I put those into Blender, I could actually animate that entire year. Now, if I went into Blender and I did something crazy and I manipulated the construct, not of the coordinates, but of the actual coordinate system I was using. If I use XYZ
The
together and
Matrix.
if I went to different times and I said at this point I'm going to do a bloop, and I did like a bloop and it made like all the like the times and the spatial coordinates for that position, they all expanded outward.
All your
I like
bloops, all your bloops
this
came
is what's
true.
up, dude. This is my fucking theme song. And so
If all your bloops came true.
no, but that's what I'm saying, dude. Like, if I said like the coordinates at 5, 6, and 7, and that's an x-axis, and then 5, 6, and 7, and the y-axis, and 5, 6, 7, 7, the z-axis, and also the time axis somehow. If all those coordinates were spread out more than the rest of them, or those axes were, the coordinates at those positions would be spread out more, right? So it's not really like I'm not spreading an abstract concept. I'm spreading out a construct of the system I'm using, which has a definite consequence to the actual readings.
Okay.
So
Yeah, but the system that you're using is completely untrue.
yeah.
What are you relating that to?
He was talking about
I get
space
your
time
point.
and warping of space time. So it's
Mm.
like warping. So it's like if I'm warping space time, this is
Sure.
what we mean. We mean that we're warping the coordinate system itself. It's like if you had a piece of paper and there was XY coordinate on a piece of paper, and all you did was warp the paper itself. The coordinates would still fall where they're supposed to fall in the coordinate system, but what you might end up with is a part of that graph that is warped, but it's due to the fact that the actual coordinate system is warped.
Is a paper a concept, or is paper real? In reality, you can touch it. It's an object.
Real, dude.
Touch it, feel
Okay,
it.
so it's not analogous to what you're talking about. Is what you're
Have you ever seen
It is
paper?
analogous.
So you can warp a piece of paper. Like I can do that right now. I can prove that. You and I can prove that. Has anybody ever
claim is space.
proven the ability to warp a concept?
The
Yeah,
claim
like
is
can
that
you
space-time. The claim
can
is
you
that
bend a
space-time can be
unicorn
warped in
fart?
the same way.
Sure.
Yeah. So Dyslo, if you get a piece of paper, just kidding.
The claim is that space-time isn't this concept, but is instead this thing that can be warped. It's this coordinate system that can be warped.
So it's this
It's not
thing.
only a
So
concept.
when you say thing, can you define what you mean by thing?
Yeah, it's the construct that represents the spatial dimensions, and temporal dimension.
So when you say construct, you're usually when I construct things, I do
Like a
that
building.
with objects, right? So I take objects and I might either smush them together, stack them, or screw them together. But when you say a construct, you're not referring to anything like that, right?
No, yeah. When I say construct, I mean like I could make a house in Blender, but the construct would be the coordinate system in which I'm building that house in. Right?
Right.
It's not
Right.
not actually the material but it is the coordinate system I'm using to build that material in.
Like you can write a book that has a whole bunch of characters and different scenes and different worlds, and then you have a plot line within that book, and that plot line can have twists and turns, right? Is this what we're talking about? The bending and warping of the plot line in the book that you're writing? Like you can walk through a wardrobe and you go and you speak to lions and stuff. Like that's a plot twist.
No, I don't really think it's the same thing, but the pages might be the same thing, but the other stuff I don't know.
Why do we need to bring ink and paper into this conversation?
Well, that's because in this
Mitch
idea,
Hedberg.
Sorry,
Mitch
I'm
Hedberg's-
laughing my ass off.
Mitch Hedberg is good though, but no, in this idea, you know, let's say a car exists, a person exists, electron exists, and where it exists is an XYZ position.
Electronic, you're just going to skirt
At a
right
time.
past that one. Go ahead and throw that in there.
Well, I'm just saying
Car
anything.
exists, an electron exists. Therefore,
Yeah, any of these things, like a dot, a point, of atom, a frog, anything that exists at XYZ position at some given time. And the idea is that if you took a frog and you threw it across a room, it would go at a certain speed. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. It would like go like a meter every second, let's say 1 meter per second. Right. But if you were to take that scene, like that data points, and you were to put it in some sort of program and you actually warped the coordinate system such that certain axes were actually more spread out than others, it wasn't an evenly spaced, flat construction, you would have what they say is the warping of space-time. This is what's meant by the warping of space-time, is the actual coordinate system is being manipulated.
Yeah, but you were talking about the surface of the room, which partakes in material existence, where space and time, aren't physical in the sense of materially existing. They're only conventions by which we, you know, navigate ourselves, logically. But
yeah, what's that
to
called,
say
Dice,
that
though, when you improperly give like properties to things that can't actually have properties?
logical fallacy.
Yeah, what's the logical fallacy though? I can't
It's called reification fallacy.
Reification fallacy, correct.
I think it's reification, though. Reification is when you
Hold on, referee just blew the whistle, threw up the card, red card, Kosho, reification fallacy. You're gonna have to come up with something better.
reification is where you take a concept and you make it concrete. And this
That's what you did. That's
Like
what you just
exactly
did.
what you just did.
No,
Yeah,
in
you
this
took
case,
two concepts, space and time, and created some sort of a concrete construct that you seem to think you can act upon and can act upon matter.
Like paper or the room, right?
I'm in a small room.
Those have
I'm in a 10.
concreteness.
I'm in a room that's probably 12 by 12 by 12. It's a small room. It's an office. Okay. There's
Let
points
us
in
know
this
when you
room.
get out, or if you need money on for the cafeteria.
Yeah, I don't need any cigarettes or anything like that. But the point
Let's
is,
just call it a closet. It's a closet.
I'm in
That'd be
this
more
room.
accurate.
I'm in this goddamn room.
A padded room.
And there's everything that's in this room has a definite position. Has a definite position. Okay. 1, 2, 3, all the way to 12, 12, 12. All
Is it a
right.
very cushioned position?
Yes. So the point is
Hey,
that
don't
each
hurt
of these
yourself.
things, the position that they're in, you can call that a concept. You can claim that their positions are concepts, right? But that doesn't change the fact that the claim is that this construct that these positions are can be warped.
So that doesn't change the fact that you're still continuing to use a reification fallacy. You just reified space and time again, equating it to the room that you're in. just like you previously did. You know that, right?
So, what is space in itself, Kosho? What are the principalities of space?
I mean, in simple terms, it's an extremely low pressure system.
So any low pressure system is considered space, or is that just low
A
pressure?
very, very low pressure system. I mean, to put it very simply in layman's terms.
Very,
Sure.
very low.
So what you're saying is space time is not within the world that we live in, this atmosphere that we breathe, is what you're saying? It has to be very, very low pressure in order for space to be involved in the equation?
Well, you're talking about space and space-time are two things. Space as in the stuff that is about 100 kilometers vertical from the perpendicular to the Earth's surface, and space-time as the kind of special relativity concept constructed by Einstein and demonstrated through his field equations. They're very different things.
Right. Would you say that space-time within relativity is merely just a conceptual abstraction?
Now
Really?
I know why you guys are moderators.
I mean, personally, I would say I'm not nearly educated enough on Einstein's special relativity to answer that honestly. And to be honest, like, I don't want to doubt the intellect of anyone here, but I don't think any of us are educated enough on special relativity to be able to have a confident answer to any of those questions.
But the theory of special relativity.
So what you're saying is, do you think there's ever been anybody who has graced this server with their presence that has the ability to fully grasp general or special relativity?
No.
No. Oh, so so general and special relativity are just way beyond the grasp of the above average human intellect, is what you're saying?
No, I would just say the people that do understand it probably don't spend their time on Discord servers.
Sounds like a completely different point, but okay.
Like, all I'm saying is, like, we can have opinions on what you think
we're
it is,
too
whether
dumb,
you think
guys.
it's real, whether you think it's,
that's
hey,
a
I'm in this
fallacy.
Discord server
Back it
too.
up. It was fun. Napalm was fun. Let's get the fuck out of here.
That's appeal to authority fallacy.
Yeah, Rocket Man, I've got a question for you then.
Yeah, go for
it. Would you say that general and special relativity have got good scientific, let's just say, backing?
Backing.
Yeah.
How can you possibly know that if you don't understand it?
Because you don't have to understand to know it's got good backing.
What?
There's been hundreds of papers released on it.
But
You're not qualified
Whether
enough to understand.
Whether I can confirm it myself is a different story. I know it has good backing. Whether I can say personally that it is accurate, I wouldn't be able to do it. I wouldn't be able to validate it, but I know that it has good backing.
Who's the biggest authority on the matter?
I'd say
Who could
people
we go
that study it.
You just brained
Such
yourself.
as, is there any like household name? Household
Astrophysicists.
name you could throw out there?
Household names? No, I don't really study astrophysicists.
Just
one. The leading ones are in the field.
Astrophysicists.
You mean theoretical astrophysicists, right?
Oh, they have to be theoretical.
Yeah,
they all are. All of them are theoretical. So,
in theory, yeah. So, what about what's his name? What's the name that comes in here that Whitsitt had on his show? Professor Parks. I've had some combos with Professor Parks. So, is he not qualified to talk about relativity?
I don't know who he is. So,
maybe get us a list, and we'll try to see if we can get some of them in here.
I'm curious. Are you qualified to talk about it?
Well, that's why I just.
He said he's not.
Okay, so you're not qualified yourself. So how do you know then? If you're not qualified, we're not qualified. So hold on. So that means you're taking the word of somebody that you think is qualified without giving it any thought of your own. Is that correct?
Because I've tried to look into it and I've seen how vast the topic is and realized that I know very little about the topic. So unless you guys have spent hundreds of hours studying special relativity, then I doubt any of us have very much knowledge on the matter.
Oh,
Well,
sorry.
that's not what I
Because you
asked.
don't understand
That's not
something
what I
doesn't mean
asked,
it
bro.
doesn't exist.
It's called the Dunning-Kruger effect, and thankfully I'm not on the top left. I'm
The
probably...
topic is so vast. It's so vast we can't handle it.
Yes.
Man,
Do you know
hour,
what the
hundreds of
Dunning-Kruger
hours,
effect is?
Yeah,
You
you
know
hundreds
what
of
go.
the
hours are required to know the topic. Oh,
Why is
Yes,
everybody
that's how
speaking
learning
at the same
works.
time?
That's how
No,
learning works.
man, you're making a bunch of these are just weirdly non-connected points, right? So not understanding general relativity is not the Dunning-Kruger effect. And I don't even know what the third thing you said was, but that had nothing to do with it either. So how are these three things connected? What are you even saying?
I was just saying that I don't need to understand it to know that I know very little about it.
But what has that got to do with the Dunning-Kruger effect?
Because the Dunning-Kruger is a scale of how much you...
I know what it is.
Confidence versus competence.
I know what it is. I'm asking you what it has
Yes.
to do with what you said.
So I'm saying that I know because I have... I'm probably in the Valley of Despair. I know a little bit about it. I've done some reading. I've watched some videos. I've read a few papers. And I know how much I don't know. You need, like... To think that you can just understand relativity from reading a few articles about it is incredibly ignorant, and you'd be at the top left.
No, but you accept it, right? You accept this theory. Yes
You're
or no?
calling us.
Yes,
You're
because...
calling us Dunning-Kruger.
Why?
Because
Why?
I know...
Did you not hear me talk, dude? Did you not hear me talk? Did you not hear me ask a question?
Yes.
Can we go one at a time, please?
Yeah.
Please, can you answer my question? Like,
Yeah. Although I don't know lots on the topic and couldn't verify it myself, I know it has been verified by thousands of peers around the world through lots of papers. It has also been challenged by thousands of people across the world.
so
And
you're
they've...
accepting? Oh, sorry.
I'm just saying that something that has been peer-reviewed by thousands and thousands of accredited scientists around the world is a lot more valid than me not understanding much of it and going, that doesn't sound right to me.
I understand and accept that. I just want you to say that you're taking somebody else's word on this theory, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Well, here's the question I would ask you: if you know that you don't understand this thing, right? Doesn't matter what the concept is. You know that you don't understand it. Then how can you possibly know that they understand it?
As in the people that are doing the papers about it.
The people that are telling you that they understand it, yeah.
Because they have qualifications to back it.
That didn't answer my question.
I know they're qualified to talk about it and they know about it because they've studied it and they have physical qualifications to tell you, I have studied this for many years and I am at a level that I'm able to understand it and talk about it.
So qualifications aren't physical, and you still didn't answer my question. Just because, okay, so there's lots of people who have got degrees in all sorts of things, then 20 years later they've forgotten virtually everything they studied, right? So that's one issue. The other issue would be that if you don't understand what they're saying, then you can't possibly critique it, right?
Right, so to the first thing, I'd say there's also lots of people that get their degrees and don't forget what they've learned because they use it every day until the day they retire. And the second thing I would say is I'm not trying to critique it, but I'm saying that as they have qualifications, and I would take academic qualifications as a high standard of evidence to show that they are qualified in the role that they are saying they are in.
That leads you to general consensus, man. Like you're appealing to authority. It turns into an echo chamber. Go ahead.
Yeah, you think qualifications are evidence?
I would say if you have a physical qualification, then you can say that you are qualified in that area. Yes.
There's no such thing as a physical qualification, dude. That's not a thing, right?
Right.
People either acquire qualifications, they are given accreditation from certain bodies or from certain institutions to say, well done, you've ticked our boxes. That's not a physical thing, just an agreement between the person who's taken the qualification and the person who issues the certificate, right?
Crypto, there's physical qualifications. Like if you're tall enough to ride the ride, you physically qualify.
Right. Okay.
So someone's qualified in a certain field. That's brilliant. So now they think that they know X, Y, and Z, but I didn't ask about them. I asked about you. How are you able to understand whether they are actually telling you the truth about something you don't understand?
You would have to take their word for it, as they are qualified in the field. That what they're telling you is correct.
So people have never been wrong when they've studied a field?
Nope, never said that.
Right. So then why are you trusting them blindly?
Because there is, again, general consensus and peer review, and I look at multiple sources and I check my sources for validity.
Do you not see how this is a massive jerk? Like, they are all using the same standard of evidence that you are, which is they all have a qualification in the thing they all agree on.
It's the epitome of indoctrination. Like when you're not able to apply critical thought upon the matter and make a decision of up or down or heads or tails on it, like, and you have to appeal to some authority figure that's overly qualified to speak on the matter, so therefore you have to just concede. Like, what are you really doing other than being indoctrinated?
Being dazzled with bullshit, right?
Well, he did admit, to his credit, that he just follows the authority. So, I mean, you can't blame him, fault him for that.
Do you follow the authority when you go to hospital and they tell you they need to do surgery?
Of course, but I get a second opinion. But when somebody tells me I'm traveling at 15 miles an hour, I scratch my head and say, is that possible? And I reach the conclusion using my own critical thought that is impossible. What do you say to that? Can you put some critical thought into that? Do you think you're traveling right now at 1.5 million miles an hour?
Very possibly, yeah.
Seriously, honestly, like that's an honest, like for real.
You have to have a critical assessment on how to substantiate that as being a possibility, rather than just appealing to credentials or authority. Like that's not going to cut it.
What about 1 trillion miles an hour? Would you believe that?
Yeah, if I'm traveling at 1 trillion miles an hour, I could very much be traveling at 1 trillion miles an hour. I would not.
What about a quadrillion?
Very much. I mean, if I somehow manage to break the speed of light and all laws of physics, then yeah, go for it.
What about 6 gorillion miles an hour?
If gorillion was a number and again was bigger than the speed of light, and I somehow managed to break it, then go for it.
What happens if we break the speed of light? What would happen?
You can't. So
if we could, what would you think would happen?
You're basically talking about if you can go past infinity. It's like it's a nonsensical question. Doesn't make sense.
Yeah, Rocket Man. What's 1.
If you're on it
plus 58?
What's what?
I was just wondering what 1.5 million plus 58,000 was.
1,500,000, 558,000.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Cool.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Okay, so if you're in a train.
Yep.
If you're in a train and the train's going 1,000 miles an hour, walking forward, I'm walking from the back to the front of the train. How fast am I? And I'm running at, I don't know how fast people run, 5 miles an hour.
Okay.
Is that realistic? I'm running at 5 miles an hour. How fast am I going?
Relative to what?
How do we gauge speed?
Well, speed is relative.
However, we knew the train was moving 1,000 miles an hour, that way.
You look outside, you'd have to have an external reference. If you had a sealed train and no way of looking outside.
Then, yeah,
if
go
you
to Culver's and get me some beer. Nope, thank you.
I think
Okay.
someone's napalm your hot mic, maybe.
But yeah, I was just saying, if there were no windows and whatever, and the track was completely smooth, you wouldn't be able to gauge what speed you were traveling at.
Okay, it's a clear train. We can see through all the walls.
Okay.
We can even put stakes in the ground. Let's say we could put stakes in the ground, and then we could go back after
Oh no!
and see how far we went.
Snakes on a train. I like this one.
You like this one? It's one of my favorite ones. Yeah.
How do I put steaks on a train? They're supposed to be delicious. I want to eat them and put them in my belly instead.
So now that the train has clear walls and we can see what's going on and shit,
Yeah.
how fast is the guy moving?
Relative to what?
The guy that knew the train. There's a guy who knows the train's moving at 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
Yeah, that guy. Also, you could put stakes. He could just throw stakes down. Let's say the train had holes in the floor, and I could put a stake down that would land on the ground outside the train when I started running, and then when I stopped running, I could put another stake down on the train. I have a clock. I'm the guy running. I have a clock, a stopwatch, so I have the time, and then I can go outside and they can stop the train, let me out. I can go get a tape measure, put it from stake to stake. I would have the time and the distance, right?
I don't know. Does a ribeye work better for this, or is it something like a T-bone?
So can you? Is that relative to what's that relative to?
I'm assuming you're relative to the outside, relative to the train tracks, or to the ground, or relative to outside of the train.
Okay, so if we were to do that and we knew the train was moving 1,000 miles an hour and the guy's running at 5 miles an hour, and I did the time that the guy had on his stopwatch and the distance between the stakes, what do you think? What number do you think I would come up with?
Like a
Well,
porterhouse would probably be the best way to go.
If he was running in the same direction the train was traveling, then 1,005 miles an hour. And if he was running in the opposite direction, 995 miles an hour, relative to outside of the train.
Got it. Awesome. So here we go. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get a little train. We're gonna get the big train, and then we're gonna get a little train inside that train, and we're gonna get the little train to go 1,000 miles an hour from the back of the train to the front of the train.
Yep.
So that how fast would the little train be going?
Again, I'm assuming relative to the outside of the train.
The ground, where we always measure speed.
The ground.
To the ground of Earth.
Then 2,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, and then say we got another train inside that train. So it's a train inside a train inside a train.
Yep.
They're all going 1,000.
Yep.
And then so 3,000 for that one. So you see where this is going. Like, what's stopping us from building trains inside of trains all day?
I'd say physical limits. But besides that, I don't get where this is heading. But I'm sure you have an end goal.
I'll tell you where this is heading. This is heading to us going faster than the speed of light. Okay.
Sure.
People can sense your angles without even knowing who you are or what you're talking about. That's amazing.
Well, he knew this. Obviously, knew this was going somewhere because we were talking about going faster than the speed of light, and then all of a sudden, I got trains, and we're going, 33, 3 million miles an hour here with the trains.
He knows when he's talking to a con man, as I think what it is, dude. He knows when he's talking to a swindler. You can tell he's like, well, where is this? What are you trying to sell me, dude?
I'm not selling him nothing. I'm just putting trains inside of trains. That's all.
Okay. Man.
I'm not trying to sell nothing. We're going 30,000 miles an hour.
Stakes on a train. That's what he saw.
So if we do a fourth train, we're going 4,000 miles an hour. Just how many trains do we got to do to break the speed of light?
Depends
how many trains
you
we got
want.
to do
You could be going
to break the speed of light.
I haven't done the train since college.
If you're using the ground as the reference, you can be going 0 miles per hour, dude. There's no
Don't
guarantee
do
you're
it.
going
Don't do
There's
it.
no guarantee you're going 4,000.
Yeah.
That's I don't even know what you just said. It didn't make sense.
If
But
you have the
anyways,
train going, and then you have one train going to the front of the train, and you have another train going to the back of that train, and then another one going to the back of that train,
Then
that
zero.
littlest train is going to be going 0 miles per hour.
bro, we
Yeah.
always go back to front. Always back. This isn't like wiping
You're
your
going
ass,
forward.
okay? We're always going back to front on with the trains. Okay, it's none of your shenanigans. All right, I know your tricks, your silly little angles. Okay, try to come in here and talk about my
Up
angles.
front, dude. I'm up front.
Yeah.
That's my shit. I was up
But
front.
yeah,
Sorry, go ahead, Bodo.
if you wanted, if you kept trains going the same direction as the train was going, compounding 1,000 miles an hour, you'd need 671,224 trains roughly.
Okay, is there
Right.
anything? Could we physically? Do you think that's physically possible if we had a big enough train track with a big enough train?
Hell no.
What's up?
That's crazy.
No, no, no.
You don't think we can make a bigger train than the trains we have now?
You could, yeah, you can make bigger trains, but that doesn't mean you can compound 670,000 trains inside of each other.
So
Yeah, you understand you're not dealing with
why not?
you're not dealing with an well, you're going upwards like with the speed, you can deal with an additive problem. But if
Yeah.
you're talking about the amount of trains you can put inside the trains, you're dealing with an exponential problem.
Yeah.
Because the thing about like the first train, like how much of the train is it going to be able to? Let's say you had a mile. Let's say you had a 100-meter train. How
Yeah.
much smaller would the other train have to be in order for it to run on that 100-meter track?
Yeah.
And this division, you would have to keep doing this at every level, right? So
Yeah.
it's like a multi. It's basically of exponential, but it's like kind of like a. It would depend on how many trains you could fit inside the other train. Yeah, sorry. Shits and giggles. Let's just use for a 100-meter track. It would be like a 10-meter train. It would be the maximum. And that's
Thanks, Esco.
100-meter track would be a what?
I'm just for simple maths. We're going to use a 10-meter train, a 100-meter track. But hold on.
Can't we just go in a circle? Can we just have the train going in a circle, like a never-ending train?
Well, no, because
like the train really don't even end.
The train inside the train would have to be going in the circle, otherwise it would reach the front of the bigger train.
Yeah, that's fine. It's always going to be going in the direction that the train's traveling, so it's always going to be going like from back to front,
But
basically.
relative to the train's surface, it's going to be going 1,000 miles an hour, so it's going to reach from the back to the front of the train very quickly.
But it's in a circle though, so it won't end. It'll just be able to keep going.
Well, then
You can't do that, dude.
Then it's not moving the same direction as the original train. If it's moving in a circle within the bigger train, that's not how that.
The original train?
Listen to me. All the trains are going clockwise, okay? They're all going in the same direction.
Sure.
Why is this ridiculous?
Dude,
really?
It's impossible. Yes, this is much more possible than the last thing, dude. If you had a train going in a circular track like NASCAR, you put a train car on that, and then you put a circular track on that race car, and then have the fucking tiny little car go on a track around that. Already, you're talking about something that's smaller than a Hot Wheel, right? And this is just one division downward. So you can't keep dividing like this going all the way down.
What? No, dude, you get it. You get it.
About a circular track on every car.
Bro. Shush.
Ooh.
I'm just kidding.
I don't know. It seems doable. If anyone wanted to break the speed of light, I feel like you could somehow do it with some trains.
I'm gonna drop a picture. Both these ideas. Hold on. I was already doing how ridiculous the other one would be.
No, don't. Okay, go ahead.
If you do it in a circle though, then you don't need to worry about the length of track.
No, but if you place a train, so right, you have the bigger train going in a circle, and you place a smaller train in it, going from the back to the front of the bigger train, correct?
Sorry, what?
That's great.
If that smaller train is then traveling 1,000 miles an hour, it's going to be moving 2,000 miles an hour relative to the track, like the ground, but 1,000 miles an hour relative to the surface of that bigger train, meaning it's going to go from the back to the front of the train very quickly.
When were you speaking about the speed of light?
Not a clue,
That's
mate.
fine if it goes to the back from the back to the front because we did it in a circle now, so it can just keep going.
Well, no, because it's still going to reach the front of the train. The train's not. Are you saying like the train? Oh, if the train just loops in on itself.
Picture you have a circle, a train. Picture you have a train. It's in a circle. It's on a
Right.
circular track. The train itself is the whole length of the track.
Right. Okay.
So it
got
just
you.
never ends. Yeah, you got me.
Got you.
How is it? Hold on.
It's not important. It's not even important. Your question you're
Hold
about
on,
to ask.
dude. Really? Is it not important? Because what I just heard sounded
All right,
impossible.
fine. What's your question? What's your question?
How can something that's the same length of the thing it's in have any velocity ever?
Kosho, we're kind of
respect to
taking the
that
push.
You don't know about this. It's trains.
This is his whole point, you guys. His whole point is that it has a velocity. His whole point is that its velocity is added to the other velocities, and you add them all together, now you're going faster than the speed of light. Except for in this case, all of the trains are the same length as the train length, as the train tracks. That means it can't possibly move.
Mate, I'm
There's no
sorry.
velocity.
We can't take
All
that.
out of tracks right now.
How are you going to make anything move faster than the speed of light that it bends back in itself on a train track? We can't take the bus.
Well, that's a really good question, and I think that's the whole point of the analogy, because if you go along with the theory of what the speed of light is, then the question is, how many trains would it take? Like, if one of them is going whatever speed at whatever metric you're saying it started at, every time you put a train inside of that one and it's moving at that same rate, it's going to double because of its so-called relative velocity, right?
Yeah.
So then
Yeah.
how many would you need inside of each other to continually magnify or amplify that speed relative to the original metric to break the speed of light?
Well, just a couple.
Yeah, kind of sexual there.
It would take like 600,000, like the other guy mentioned. But theoretically, it should be possible based on the metrics that they claim the speed of light is based on. But yet they redirect and they're like, oh, wait, you can't really. Well, is it going to go straight? How far is it going to go? And that's exactly what we're asking. But you don't have those metrics on your theory.
I mean, first off, did you say the speed of light was a theory?
Yes. Well, no. Maybe.
But did he say that, or?
I heard Flack say
yeah,
the
I'll-
theory
I'll
of the
say
speed of light, I think.
It's a misnomer because when you say speed of light, what you're inferring is that speed's an emission that travels, which it's not. It's literally just the rate of induction, which is
but
not
light
something
can't be
moving
measured.
from A to B.
You
Yeah,
can-
it's an induction rate. It's a
Okay.
rate of induction. It's not a speed inferring moving from A to B.
Theoretically, I like what that one guy said. Who was that? Explore Flat Earth? Theoretically, hypothetically, whatever you want to
Right.
say there, there's nothing stopping us. Like, if we put all our human efforts to it, we might be able to get this done.
Not even close.
What?
It is, for human beings, I will happily say this, it is physically impossible to pull this off.
Right.
It will only be a theoretical, hypothetical problem. Because,
Going
first
faster than
off,
the speed of light?
I mean, it's impossible to get, like, to the speed of light if you have mass as it is anyway, but the whole kind of compounding train thing, not only is it...
yeah, okay, I
Yeah,
forgot what we're
physically,
talking about.
yeah, it's completely
That's stupid
just... Yeah.
So there's
Okay, what's physically stopping us from doing this?
Remember, hold on. Let me just tell you real quick though. The answer to this question has to do with relativistic velocities. Because remember we went over this, dude. I forgot what the answer was, but I remember you remember me answering this because I thought about it. I was like,
no.
Yeah. If you when you do relativistic speeds, you end up with relativistic. What is that?
Yeah, it was bullshit. Your answer to this before was bullshit. Then it was going to be bullshit again in the future. Okay.
Can
It's,
I?
it's,
Can I?
it was a nonsense Lorentz contraction.
Can I say something, Kosher? You're gonna laugh at this, and it's gonna freak everyone out. If you would theoretically, I know you like these words. If you were traveling at the speed of light and you turned on a torch, the light would leave that torch at the speed of light away from you. Ooh, wrap that around your head. Spooky.
Oh yeah, that is from your perspective.
Yeah.
From your frame.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's the one thing that people, even though it has real effects, relativistic effects, people say, "Oh, length contraction is real. Everything is real." The whole point is that these things that happen are happening with respect to some other frame.
Yeah.
So there's just two frames. There's two frames, and in one of the frames, compared to the other frame, you get these effects, which is still real. But
but
it's
which
a very important concept.
But this is the reason why we're here. Which one proves the spinning ball?
This whole hypothetical thing's got really nothing to do with the ball. I had no idea where this. This is why I asked where this was going, because I had no idea how this was going to link to
Because
spinning.
Rocketman, I guarantee you, somewhere along the line, I would agree with you on one of your hypothetical fucking theories. I probably might think there's some truth to that, but none of this proves the Earth we're living on. Not one of them.
Wasn't trying to.
No, I know. So we found ourselves going down the fucking some kind of path that doesn't explain what we're living on. So, what is your version to the globe, or the ball, or the planet? What is your one proof, bro? Just one. No,
I
okay.
was going to ask you the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Fair enough.
Prove, dude? What do you want to prove?
Exactly. So here we go. Point number one: light travels when I turn on a torch. It travels at the speed of light. Shit, that must prove a globe. No, it doesn't. The whales make funny sounds underwater. Therefore, when it travels for 10,000 miles, that doesn't prove globe either. So everything we've talked about in the last 3 hours hasn't got one fucking bit of evidence to the Earth's globe.
Can I ask you a question, dude?
No.
If you saw your girlfriend wearing like one of those masks that had like a mustache on it, what do you call that? Like
the glasses and the mustache.
Yeah, exactly.
I would. But divorced.
If you saw her wearing that, you would think that she's a man for a second. Like, okay, that's only a second. If all the other times, like basically, if all the evidence points to one thing, and you get a little bit of evidence that slightly points to something else, are you going to all of a sudden think that your girlfriend is a dude because that makeup that?
Well, that's fucking stupid.
No. Well, if all the evidence
that
points
is
to
fucking
something else,
stupid.
yes, it's not stupid.
Well, you are stupid, Kosho.
Sound
I
you
like
sound
you,
like my
but you're
parents.
fucking stupid, bro.
Well, let's not go there. Let's not call
That hurts
names,
my
but
feelings big time, dude.
Okay.
Kosho, you got to turn your mic off, Kosho. I keep you turned up so I can hear you, and I got my phone all the way turned up, but then somebody else talks and blast my eardrums out.
I might just use my other mic, but what does this sound like?
Whoa!
Say it with your chest.
Whoo! That's you.
I'll be back, P-Mac. Hold it down. Hold on.
Fucking bars.
I will contain my veracity. What's the one thing we've done in the last 3 hours that proved globe Earth?
I'm not sure. I was just kind of following what people were saying and going on with what they're saying. That's why I kept asking where this was going, because I had no idea how this was going to get tied back to a gotcha moment.
It's not a gotcha. We were just talking about the speed of light and would it theoretically be possible to break it. Now I feel like 667,000 trains, that is a lot to ask for. Okay, it's a lot, but
theoretically, theoretically it could work though. That's what I'm saying. So the analogy is still sound. That was the point I was trying to make.
We're not gotcha people.
Like if you use the same math and everything, yes, that would work. You just can't imagine that we could build a train large enough to hold 660,000 other trains inside it while they're moving. Yeah, that might be really hard. But theoretically, which is what the whole basis of the metric of the speed of light is in the first place, theoretically, yes, that would work.
Hang on. We're not talking about the speed of light.
That's what you guys are talking about when I stepped in, you know.
Right. But the whole purpose of why we're here and what we're thinking about and why we join these kind of discussions is not the speed of light; it's the shape of the Earth.
Hey, can I tell you something?
Let's go back. Can we reverse?
Let's go back. Let's go back to where we once were. I'm about to fix this mic very quickly.
Where we were. Well, your mic's working pretty well.
Thank you, man. You're the only person who's been nice to my mic today, dude. But just give me.
Shut up! I wasn't complimenting your mic. I just said it worked well. Fucking dickhead. Right? I'm kidding. Sorry. Go ahead, Goshal.
So we all agree, hypothetically, this train thing should be possible. Okay, do we have enough resources? How big would the biggest train have to be?
Jesus.
Jeremy's trying to piss me off.
Could the smallest train be?
Mic check 1 2.
You'd probably need more resources to build these trains than there are natural resources on Earth.
Mic check. Mic check.
Oh, yeah.
Mic check.
Motherfucking audio, man.
Check. Mic check 1 2 5 6.
It's just getting softer and softer, man.
Yeah, you're going low, dude. Like it's getting harder and harder to hear you.
But can you hear me at all?
Nah.
Yeah, but it was better like a few minutes ago.
Jesus.
I don't know what you're doing.
Christ, man. Listen, if somebody says mic check, say you can hear them, okay? If you just say other stuff, they don't. How am I supposed to know? What the fuck, dude? I'm saying mic check over and over again because I have no idea. You gotta respond to the mic check.
Oh, you're sounding buttery to me.
You're a funny bastard.
On the other hand, PMAC is not sounding buttery to me.
Like he's in a paper bag.
Sticking his head out of a...
It's that bad. I'm sorry. Is it?
No, it's alright. Yeah, no problem.
Hello.
That's way too clear.
Hey, hold on, PMAC. Jeremy said, okay, guys, does anybody have a problem with this train thing? Oh, no, okay. Nobody said anything, okay?
I have an announcement. This emergency
Dave, go ahead,
broadcast
Dave.
system has an announcement to break into this conversation. Kosho, are you available for a second?
Yes.
Okay. Would you please look in the chat? Very important item that I've just discovered in my dad's attic.
What? NASA landing study. What does that mean? NASA 00 landing study 65.
Dude, it's the missing tapes. Holy shit,
You
man.
found it in your dad's attic. Come on, Xanax.
Yes.
Give me a
break.
What are you talking? What, you want proof of that? That is not my attic.
With NASA. He has an
Yes.
affiliation with NASA.
That is my dad's attic. This is my shit. I own that. That is my box. I haven't opened it yet. I just told my son We're gonna come up there and we're gonna bring it down. We're gonna fucking bring it down. Are you guys interested? Yes or no?
Movie night,
dude.
Movie night,
dude.
movie
Well,
night.
is it? Are you sure? Is it files or what is it? Is it
Who
like,
knows?
Hey, Xanax,
Oh, yeah.
Xanax,
Open it
we're
up,
only
let's see.
interested. We're only interested if you're going to admit if you find proof that they faked it, then you actually have to show it. You can't
Just
hide it.
deposit
Absolutely.
$63 million in his account, and he'll let you know.
Absolutely. No, I will do it just because you guys are family. I will. If anything shows fakery, I will bring it forth here. I'll just bring it forth anyway.
And
I don't care.
First, you need $63 million in your
cover the whole
account, no
flat
doubt.
Earth, Danny.
Now, if I die, the reason I'm bringing it up because if someone kills me off, I want you guys to go after him.
That's perfect.
Beautiful.
Okay, so do it live, then you'll be protected, bro. Do it live. Open it up.
I'll do it live. I
Yeah,
won't even.
let's see it right now. Come on,
Turn on your camera and do it.
Yeah, let's do it.
It's only a mile away.
everyone settle down.
I gotta go work out right now. I'll get it. I said I'll get it tomorrow, and I'm gonna open it live with the light. I gotta look. It might be nothing.
And we recorded. Yeah.
See, the idea that he might find some fake shit scared him off. Now he wants
Well,
to go work
I
out
just
and
don't. I
fix
don't want to
real quick.
be. I don't want to open up and have like.
Yeah,
nothing.
do it now or never.
What if it's nothing? What if it's like a bunch of friggin', drawings?
It's your dad's porn collection.
What if it's my dad's like,
you're
that's code for porno, right?
Yeah.
The two circles are
The
boobs.
2 zeros, yeah.
Those are two
6'5",
boobs right there.
their measurements.
Just do a
6'5".
do a 5.
You got
Do a 5
you got the
second
Maryland
delay on it,
Chambers
Janet.
box set.
Guys,
I'll do
one
it
at a
live.
time.
Those are
This is
inches.
total audio chaos,
play,
guys.
boys.
Everyone relax.
We're all
Okay.
excited
Maybe I'll
about
do
the
it
NASA
live.
box.
Maybe I'll do it live with Jeremy, just like right when I pull it down there on the Virgin opening, and you'll definitely be able to say that it's never been opened. I'll open it up, and I'll pull a few things out, and then we'll see if it's worthy of digging even further to make it public. If it's just crap, then we'll just forget.
You can't just like tease us with it and then go run off and work out
That's
like
true.
that's more
Yeah,
important.
Blue balls
you
it does.
You can't save it till tomorrow, dude.
The ultimate blue balls.
I don't miss my workout. Otherwise, I'll deteriorate. I got to keep my level.
Yeah,
of
listen to
fitness
what
up.
Coach is
Oh yeah, priorities, right? Workout.
Otherwise,
right now.
the kids will pass
Just
me up.
tease everybody with it and run off.
Xanax, you can skip a day in your workout.
dude.
When I saw that, I go, "You gotta fucking be kidding me! What?" So I was like, "Okay, I'm coming
Xanax, you
back
can
here."
skip a day. You can skip a day on your workout. You're like 67 years old. You'll be fine.
I'm not that
Open the
old.
fucking box.
That's Medicare age. I'm not there yet.
Bro, you were on American Gladiators when I was 10. That was like you were in like your mid 30s. We just went through this like an hour ago.
Low 30s. Come on,
89?
low 30s.
89, 91.
Okay, I was
I
10.
am.
You were in your mid 30s. I know how math works.
I can still beat the eighth grade. I'm an eighth grader, so talk to me like I'm an eighth grader. All right, a tough eighth grader.
Honestly, I think that you could. I was going to say earlier, I want to see you and Jace go at it, like both of you, like
cage fight. Oh, running.
Anything, any competition, dude. Because
no, I'm. You know what's funny is that I still think I'm relatively fast, but man, it leaves you fast. I mean, I'm doing the same workouts I've done for 30 years. I never changed, never stopped, and you just get slow due to old age. And I think in my mind I can still wax everybody, but if Jace is in decent shape, maybe if he's 40, that'd be a tough call if he's.
Dude, you're falling off. You couldn't even wax your car at this point. All right, so let's just relax.
Right, I can't.
Open this fucking box
wax
up.
on, wax off. I can't do that no more. Shoulders hurt too
That
much.
story you told me. That story, Xanax, you told me about that magnet. You said you were at a science fair or something like that, right? And there's some magnet, and they said it was impossible to pull it apart or something.
You can't pull it apart. And I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And I fucking rolled my sleeves up and showed the veins in my forearm, and I just went, "Oh, pop!" See, no problem. And then it slipped out of my hand slowly, and then boom, full on implosion. That must be like $1,000 piece of magnet.
Neodymium, yeah, because neodymium magnets are extremely strong, but
especially this one is all finely machined. It was really, I still feel. In fact, you made me feel bad making me remember.
Sorry, dude. I'm sorry. It's a cool story, though. So you don't have to feel bad.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
Story.
I bet they remember it too.
But were they allowing people to pull it apart though? They were saying
no, because no one could pull it apart. It was stuck there.
They were saying nobody can pull these two things apart. They were saying like that.
I'm like that.
I just didn't realize how strong that shit was. I mean, it was just like ridiculous, and the amount of force, like that field stays there, even though it was like maybe 3 or 4 inches high. And I was like, "See, I can do it." And I'm like, veins popping out of my head, and then just slowly slipped out of my fingers, and then accelerated like bam.
Oh no shit!
Yeah,
I mean, how
Well, you could hurt yourself, dude. You know,
It turned into a million pieces. That's what he said. He said we could have
So the
become
magnet
like
accelerated. Hold on, Xanac. The magnet accelerated towards the other magnet.
Yes.
And you need a force for that, right?
Yep.
The force, man.
And in order to have a force, you need energy, right?
Not true.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, so there's energy. So there's energy. Posho's in the background trying to save you. It ain't gonna work, Posho. Settle down. So there's energy in magnets, right?
No.
What the fuck? Okay, let's rewind. The magnets were accelerating to each other, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that needs a force, right?
Yes.
And in order to have a force, you need energy, right?
Yes.
And so the magnets had energy, right?
No.
Where'd the energy come from?
From me pulling it apart.
What made it? You pulling it apart is what made it accelerate back into itself. That's the cause of magnet. That's the cause of magnetism. Xanac pulling another magnet apart.
Deflecting the magnetic lines of flux.
Okay, so me picking something up off the ground is the reason why something falls back down to the ground.
It's like a rubber band. A rubber band doesn't have.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, but you're not. Let me give you a quick analogy. It might rest this whole conversation. If I have a rubber band sitting on a table, it doesn't have any energy. But if I pull the rubber band apart, I by pulling it apart create energy. That's really no different than stretching and distorting those field lines of flux of a magnet. I've now created energy. I mean, I've transferred energy into this field, and now when I let go of it, the energy is this potential energy is
So what happens?
converted to kinetic
What
energy.
happens when you stretch
It's
the
a
rubber
liaison
bands
of energy.
and then they snap? Did you break the force lines of tension of electrons? What happened? Explain that.
Well, I mean, it depends how you want to get into the quantum realm or just in the mechanical realm.
Well, I'm
The
just saying it's
elastomers-
illogical, dude. Like to
It's
say
not a lot.
that stretching 1,000 rubber bands and breaking the tension between them is breaking the force lines of electrons. Like this is what you're getting into.
No, if you
It's
just cut
ridiculous.
rubber bands, nothing happens. But if you stretch the rubber bands, you now have a potential. You've given
Elastic
it potential energy. This potential energy is this distortion of this material because it wants to be in a certain shape, and you've distorted it to another shape. And because it's elastic, it wants to contract. So you've put the energy into it. You've given it potential energy. And when you let go of it, the potential energy is instantly converted into mechanical energy, kinetic energy, and it accelerates until it reaches the equilibrium, until there's no more force anymore.
Okay. So you gave it the energy when you pulled it apart. What happens when I have two magnets and I just start putting them closer together? I didn't pull anything apart. I'm just putting them closer together, and then they accelerate towards each other. Now, what gave it energy?
Same thing. Just the fact that they're apart.
You didn't pull them apart. No, not the same thing. Xanac didn't pull them apart in my scenario. They were never together.
Well, the environment did. The environment did that.
The environment gives magnets its energy.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Because they're not pulling it apart, therefore the energy isn't there. No, the fact that they're in proximity of each other, there's potential energy in all these objects that are magnetic. And once you put them together, that's why when they attract and then crash into each other, they can't. It's not a reversible type of process where you can't replicate that until you put energy back in the system again. So that kind of proves that it came from them just being apart.
There's gonna be, so for whatever distance these magnets are away from each other, there's gonna be potential energy in the system to maintain those magnets at that distance away from each other.
Yeah, something is keeping them from being attracted to each other. It could be a distance, it could be the air, it could be insulators, whatever. Everything around the world, even objects, same kind of thing can work for an object that's sitting on the table. Nothing happens. I kick the table out, it falls to the ground. Now, where'd that energy come from? Is it always going to have energy there? No, because it only was there because it was above a certain height above the ground, and we can calculate the energy that would be required, or that would be in that as far as potential energy based on the distance to anywhere on the ground or even lower than the ground.
All right, open the fucking box, Xanac. If we got time to say, if we're talking about magnetism for 3 hours, open the box.
I want you to say, man, open that box and come down there and kick your ass.
That's a good point, man. I'm sitting there. I was just thinking. I totally forgot. I was like,
scared to
oh,
open
got
it now.
time. That's
Yeah,
good.
he's
Okay,
trying to
got
distract
time.
us. This is a red herring. This is a red herring from the box. This is a red herring from the box.
Dude,
Let's
you gotta
go.
admit, this is kind of funny, right?
You know, yeah,
I'm looking around up there for some shit, and I see this box. Who do you think I thought of first when I saw this box? First person that came to my mind, Jeremy.
Remind me of my girlfriend right now, dude. She's like teasing me, dude. You're just teasing the whole box. So you've been here. You're still here. So you really could have gone through the box, man.
I know, I
Dude,
could have
you're
been back by
always
now.
saying,
I could
you're
have been
always,
back by
I
now.
hear you tell a lot of dudes that they remind you of your girlfriend. Is your girlfriend a dude?
Hey, fuck you, man. You know what I mean?
I might just on another server. I might get another photo. Just get a cardboard box, write NASA stuff on him, NASA landings, and people want to know what's in it. I'll just put a single piece of paper in it, going, "Yeah, it's a globe." Just the blue
Dude,
balls
fucking
in it.
landing. Look at that
Everyone.
landing study.
Yeah.
Of all the crap my dad had and all the
Yeah.
shit we threw out because he passed a couple years away.
Hey, we got any cardboard boxes anywhere?
Hold on. But what does that mean?
Yeah, I need a cardboard box. I need a box. We have a box.
Janet,
What
you're
does
hot,
0-0
mic, or Jeremy, you're hot micing.
0-0. Maybe it's for because he was part of the the STOL program over at NASA, the short takeoff and landing program.
Oh yeah.
Maybe 0-0 means you take off at one point and come back to that same point.
Oh, what
No, that
SpaceX?
sounds like it's like a coordinate though, dude. But
Yeah.
it says 65. That's a coordinate.
Dude, that's perfect. It's years before the whole thing happened, and he's over at NASA with all those freaking brainiacs.
Yeah, but
what do you think's
what
in it? It's a
mission
big
was
box
the
too. What do you
65?
think's in there?
Oh, that's so cool.
And why did he keep it? Why did he keep it?
You know, if it's anything classified and it got out now, you could get wasted, right? But if you put it live now and put it out, you'll be safe.
Well, no, that's what I'm telling you about it, so that if something happens to me, you guys will know that this is what happened.
Yeah, but we don't know what's
In fact,
inside.
you know what? Fuck,
They
there's a
can
big flat
waste
van
you.
out front. Shit, dude, I gotta go.
Damn it, they could waste you tonight, right? And we want.
Hold on. I'm looking through my attic right now.
Oh
for
shit,
box
guys,
board.
I'll get your glass jumping out of the van. Hold on, I'll be right back.
I think the best course of action is to show it immediately. This way you'll be safe and protected.
They will find you. They will come for you. Like John Wick style, just manhunt you down. Yeah.
They killed my dog.
Hey,
They found my box.
Don't be doubting the guy, man. His dad worked at NASA, and did you see that amazing the records and the? Can you imagine the treasure trove of that fully authenticated box he found in the attic?
NASA.
I like the handwriting. Like the handwriting was like 7-year-old's box of shit.
Hold on.
It's a $63 million Sharpie.
You know, 65. The Gemini missions were in 65.
Oh, they upped it. Fuck.
Oh,
sorry for the
good
update.
That was
point.
the first crewed. That was the first crewed flight.
Oh, that's a good point. I'm gonna have a look into this.
I wonder if his shit actually has to do with some of the Mercury missions.
What was crewed?
That's box.
Yeah,
Or it could be STS-65 space shuttle.
The Mercury missions were when they were experimenting with a liquid vortex drive, like the way they make energy with a rotating magnet with, a solid stator, they call it, like whether it's gold, silver, whatever. But the Mercury projects were actually them experimenting with the liquid conductor, which is mercury.
I don't think they use any mercury in the Mercury missions, probably. If any, I mean, they probably. What are you talking about? I don't think they use mercury fuel.
No, well, you're talking about the public version. What I'm telling you about is what they were actually doing.
Okay. Well,
and if you know anything, like if you really look into how electromagnetism works and how you have to have a stator and a conductor, you have gold, silver, copper, and then there's other ones that are zinc. They go down the actual effectiveness of the conductivity. But what most people don't know is mercury is actually up there with copper, silver, and gold. So you wouldn't need a stator.
There's a Mercury. There's one of the launches from Mercury missions. It looks like it's like 15 stories high.
Yeah, well, that's what they branded that because they were showing big fireworks.
I don't think they use any mercury fuel in this.
No, they didn't. But what I'm trying to tell you, like the UFO stuff, like Roswell, those kind of crafts and stuff.
Real quick on the magnet. Oh God.
Right. And what they'll do is, this is how they redirect the attention of the public. They'll shoot big, huge fireworks in the sky, and they'll put the trademark Mercury mission on it. and then the budget will actually go into their actual what they're really doing, which was using mercury for these super extremely high output energy. Whatever, they conquered a lot of stuff, like hovering, focused energy, a lot of stuff with it.
I'll check it out.
I just don't understand if a magnet, Coach, does a magnet have energy? I mean, I don't want to change the topic, but do you want to keep going with this mercury thing?
I always thought that magnets were conduits of energy, almost different than a rubber band, because a rubber band can store potential energy, like Zanik was saying. And there is something like, I think there's like a magnetic potential energy or something like that. But honestly, I think that it's very similar in the sense that it's stored in the field, but the field is created because of the alignment of the like electron, each of the electrons, like poles and shit. So it's like
dipoles.
You can say that that's stored as potential energy and so it has a magnetic field that's energy stored there. But in truth, a magnet doesn't have energy. Like I said, there's not a magnetic energy. Is what I'm saying.
Okay. We have a piece of metal.
A magnet doesn't attract because of energy.
Okay. All right. We have a piece of metal, and then we use
a
whole bunch.
What my statement is. Go ahead.
What's up?
Go ahead.
We got a piece of metal, and then we put a lot of energy into making it magnetic, right?
Doesn't matter. Okay.
It doesn't matter.
What do you mean? Put a lot of energy into it?
Yeah,
well, it takes energy to magnetize. It takes energy. It takes energy to magnetize this piece of metal, right?
It takes a magnetic field to make a ferromagnetic object magnetic.
This is my point yesterday, because it can.
Okay, so
you can use an electromagnet and use energy to do it, but you can also just store that in a magnetic field, which could be a magnetic field from a ferromagnet, like from a permanent magnet. So it works the same way.
Okay, when we make neodymium magnets, do we take energy and put it into making the metal magnetic for the neodymium magnet?
It takes 2,400 volts at 12 amps DC.
No, it doesn't, is what we're saying. And even though this is what they do, you're right, that's what they do. In principle, you could just get giant magnets, giant permanent magnets, and store and create these neodymium magnets in that magnetic field.
Okay, we're not talking about what you could do or maybe or what you should have done. We're talking about what they actually do. They take a lot of energy put it into the metal, and they make it and they magnetize it.
Correct.
Yeah, right. The whole process, Kosho.
Yes.
You guys are all weasels, man. I'm not supposed to insult you, but sorry. I'm just saying you guys are like just weasels. Some of you guys are rats, and some of you guys are weasels.
I mean,
what are you talking about, man? You're the only one that doesn't know how a magnet is made.
It's so essentially what they do. So there are some metals that have more magnetic properties than others, just meaning the dipoles and the electrons are more aligned in some metals than others naturally, and all they do is heat treat it and stuff just to align more of the electrons in a certain way. It's not the energy they're putting into it that's aligning them that is causing them to be magnetic. It is just them aligning more electrons that is causing it to be more magnetic.
Then why is it that we get
bake them. I saw the process. They bake it, and then they zap it. After they bake it, whatever this gentleman just said now, that's true. They bake it to align them, and then they zap it with a lot of electricity.
Baking is just to get them past the Curie point. Because now they're.
That's what I was just going to ask. Why is it that we get magnetic declination towards the Curie point?
The Curie point doesn't apply to the electromagnet, but in the case of making a magnet using an electromagnet, you will heat up the electromagnet, or you heat up the magnet that you're trying to make past the Curie point, so that you can adjust its like magnetic alignments and stuff. But yeah, the Earth is not an electromagnet, so the Curie point's not relevant. Curie points are only relevant to permanent magnets.
Yeah, the lines of force that you're talking about in a magnet is a nonsense concept that came from Faraday and viewing the iron filings above a magnet, and the lines are due to constructive and destructive pressure mediation between divergence and convergence of the magnetodielectric system, namely the reintegrating of the dielectric. So there's no lines of force, and of course the force involved is solely that of magnetism. So the presumed magnetic lines of force are just ether wake fronts, both two-dimensionally circular and extrapolatively curvilinear to the mass. So the endless wake fronts are the genesis of magnitude, which begins the measure of same. So
Check
conceptualized
this
as
out.
time.
Oh, sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead. Go ahead. I have the total the killer. I guess what you call it, like the killer. Because I was thinking about this yesterday, but I never got a chance to say this. But this kills the argument immediately. As long as you agree to the first law in thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed. If energy can't be created or destroyed, okay. Now you're using a giant magnet to make smaller magnets. Using a giant magnet to use a magnetic field so you can make this molten neodymium and make these little magnets. Okay, so you have X amount of energy in the system, right? There's no electricity; it's just a permanent magnet. So you make this permanent magnet, right? You have this, molten neodymium. So now you're making.
Coach, don't magnets wear out? Don't magnets wear out over time? Yeah.
Yeah, over time. What about it?
Well,
My
what's
question
wearing
is,
out?
where is this infinite energy coming from? That I'm
It's
using
not
to create
infinite. It
my-
wears out.
No,
You put energy into a magnet, the magnet lasts so long, and then it wears out.
Okay, dude. There's X amount of energy. There's 100 units of energy. Okay. Now I'm in this system. I have a giant permanent magnet, which is part of that in your case, where you guys are saying part of that 100 units of energy. I'm now this neodymium, but that was already in the system, is now aligning together with that field. Now it's aligned with the field. I'm making more and more neodymium magnets. Somehow I'm increasing the amount of energy in my system because I'm creating more and more magnets out of stuff that was already
Can
there.
you make an infinite amount of neodymium magnets out of that magnet?
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if
It does matter.
A whole bunch of in my system. I have a whole bunch of neodymium already, so it's already there.
They add up to 100 units of energy, right?
Yes, it is. Yeah, exactly. It's all in the 100
Okay.
units. It's already molten. This is a molten neodymium. And
okay, and then you make some
I showed up with
magnets.
my magnet. I showed up with a magnet.
So that's more than 100 units of energy.
Well, yeah. Let's say my magnet is also 100. I show up with my magnet. Now there should only be 200 units of energy, but I'm creating a magnet somehow. So
okay, and then you make a magnet, and your other magnet lost some of its energy because the magnets don't last forever.
That doesn't happen though.
You told me magnets don't last forever.
Yeah, but that's not. But that isn't. It does. If you make a magnet with that magnet, it doesn't lose energy equal to that amount of. It doesn't lose any energy.
How many magnets can you make out of your magnet? Let's say you can make 100 magnets.
Infinity. I can make a million billion.
No, you can't. You told me.
Yes, I could.
You told me magnetism wears out over time.
Over time, that's due to like quantum mechanics.
Yes, so not infinity. So not infinity.
Okay, fine. If I'm making magnets, though, I could just keep. Like, you guys are making a billion a day, or a trillion a day for 1,000 billion days. Yeah, so we can make a lot of different magnets, dude. And this is out of energy where there's only 100. So now we have 1,000 billion magnets, and we only had 100 units of energy. This tells you right now that magnets do not have energy. If you can create many magnets,
I can lift a lot of weight with a magnet, like a lot of weight. Does it take energy to lift something?
Yeah, but that's
But that's what, dude. I can get a permanent magnet.
Oh.
I can get a permanent magnet over a whole bunch of stuff. And lift it.
Yeah, Jeremy, what if you're spinning the magnet? Would it lift more?
If you were spinning it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Hold on a second.
That's one for Kosho. Kosho, if the magnet's spinning, does it lift more?
I'll be honest with you, dude. I don't know the answer to the other question about the car magnet because I totally forgot. Like,
is that the first time he said he doesn't know something?
No, well,
No, he
honestly,
said it once or twice before. Don't worry, he'll be an expert
Just
on
check.
it in 5 minutes. He's going to be an expert on it in 5 minutes. Don't worry.
I took a lot of muscle relaxers, so I don't. To be honest with you, it's
Oh, he had some bad Chinese last night. So.
okay. Yeah. No, but I'm being honest with you though. Hold on.
Yeah. Just quickly, I think I'm gonna head off because it is 2:23 a.m. where I am. And I need to get some shut eye. But I'll probably see you tomorrow at some point.
Nobody likes a quitter.
I don't know.
Hey, if I'm not quitting, I'm passing out my desk.
Been here before, Rocket Man?
Yeah.
Rocket, think about the trains.
Don't think about. Oh yeah, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. I made a picture, but
We're going to use magnets on the trains. This all links together. This is all one big thing. So, like,
Let me know how this gets on tomorrow. I can't wait to hear about it. Anyway, you guys have a pleasant evening. Speak to you in a bit.
Thanks, Rocket Man.
So I'm gonna have to look at the live feed, but I mean, when I stepped in, you were talking about trains, and then the speed of light came in. So I wasn't trying to throw in a wrench or anything. I was just like, well, hold on a second. This actually makes sense if you would keep it in the same theoretical realm that they claim they've measured the speed of light. So why wouldn't it make sense?
So Jeremy's cockamamie idea makes sense to you. Train within a train within a train.
Well, that's the same idea as a spinning ball with water sticking to it, and I can never see the curve based on the metrics they're giving me that I should. So that was my logic of thinking, okay, well, then this should still apply because it's still theoretical, but we're using the same kind of conclusion that we come up with either one. So it should apply just as much as the ball and the theory of all that.
SC, they did the math.
Say things like that. You know you're lying, right?
They did the math, SC. Do you know how many trains it would take? 666,000.
Well, there you have it. If the math works out, then your theory checks. I apologize. My bad.
That's right.
Math doesn't work out. Let me tell you something. Do you know what order of magnitude is?
No, fuck off.
Okay, order of magnitude. Order of magnitude is if you take like 0.1 and then you go 0.01, 0.001, right? 10 or 100 or 1,000. This is order of magnitude, okay? So if you acted like one of those train tracks could have a train that was 1/10 of the length of that train, right? So it travels at this 1,000 miles per hour at this train track that is 10 times its length, okay? Because you need to have 6,300 trains inside of trains. And so if the first train is 10 meters and the train track is 100 meters, and then you go inward, you keep making them smaller and smaller, you're basically talking about 6,300 orders of magnitude.
Well, dude, I already told you. The trains are in a circle. Okay, the train track is a circle. The train is the whole track. Like, there's no gap. It's all train, bro, in the circle.
Such a goof.
Okay, so we solved your length problem. It's basically an infinite length.
Yeah, I'm showing you a picture of that just to embarrass you a little bit. But it's
okay.
It's not. It's actually hard work to do this stuff. But but the picture is going to show that the circle is worse than the straight line, dude. Much, much, much worse. Because you're not. There's something that you're not realizing. A straight line, you can have a train, and you have 1/10 of the train to go back and forth on it, just like a line with a line instead of a line. Now, if you want to do what you're talking about, you have to have a circle with a square, like a car going around a circle, and on that square you have to have a circle, and then a square on that. So the size difference in this is much
squares?
More extreme.
Where did you get squares from?
You have to make the same. You have to make it symmetrical.
It's a train track, bro. There's no fucking straight. There's no squares on the train track, bro.
Okay, what's on the train track?
A train.
Okay, what shape is a train?
Round.
In this case, we're gonna have a circle train. It only makes sense to have a circular train since we're doing all circles.
Okay, so you have a circular train. Okay.
A tube, like it's tube.
Fine. So you have
Nah, it's
circles
square.
with circles on circles on circles. This is what you have.
Okay. Then what?
We don't
This
have
is
to figure
worse.
that out if it's theoretical, guys. Just stop going off into that, right?
Yeah.
Just
This is
stick
what I'm
to the
telling you. This is
fact
what
that
I'm
it's
telling you, Visual.
theoretical.
Yeah,
It's
shut
an
up.
exponential problem.
All I want to know is first of all, you bastards drew a mustache on my phone, so all my Tinder dates would look like men. Bastard.
I apologize.
PMAC, you're absolutely incoherent at this point.
Which one of you cunts drew a mustache on my phone so that all my Tinder dates would look like they were men?
Hey man, I got bad news for you, dude. You just found out that they're all men. But I don't want to get into that right now. I agree with Jeremy. You are a little bit. You're talking about the wrong thing.
Sorry.
Yeah, because yeah. Sorry, excuse me. I'm doing a lot of math in my head because I'm trying to make this picture for Jeremy's circles and circles thing, and it's actually a lot more complicated than I let on. So just give me a second.
You do a 24,000 mile train track on the equator.
Kosho, can I give you a clue? It's round.
What are you saying to me? Damn it, you made me mess up, PMAC. This is actually not how easy to do. Hold on.
What else we got, guys?
I'm
There's
just
energy
waiting
and
for them to
magnets.
actually. I'm just waiting for them to settle on your train analogy, dude. They keep redirecting.
Does anybody agree with him? You agree with
I mean, do you think it'd be physically? Geo doesn't even agree with me on the trains thing. I
No, yeah,
don't
exactly.
think. But
Geo, yeah, exactly. Geo doesn't agree with you. So nobody agrees with you about this thing, except for people who you're fucking bamboozling. That was
well, no, that it would be.
What are you tricking me into?
I think he did. Geo disagrees that it would be physically possible to do it. Whereas I think it would be physically possible if we, it'd be like the Great Pyramid or something crazy. But
Remember how that
But,
the thing Essie always brings up when they say we're 120 orders of magnitudes off. That's the craziest thing in science.
no, that's the thing Michio Kaku brought up.
Yeah. Imagine if you brought your thing up, dude. Your trains inside of trains. That's 6,300 orders of magnitude off.
Off
So
what?
that would easily become the
Off
craziest
what?
thing. That's the craziest.
Yeah, right. What off of what? You see, I'm still kind of confused on that.
How
this
fast
should
you make
work
trains go,
theoretically.
You can start the train.
It's just like the spinning ball. It works theoretically, so how come the trains can't?
Okay, so how big is one? How big is this? Is a regular size train?
It doesn't matter. We're talking
It
theoretical.
doesn't matter. Let's
You
say
can just
10
use your
feet.
math. You can just use your math. You got a train that's like as big as Jupiter. We'll start out with a train that's as big as Jupiter.
Hold on.
Right?
Hold on. How fast can we make a train go in a vacuum? If I had a tube, what's Elon Musk?
Theoretical.
No, hold on. This does matter, Kosho, because then we don't need 6,666 trains or whatever.
Oh, because you're
how
gonna make
fast?
it go different than 1,000 miles.
How fast was Elon Musk's hyperlink tube bullshit thing gonna go?
Not 1,000 miles per hour, you weirdo.
How
I see what
fast?
you're doing like a third of that.
That's it.
Yes.
What was the fucking point? 300 miles an hour? They got trains
I
in
know,
Japan that
right?
go
That'll
faster.
take you decades.
You guys are crazy, man.
It'd take them decades just to get to the moon, dude. Come on.
Just
not gonna be faster than that.
Kosho, how fast could we make a train go if it was in a vacuum tube?
I have no idea.
No air resistance.
I have no idea, but actually they're making a tube system here in Texas, and they say from like Houston to Dallas is like 20 minutes, and it's usually 3 hours. So like, let's claim it's 300 miles. 300 miles in 30 minutes is like 100 miles a minute. Is that right? 300 miles in 30 minutes. Yeah, so 100 miles a minute, which is 1,000 miles per hour. No, that's not right. Give me a second. Hold on.
I don't think the real
600 miles per hour.
Jeremy, what have you done? You fried this man's head, bro.
No, man, I smoked a bowl First of all, I took like 8 muscle relaxers.
That's too many.
Wow.
Yeah, probably. Don't tell my girlfriend.
Listen, how fast can we make it? How fast could we make something move in a vacuum? Because that's
Well, I
the
think
speed we're gonna get this train going.
I think that's where the
I don't
speed
think
of
that's
light
the
came
hard
in.
part.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
I think that's
I
where
think the
that
hard
came in.
part is changing the vector to maintain their globe surface without scrambling your brain at those speeds. Like if you apply enough G's in a single vector, you're not
There's no
necessarily
way.
you're not necessarily gonna feel it versus changing the direction at such a rate to account for
This
their
is already
curved
too
surface.
complicated. This is already too complicated. We're not going to put a human on it. We're just put a camera or something. But theoretically, how fast can we make something go in a vacuum, Kosho? Because that's what we're talking about here is moving something in a vacuum. So
Trains.
like
Yeah. What is the
100? Could
top
we get something
speed
100,000
theoretically of?
miles an hour?
Yeah.
Because that'll cut down on the amount of trains we need. Now we only need 666 trains.
Yeah, but you're not understanding what I'm saying, Jeremy. Like there's a change in vector at that speed, and it's gonna equate to G's on the occupants within the capsule, and those G's, depending on what level of G's experienced, is going to scramble the occupants.
So we're talking theoretically. We don't have to worry about that. We're just trying to measure the distance, and if we can amplify the distance based on the relative, that's the whole point of this. So just throw away all that. Oh, you got to be gravity. You got to be going around the ball, blah, blah, because that's the whole point. The ball is theoretical. But if we just think about comparing what we know as what speed is, how many trains would it take, knowing that, just like they say when you're driving on the highway and you throw a ball up in the air and it falls right into your hand, even though it looks like it's stationary to you, it's actually moving at 65 miles an hour, whatever, how you're going on this freeway. So how many trains would you have to pile into each other, right? They would each be that ball, and then it would exponentially increase the speed. And from what I'm hearing, the question is, how fast is the speed? What is the fastest speed you could obtain in a vacuum chamber if you could do this theoretically? Right? It's pretty simple.
All right, yeah, I didn't hear all that, so yeah, okay, my bad.
This sounds like it's doable in outer space since they're already in a vacuum.
Yeah, for sure. Like
So just to be clear, we're
theoretical
talking about
vacuum
trains.
that's big enough for us to do this. Why not?
You're
So
talking
how
about
many
trains
trains would it
inside of
take?
trains, right?
We're talking about exponential speed increases based on the reference point. And the reference point in this manner would be the train. And then however fast you think you could get it going. And if you need it to be in a vacuum chamber, that's fine. It's all theoretical. We'll have this super huge vacuum chamber with a super huge train the size of Jupiter. And how many trains do we need to put inside of that thing to exponentially increase the so-called speed? Right? It's like the analogy of driving on the freeway and you throw a tennis ball up in your hand. It appears that the ball's not moving, but you know it's moving at whatever that, right? So then you multiply that with the bigger train around that. Then you have a tennis ball moving at double that speed, and then you double. How many would it take, right?
That's
It's a
what I was saying.
sound
Like
question.
there's a certain amount of G's that ball's experiencing, whether it knows it or not, right?
No,
And
we're in
let's
a
just-
vacuum changer. There's no G's.
Okay, no G's.
Yeah, this is theoretical. We're just talking about speed. We're not throwing in other things, which would be a physical reference and magnetics and gravity, which would cause the G's and all that stuff. We're just talking about just a basic reference of how to. This theory should work both ways, basically. I think that's what the point is. And if you have to attach it to something physical,
When the fuck
say,
do you finish talking,
G's
bro?
I'm talking. What are you talking about? Are you asking
When
me
do you
to finish?
finish? Then you're gonna clip somebody else. It's
I'll shut
annoying,
up right
man.
now, dude.
Word.
Let's all relax. Try to be concise.
You got racks on trains on trains.
Let's move on from this train thing now. We'll figure this out at a later date.
No trains.
My bad. I just wanted to get the details in there. My bad.
No, it's all good.
it's okay. Finish off the train thing though, because it's ridiculous. Come on, Jeremy. How can you think of a thing
I
like
don't know
this?
how
bro?
we got started on this. They were talking about the speed of light.
If there was 50 men in a room with Kosho's trains,
Go ahead, explore. Finish it up though. We're gonna move on after.
we done with the trains on trains or what?
Hey, if you guys like the train thing, don't let me stop you. I mean, go
Dude, I
on.
was loving it.
Okay, I don't want to be the party pooper. Trains must go on. But it's settled.
They
No,
keep
they did the math.
redirecting, but it's a pretty simple. Yeah, I thought it was pretty simple.
Yeah, I thought they did the math and it checked out. How many trains did you say, Jeremy? 600,000 million. How many?
600,000. Listen, this all started
Right?
because they were talking about the speed of light. So my bad. We
Yeah,
have
I
been
was
on
the
this
one
for a
that
while. We
brought
should
that
move
up,
on.
the speed of light thing, with our new friend there, because he was auto-believing all the, according to him, we weren't smart enough to figure out relativity, was it? So then I asked him, well, I guess you don't understand it either, and you auto-believe. And he said, yeah, he was honest. He says, yeah, I believe what the smarter people, that story, like they believe what the white coats told them.
Yeah, that guy sounded good actually. He wasn't
Yeah,
bad.
he was a polite guy. Yeah, you can tell the model affliction though was very, very heavy because it was all the standard answers he was giving.
It's an interesting narrative you got there.
Well, we're all interesting people here, aren't we?
That was pretty funny.
What else we got, guys?
Well, I stepped in when that speed of light comment was made with the train thing, so I just thought that was kick ass. I mean, maybe the analogy didn't come across the way I saw it for everybody else, but I thought it was pretty kick ass.
That's awesome, right? I actually had a science teacher. We were talking about this train thing for about 3 or 4 or 5 days at one point a few months ago.
I
And I work in a school in the science department, and the science teacher, he got NASA stickers all over his room. He got a telescope in there. He does bumblebee things, right? All types of shit. This guy's dope. He came up to me. He's like, I've been listening to you talk on your phone for the past couple days. I love what you've been talking about. It's awesome. Da da da. I was like, yeah. He's like, I thought you were doing homework or something. He's like, no, I'm just talking to some friends on the internet. It's interesting, but what was I gonna say?
That's some good little hunting shit right there.
What's up?
Goodwill Hunting.
That's right. That's right. That's what they call me, Matt Damon. That's my nickname.
He was like, "What the hell, dude? Is this guy teaching me?"
I have wrote a lot of things on the math. I used to work in the math department, and I would have the teacher in the room, and I'd be drawing all types of shit on her board. Actually, the head of the math department actually helped me once. I was in this heated debate with Moyak about, can you measure an angle on the surface of a basketball with a protractor? And I'm like, dude, you can't do that. And the math teacher I was explaining it all out. I was having an argument, so I was saying everything back to him. And the math teacher was like, you know what? You're right. You can't do that. I was like, I know. Thank you.
I heard you got in trouble for writing your number on bathroom stalls in the boys' room. I don't know, bro.
Yeah. So, and then the other teacher, I was gonna have a little Coriolis talk with him. This was like a year ago. I'm honestly glad he didn't even notice stuff, because I've since reformulated my Coriolis argument pretty good. So I do want to go back and ask him, like, hey, did you ever go over that? Like, there was things just he didn't know about it, so he was like taking notes while I was talking to him, which is fair. I mean, he did teach it every year, but it's fine. Like, I don't know, we do go pretty in depth into everything here, so like as far deep down the rabbit hole as you could possibly go with anything. So but what else we got? What's new, SE? Somebody save us.
man.
Fucking Diceflow's been quoting Ken Wheeler all fucking day up in here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Privation, don't worry about it. It's nothing.
Well, you hear about their computer that discovered a weird thing in their in the atom?
No, what do they got? What's going on? I didn't hear about no atoms.
Yeah, well, they had this computer AI, and it went through a lot of research stuff, a lot of research papers that they claim it would take scientists like years and years. This thing did it quickly, and it found that. Let me see if I remember correctly. They found, like, in the nucleus was either the proton or the neutron that's made up of quarks up and down. The AI found that there's 5 quarks now, and one of them is the strange quark, if I remember correctly, and that has the mass of more than the atom itself. So that's like, oh boy.
Yeah, what's going on here? I thought they found the Higgs boson, and that was like they already found everything, right? Didn't they say they found the Higgs boson?
So
that means
yeah,
they
that
already
was a
found
while ago. Yeah.
everything else.
Yes.
But
you
now they're
realize what you
finding
just
new
said,
stuff after
Essie?
they found the Higgs boson. Well, that's kind of weird.
Hold
What
on,
you
you're
just-
saying
what you
that
just what you
Go
just
ahead,
laid
Doc.
out as black hole.
Go ahead, Diceflow.
That's literally what you're saying.
Say it again. I think you cut out.
Basically, what he described is every atom is a dynamo. It's essentially a black hole.
Well, it sounded impossible what he just said. They found something inside an atom that has more mass than the atom does
itself. Yes.
Yeah, that doesn't really make sense.
So
That's
what that
a
is a mini black hole, if there was one.
That's
what that is
That's what
a contradiction in terms, because the parts cannot be greater than the whole. So we got a contradiction in terms here.
Yeah, like if you have say you have a bicycle and one tire weighs 3 pounds and another tire weighs 3 pounds and the chain weighs a pound and the fucking handlebars weigh blase, but whatever. You're never gonna have a part on the bicycle that weighs more than the whole bicycle. Like, that's not even a thing. Right? It's physically impossible.
Yep, you got it,
Oh,
Jeremy.
shit.
Something not good just happened.
No, we're good.
Okay.
Some crazy fucking bug swooped in like a jet fighter on my patio back here, but no, we're good. Yeah, you can't have that. They must have got that wrong or some shit, because that's not even physically possible. That's
It
about as
sounds like an
physically
implosion.
possible. What's that?
Sounds like an implosion upon itself, like a black.
It's weird, worse than that, bro. Think about it. It's like they chop off a part of I don't know, of anything, right? And it weighs more than the whole that it came from.
Yeah, that makes as much sense as finding out there's something in the universe that's older than the universe, or you have a ball that doesn't change in radius value when it expands opposing each other, antipodal. Like, yeah, it's a lot of their shit is just incoherent gibberish.
Yeah, now keep in mind this is new research, not proven. But since you asked what's new, this is the newest thing, like in the fantasy world. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you can have part of something way more than the whole.
Well, that's impossible. That's
It
physically
does sound
impossible.
impossible. It does sound physically impossible. Yeah.
So if this is true, their whole explanation of an atom is completely wrong.
Or just the way they're perceiving it is, as I always put it.
Yeah, the explanation of it. Yeah, of course. Yeah.
I think they actually pulled something out of the vacuum just the other day, just like last week.
Yeah, how Mike, bro?
I think they pulled something out of a vacuum last week.
They pulled something out of a vacuum.
Yes. Yeah. Hang on.
You gonna get this guy another beer, bro?
Nope.
Oh, they're popping off the fireworks up in here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like sometimes that sounds like they got a measurement wrong or something there. Obviously, something's wrong.
It's inconclusive, right? It's like first results, whatever. So I'm not saying anything. I'm not making anything out of it. But I'm just saying, if this is true, this is a big blow to the model of an atom. And AI did this.
So you understand what I'm saying?
No one understands what you're saying. What are you saying?
They pulled something out of the vacuum, bro. Hang on.
A rabbit?
In the head.
I pull hats out of rabbits. Let's go.
You're a magician. You're a wizard, Harry. Shut up. Hang on. No, I swear to God.
We're waiting. I mean, we're not going to stop the whole VC till you find this thing. So just go ahead and find it, and then we'll come back to it. But yeah, the problem with that whole thing is they're trying to measure this stuff that's so small. My favorite is the picture of an atom. They have a picture of an atom where you can see a screw in the picture, like it's inside of this thing, and like you can see the box or whatever it's in, and like the picture had like a screw, like you could see where the screw. You could see it was a screw. Like I don't know if you could see a screw. I don't know how you could see an atom.
What? Yeah, a screw.
Google picture of atom, and then one of them it'll be in like a white box with a clear thing in it, and you'll see the screw where there's a screw on the side. So that's obviously not zoomed in enough.
Here's a picture I have right here, right now. Hang on.
You see what I just posted?
Hold on, we'll bring it up. Let's see.
Livestream
I see
text
it.
1.
All right, we got a black line with a sphere. That's a sphere on there, right?
This is what they call a bubble chamber.
It's a bubble
And
chamber.
those
All right.
squiggly lines, this is what they make sense of and they write thesis on. That this particle, that's that particle. That's this. This squiggly line means this. That dot means that.
All right.
That's how they do it.
So we're in a bubble chamber, and then what? What's the thick black line going through it horizontally?
I have no idea, bro.
Well, what's something? What's the line
That's
going
just an
vertically?
abstract. I'll find another one where they actually name stuff. But I'm just showing you. Like if I was to show you this, right? You'd say, "What the hell is this?" Right?
It kind of looks like Kosho's mom's cleavage from a certain angle, but I could be mistaken.
I mean, I think it looks like a Rorschach. It looks like a Rorschach test or something.
I thought it was a celestial sphere above our heads. I've got all sky imagery of the sky with that band visible going across the celestial sphere.
I mean, I honestly thought it was a train. It looks like a train is on that track going along horizontally there.
It's a train on a train.
I mean, this is like a Rorschach test. All
There you
right.
go. You want an atom? There's one for you.
It's kind of pixelated, bro.
Yeah.
I
You
don't
think?
know. I can't make nothing out of that. What is that?
It's nonsense, bro. This is what they show as atoms.
That's a picture of an atom?
Oh, I thought that was a space cloud.
That's actually hurting my eyeball. I can't even look at that picture, bro. I don't know what you got going on. Warning, epileptic seizure.
Yeah.
They're like, yo, let's make a picture where if somebody looks at it enough, they just makes their eyeball hurt, and that'll just fix everything.
You guys ever seen Xanax's picture he likes to post of an atom on it's like an
Is it the
electron
one?
microscope or something?
Is it the one where you can see the screw? That's my favorite one.
Nah, that one.
Obviously.
That
Well,
one's all
that's
screwed up.
bullshit. Nobody's ever seen an atom for a start. That's bullshit.
My son's
Here's what
name
they get.
is.
Check that out, Jeremy. This is what they read. This is what they make sense of.
All right, let's see. What's that when you? What is this from CERN?
Yep.
There's a lot going on here.
Trillions of shit you never find.
Two electrons and two muons, huh? Well, this whole thing is ridiculous because they say a muon has no. They say the stuff atoms are made out of. They have no. They have no volume. They have zero volume. So if you get a whole bunch of stuff that has zero volume, you get some volume apparently.
They say atoms are 99.999% in.
SE, I think that's actually the picture. I think the last one you posted, SE, is the picture where you can see the screw, but it's cropped out and you just can't see the screw.
Can you believe what they're passing off as an atom? Yeah. That's insane, man.
Did you guys see the piece of plastic they found on Mars?
No, did they?
Yeah, they found a small piece of plastic. Rover did from an image it took on Mars.
Well, that rover found a lot of fucking shit. I mean, let's be real. We saw the
I'm just saying,
groundhog,
dude.
the dog-shaped rock.
If we got plastic debris on Mars, bro, like, are they really
They
showing
could
us
probably
Mars?
they could probably explain that away, I'm guessing. From some space
Yeah, they
debris
did.
or
They
something.
try to say it came from the rover itself.
That's what I'm about to say, man. They like it fell off the rover.
Yeah.
The thing with a good con artist, my uncle was the biggest scam artist in the city, and you could never catch him out there because he would always come up with something. He would always make something up, some story, that seemed feasible, and you could never catch him out there. That's why he was so good. Now listen, my son's name is Adam. Do you know how I know he's gonna grow up to be a? Do you know how I know he's gonna grow up to be a liar? Because Adams make up everything.
That's pretty good.
That's so bad.
Is your daughter's name Eve?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Nah, that's some weird shit, bro.
Eve, because everything she says, you can't believe.
So, Jeremy, you wanted explanation of the squirrels and the dots and all that bull? There you go. Have a look.
I mean, that'd be like me smashing two desks together, and then like bits fly off, and I'm like, oh, I've seen this size bit, and I just kept smashing desks together. And I was like,
That's
oh, I've seen this
literally
piece. Yeah, I've seen this size piece before in this shape. It must be. I'm gonna name it this thing.
yeah.
Oh, the
Aren't
leg.
those
The leg
neutrinos?
broke.
Aren't those neutrinos the only thing that they claim is not magnetoreactive? That was the only thing I ever got out of them. Jace.
It's comical, man. It's comical.
Those coils have interesting geometries.
Yes, they do.
No, fuck it.
All right, what's with the
Anti-neutrino.
spirals? What's with the spirals?
Oh, the spirals. Let me tell you a story, bro. If it's squirrel, if it's an anti-clockwise swirl, I mean, it's up quark. If it's a counterclockwise swirl, whatever you want to call it, it's a charm quark. How's that?
That's cute. That's cute. Yeah.
You talking about Lucky Charms over here? What are we doing?
Nonsense. Absolute nonsense.
Well, they actually have a charm.
Shut up. Nonsense.
Yeah, I deserve that. Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I know you're all player.
It's interesting though. A part of the thing weighs more than the whole thing. We got to get on that one.
Yeah, that's the latest AI cosmological thing. And when I heard that, I go, no way, man. Did they actually just say that? Like a part is greater than the whole?
That's what they mean when they say an atom is 99.9% empty. Is that there's only one portion of the atom that's actually material.
So, if everything,
the rest is non-material.
If everything is made of atoms, which is 90% not fucking real, right? So the whole thing must be a fugazi.
That's why when you ask them if atoms ever touch, they kind of like they stumble a bit on explaining that. If they even do.
Well,
and then when you ask them, what's the material between atoms, they stumble on that one, and it turns into this big circular fallacy.
Yeah, the empty space thing is another fantasy, they say, right? It's like 90% space. But this is something different. This is between the electron, so-called, and the nucleus. In the nucleus, there's a neutron and a proton. They're saying that one of those, they're saying both, but I forget which one they refer to, that one of those parts is greater than the whole. That can't be, bro. That breaks every law or common sense known to mankind. That cannot be.
Yeah, I mean, is anyone proofreading this shit that they're putting out, or?
This is preliminary now, right? This is an AI that found this. This is preliminary stuff, right? I'm not like making any claims out of it. It's just this is new stuff. Literally, I read this like 2 days ago.
No doubt. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. I mean, there's no way they can back anyone reasonable could even back something like that. So.
No, it's impossible. It's physically impossible if it's true.
Yeah, that would be. I mean,
if it's true, it's physically impossible. If it's true, so hang on. So it's what?
If the research is true,
Settle
bro,
down, P-Mac.
try paying attention.
Max still conscious. That's awesome.
It can't be true. It cannot be true.
Physically impossible. If it's true,
it's physically
I
impossible.
asked what you guys are talking about. I just jumped in.
Oh, what, mate?
What's
They
what
said
are you
that they
talking about
found
that's physically impossible?
They said that they found an at. Oh, go ahead, SC. Tell them.
I could tell them. Yeah, they did research. So they found in the nucleus of an atom, either the neutron or the proton. They're supposed to have. They're supposed to have quarks inside. Two up, one down. Two down, one up, depending on which one we're talking about. So, where's this guy? Why are you laughing, bro?
Did they not figure out if it's up or down?
Yeah. No, there's two. Either the neutrino is two up and one down, or the proton is two up and one down. I can't remember. Yeah, but the crux of the story is that the AI found two additional quarks, and one of them is called the charm quark. Now that has more mass. It's bigger or more heavier than the whole thing. So the one part inside the whole is greater than the whole. You understand? A part is greater than the whole. That cannot be.
What it sounds like to me is when you start off with a
Well,
lie,
it can actually be.
right, and you have to
Sorry.
support the lie, it just snowballs into a bigger and bigger lie.
Yeah, it says it's heavier than the proton, not the atom.
Okay, then.
So it might have more mass.
What does
but
that
it
have?
might
What does
have
that mean then?
Something that
I don't
means
know.
that it's not as weighty.
You don't know? Sure, you know.
No, I don't. I found I dug on it, and it said that it's like 180 times more massive than the proton, but it doesn't say the atom.
Well,
I don't know.
Well, think about it.
If it's a constituent of the proton, then yeah, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, doesn't make sense at all. And they say it's true for the neutron as well. So that's. So you found that article? Can you post it?
Oh no, I found there's a ton of shit on it. I don't know enough about the fundamental particles to talk much about them.
Well, neither do I, but you don't have to be a nuclear physicist to understand that if a part is greater than the whole, it just doesn't work. Can't be.
Yeah, that sounds weird, doesn't it?
Yeah. I wasn't even going to bring this up until Jeremy said, "What's new, SC?" So I go, "Oh yeah, this they're going to like this one." I wish Jace was here.
Here's something I've been thinking about for. Yeah.
What have you been thinking about, P-Mac?
Me? Fuck. It's not a fucking glove, bro.
Yeah, you. Were you the one who just said there's something I've been thinking about and didn't say anything?
I tried that, yeah.
What have you been thinking about?
I've been thinking about shit, bro.
He wants the 1v1 Johnny Bernard.
We can set it up.
I've been thinking about how can I make a joke out of this?
Hold on, Left Lane, you understand, right, that the proton is part of the atom? So if it's bigger, if it's 160 times bigger, there's something definitely wrong. And if the neutron is the same, then we got a big, serious problem with the model of the atom. Yeah.
Now I'm looking at some more stuff. Let me see what I can find.
So this would be like the first time the AI did damage to the model, I would say, right? Has an AI ever found anything that contradicts the model?
Well, you've heard
I
that.
don't think it contradicts.
Go ahead.
The charm quarks, they're heavier, so that's weight. But they're talking about the mass. So it can provide no more than 0.5% of a proton's momentum. Others have found that a contribution of up to 2% is possible. And mass is force times acceleration, isn't it?
What the hell?
Okay, and
it can be heavier and provide only a percentage of the mass, I think.
Yeah, but if
because
they
weight
found
is what volume and density, and mass is force times acceleration.
Yeah, but they found two additional quarks inside the proton, which previously they thought there were three.
No way.
That in itself is a problem.
Why?
No.
That just means like you I don't know, you look for a species of vole in the desert, and you predict there's 3 based on like scatological and genetic findings, and then you find 2 other ones that are similar, or maybe outside of it, but they don't interbreed, and their scat is kept in a different place. It's just like sometimes we don't know everything about something, but we know some things about something.
Yeah, and what about if one of those moles gave birth to a mole 160 times its size?
That'd be weird. I mean, it could probably happen, but it'd be weird.
You think, huh?
What do you mean, like the infant is that size?
No, we just gave you an example of something that was thought to have 3 parts, now has 5 parts, and one of those parts is 160 times greater than the part it came from.
With its mass or its weight?
I believe it's the mass, if I'm not mistaken.
No, it's the weight. So the article I just read, I'll
Mass
link
is
it if you
weight,
like.
right?
No, mass is density by volume according to whatever the downward acceleration is, right?
Right.
Sorry, yeah, weight is density and volume.
No worries, the weight. The weight.
Yeah, and mass is acceleration times.
Same thing.
So if mama gave
No.
birth to a baby gerbil that was 160 times its weight, that would be okay?
No, because again, you're doing the weight and mass are the same thing. I don't think they are.
Dude, call it whatever you want. Give it whatever name makes you feel comfortable.
Fluffy.
The value
They have different
is greater.
calculations, don't they? So they therefore have different values.
Fluffy.
You can't math away this thing, bro. You can't math this thing away.
Well, weight is a gravitational force with which the Earth attracts the masses towards its center. So you can calculate mass, and then you add the gravitational force on that mass, and you get weight.
Dude, we were talking about an atom.
Yeah, exactly. So in the atom, these quarks don't seem to. I don't think they're affected by gravity. I think they're affected by other, like the nuclear forces. So if you have something with a greater weight, that doesn't necessarily mean that its mass is increased greatly by this greater weight. If it doesn't interact with the nuclear forces in the same way.
Look, I don't mean to insult you, but you are so far gone, bro.
Well, okay, I'll try explaining one more time. So you can have the weight of different quarks and different subatomic particles, and if they interact with the acceleration force within that particle in different ways, they can have different masses.
I don't care what fucking particles you're talking about. You are so far gone. All I'm saying to you is you are so far gone. You are that gone. You actually believe the shit you're spouting?
Yeah, you're being real constructive right now. You know, you're really adding to this conversation right now.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'll shut up. Dogs are gods. That's really constructive.
It is actually a very constructive username.
What? Dogs are gods is a good name. Dogs are gods.
Yeah, because it's pointing out that this idea people have that like God's spoken to them or they feel the light of Christ is pretty much the exact same thing that happens to people when they have a puppy dog that they like. Did you hear what I just said?
I did. Puppy dog. Yeah, I did.
If you got a puppy dog, it's about the same as having Jesus in your life.
Except
dogs exist.
Okay, listen, bro. Whatever you think, right? Good luck.
Crucified a dog a long time ago. So is that how it works?
Dogs are gods.
Or are you just trying to be inflammatory or some shit? Things like that.
Yeah.
No, I actually believe there's no God, and I believe that strongly. And I believe that part of the evidence is that the feelings that people have when they're like, "Hey, there's God," then that's the same feeling people have when they're like, "Hey, I found a dog that I really like."
Right. So you found clever wordplay. That's good. Nice job.
Well, it's not clever wordplay. It's like a fact about human psychology.
No, but we've seen that. Really good, man. Wow. Awesome. dogs are fast. So
I mean, good job. That's really intelligent. Fucking intellectual. You know what I mean?
What's
Like
your
up here, I'm
username?
like
Guy who's talking right now, what's your username?
fucking amazing, bro.
What's your username?
I think that's good.
Let's see, where are you? Who's talking?
You can go ahead and try to find me now.
Oh, there we go. Snacks to the future. Absolutely
Yeah.
amazing username. Very clever, buddy.
Oh, do I go around touting it as a fucking philosophy or some shit? Telling you how much I
No.
love fucking snacks or some shit? Do I do that? No, I don't do that.
No,
This is the
but I
worst
also
name.
don't.
This is the worst name.
I
No one's
also,
picked a worse name than
I
this.
also don't complain about people's usernames. So who cares?
Oh no, I'm saying you're a genius for the amazing wordplay. That's all. You know, I'm just trying
Yeah,
to
and being
admire that shit.
sarcastic
You
and
know?
facetious isn't an argument.
I
It's
didn't
just a
even know what
pathetic
you're
way for you to
talking
run away
about,
from
bro.
being an
Are you
actual
being
adult
sarcastic
human
or
being.
facetious, trying to like gaslight people or some shit? I don't know. It seems like
Do you
it.
even know
I
what
don't know.
gaslighting is?
Hey guys, what are we talking about here? What's the
This guy
topic?
got upset about my username.
What's
I'll
the
be quiet
topic?
if you guys don't want
What's
to
your
hear it.
username? I never heard you before.
Dogs
Oh,
are God.
dogs are.
Can you not see it light up?
Well, it's a weird name, but all right, we could. I mean, do we have a
Dogs are
topic or?
Insulting. I didn't
dogs
say it was weird. I say it's
are
genius. That's all.
yeah, pure dickhead. Sorry.
Does it upset you that I'm an atheist?
More like no, because I'm kind of like not anything, but like it just upsets me that you be trying to upset people because you know that's your right. I don't know. That's all.
So it upsets you that I'm exerting my right, and that I haven't actually ridiculed anyone for believing in God. I just think that it's pretty similar, the feelings you get between God and, finding a nice dog.
I think that's great. I totally think
Yeah,
your
it is.
comparison is maybe lacking, probably in accuracy, but you know, like everyone has their own standard of excellence, and I'm glad you've reached yours.
Hey, if you ever want
Can I
to actually discuss why you think it's lacking in reasoning, then you can go ahead and do that. But right now, it sounds like you're just salty.
You think dogs? Oh, you really think dogs are gods?
They give you the same feeling. So the evidence of God that people have had God revealed to them is about the same as having strong emotions because you looked into the eyes of a puppy dog.
I don't know. I've been around a lot of puppies. I mean, I don't know. So
Yeah, you're giving that some thought. I understand what he's saying.
I'd just say Kosho's mom's often referred to as a dog, and I don't think it really qualifies, man.
Can I ask you a question, Doug?
You can ask me any question you'd like. I'll happily answer.
Thank you. Being that you're an atheist, and I'm not judging, I swear I'm not judging.
Yep.
What would you like your explanation if I was to ask you where do we come from? And I'm curious. I'm really curious. What would your answer be?
Sure. So the answer to that is that there's some prior natural state that's always existed, something like a quantum field, and that fluctuations in that quantum field caused all matter and energy to explode outwards from a central point, and everything since then is just determined set of particle interaction.
Particle interactions? So you're saying randomly particles assembled and made humans?
Well, no, I use the word determined, not random. So if you have like a billiards ball table or a pool table and you have the balls hit each other, you can calculate the trajectory of those, pool balls after they get hit, right? And that's the same thing with particles. A particle hits another particle and there's only one path that can go according to the laws of physics. So that path, if it goes the right way, if that's what's determined to happen, creates increased complexity.
That's not the question he asked you.
Wait, so we're getting into philosophy, right? We're getting into philosophy.
No, hold on. Can I
like.
have like a minute with Dog here, if you guys don't mind? Is that okay with you guys?
Yes.
Sure. Okay, so you said there's like a mover, right? That the way you said it is like something set at the motion, these things, right?
Yeah, I
So
just say that
how?
it doesn't have a mind and it's some all natural state that's always existed. So think about it as God that's always existed and has the necessary attributes to create the universe, but just remove the mind part of it and the intention.
So you are thinking of a creator then, some sort of creator. Doesn't have to be a god like a biblical god in the Bible, right?
Well,
Are you
I'm just
saying
saying
there's
it
a
has no
creator, some
mind.
sort of
It's no intelligence, no mind.
no intelligence at all? So all this self came into to its own by its own, like just a random particles. We don't know where they came from. They just banged and they assembled to what we see in front of us now.
Do you mean humanity and intelligence or the entire universe? Is that what you're trying to get to?
Well, let's start off with man. Where did man come from? Me and you.
So man came from millions, hundreds of millions, billions of years of evolutionary process, creating more and more complex niche organisms with more and more complex neurosystems.
So self-assembling, self-replicating particles.
Yep.
You're an idiot, bro.
On their own.
Easy.
Sorry.
So we have evidence of this from things like RNA on clay, from sulfur compounds that will act as enzymes on proto-RNA, and there's a lot of abiogenesis research that points to the fact that you can have self-replicating pseudo-organic compounds, and then from there that can turn into a cell, and then once that cell has been achieved, the cell now has some autonomous power. It's not just bound by the collection of chemical interactions that happens around it, the substrate that it's sitting on, or what it's made out of. And now it can actually reproduce, seek to increase its complexity to reproduce better and use resources more efficiently. And over billions of years, that leads to something like us.
So if I get it right, abiogenesis followed by evolution.
Yeah, that's the best theory. Evolution is a fact, but abiogenesis hasn't been proven, so it's just a good theory at the moment.
Evolution is a fact? Evolution is a fact? How so? Give me one example.
Because it's been observed, described, and has made hundreds of testable predictions. So an example of evolution, do you want like a prediction that was made that came true? Like Darwin said that there would be a species of dinosaur that would be somewhere between a bird and a dinosaur, and then he outlined some characteristics. I think it was like a beak and teeth at the same time, and then we found Archaeopteryx within his lifetime.
Do you know that dolphins used to be hoofed animals that went back into the sea?
I don't think they were hoofed. I think they were more like... Actually, no, I don't think they were hoofed at all, and I'm not sure if that's true, but you might be right.
No, that's what they say.
We're talking about no hoofed dolphins, bro. I was talking about, can you show any proof? Because you said there's proof of this evolution that you, like one animal changing into another animal, please.
Yeah, so there was a long-term E. coli study, and that long-term E. coli study found that there was a type of E. coli that had completely changed its physiology in order to use a different food source, like I think it was like a citrate instead of its normal glucose. And so it created a new enzyme, changed its structure through years and years of like reproduction, and then it came out with a completely new type of E. coli. And so that's speciation.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about, you're talking about a single whatever. I'm talking about in the evolutionary chain, which I'm sure you believe there's billions of years of this going on, right?
Yep.
Okay, now my question is, can you show, because you said there's proof, right? Don't show me no enzymes. I want something in the evolutionary record, preferably in the fossil record or any way you can, right? To show me proof, because you said there's proof of one animal changing into another one.
Yeah, Archaeopteryx.
What did it change into?
So Archaeopteryx was a transition fossil that was found. We predicted where it would be, so the strata of rock that it would exist in. And then it was predicted by Darwin to must exist if we have dinosaurs that have X characteristics and birds that have Y characteristics, that there must have been some dinosaur that had certain characteristics of a bird found in this rock strata due to evolution so many years ago. And it was a prediction that came true.
That's not what I asked you. I didn't ask you for a prediction.
Well, if your question is so poorly done that I can't answer it, that's a you problem. What specifically do you want? Something
Do you
from
not
what
understand?
from
Is
the
my
fossil
English
record.
not clear?
Do you want to just look at the fossil record and the fact that like we can look at complexity increasing over time? That the deeper we go, the less complex and the less features there are on these organisms? Or would you like to look at like maybe chromosome 2 fusion in humans that show we came from apes? Or would you like to look at the fact that we can have nesting hierarchies for whatever like organism, tree, species, family, phylogeny that we choose?
Buddy, is my English not good enough for you? I was very specific in what I asked you. Let me try it again. You said there's proof of evolution. And I asked you, in pretty plain English, I think, can you show this proof of one animal turning into another animal for your evolutionary proof? Can you do it? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, show me. Show me a fossil record of one animal turning into another one, please.
Some birds might. Some birds. Yeah.
Or do you not understand? Are you trying to
Can
say that
spell
you must
for
see
me?
one organism that turns into another organisms within another to another organism in its lifetime? Is that what you're asking?
No, in the fossil Matt, can you please give me a minute with him, bro? You think it's possible? Without you interrupting? Or would you like to take over, bro? Like one of us got to do this, not both.
Is Archaeopteryx a bird? Am I looking at the right thing?
Yeah, it's meant to be the first bird, but it definitely has a lot of preserved traits from.
I'm just trying to keep up with the conversation.
raptors.
Appreciate you.
You know, what the thing is, hold on real fast. I think you lost SE when you said prediction, but like the thing is, when you said prediction, you mean it was also like it wasn't just a prediction. You also like found it, right? I mean, well, not you yourself, but you know, it was found though. Obviously, like it was predicted and it was also found, right?
Yeah, there's been multiple types of these of Archaeopteryx found, like multiple Archaeopteryx.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, bro. I can say there'll be an insect found with 30 legs. And it's found. So what? That's not what I'm asking for. You said you had proof of evolution. And I asked you if you can show this.
Yeah, I gave you the E. coli one, but Archaeopteryx is also proof. Or we could just look at the mathematics of increased
No,
complexity.
none of those are proof. No. E. coli is not proof, or the bird is not proof of what I asked you.
What about the algae that was recently found to become a multicellular organism with specialized cells, which just looked like a colony of algae previously, but then turned into a multicellular organism? What about that?
I don't know about that. Can you show it? But that's not what I'm asking you. I'm clearly
What about the chromosome 2 fusion? Do you want the chromosome 2
why
fusion?
do you interrupt?
Understand that?
Do you not know how conversations go? One guy talks, then the other guy talks?
Yeah, I understand. What seems to be happening is you say, I want proof, and then I give you something that would justify proof. And you say, no, that's not what I mean. And then you ask me about fossil records, and I gave you proof from the fossil record. So
No,
what do
you
want?
did not. You told me about a bird.
Do you want coelacanth next?
No, I want you to show me something turning into something else and the evolutionary record. Do I have to type it out for you or what?
Essie, hold on. How many fossils do you like? How many like fossil like in between fossils do you want? Because like there was a whole joke about this in Futurama where there was like an orangutan scientist like, was evolution is fake, whatever. And then what's his name? The one scientist guy was showing the orangutan like literally like a bunch of in betweens, and then orangutan guy was like, oh, but show me, you know, the species in between these two. And they're like so how many do you want? Like because he gave you at least one. He gave you the, what was it called? What was it fucking called again? The
Archaeopteryx. But there's also coelacanth, and there's also things like we could look at the hominid fossil record if you really want to, and look at the changes to our skull structure, hip bones, and you can see that over time our hip bones, feet, skull structure changes from that of close to apes to modern humans, and we can see it step by step by step by step. So is that something you wanted?
Yeah, is that enough, SC?
Truly unbelievable, man. Am I talking Chinese? Let me try it one more time. I don't want hip
No, what you're
phones.
talking.
I don't
What you're
listen to me,
talking.
dude. I'm talking now. Listen, please don't interrupt. I was very clear. I'm gonna do it again for the third time. I want to see one creature turning another creature, like you said you had proof of for evolution.
So
You
you
said
want it to
it
be like
started with the
Pokemon?
species.
You want me to show you something that's in the middle of Bulbasaur and Ivysaur? Is that what you want?
So he wants
My
to
God,
see
man,
a
it's
dog. He
unbelievable.
wants
Like,
to see a dog turn into a cat. Dogs.
Oh, I see. Great.
Wait, hold on.
Do you want some of the wolf to dog fossils? Do you want some of that, or the fact that we can like just breed dogs back into wolves?
again,
like a
he's
Chihuahua back into wolf.
Well, I see. Well, I see. Okay, hold on. I see. You're
We've
not.
gone over pretty extensive with SE, and what SE's asking for is not what evolution is.
Well, hold on. Can we just because if that's what it is, and that's silly. But Essie, what do you actually want? Like, if you're asking for like, okay, the one thing, right? Okay, like I don't know, a dinosaur, and then obviously the bird, like the chicken, whatever, and then like the in betweens. How many like in betweens do you want? Is that what you're asking for? Like, do you want like maybe like 10 different like fossils in between the dinosaur and the chicken? Like, what do you want exactly?
yeah, anything that you can prove in that thing, and it wasn't from you, it was from this dude here who said it's very easy. There's very many examples of evolution, right? And I clearly asked him one thing into another, and he said yes. And he clearly did not give me one example of that. Not
Well,
one.
he also gave you the what was it like the early like human thing, whatever, to modern humans or some shit or ape or whatever the fuck he said. So, I mean, I think he said himself that there was like a bunch of steps to that. So, I mean, would that be enough for you if there was a bunch of steps where we see, like ape or whatever, like into man? Like, would that be enough?
Dude, I am truly astonished now. I said this about 6 times now.
Yeah,
You just said yes to what I said earlier. Hold on.
Do you not understand, dude?
Essie,
Do
you
you want
just
me to
agreed to me
draw it?
earlier.
Multiple people here don't know the evidence that you want us to show you. Multiple people don't understand your question, so change your question.
Yeah,
I'm not changing my question. You, sir, you said you believed in evolution. You said there was tons of proof of one animal changing into another. When I put you to task, you showed me a bird with teeth, a prediction. You talked about bacteria, but you didn't show nothing.
Yeah, do you want me to explain how Archaeopteryx works, how that finding works? So we
No,
found
that's again, no, I don't care how Archaeopteryx
like large
works.
dinosaur
No.
raptors. So things that
Negative.
stood upright, small arms, and you could see them starting to be like tree-dwelling, and their arms would go backwards, sort of like more and more bird-like as they jump from higher structures. And then you'd see that their like mouths and their like leg joints and even their bone density would change over time. So we found that all through the fossil record. And then there was a prediction made that Archaeopteryx would be found. Archaeopteryx would have feathers and have a avian beak and a few other predictions. And then we found that, and then from then on, in the fossil record, in the geological column, we started finding more and more bird species.
That is not what you have an attention order, or you can't listen, or there's definitely something wrong with your attention span.
Hold on.
Do you think evolution
Clearly
happens
you
on the
don't
individual
understand what
organism
I'm
level?
asking you.
Hold
And
on,
I'm
hold on, hold on.
speaking clear English, and you're interrupting me every time, bro.
Hold on,
Every time.
Essie, hold on. You're obviously doing something wrong because you literally agreed to me.
I'm not talking to you, bro.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
you literally
talking
agreed
you.
to what I said earlier, and then when I gave you another example of this exact same thing I was talking about, you fucking said no. So like, you need to fucking get your shit straight, man. You're not making any fucking sense.
Listen, dude, if you don't understand what I'm saying, that's a you problem.
No, that's
if
a
you
you
don't
problem because you
understand
literally agreed
English,
to me. You literally agreed to me. I
if
asked you
don't
something, you agreed.
understand English, that's a you problem.
No, that's a
sir.
you problem. You agreed to me, all right? And now you're changing the thing up. I literally asked you, do you want like a dinosaur to a chicken thing where you have a bunch of in between like fossils? And then you said yes to that. But then when I brought up like the human, like from ape to human, whatever, you like said no or some shit.
Well,
So
maybe
need to-
you understood, or I misunderstood. Let me be clear so you could understand very clearly what I'm saying. Okay, listen up now for the last time. One
Yeah, do you
animal
think being
turning into
condescending
another.
makes you smarter?
You
No one
see,
in this
isn't
call
it?
actually understands the question and the
No,
evidence you want.
stop
But do you think being
talking.
condescending at this
Stop
point is
talking.
intelligent?
I'm not finished talking. You will
Go
not
ahead.
interrupt, dude. Now,
Hold on, I just had to temp mute that guy. Just you'll be muted. You'll be unmuted after. Just we can't just blatantly interrupt people like that, please.
Like it's unbelievable.
Go ahead.
Arma. One animal changing into another one in the fossil record, like he said it can provide. Now, if you don't know what that means, let me explain it to you clearly. A dog turning into a giraffe, or a dog turning into a cat, or a dog turning into a gerbil. Am I clear, Arma?
Well, hold on. No, because first off, you're making very weird. This is a very weird standard. You're saying a dog to a cat.
It's a straw man of evolution.
Hold on.
That's what he's doing. It's a straw man of evolution.
It is,
it's as simple as that.
But also, here's the thing, though, right? SC, this is a very weird standard you're setting, right? You're saying, okay, a dog to a cat, dog to a giraffe. Why not a wolf to a dog? Why isn't that allowed? Why not a dinosaur to a chicken? Like why does it have to be a fucking cat or whatever? Like this is a really weird standard. I'm not letting that slide. You can't just make random standards in an argument like this. All right.
My God, man. Is everybody listening to? Because it's the same species, dude. Like, do I have to draw you a picture? Like, what is wrong with you people?
What do you mean?
Well, I listened to you, and what happened was that you strawman.
Am I the only one here, guys?
Evolution doesn't say that a single organism will, give birth to an entirely new species for the next generation. It says slow changes to allele frequency over time will end up in a new species, something we can categorize with a new species that can no longer breed and will have some change to morphology and some genetic changes, but it will still be nested in the hierarchy of phylogeny. That's what evolution says. So you're a straw man in order to dismiss it.
Okay, where did your thing start? Where did your evolution start, please?
With probably the first proto cells.
So I grew an arm.
First, can you please don't interrupt, bro? Please, man. Please, for the love of God, please. So this first cell, proto cell, right? What happened next?
Next, it specialized and became multicellular.
Right, and then after that, the multi-cells.
And then the cells further specialized, so you'd get things like photosensitive cells that would be on the front to detect light, and then you'd get sensors on the cells that would be able to detect movement, and like the water that it likely lived in, or you'd end up with more and more specialization and complexity.
So these cells, they just appeared out of nowhere. What, like an eyeball just appeared out of nowhere, and they started detecting things?
What happened was that you'd have photosensitive cells. So that's cells that inside of the cells have an organelle that can detect light. All it does is send a little bit of signal of energy. When the light, it was just a change to some set of enzymes within the cell that created this organelle. Do you know what an organelle is?
Go on.
Okay, it created an organelle. You don't know what that means, but it created an organelle within the cell that when it detected light was able to point towards that light and thus make the cell know that there was light in a certain direction.
So you think you're going to get away with that? So you think just a cell appeared out of nowhere that was able to detect light, right?
No.
What was it encased in, this cell? What was it encased in?
A cell wall.
A cell wall? And that wall?
Yes.
And that wall? What was after that wall? So there was just a cell? How did that cell stay alive? How did it eat?
So it would have likely used something like photosynthesis, or it would have taken nutrients from surrounding organic molecules like amino acids that are naturally occurring.
Yeah, you're just making stuff up, my friend. You're just making stuff up on the fly, right? So you just admitted that one cell started and then multiplied and then became something. So when was the first living thing? What was the first living thing that was able to reproduce, Mr. Evolutionist Specialist?
The first cell. First, I just want to check that you know what an organelle is.
Isn't that a component of the cell?
Who cares? Who cares?
Exactly. But he didn't know this, so maybe you should know. Maybe
it's
you
an
should
important
know
part
those
of it.
things.
It is an important part of the evolutionary process.
Organelle, got it. I wrote it down, organelle. Now, the first animal. What was the first animal that was able to reproduce, sir?
Are you talking about a single cell or multi-cell? Are you talking about like what we classify an animal today? So something that's multicellular with like lungs and eyes and stuff. Because that'd probably just be fish. It'd be fish that was, or maybe crustaceans. I don't know.
So the first thing was a fish, right?
Well, actually, no. The first thing would have been crustaceans, or maybe things like
then like plankton.
Well, yeah, those two. Yeah, exactly, like little krill, things like that.
Okay, krill. So we got the first thing now. Listen up now, how this hypocrisy is going to continue now. So we
Why are you
have a
being rude
krill,
now?
right? We have a krill.
Why are you
That's
being
the
so
first
condescending
thing.
when you don't understand basic words in this discussion?
Yeah. I'm going to show you that you have no clue of what you're talking about right now, sir. Right now.
Are you going to
So
do it by
this
straw
krill-
manning evolution again?
So this first krill, right? This first krill, what happened? So now we have the first animal in the world is a krill, right? How did we get another animal? Go, Mr. Evolutionary Specialist. Please tell me how.
It increased in size over generations in order to better feed off its whatever food source it is, and then it created new structures, things like its hard chitinous exoskeleton turned into things like fish scales. Its eyes sunk back further in its head, and instead of getting oxygen out of just water flowing over its skeleton and through its proto sort of like gills, it actually started to develop proper gills. And these small changes over time led to something that was more like a fish. So the legs retreated back and turned into fins, etc., turned into something more like a basic fish than it did a shrimp. Like, I don't understand.
Stop.
I can't
Got
list
it.
out every single step of a 4 billion year old step. That's impossible.
Stop. My turn now. My turn. So we have a shrimp that turned into a fish. So that's one creature turning into another creature over time. Correct?
Yep.
So before you were saying no. So now it's yes. So that's a lie right there. Now,
Well,
can you
what you
please
wanted
show
was you
me?
wanted one species to turn into another species, which we don't say happened. What happened was that it's
You
actually a
just said
population
it
group
happened
over
right
time.
now, you
No,
liar.
I
You
didn't.
just said it happened right now.
I didn't.
In front of everybody.
You're the liar. What I actually
You
said,
just,
I
everybody
said that there would
listen,
be
my friend.
small changes in
Hold
molecules.
on, guys.
Those
Hold
small
on.
changes would not have created new species. Do you understand that that's what I meant?
You just said it right now. You said a shrimp turned into a fish in front of everybody.
Yeah, but he
Yeah,
preempted
over
that.
a
He
very small
he
amount of
talked
time. So
about
it would have been
lots
a
of
shrimp, and then
changes.
something similar to a shrimp and closer to a fish, then something further away from a shrimp and closer to a fish, and then something further away from a shrimp and closer to a fish, till it eventually got to fish. But that would have happened over like hundreds and thousands to probably millions. Yeah, maybe even 1 billion years it would have taken.
Okay. So now that I got you saying that one thing turned into another
No,
over
you
billions
didn't.
of
What
years.
you've done, you straw manning, lying
Now
little
I'm gonna
cunt,
ask.
is
Don't
you've
interrupt
lied
me,
and
sir. I know
straw-manned.
you're
That's it.
triggered. Don't
Oh,
interrupt
okay,
me.
I'll be quiet
not
while you
being
go
fair,
ahead
is
and
he?
lie to us.
Yeah.
Listen.
Did he
First off,
did he
let's
not
let
just say?
Okay, so hold on, SE. First off, let's just let SE and this one guy hash it out. Nobody jump in for like 5 minutes. Second thing, you guys got to go one at a time, please.
Yeah. Did you not just say that a shrimp eventually over 1 billion years turns into a fish? Yes or no?
Yes, I said that.
Okay, now, thank you very much. Thank you for being honest. So that's one creature turning into another, one species turning into another. Yes?
No, it would be one species very, very slowly turning into something that is not like the original species and is closer to the species that we're talking about, the fish that we're talking about. So it wouldn't
that's
have been
exactly
one
what I
organism
just said, but
suddenly
you just
turning into
reworded
another.
it.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
no,
called
that's-
being specific so that you can't lie about what I mean.
I'm not lying. I'm saying word for word. A shrimp eventually came into a fish. Yes?
No.
No. So you're lying.
Shrimp can't come,
Again,
mate.
I
Shrimp
caught you in
can't
a
come.
second lie.
Shrimp can't come. Shrimp can't come. Are you stupid?
I
Oh,
don't know.
you're getting upset, right? You see what's
No, it's
happening?
called
Well,
mocking
You're
you
you're
because
double
you don't
strawmanning
actually
it.
speaking, my
understand
friend.
anything you're saying. And
Come
what
on,
you're
guys.
desperately trying to do is strawman what I'm actually saying. So I'll say something, then clarify, and you'll say, no, I don't want to know about the clarification. I'm not going to acknowledge the clarification. I'm not going to acknowledge anything that you actually mean. I'm just going to get my own meaning from the most simple thing that you first said out of my yes or no question. Do you see how that's maybe disingenuous?
No, you said that a shrimp eventually turns into a fish. Now, you
So
want
it's
to
not
walk that back?
disingenuous.
Would you like a mulligan? Would you like to take
No,
that back?
why would I walk that back? You're just going to misinterpret what I say by those words.
So
So
can
I
I,
I
don't
mean,
know
it's
can
what
I
you're
pretty
step
trying to
in?
do
clear.
here, man. I mean,
Hold
you're
on.
saying that I'm saying what you're saying, but then you're calling me a liar that I'm not saying what you're saying. So this
So
is
Yeah,
like
so
very perplexing to me, sir.
Let
can
me
I
just
if
step in
I
real
clarify.
quick and
if I
clarify
say,
something? Yeah, it sounds like what you're
yeah, go
saying
ahead.
that you started off with a shrimp or a fish, whichever, right? And this thing slowly became recognizable over time to the point where we now call it a shrimp or a fish, right? And so is it different than the original completely to where we're creating a whole new classification for this thing to label it, or is it similar but just different in the degree that it looks different? So what are we really saying here?
Well, it's like dogs, right? You started off with wolves, and then you had something that was maybe a bit smaller and a bit more specialized through selective
No.
breeding. And from that, you got like the first species of domesticated
Wolves are
dogs.
still here.
And then over time, you've turned that into, yeah,
That's
exactly.
why one guy's got to do
Wait,
this,
stop.
man.
No. I
Guys.
have to address that comment because that shows that this guy doesn't understand evolution. So whoever said wolves are still here, evolution doesn't say that you end up with like one species turning into another. You end up with that one species, that original species, having some subset of it that will have children that may go on and specialize into a different species. But you can still have the original species. Apes are still around. Humans are here. Humans didn't turn into apes. We diverged from a common ancestor. So go ahead.
Every time I have it set up, somebody comes in and just blows it out. You guys can't help yourselves. I know, man. I know. So I'm going to go out of this. You guys take over.
I have a question for dogs.
My bad.
Yeah,
Let's
sure.
So, hold on, I got an issue here. So, let's say the first animal that reproduces, we're just going to say it's a dog. No, it's not a dog. So, all of a sudden, you have single-celled organisms that create organisms, and these organisms have to reproduce. So, you're saying that both a male and a female of that species, if I'm using the wrong language, I apologize. I'm not into this. But like you'd have to have a male and a female at the same time, or else who would they breed with? Which further moves on through the it's not evolution. What's the other one where you change over time inside a bird's a bird, but it changes its thing. Adaptation, speciation. So
Hold on, man. Before we get too far off.
Okay.
Okay, be concise about this, please.
Okay, it's a
No, it's okay. I
mousetrap.
understand his question.
Okay, it's the mousetrap problem. The mousetrap has 5 fundamental parts. Without one of them, it doesn't work. So if you don't
Yeah.
have a female, how do you reproduce?
Yeah, sure. So in single-celled organisms, they didn't reproduce sexually; they reproduced asexually. So that wasn't a problem. And then that asexuality further defined into like females only. And then at some stage, some of the females, or one of the females even, managed to produce sort of male reproductive organs, and it usually would have happened as like fertilizing eggs, and then it may have eventually turned into something akin to sexual reproduction, and then eventually that specialization by the males to create that zygote pushed for the females to create a female-only zygote to be implanted with that male.
All right, look. Here's what SC wanted to see. He wants to see your he wants to see your shrimp turn into a fish over time, or whatever it was turning into. Where's the fossil records of it slowly turning into a whole other thing?
Yes, that is where you keep him. You don't go into fantasy dog versus dog. You keep him to the fossil record. He said he had proof, and then he walked it back and started double speaking.
No.
Yes, that's where you
No.
came in. Yes.
No, he didn't. You're leaving out all of the intermediary stuff that he was talking about that happens over 1 million or 1 billion years. You left that
No, I
part
didn't
out.
leave it out. I asked for proof of that. That would be my next thing. Since you're saying
Well, we
that
can't
stuff
show that
happened,
in all species.
show
We can't
me
show that in
where
all
the
organisms.
shrimp. You see, he won't let. Every time I talk, he's going to interrupt me. I want
Are
to
you done
see.
being
You
performative?
see?
Because
You
we
see?
can't
He
do
won't
that
do
for
it.
all species.
Can't do it.
Are
Can't
you
do
done
it.
being performative now? Are you done being performative? We can't do it with all species.
Dude, you said a shrimp turns into a fish over 1 billion years. What I want you to show me is the evolutionary fossil record of any of this of which you speak.
Yeah, I gave you Archaeopteryx.
No,
And there's
you gave me a
coelacanths, and there's other
with
organisms
teeth,
like
man.
that.
You know what? You're not even worth talking to, man. You're not. You know what? You don't
Do you
deserve
want it
my
in humans? Do you want it apes to humans? I can give you the fossil record for that if you want it. Yeah, it's
No,
primatology.
no,
Do you want that?
dude. A
Okay.
different species, dude. Your
So what you
shrimp,
want is a species that we don't
which
have
I
evidence
make you
for, so
say,
you can ignore all the species we do have evidence for. Is that it?
you know something, sir? You're not an honest man.
Really?
You
Who's
know
the
I
one who's
caught you in
and
a
lied
lie,
about what the other
right?
person
You
said? It
know I
was you,
caught
not
you
me.
in a lie, and you're just not gonna admit that you don't have any of this proof of which you said. You're gonna tell me
That's the
about
way you feel
dogs,
this conversation
about
went.
apes.
I'm pretty sure people that have the same beliefs as you understand that that's not how it went.
My friend, did you tell me a shrimp turns into a fish over 1 billion years? Yes or no?
Yes, and then I clarified what I meant by that. Did I clarify what I meant by that? Yes or no?
Yes, and I'll tell you what you said. Would you like me to tell you what you said?
Go ahead.
You said it happens slowly over billions of years. Correct?
Yep.
Okay, so why are you not admitting that one creature turns into another one?
I did just a second ago. You asked me, and I said yes. That's what I said. But then I clarified.
Okay,
What
we're
you were trying to
making
do was
progress.
strawman
Okay.
me, so that you could claim that I said that one species turns into another, as if it's like Pokemon. You get enough experience, and suddenly you turn from a shrimp
I
to
never
a fish.
said into a
Or a shrimp
Pokemon, and I
gives birth
just
to a fish.
clarified your
No, you
position
said
over.
a dog turning into a giraffe, didn't you? That was one of your previous examples.
I told you anything. Give me any example. And you
I
gave me a
did.
crustacean, a shrimp,
Early raptors
right?
turning
A
into
krill.
birds. I gave you that
Why
example.
do you
Do you want to
interrupt
deal
me
with that
every
one yet?
time I speak, bro? Did your mother
Because you
not
very
teach you
slowly
manners?
repeat the same thing again and again and again.
Did your
My mother
mother
taught
not
me to
teach
be
you how to
intelligent.
speak to strangers?
My mother taught me to be intelligent, not a liar like someone in this call.
All right, guys. Okay, let's go one at a time. Do you have
You
a
can't do
fossil
it.
record of the krill turning into a fish?
No, I don't have that.
Okay, fine. He doesn't
So
have it.
thank
Do
you.
I have
That's
fossil
that's the
records?
statement.
Do I have fossil records for other things turning into other things? Yes, I do. So why do I need krill to fish specifically?
Okay, let's see it. Let's see something turning into another thing. That's what you want to see
Yeah.
ultimately, right? SC? It
Yes,
doesn't matter
yes,
what it is,
anything.
just anything.
Real fast.
I will find you an article that lists out the different hominid species that lead from ape to humans. Would you like that?
Well, hold on,
As well
dog.
as an article on
Dog,
chromosome
man.
2 fusion.
Well, hold on,
And do you want ERV, endogenous retroviruses, as well?
Well, hold on, dog, real fast, just to make this a little bit whatever, right, easier. Apparently, apes to humans isn't enough, right? I think what SC wants is like a real drastic change. So, like, I don't know, like, is there any species that you know of, or not any species? Is there any like, creature that you know of that like went from like like three of them, like where you got like I don't know, like let's just for the sake of argument, right? Let's say T-Rex to chicken to like in the future a Bagingi, right? Like what I'm saying, is there any of that like that you have for us to see, like a three-way one, where it's like
no, because that's not what evolution does.
Well, I mean, okay, so like, no, I mean, so okay, so did T-Rexes evolve from anything?
Yes, T-Rexes evolved from something, but it didn't suddenly turn from that thing into a T-Rex overnight. It took billions of years of very small changes to the physiology of that creature.
Well, okay, my point was just that though, like basically whatever a T-Rex evolved from, like that if you can get like I
gave that with Archaeopteryx.
I know, but like that's not enough for SC though. I'm trying to obviously.
Even that's a him problem. He asked for something. I gave evidence of it. Now he's doing everything he can to straw man and lie, so he doesn't have to deal with the evidence.
I know. I'm just trying to clear it up, though. That's what he wants. So he wants like a really.
No, I'm done
drastic-
here. If someone has something new to ask and something new to bring to the
You are
conversation, that's
done.
fine.
You are
But
done.
right now, SC, whatever his damn name is just being a dick. Simple as that.
No, I quoted you word for word, and I don't appreciate you calling me a liar or a dick, sir. That is uncalled for, unprofessional, and I quoted you word for word, and you agreed with me. So I don't know what your problem is. I don't know who you think you are, but you got issues, my friend.
I mean, I'll agree, but like dog, like SC, your standard is very weird. Because he did technically give you, a thing. It's just, it's not up to your standard though. Because I don't know, your standard is weird.
What thing?
You don't even understand what we're talking about, Arma. I don't even know why you're
I
talking.
do know what we're talking about. All right, like don't even pull that fucking shit. All right. I know what
Okay,
we're talking
steel
about.
man my position. What am I asking for?
Well, you're asking for the evolution. Like you want to see basically one, animal, whatever, evolve into another animal, whatever. But I mean, he's showing you that, or at least he's telling you like there's a species that went from like was it T-Rex to the in between. I forgot what it was called. It's ambu something, whatever, to fucking chicken. Or I don't know if it's chicken or not, but he is giving you that. But you're like you really want like really like almost different things.
You
or
don't
whatever.
understand my position. You're not stealing manning it properly. I must have said it at least 8 times.
But he's doing exactly
Yo,
that though.
you want it?
You're the one that's making it really like difficult though. He is technically giving you the in between, like the one creature to another thing. He is giving you that. You're just saying, "Oh, I want it to be really, really different," like a dog to a giraffe, which is just weird. I mean, like,
Well, what he's saying is there should be connections between those two things. From a fish to a shrimp, there should be something in between that. And when you don't have something in between that, how are you drawing the logical connection that one thing changed to the other without the step between that showcase this progression of change?
Now that's a steel man right there.
How is that a steel man?
I don't know.
Hold on. How
I
is that
don't
even
know.
a steel?
That was whale
I don't
said.
know specifically if shrimp turn into fish, but I know that you have like certain dinosaurs, like raptor type dinosaurs, that ended up turning into birds over time. I was speculating shrimp to fish, but I know that there are actual fossil records of like dinosaurs to birds.
Can we write this down? Because I'm getting tired of this. Can we
Let's see a dinosaur to a
the
bird.
official? Hold on. Can we get the official argument from SC? I want to write this down.
Inductively, if we can show like one species, like dinosaur to bird, if I can show that, then there's merit at least to the speculation that like a shrimp turned into a fish, even if it's not actually shrimp to fish. Some prior type of organism turned into a fish over time through evolution. And that's inductively shown because we have seen in a lot of other circumstances that a different species evolved into a newer species with new morphologies. Actually, do you know what morphology means, SE?
Buddy, we went down from a pond, from a single cell. You constructed this whole thing. You brought it down to a krill, right? A shrimp. Then we went on, you made it into a fish. And when you realize what you've done, you just started one ape, bro. Because you realized that you said one creature turned into another one, and you knew I was going to tell you, okay, what did the fish turn into, and what did that turn into? You knew you were caught, you were backed up, and you're being disingenuous, man. And
Do I need to show all steps in a process to show that the process works and exists?
I'm asking you for a fossil record of proof. Yes, something. Show something. Yes, you're just talking words. You have nothing.
So fossil.
So do you want me to link a paper on hominids or Archaeopteryx?
I want you to link a paper, bro. I've been through this before with many people. I want you to show me something.
This is the first
You
time you've
said
asked
you
for a
had-
paper, so I'll ask you I'll find a paper and I'll link it. Is that what you want?
I just answered you. I don't
Okay.
want a paper. You said
You don't
there
want a
is
paper. I
fossil
thought you said you did want a
evidence.
paper a second ago.
Look, man, you can dance, you can do the Texas two-step. People are listening. People here are aware of these tactics, right? I asked you clearly something. I walked you through it. You went from the first cell, you went all the way to a shrimp, then you made it turn into a fish, and now you're walking all this back. Now, I don't know if you think this is helping your argument, but it is not.
No, what I
bro.
did is I explained that if I can show that like raptors turn into birds or like early apes turned into humans, if I can show that, then it proves the concept that one species can, through a long period of time, turn into a completely different species.
Nope. You're not showing that. You tried to show that
So
with the
how do you
shrimp
want me
and
to
the
show
fish.
it? Do you want me to show it
You-
with a paper? Do you want me to show it with like just an article? Do you want me to show you with pictures of some fossils? How do you want me to show it? Do you want a video?
I must
There's
have
someone
answered
called
that
Gutsy Gibbon
at
who does a
least
lot of stuff.
15
What about
times.
genetic evidence? Do you want genetic evidence? Because I can show you
Well, hey,
ERV nested hierarchies, or I can show you something
You're
like
spiraling, bro. We
chromosome
call
2
this
fusion,
spiraling.
which you don't understand.
So I don't know.
But anyway,
I don't know
I'm
if
done
you.
with this conversation unless someone else
Yeah,
wants to talk to me.
I was
'cause-
just gonna say. I was just gonna say. Prior to this conversation, it sounded like you were alluding to the Big Bang cosmology. Is that something that you ascribe to?
Of course he does. He's a retard.
Why are you changing? No, let's not do that.
I'd call
Well,
it,
no, I mean, if you
I'd
want to
call it
stay,
hype.
if you want to stay on this topic, but he's already conceded to give up the conversation. Like I was just saying, if you want to,
I'd call it early
move on to
inflation,
something
not
else, then
Big Bang.
No,
what
but
was
he's
that?
conceding in a way that I don't understand, or somehow he's conceding like on high ground, and I'm just not going to let that happen.
He has not conceded. He thinks he won that argument, by the way.
Yeah, he thinks he won.
No,
Yeah,
I think neither of us won that argument. I think that what happened was that you used shady debate tactics, and I tried to answer every single thing honestly. And because of that, I'm walking away from it because I don't need more shady debate tactics sort of bullshit. But
So
anyway,
you're calling-
you want to
you're
know, I don't
calling,
believe in Big Bang. I believe in early inflation principle.
You see?
Early inflation.
What's early inflation? I don't understand that. Never heard it.
So early inflation is that there was like a hot, dense set of matter and energy, and then that inflated outwards, like the universe inflated outwards and was expanded outwards. But it's not a bang, because a bang is sort of like an explosion, and it's the wrong word.
So you guys are letting this guy take away the argument? Like you're just letting him not concede, and you're just letting him skip through, and that's it? It's cool
No,
with you then?
he did
Honestly,
concede.
I was
nowhere.
preventing. Yeah, I was.
Yeah,
I was
what did I not
preventing him from
concede?
running
I
off.
said that I can't show shrimp to fish, but I can show like Archaeopteryx and the raptor to bird, and I can show like
So not
the
what I asked for.
ape
You
hominid.
cannot show what I asked for. What you said you could in the beginning, right?
I can show proof of concept.
But you
Can you
cannot
show
show the crustacean and turning into a fish, right?
No, I admitted that, but that doesn't change my argument, does it? It doesn't change
Yes,
the
it
validity
does.
of that.
Yes, it does. Yes,
How?
it does.
How does it do that? How does it do that?
Because
How does
you
me
said-
being incorrect on my speculation change the fact of evolution, buddy? Go on,
Tell you.
answer that direct question right now.
Yeah, I will. I'll answer it right now, but don't interrupt me. You said that it started with a single cell organism. We walked it through. You said that organism multiplied and became a crustacean. Then you said that crustacean, over billions of years of evolution, turned into a fish. Yes or no?
Yes, I said that, but you didn't address my question, did you?
That is the whole thing. And then you said, then you called me a liar, and you said that.
What was the
Again, you're
question
gonna
I just
interrupt me.
asked you? What was the question I just asked you?
What do you mean? What is the question you just asked me? What are you talking
So
about?
before you started talking, and then you asked me a yes or no question at the end, what was the question I asked you prior to that set you off?
It doesn't
talking? You
matter
asked that
what you asked me. You're not going to get
There
away
it is,
with
guys.
this.
So
Were
far,
you
he's strawman
wrong?
what
Were you
evolution
not
is.
able to
He's
show
lied about
proof?
some of the things I've said, trying to admit
Listen, dude,
all the context around it. And now finally, he just doesn't remember the question that set him off, saying that I'd lost this debate. So this
No,
is
you're
kind
not
of
going to
pathetic.
get away with this, my friend.
I'm just not going to talk to you anymore unless you want to talk about something else, because it just seems like you're obsessed with winning a debate and not actually having a discussion.
No, I hate people like you that come in here high and mighty. You said you had proof. You didn't show any proof. Now you just want to squirm by the thing and say that I'd said something wrong. But you did not have the proof that you said you had, right? If you admit that, I'll drop the subject. If you don't, we're gonna be on this all night, my friend. You're not gonna get away with this.
All night. Did I ever say I had proof of krill to fish?
Yes, you said you had proof of evolution.
never
You
said that.
there was lots of proof. Yes.
Oh, you see. So you say I said I had proof of evolution, which I do,
Yes.
and I've given you some of it. But you
No.
are saying that me not being able to provide proof, and you said that I had proof of shrimp to fish, meant that evolution isn't true. Is that what you're saying? Did I
No.
accurately represent you
No,
there?
you did not. No, you're not going to get away with changing it again. No, sir.
So 30
you
seconds
did
ago,
not provide proof that you
30
said you
seconds
had.
ago, 30 seconds ago when I asked you, did I ever say I had proof of shrimp to fish? You said yes, which I never said I had proof of shrimp to fish. You said yes. You said you had proof of evolution. That doesn't mean I have proof of every single stage of evolution.
So
Does
you
it?
don't
I've
have
already
any
admitted
proof.
to speculating about shrimp to fish, but I have proof of other types and other
Okay, show us.
speciations
Show us.
that
I
prove
call you out right
evolution.
now. Show me proof right now.
How do you want me to show you? How do you want me to show
In
you?
evolution, in the evolutionary record, that's how I want you to do it. Like you said you could before.
Do you want me to show you pictures? Do you want me
I
to show you
want you to show
articles?
me one
Do you want me to show you
species turning
papers?
into another
Do
species,
you want me to
like you
show you
said, with the
papers?
shrimp and the
Do you want me
fish,
to
my
show you
friend.
articles? Do you want me to show you pictures?
You see what he's doing? No, I want you to show me fossil. Please, right now. Don't ask me again. I
How?
want
Do you want
you
me
to
to
show
dig
me
up the
a
fossil
fossil.
and like bring the fossil to you and show you? And
A
also, how would
picture will
one
do.
fossil
Yes.
show evolution? A picture. You want me to
Yes,
show you
right
pictures of
now.
fossils?
Yes, that's what I want you to do. Yes. Show me proof
Awesome.
like you said you had. Yes.
Okay. I will go and find all those pictures, those pretty pictures that are about as hard to understand as my 7-year-old can deal with.
Don't worry. You let us be the thing of it. Show me one animal turning into another animal, my friend. Do it. You think you're so smart, don't you? You think you're just going to brush past this, don't you? No, you're not.
I mean, have we even seen any of that in like modern time? Like one animal changing into another animal, like, or is this
No
all
one.
just like fossil records that you guys got, like supposedly?
Thinks you can come in here and play
There
like
you go. This shows
this
a
and
heap.
that.
Shut the fuck up. This shows a heap of ape skulls next to each other.
Oh, are you telling me to shut up? Are you talking
Well, if
rudely?
you're talking about me, maybe you should shut up because I just gave you the evidence. So here it is. Look, there's chimpanzee,
Good.
Australopithecus. Oh, I can't pronounce that.
Monkey fish
Australopithecus
frog.
africanus, human, baboon, and Galata. And then there's comparison of chimp, afarensis, and human teeth. And then there's
Weren't you supposed
also
to show like a
some
shrimp
skeletal
turning
bones.
into a fish?
Is this guy
But I
for
can
real?
find more of this if you like. You want me to
Guys.
find more of them? There's photographs of
Okay.
skull reconstruction comparisons that show both the upper palate as well as the jaw bones, as well as the front on and side on of different hominid skulls. And you can see that over time, the morphology changes from ape-like towards human-like. Do you want me to drop
Once
that link as
again,
well?
you do not provide what it's clear for everybody, right? Everybody's
It's almost like you're asking vague questions and then saying I'm not providing what those questions. I'm not providing evidence of those questions.
Was I vague, guys? Was I vague?
Guys, stop stop the clipping.
I
Stop all
dropped
the
the link.
clipping, man. We gotta all go one at a time, please.
Okay, my turn to speak. I want everybody to who can answer this. Did he show anything of what I asked? Is any baller here satisfied
Yes.
with what he showed me?
Yeah, that last link that link you just dropped, the Knowledge Project, that's evolutionary evidence.
Of what? Of a chimpanzee turning into a human?
Looks like it might be. Not a
And is
chimp
that what
turning
I
into a human, but
Is that
common
what I asked?
ancestry.
Left lane? Is that what I asked?
You don't, SE, I've been through this with you before. You're not going to find what you're asking for because that doesn't exist in
So
evolution.
why
Evolution
are you talking
does
then,
not
left
say
lane?
that.
Why are you saying that that's what he showed me, left lane? Why are you lying, left lane?
He's showing proof of evolution. What
Not
you're
what I
asking
asked
for,
him.
it doesn't exist.
So left lane is clearly stating now that what I asked for does not exist. Is that correct?
Yes, the evidence that you're asking for does not exist.
So why did you come in just 30 seconds ago and say, SC, yes, he showed you what you asked for? Why did
He
you
showed
do
you
that?
proof of
left lane?
evolution. It is proof of evolution.
Oh my God, you guys are insatiable, man. You guys are really insatiable, man.
Fallacy after fallacy.
You cannot have an honest conversation, man. You
What
just
fallacy
can't
was
do it.
that? Because I got him on the straw man
That was
fallacy
the
at the
false
start. Do you guys
equivalent
remember that?
fallacy. That was called the false
What
equivalent
are the two
fallacy.
equivalences?
Guys,
He asked,
we need to slow this down. We gotta slow this down a little bit. I can't
If you
hear
guys want to
anything
start
that's
doing the
getting said
fallacy
because
stuff, just
everyone's
point out
talking
what
all over.
fallacies you have.
Why are you talking over me right now? This is what I'm talking about. I'm just gonna time people out for 10 minutes if you overtalk. Go ahead.
So, what are the Globers even claiming evolution is in the first place?
Slow changes to allele frequency over time.
in a population.
Motivated by fitness. Yeah, throughout a population.
He said that a crustacean turns into a fish over billions of years. That's what he said.
I never
asked
said I
him
had proof of that.
to show me any proof of that in the fossil record. So far, we've had the Texas two-step, we had
He
the
said
samba,
no.
the mamba, but no proof.
No, he said
So what I
no. He
said-
said he didn't have
I
evidence
said I
of
couldn't
that.
show you that. I said I couldn't show you that. I didn't have evidence of that specific thing, but I can show you other evidences of evolution that would lead you to think that that is the most likely cause for shrimp to fish.
Yeah, and you showed me a chimp turning into a human, not even close.
And what
you
part
think
of that
a
is
chimp turning into a
inconsistent with
human.
what I said I had proof for? What part of that is inconsistent for what I said I had proof for?
My friend, once again, one
Don't call me
species.
your friend. I know that you're being a disingenuous little piece of shit, so I'm not your friend.
Dance for me, squirm for me. Whatever you are, you're not my friend. I asked you clearly.
Yeah, we don't allow
Show
that.
me.
Come on.
Show me. It doesn't matter. Let him get it out. Show me one creature turning into another. You can't do it. You're not man enough to admit you can't find any fossil record that you can't do it. That's on you.
Multiple links. I've dropped multiple links.
Negative.
Smithsonian has them all listed out. It has like images of the fossils that have been found for the different
Show
hominid
us the
species.
pictures. Show us the pictures. I dare
did.
you.
It's in
No.
live stream text. It's in live stream text.
We
No,
gotta
don't
go
drop a
one at a
link.
time. SE, relax for a second, bro. I know this is intense, but we gotta go one at a time.
Okay, I've dropped the links. Unless SC wants to actually deal with anything substantive, instead of going back and repeating his claims again and again and again that I did something that I never said I had evidence for the shrimp to fish. I only said I had evidence of evolution. My links show evidence of evolution, so SC can go get fucked or he can change the subject.
I know, my friend, you're not going to get away with it. Now it's my turn to talk. You can squirm for me all you want. You can't show me a link with a bird turning into another bird. No, negative. You said you have evidence of one species turning into another one. Example, the shrimp turning into a fish. That's on you. If you can't show it, be a man, say you can't show it, then we'll move on. Until then, I'm sorry. It's not going to work.
So this is how we all know that I'm a man, because I said from the very beginning that I didn't have evidence, like I didn't have fossil record evidence of shrimp turning into fish. I have fossil record evidence of other things turning from one species to another.
them.
Now I've
Show
said
them.
this multiple times, SC. I've said it multiple
Show
times.
them.
There's links in the chat. If you don't like them, then fuck off, mate. It's as simple as
No.
that. Change the
No,
subject
you can
or
insult
fuck
me
off.
all you want. Those links don't show that. Those show the same species. No, incorrect.
No, they
You
don't.
didn't
No, they
show
don't.
that.
No, they don't. They don't show the same species.
What do they show? What do they show, Left Lane? Tell
You
us.
haven't even looked at the links, have you?
Tell
Mate?
us
All you've
what
been doing
they
is
show.
grandstanding. No, so which link are you talking about specifically?
I don't care, bro. You can drop a million links. Tell us
Okay,
what
so
it shows. Tell
Everyone
us
in the
what it
chat
shows.
right now, you can all see that SC hasn't opened the links, yet he's still claiming they don't show the thing he wants evidence of. Everyone here can see that, SC. So not only have you strawmanned evolution,
Yeah, but
you've
you're still
lied about
talking
what I
shit,
said
bro.
I had evidence for, but
Tell
now you're
us
showing
what
that you
they
didn't even
show,
look
my
at the
friend.
thing that you're saying doesn't give evidence, okay?
All night.
So how the
Guys.
fuck do you want me to show you something if you won't look at it?
Tell me what it shows. Does it show one creature turning into another one species turning into another one? Tell us.
Listen, I'm gonna have to mute and unmute you guys if you guys can't handle it.
No, I'm done dealing with him because I've pointed out his straw man, which is a fallacy, and I've pointed out that I've dropped the links and he won't look at them, so that's his problem now. And I've pointed out that I never said I could show fossil record evidence of shrimp to fish, and I've agreed to that again and again and again. So, what does he have left? Does he have any
Fish to-
positive
fish
like
to
evidence
human?
that evolution didn't exist?
Tell us
human
what
the
it
fish?
shows. Tell us what species turned into another species, please, in your video. Please, because
I've
I'm
already
sure
done all that.
nobody's
I've
going
already
to look
done
at
all
your
that.
videos.
I've already done all
I'm
that.
sure nobody's seen your videos. Tell us what
Oh,
species
my.
they show. And tell us what minute of the video it is, please. So maybe I'll have a look.
Wow.
Tell us. Go ahead.
So everyone here, just take a second and just think about this. He said I have to show him what minute in the video. I didn't link videos, fuckface. I linked articles. You dumb son of a bitch.
Hey, fuckface.
Hey, yo, my man, you can't
see?
do that
You see
here.
this guy?
There's no.
Can't say
Hold
that,
on.
bro.
Hold on, everyone. I know you guys can hear me talking. There's no name calling here, dogs. All right? We don't call names. We don't insult people here. We're
That's his
somewhere
best
else, not
quality.
here.
Well, okay. Well, can I ask SC something real fast?
No,
SC.
no. I want him to show us an evolutionary record of what I asked for. He can squirm. He can say he posted. I don't care. Show us clearly. Show us a picture. Tell us where it is. Don't just post an article. Take a snapshot, post a picture, and show us this fossil record. You're not going to get away with this. Not for a second, my friend.
See what you're asking for is a little ridiculous, man. If you want to read the article, if you want to read the article and understand what it says, that's on you. I mean, he shouldn't have to read. He shouldn't have to read the fucking article to you.
No, you read it, right? You're playing his friend or whatever. Tell us what.
Do you ever think it's interesting that the person who asked for the evidence won't look at the evidence? He's asking everyone else to look at the evidence
hold on.
for him.
Hold on, guys. It's total.
Don't
audio
come in and
chaos.
save him now.
We
Just
can't
admit
hear.
that he's being
I'm
a
not coming in.
disingenuous little coward.
Yo, my man. I'm not coming in and saving everyone. I'm trying to mod this shit. It's an audio mess. It's a Mickey Mouse mess. We can't hear anything because there's like 3-4 people talking at once. Just everyone calm down. All right? Go one at a time, or I'm just going to start timing people out. Whoever's talking at the same time another person is.
I just read one of his articles. It shows chimpanzees, apes. You liar. You liar. Show me in that article one ape, when one thing turns in. It's just lies. It's just lies.
Can you tell me what I said that would constitute a lie?
You showed me apes. I looked at your article now, and it shows apes. It doesn't show you disingenuous person, the last one. It just shows apes. It doesn't show one species turning into another.
All of those are extinct ape fossils. And it shows that over time, the morphology for those extinct ape fossils turns more and more human.
You see what a liar he is? Do you see it now?
Oh, man. Yeah.
How am I lying exactly?
You are a blatant liar, my friend. I asked you.
I'm sorry, I
said
thought
that
we
you
weren't
dropped
allowed to name
one
call here.
species turning into another, and I just looked at your thing, and it's exactly what I said. It's apes. It's apes, just apes, turning into other apes.
How many different species are there in apes? How many different species of apes are there, SE?
Where's the crab apes?
You're kidding me, right?
No, I ask a question. I'm not kidding. How many different species of apes are there?
Ingenuous.
How many different species of apes are there?
Monkey, fish, frog.
Yeah, this is what they're doing. They're just making stuff up. His article that he posted doesn't show what I asked for. Does not show one animal turning into another. Clearly, he called me a liar. He called me all kinds of names. I look at his thing, and it shows exactly what I said.
So, while the exact number of early human species is debated, on this page are links to summaries of the early human species accepted by most scientists. And you can run through them, and you can see that over time, and it even has at the bottom, over time, they turn more and more into Homo neanderthals and Homo sapiens. And you can see that it's plotted out through millions of years in the past.
So you lied through your teeth. I'm not the one lying. You're the one lying. You didn't show what I asked for. You didn't show one thing turning into another thing. So you lied.